Hey folks.
What's up, America? If you're watching this, it means you already know it's gonna be a doozy.
Oh great, a video that's a year long. Another one of Sleepy's ideas?
Yeah, I thought we could celebrate President's Day with a mega compilation. We've been going at this for almost a year and have over 37,000 subscribers.
That's good television, believe me.
And it's all thanks to the viewers, so please accept this compilation of nearly every video we produced in the last year as a thank you. You can use the chapters to skip ahead.
Grab a snack or a cone of ice cream, sit back and enjoy because your taxpayer dollars paid for it.
Be sure to like the video and subscribe if you want to support the channel.
You can also comment any ideas on future content and any advice you would personally give to the channel. I'm sure Barack will read all the comments.
That I will. A special thanks to all channel members and anyone that has donated to the channel. It really makes a difference.
I can tell you that we just got back from George's ranch, so the hunting tier list is right around the corner, as well as the next episode of Pokémon DnD.
Until then, have a great President's Day and enjoy the video.
Hey ladies,
Hey Bushy Boy, want to play a game?
is this one of these weirdo perverted games you and Barack like to play at sleepovers?
You play Twister with this guy one time and everybody thinks you're weird and or gay.
All right, I'm back from my historically huge win in the New Hampshire primary. I've pretty much wrapped up the Republican nomination and it's only January.
Good for you. I got my nomination for Christmas from Nancy. Kind of felt like one of those gifts you want to return, though.
I know the feeling. Now what is this game you want us to play?
It better not be hide and seek the cocaine bag again.
Don't worry, I've been told we can't play that anymore.
I thought we could play some cards against humanity.
Oh boy, nobody's played this shit since 2012.
I don't remember playing this, but that's because I never played it sober.
Well, today's the day. You guys can add some custom cards, too.
I'll send you guys the link so you can make your own white cards to add into the mix.
I've got a few ideas.
All right, everybody loaded in?
Yeah, nice table.
Thanks, it's digital.
All right, how do we play again?
Pretty simple. Everyone gets 10 white cards, and one person starts as the cards are. The cards are picks one black card, and the other players submit their white cards for the round. The cards are shuffled anonymously and read by the cards are. They choose the funniest or most relevant white card, and that player gets a point.
So we can draw our cards now?
Yeah, everybody draw 10 white cards.
Ha ha ha, penis envy? This shit is wild.
Biden is cheating as usual.
Joe, you can't tell the other players your card. Put penis envy back in the deck.
Damn it, that was a good one.
So who starts first?
The rules say whoever pooped their pants most recently starts as the cards are.
Well, Sleepy definitely wins this. The last time I had an accident was in 1977 when I saw the first Star Wars in theaters.
That's quite an impressive streak. I shit my pants every other year off some bad taco meat. How about you, Barack?
Probably November 2016 for obvious reasons.
The W just keeps getting sweeter. Joe, why don't you settle it and tell us when's the last time you pooped in your pants?
You guys poop outside your pants?
Jesus Christ, man.
All right, Joe, pick a black card.
Here I go. Why am I sticky?
Okay.
Here's mine.
All right, so I shuffle. Okay, why am I sticky? Barack Obama.
Well, I guess we know who put that one in.
You were right. I really like this game.
Fuck off. Why am I sticky? Smegma.
Ha, okay, that's a good one.
And the last one, why am I sticky? Go-Gurt. Oh, that one is valid. I love me a Go-Gurt. I picked that one.
I know my buddy all too well.
How the fuck does Smegma not win?
I had fun with mine anyway.
Make sure to draw a white card after.
All right, who's next card king? It better not be based on the last time you had ice cream.
Nah, let's play with the meritocracy rule so it's more fair. The player who wins the round is the next round's card czar.
All right then, you're up, Obama.
Yep, here's the next black card. Oh boy, Daddy, why is Mommy crying?
Ooh, good one.
I got this one in the bag.
Here we go.
Can't wait to hear these. Daddy, why is Mommy crying? Revenge fucking? All right, that's just disturbing.
It's pretty good, though.
Daddy, why is Mommy crying? Another goddamn vampire movie.
Maybe that joke was relevant 10 years ago.
Damn it.
And last one, Daddy, why is Mommy crying? Alcoholism.
Statistically correct.
I'd say so. I'll go with it, since the other two are either not funny or off-putting.
Yes, eat shit, losers. When do I win the whole thing?
There is no official rule on that, but let's just play until 5 for starters.
You guys are screwed. But first, let me pick this black card. War, what is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
You know, for a fact, that's not true.
Just put in your card.
Okay, let's get this over with so I can score again. War, what is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Stop it. Now I gotta read the fucking thing again. War, what is it good for? The South.
That's facts. The good old boys love it when someone needs a beatdown,
Is that why you deployed them on Iraq?
among other oily reasons.
War. What is it good for? The gulags.
I can confirm that. Putin's got more prison camps than Stalin ever did.
Free labor is free labor.
You already know I take every gulag and war zone. Okay, last one. War. What is it good for? Insatiable bloodlust. Well, I'm guessing that one is from Obama.
Dude, what? No way.
You did get pretty scary at the drones. You beat all George's records.
Greedy motherfucker.
This is a pretty tough one. All of them are just brutally honest. I think I'll go with the South because I'm going to need them for my huge victory in November.
Haha, got him.
Obama, you little scamp.
I'm out to an early lead. Next black card. What's my secret power?
Damn it. Penis envy would have been a good one here.
Barack likes men.
Just give me your cards. Okay, what's my secret power? Emotions.
Haha, they got you good.
So true, bro could cry at any second.
Definitely not picking that now.
Well, you haven't seen the other ones.
What's my secret power? Civilian cash. Fuck off.
You just got fucking smoked.
Bamboozled pretty good.
I'm still winning, you trolls. What's my secret power? The homosexual agenda. You guys are the worst.
You gonna cry?
Why don't you have a meal?
Maybe I will.
I'm actually going with emotions. I was not prepared for the next two.
Yay!
Oh, great. Even Sleepy gets a point and I don't?
Maybe you can try not being trash at the game. Okay, new black card. What's Batman's guilty pleasure?
This should be a fun one.
I love Batman. He's so fucking metal.
Okay, shuffle it up and what's Batman's guilty pleasure? Daddy issues. Haha.
All too common for orphans.
Definitely something weird going on there.
I'm uncomfy. Move on.
What's Batman's guilty pleasure? White privilege.
That's so true.
You're capping. How is that true?
Yeah, his biggest nemesis is a crazy white guy. How is that racist?
He might not be racist in his actions, but he definitely still wants white privilege, since the dude wears a mask, but the mouth and chin area is cut out, revealing his race and nothing else.
Damn it. I was ready to call you a snowflake, but that checks out.
Haha, Donnie loses again. What do you guys want to do now?
We're in the middle of playing a game, Joe.
Oh yeah, well, what's Batman's guilty pleasure? Batman!
He does love himself.
Almost as much as Donnie.
Hey, I'm nothing like him. If anything, I'm like Harvey Dent before the acid.
Nah, more like after.
At least I'm not Harvey Dent on the acid.
Which card are you going with?
I like the Batman one because I can scream, Batman!
There we go. I knew it was a winner.
George is on the board.
Y'all get ready now. We need to protect future generations from blank.
I can already tell this one is going to be close.
Right? Okay, we need to protect future generations from sexting.
A real problem nowadays with the Snapchat and the OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's actually scary how many adults are pretending to be kids online to get nudes.
That's why I always tell my kids, never send a picture that you wouldn't want on a billboard, because it might actually happen.
Pretty relevant. Next one. We need to protect future generations from natural selection.
Oh, that's a good one. Not that it's mine, it's just so valid.
Nice try, buddy.
He's right, though. If an average young American man had to fight another man of the same age from any third world country, I know who I'm betting on.
Yeah, not a whole lot of Darwinism happening on college campuses in the U.S.
Don't remind me.
And last one, we need to protect future generations from AI-generated voices.
Haha, I was wondering when one of the customs would turn up.
And it's relevant. Imagine picking up the phone and someone you love is on the other end of it, but it's actually just some dude trying to get your credit card info.
A very real threat in the future and relevant to the channel, but the shit isn't funny. I guess I'll go with sexting.
Ha, that's mine.
Oh, come on, man.
I knew you were up to something when you were talking good about my card.
I'm using advanced psychological warfare. Next question. Why can't I sleep at night?
Oh, yeah, now I can use my trump card.
Don't make it too easy, Joe. I want this game to be close, unlike this election.
I care more about this game than that.
Just read the cards.
Why can't I sleep at night? Tweeting, that's fire.
It's not a good thing.
Facts. You need less screen time at night.
Oh my God, does Michelle take your phone after dinner or something?
No, an hour before bed, we all turn off our devices. It's good for sleep.
Cool story, bro. Flip the next card.
Fine, why can't I sleep at night? Being fat and stupid. Wow.
It's relevant too. Sleep apnea is terrible for sleep and your overall health.
I don't snore. Everybody knows I'm the quietest sleeper ever. Why can't I sleep at night? 4 more years of Uncle Joey. Now that's a fucking joke.
I made that white card, Uncle Joey, for the win.
Definitely not picking that one either. The winner goes to tweeting.
Boom shakalaka, I'm back in the lead.
Stop handing them points, Donald.
Well, which one was yours?
The fat and stupid one.
Yeah, I think you're the one throwing.
Next card, guys. How am I maintaining my relationship status? Joe, how are you possibly passing a card in already?
I had a good one right in the chamber for you, buddy.
Great. Okay, how am I maintaining my relationship status? My collection of high-tech sex toys. Is somebody spying on me or something?
Tell them about the one that spins like a tilt-a-whirl.
Good Lord.
Tons of great stuff in VR options if you guys are into it.
Last time I heard an offer like this, it was from our old pal Jeffrey Epstein.
You won't catch me being filmed in some sort of unholy sexual apparatus.
Ooh, that's a good white card. I'm writing that down.
Next one, how am I maintaining my relationship status? Mohammed, praise be unto him. Yeah, real funny Donald.
Shit! How did you know it was me?
Because you're the only one that calls me Islamic.
Fair enough.
Last one, how am I maintaining my relationship status? Michelle Obama's arms. Really?
Oh man, that's good. Fun game.
Don't worry, Barack. I think your wife's monstrous arms are attractive. Great for torque.
Thanks. I think I'm gonna go with the high-tech sex toys. My gadgets are top-notch.
There we go.
Wait, did you guys just cheat?
And here we go again.
Nobody could have known about Barack's weird dildos except you, and you totally gave it away. Rigged.
I wasn't sure. It could have been anybody.
Fake news. You'll be hearing it on CNN tomorrow.
Well, looks like I already picked the card, buddy. What is George W. Bush thinking right now? Hey, Bushy boy, this one's about you.
I heard, Joe, should be an easy George W.
Finally, something that's not about my wife.
I wouldn't speak too soon. What is George W. Bush thinking right now? Hurricane Katrina.
Definitely not. I didn't even give a shit about it when it happened.
Next one. What is George W. Bush thinking right now? Getting really high. Same here.
Not bad. I do sometimes inhale.
Last one. What is George W. Bush thinking right now? Joe Biden. Ha ha! That's hilarious. Joe Biden wins.
Easy money.
Wow, nice one, George. You outsmarted a doofus.
All right, next card. Blank, that was so metal. Haha, I say that all the time.
You were born for this card, almost as much as the last one.
Give me those cards. Darth Vader, that was so metal. It works because Darth Vader is metal as fuck and everything.
I wouldn't want to see him down a hallway.
Or at an elementary school.
Next, police brutality, that was so metal.
All right, what the fuck?
What's more metal than violently repressing people regardless of rights?
Well, it sounds like being metal's a good thing and police brutality is never a good thing.
What about when it happens to pedophiles?
Okay, maybe in that one specific scenario, police brutality is pretty metal.
Last one, gents. Parting the Red Sea, that was so metal.
That means two things.
That one's good. Jesus is pretty metal.
Moses parted the Red Sea, you fucking moron.
Well, Jesus was probably there for moral support.
This is a really tough one. Darth Vader is easily the most metal villain of all time, but is he more metal than God himself, defying physics and saving all the Jews?
God is the most metal. He created George Lucas, who in turn created Darth Vader.
You could argue that just means God wins either choice you pick.
But one is from a movie, and one literally happened.
Allegedly.
They were both in movies. The Prince of Egypt was goated.
Fine, I picked Darth Vader.
Malarkey.
Yes, game point you dicks.
Come on, George, why couldn't you pick mine again?
Wait, did you have police brutality?
Maybe.
That's why. What the hell is metal about police brutality to you?
I miss the days where the cops could really rough a guy up to punish him in a way more deserving than the laws permit.
The only problem with that is it gave every racist cop an excuse to legally beat minorities to death.
Jeez, bro is a buzzkill.
You guys can have a silly debate later. How am I supposed to come back from this deficit?
You can gamble a point to put in another white card for double the chance at winning the round, but if someone else wins the round, they get the point you gambled too.
That's a good option, but only if I have the cards to do so.
Right. Our next card, what will always get you laid?
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm putting 2 in here, boys.
Spicy. I might do the same so Joe doesn't win.
Hey, rigged.
Don't even try that.
All right, so I have 5 cards here, so I'm just going to reread the black card once. What will always get you laid? My black ass, dude, what?
You are a great wingman.
Thanks, Goose. The Underground Railroad.
Oh, wow.
Oh my fucking God, I should have never suggested this game.
Flip the next card.
Yeah, hurry it up, Tubman.
If it's another racist card, I'm going to be pissed. Eugenics. Really?
I don't even know what that means.
I think the world is better off with you not knowing.
Let's get these over with. African children, all right? I want to know who put this one in.
My bad, G.
Biden cheated. You can't pick his.
God damn it, Joe. All right, last one. And if it's racist, I'm going to drone strike all 3 of you. Racism. I'm busting out the laptop.
This round is cursed. Go ahead and try deciding which one is the least racist.
Well, I can't pick African children, even if I wanted to. And both eugenics and the Underground Railroad make me sick. So it's between racism and my black ass.
Since I'm eliminated, I think my black ass should win.
Racism should take the W.
Like it doesn't always. Screw it. My black ass wins.
Yeah, baby, straight to the top.
3 points in one round is crazy.
Yeah, that may have been too much of a gamble for me.
Haha, well, now you have nothing to lose.
All right, next card. What did I bring back from Mexico?
Interesting.
You usually go to Mexico with more than you bring back in my experience.
Cabo is a hell of a place to get lost in.
We got to go back there, man.
Maybe after the election.
Yeah, you got your hands full until then.
Okay, I got 4 cards. Who's gambling?
I am.
Good luck, buddy.
Won't need it. I got the advantage.
Let's see, what did I bring back from Mexico? Anal beads.
Good heavens.
I'm not into that. What did I bring back from Mexico? AIDS.
Realistic.
That is definitely a big-time risk. I always come back with sriracha sausage.
Gross. What did I bring back from Mexico? Brown people. Valid.
You don't even need to smuggle them in anymore. They come over the border easy enough.
A lot of people die doing it. I wouldn't call it easy.
If it was hard, then 20,000 people wouldn't do it every day.
Let's call it intermediate difficulty for time's sake. What did I bring back from Mexico? 8 ounces of sweet black tar heroin.
Those were the days,
What days were those, Joe?
back in the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. 8 ounces of sweet black tar heroin.
That's mine. Thanks, George.
Oh, come on. Why don't you pick mine? Did I say something?
Which ones were yours?
I forgot.
Mine was brown people, so you must have anal beads and AIDS.
I wouldn't bet against that. Next card. When I'm President of the United States, I will create the Department of Blank.
Might be going for 2 here.
Be careful. If either of us went for 2, George could steal this game.
All right, fine.
Oh, you don't want to threaten your friend Obama? Weak-ass punk.
I'm putting in 2.
It's going to be big avoiding Obama's card here.
You better not choose the wrong one.
Now, when I'm President of the United States, I will create the Department of Stormy Daniels. Fuck off. When I am President of the United States, I will create the Department of Feeding Rosie O'Donnell. Hee. I kind of like that one.
We have enough debt as it is.
Facts. We would have to sell Alaska to Canada if that were the case. When I am President of the United States, which I will be, I will create the Department of a Balanced Breakfast.
It better not be any of this Michelle whole wheat shit.
Hey, it's good for you.
Oh, well, don't worry. My department will only recommend pancakes, omelets, and lots of bacon.
Oh, great. Now I'm hungry.
Last one. When I am President of the United States, I will create the Department of some goddamn peace and quiet. Ooh, I like that one too.
Don't pick Barack's.
I don't want to pick Sleepy's either, and it's between feeding Rosie O'Donnell and a balanced breakfast.
I really like the Rosie O'Donnell one.
I picked the Rosie O'Donnell one.
What?
I win.
Mine was a balanced breakfast. I was hoping to get you with reverse psychology.
I instantly picked up on that, but I didn't want to give Sleepy +2 either.
I'm catching up. Next card, I got 99 problems, but blank ain't one.
I love Jay-Z. That's my guy.
Our entire fate is up to Joe. That's just great.
I'm going 2 cards deep. It's all or nothing.
Same here.
Well, I might as well go all in too.
Geez, I guess this means I can't win.
Better luck next time, Joe.
Woo, 6 cards. I got 99 problems, and chocolate chip ain't one. That's a good one.
The customs made this pretty fun. We'll need to do more.
Definitely.
I got 99 problems, and jobs ain't one. Hell yeah, vote for Uncle Joey.
No thanks.
Glazing.
I got 99 problems, and crystal meth ain't one. It's true, because I got a guy for that.
Nah, crystal meth is definitely one of his 99 problems.
Whatever. I got 99 problems, and poopy diapers ain't one.
Cap, you totally have poopy diaper problems.
Still not my problem. My wiper takes care of it.
How much do you pay that guy?
Don't be stupid. It's obviously a lady, and like $1 million.
Mostly for silence.
I don't want to keep picturing this.
I got 99 problems, and crippling debt ain't one. Ha! Yeah, true. I'm so glad I don't need to deal with any national debt, because I'll be dead in less than 5 years.
Yeah, all of us will be dead by the time any of the 34 trillion is paid back.
I'm sure Sleepy can get it to 35 by the time I get back in.
Good luck, young Americans. Last one, guys. I got 99 problems, and a good sniff ain't one.
Oh boy, we got some good options.
Come on, Sleepy. You already know who has the 2 funniest.
All right, let's do the process of elimination. Crippling debt and a good sniff fit, but I don't really vibe with them. Poopy diapers and jobs are good, but 2 on the nose. It's between crystal meth and chocolate chip.
Sleepy is making the daily choice between his ice cream and his drugs.
Well, which one do you like more?
Usually I'm not limited to one, but it depends what I'm in the mood for.
Well, I already know which one you consume more of.
You're right, Obama. The winner goes to chocolate chip.
Shit.
That's what I'm talking about. George takes the W, Bush.
You couldn't pick mine for once?
What did you have?
I was Jobs and a good sniff, two of the less insulting ones.
They were all good. I just vibe with my vices more, I guess.
This was a lot of fun. I was in last at one point.
At least neither of you cheaters won.
I had a good laugh. Let us know in the comments if you like us playing this game, and we'll definitely do some more.
Flood that goddamn comment section. I need my revenge.
We should invite more people to play, too.
Facts, I'm sure Rogan would want to play.
Sounds good to me. Well, that's all the time we have for today.
All my Bushy boys put a W in the chat. Also join the Discord in the description, and you could help us with more custom cards.
And if you enjoyed the video, drop a sub for the boys.
Take it easy.
Bye, guys.
Go, Gert.
You ready to catch these hands?
Don't make me laugh, Obama. You've strolled onto my turf. UFC is one of my personal favorite games. I've been given every single version of UFC days before they release.
Just because you suck off Dana White doesn't mean you're good at the game.
Shut up, Sleepy. I'm going to tee off on your ass after I deal with Creed 3 over here.
Look at that handsome man.
I don't know, man. It looks like he already got into a big fight right before this.
Admittedly, I'm not the best at the character creator, but it's close enough.
It kind of looks like as if you were raised by the Diaz brothers.
Oh, hey, other Joe, when did you get here?
It was while you were napping. Donnie texted me saying there was a fight going on that I wouldn't want to miss.
Damn right. You were practically born to commentate this historical matchup.
I think I was born to talk about bears and convince morons to eat animal dicks on TV, but this is fine too.
We think TikTok clout chasers are bad today, but those Fear Factor people were the OGs.
Big reveal. Look at that sexy man.
Wow.
You look like a complete moron, so at least it's accurate.
The resemblance is unsettling. Great job, Donnie.
Thanks, bro.
Because this guy is ugly as fuck.
Okay, forget I said thanks and pretend I said fuck you.
Bro, the hair is ridiculous.
I wouldn't be talking about hair, egghead.
As if you wouldn't look just like me without that hairpiece.
I can't wait to kick that toupee right off that big head of yours.
It's on, motherfucker! You stand no chance against my unstoppable hit power.
I know your type, and I know exactly how to beat you.
By rigging the game entirely?
And there he goes again.
Well, Barack couldn't really rig this game, but any EA Sports game is bound to be rigged itself.
What are you looking at, punk?
I'm just sizing up my next meal.
This isn't your standard Big Mac, Donnie. He's gonna bite back.
That's fucking right.
Good luck, bro Obama.
Yeah, Barack, good luck on the way down when I knock you out.
I got a can of whoop ass for you right here. Go ahead and open it.
All right, guys, I expect a clean fight. I'm already digging the matchup. Classic big man bruiser versus what appears to be a Muay Thai kickboxer.
Come on, sunshine, approach me.
I have elite speed. Good luck catching me.
I'm even faster. Just look at this quick twitch muscle movement.
Oh, Barack strikes first. Donnie's bitch ass already looks hurt.
Yeah! Kick his ass, Seabass!
Fuck you, I wasn't ready.
You were actually showing me how ready you were.
Oh, big right from Trump.
What, you thought you could put me away early?
Oh, the Superman punch.
Talk shit. Get hit.
Whoa, the hook landed hard.
What were you saying about talking shit and getting hit?
What does my foot smell like?
Come on, enter the dragon on this fool.
Holy fuck. Bicycle kick.
The hair almost came off.
What now, bitch?
Barack's in trouble.
Obama, no.
Oh!
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Take this beating. This isn't racist, by the way.
This could be it.
Find a way, Barack. Get off him, you fucking whale.
Fine, I'll knock him out standing anyway.
I can't believe Barack dug himself out of that hole.
You won't get lucky this time.
Enough lame excuses. You're starting to sound like me.
Really? What do you think you're doing with that?
Donnie's trying to find his range. There he goes.
Oh, yeah, how's that?
Oof, nice elbow.
Give me them guts.
Oh, right in the breadbasket.
And there's the 1-2. Gotta watch that hook.
Yeah, big knee.
Are you running, Donnie?
It's called a reset. You ever heard of it?
Come here. I want to show you my birth certificate.
Trump's in trouble in the clinch.
Get down!
Oh my God, I think you just caused an earthquake.
This is fucking rigged. Nobody's chirping at you, Obama.
Does someone hear a bitch whining?
Whoa!
Does someone hear a bitch hitting the floor?
Focus, Barack.
Yeah, you're really fucking helping.
Finally get to see some ground game. I'm assuming this is not where Barack wants to be.
Nobody on earth wants to be here. He smells like fucking 2-day-old McDonald's.
He's even got the McDonald's trunks on.
And I'm loving it.
This looks an awful lot like a hate crime.
It's not racist.
Watch out, Donnie. I'm dangerous from the bottom.
Oh, fuck this.
Haha, used his homophobia against him.
Shut up. I can beat him anyway.
Ooh, that's straight right.
How many more of those can you take, my guy?
I could eat those all fucking day. You hit like a bitch.
Oh, head kick.
Who hits like a bitch now?
Come here, you orange fuck.
This can't be happening.
Quiet, Joe.
Swinging for the fences, huh?
Fuck that, I'm swinging for the border wall.
No!
Holy fuck. Trump just shocked the world.
Can't say I'm fucking surprised. I might have to start calling Barack Sleepy too.
Run that shit back right the fuck now.
Just a second. Let me soak in the glory of that knockout.
I'm gonna knock the fucking orange off you for that.
Don't worry, Joe. I got this fool in the trilogy.
All right, let's see how both fighters adjust to the rematch.
Let me see that dog in you, Barack.
Dogs don't have shit on a big old grizzly bear, isn't that right, Joe Rogan?
You're more like a walrus, but still formidable.
Come on, oh pussy. Fighting scared?
You just started a Category 5 shitstorm.
Geez, that hook is dangerous.
There we go. Start chipping him down with the kicks.
Good idea, Joe.
I'm not giving you advice. I want you to eat shit.
You're not my striking coach, Joe.
Ooh, that overhand right hurt him.
What's the matter, Donnie? Feeling the pressure?
Donnie, you've been downloaded. Prepare to be picked apart.
Shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down.
Holy horsecocks.
What happened, Barack? Is that jaw made of glass?
You're gonna fucking find out!
No, Barack. Don't use your anger. It's not the Jedi way.
I would be upset too if I sucked this bad.
Why don't you suck on that and take some of these?
Oh my God, look at the combos.
Barack is cooking.
Oh, fuck.
Shit, spoke too soon.
How's that leg treating you?
I don't know. How's it feel?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah!
Get the fuck up.
Fuck!
That is pure disrespect.
Let's go, pussy boy.
Yeah, keep talking. You're just making this worse for yourself.
Chill, Barack. He's gonna catch you monologuing.
This guy can't even catch a baseball. Just look at those hands.
Really, Barack? Body shaming? I thought you liberals were above that.
I have no limitations and no mercy.
Bro thinks he's in an anime.
Oh,
Fuck yeah!
This is for when you said I was the founder of ISIS.
that's it. Brock takes it.
Good shit, Barack. You smashed that pumpkin good.
Far from clean, but a good round.
Rigged.
Just let me put this chump away.
All right, guys, final fight in the trilogy. Good luck.
Won't need any. I was just fucking around last fight.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're locked in now.
Ooh.
You're gonna take this quick, Al.
Not so fast. I have you outmatched. In the ground game.
Donnie got out of it. Big reversal.
And this time you're not gonna scare me off with your homosexual remarks. Matter of fact, I'm gonna fuck your armpit.
What the fuck?
Donald, it's no nut November. I'm extremely disappointed in you.
He's going for the armbar, you idiots.
I'm sure this is the position you often find yourself in with Michelle.
Brock's got to get out of this armbar.
You don't think I'm fucking trying? Feels like a fucking cow is sitting on my rib cage right now.
Isn't there weight classes because of this type of shit? My man's rib cage is about to implode.
It's my arm now, motherfucker.
Wait.
Give him his arm back, Dumpy.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, slipped out of it.
No worries, I'll just choke him out for free. Dude's ground game sucks ass.
No!
Uh-oh, that's good technique. Is this how it ends?
The audience might as well go home now so they can beat the traffic.
Let him go and fight him like a man.
Oh, boys.
What was that, Brock? I can't hear you over the sound of this guillotine.
Don't get sleepy, Barack.
He's getting very sleepy.
Is he out? Oh, the counter.
You really think I'd let you submit me? I would never tap to the likes of you.
Never say never.
Nah, I'm all set. I'll knock you out instead.
Obama escapes. That was a true test of skill against the much heavier opponent.
Fat ass.
Fuck off, Rogan. I have better agility than anyone my weight class.
You still catch every single front kick to the face.
You figure he would have formed a defense for that by now.
I'm just biding my time waiting for him to make a single mistake.
I guess you'll be waiting all night. Come get some.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Careful, Barack. You almost got knocked out.
Shut up. We both whiffed.
Let's go, Obama. Beat his ass like a llama.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. This isn't a girls' soccer game.
Are we actually going to survive a whole round this time?
Depends if Sleepy 2 over here can stay on his feet. Did you just fucking smack me?
Yeah.
Wow, it's really getting chippy in there. Not even Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor fought like you two animals.
I swear, dude, Barack has hit this clown about 300 times. How is he still up?
It's called stamina, Joe.
Uh-oh, it's kicking off.
No.
Looking a little wobbly, Barack.
Don't you worry about me. I'll be just fine.
Oh, and Barack's coming back.
He's completely dominating. You should be embarrassed.
Bullshit.
Down goes Doughboy.
Come on your feet, Snorlax.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty fucking scared.
Jeez, it's been a battle.
I guess not every front kick hits, huh?
Wow, you brought to one. Good job.
Dude, I can't take my fucking eyes off the screen.
Oh, how the hell did Barack stay up?
Just call me Baraki Balboa.
Oh,
Stay down, bitch.
my
God damn.
goodness.
You Joes are a bunch of dick riders.
Oh, and here comes Donnie again.
My boy Barack too swift with it.
Not too swift to catch one.
Holy fuck.
360 no scope.
See me in round 2, bitch.
That was a thing of beauty.
My nips are like diamonds.
Shit.
All right, Mr. President's last round, assuming you're still trying to kill each other.
Damn right we are.
Only one of us is walking out of here conscious.
So who makes the first move?
I'll be right here, Cupcake.
Damn, Obama ran up on him like Mazdaval.
I have full confidence in my homie. He's got this in the bag.
He is ahead by a little bit.
Fake news, I'm in the lead.
No, you're not.
You're getting fucking annihilated.
We'll see when I smash your boy.
Pause.
I'm having a great time.
Can't say the same for Donnie.
All it takes is one.
Whoa, Barack takes it.
Yeah, good guys win.
That's right. Good night, you fucking douchebag. That's what you fucking deserve.
Fuck!
Dumbass bitch, weak ass hoe.
Look at him. He's crying.
Fuck you! Your wife cries when you fuck her. And Barack gets domestically abused.
Is that why you're over there on the floor? Shut your bitch ass up.
Yeah, after seeing all 3 fights, it was a pretty sound victory by Barack.
Alternative facts, otherwise known as fake news.
There's nothing in this life that has brought me more joy than seeing Obama knock out Trump in slow motion on repeat.
By all means, enjoy. I'm taking this illegitimate loss out on you.
Bring it on. Uncle Joey's going to teach you a lesson.
Hell yeah, let me get my joint lit.
You got this, Joe. Dude's a pushover.
I can't wait to hit you right in your fake nose. There's gonna be plastic everywhere.
Let's see what this dude looks like.
Get ready for a taste of Uncle Joey.
Wow, he looks more real than either of us.
Is that fucking Hasbulla on your chest?
You're darn tootin'.
He can have the first shot.
Now you've crossed the line.
People cross your line illegally every day. I think I'll be just fine.
Well, we know what we're getting from Trump, but what kind of fighter is our president?
A bad one.
I just wanted to feel one. Now you're going to get this work. Hit stick.
There you go, Joey. Toss that top-heavy bitch.
Gotta watch that left hook from Donnie.
Mine's not bad either.
Oh, please. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Oof, this is getting brutal already.
Get your arthritic hands the fuck off me.
Yeah.
How's that arthritic foot taste?
Old man Biden is looking pretty spry.
He's gonna pay for 3 years of post-presidency persecution.
Yeet.
Slow down and find the range. Make it count. That's the stuff right there. Keep on him.
Of course, Barack is holding Joe's hand through this whole thing. It's just like the presidency.
Joe's gotta be careful. Those are some heavy hits.
Ask me if I give a fuck.
You clearly don't. Just look at the state of the country.
Just try not to get hit by those hooks.
Like he has a choice.
Why don't you go whack it to your daughter?
Why don't you go shower with yours? We all read the diary.
I guess you could say things are getting a bit personal.
Fuck yeah, I'm taking years off the spray tan.
More like taking years off your lifespan.
Joe, I told you to watch those hooks.
You better listen to your boss.
Jesus is my only boss.
Hillary, come get him.
Quiet, she has great hearing. You trying to get me in fucking trouble?
Why would I? You stumble your way into enough as it is.
Oh!
Fuck yeah.
Suck my balls.
I think Trump lost the crowd.
Fuck off, I tripped.
Tripped over D's nuts?
Joe, stop being a show-off and take him out.
I'll do what I want. I'm the fucking president.
Never mind, I guess.
Look at Donald Duck.
This fight isn't going how you want it, huh?
I would have preferred
Who
a...
fucking asked?
Is Joe really not going to be punished for that?
This is not fucking real. This dude must have taken all the PEDs.
Nah, I'm just him.
Yeah.
Is this real or did I take DMT?
Yo, just take him out. Why are you kicking over him?
I've been letting out farts every time.
You disgusting animal.
You're just mad that I'm shitting on you.
You're delusional.
Oh my God.
Oh no, you've McFallen.
Rah! Enough of that kangaroo jack off.
What?
No!
All right, now I know I'm high as fuck.
Yeah! Say goodnight to Sleepy.
Nice comeback. You were lucky to get out of that.
Joe should have won that. He could have just...
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. The fact is, he's taking a nap right now. I'm back, baby.
Don't pretend Joe didn't knock you down like 8 times.
Dominant performance, right, Rogan?
Your face is fucked, man.
Oh, you fucked up now, Donnie?
How was your nap, Sleepy?
You're not talking to Sleepy. Now you're dealing with Dark Brandon.
Whatever, Dark Brandon can still get knocked out.
My brain is still trying to comprehend the last round.
Take away the showboating and you win easy.
Yeah, right.
Here we go, Brandon.
Oh, fuck. Dark Brandon is scary.
Stop it. There's no alter ego, it's just Joe.
I don't know, Donnie. Does Joe really move like that?
I told you, he's on something.
The only thing I'm on is a redemption arc.
Ooh, sneaky elbow.
Don't overextend, Joe. I mean, Dark Brandon.
Oh my god, Brandon is a monster.
Yeesh, they're really trading now. Joe, fucking do something.
What's wrong, Brandon, getting sleepy?
A momentary lapse. I will make you pay.
God, what the fuck did you eat?
Dark Brandon's farts are even more powerful.
Fucking chemical warfare. That's a war crime, Joe.
These seniors are having a brawl.
If you keep trading with Donnie, he's going to catch you, bro.
First we were trading, now we're just fainting. What happened?
Pipe down, Rogan.
What, are you trying to copy Barack's move?
No, I taught him the spinning backhand. I used it against bullies back in high school.
The hair gets some serious height when Donnie gets hit with the jab.
I don't know how it hasn't flown off.
Gotta be industrial glue.
That's it, Brandon. Here we go.
Keep spinning and see how that works for you.
You know, pretty much everything has been working really well so far.
That's what you keep saying about work, but you're capping.
I can't even tell who's winning.
Can you tell now?
Not quite.
Joe, block! God damn it.
What about now? Am I winning yet?
Yeah, I don't even know how Joe is still alive, and that's before this fight.
For the last time, it's Dark Brandon.
Can you stop role-playing and kick this Nepo baby's ass?
Not a problem. Back to basics, I guess.
Basics got you napping.
Whoa, here we go.
Only one guy is leaving this round.
And it's not Dark Brandon.
Stay calm. Don't get caught.
I don't need your help this time. I'm gonna do it my way.
Then where's the ice cream?
Up your bum.
2 minutes left. Stop stalling your L.
You mean my W?
Showboating son of a bitch.
Haha. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
This is a mockery of our sport, but I'm still enjoying it.
You know, I'd like to see you in the octagon, Joe Rogan.
I'd be game, but I'm not sure you want to feel a leg kick from me, man.
Watch yourself, Brandon.
Oh, yeah!
Ooh, here comes a big one.
I guess there's no rule against that.
I felt the wind on that one, you sick fuck.
I know the reek of a Joe fart. I'm surprised Donnie isn't TKO'd.
Uh-oh, trouble in Trump Tower.
Yes, give me the hair. It'll be my trophy.
No!
Finish him!
Fuck off!
Don't roll with him. He'll just lay on you.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
Haha! Thanks, Obama.
Oh my goodness.
Had enough yet, Cheeto Man?
Donnie's mental decline starts today.
You wish your life would be too easy.
Oof. No, not again.
No way this happens twice. That's it.
Fuck yeah, Dark Brandon.
Yeah! Sleep on that, you fucking tangerine Twitter troll.
Good round. Donnie is going to be pissed when he wakes up.
Nice work. Now it's time to put him away.
Somebody scrape this melted creamsicle off the canvas.
Are you still going to be Dark Brandon after this?
Nah, man, Uncle Joey is gonna end this one.
Joey Diaz?
Ooh, you little motherfucker.
I'm glad you're all right, Donnie. I thought Brandon was gonna kill you.
Really? Nope. Ref, this dude is cheating. He's on steroids.
Like 3 kinds.
Herb's not going to help you, Donnie.
There he goes again.
Are you fucking done?
Just getting my groin stretched out for you.
Gee, thanks.
Oof, they went shin to shin. Nobody wins there.
That shit hurted.
Nice shot.
And the combo.
Whoa, Donnie is in danger.
Especially if Joe keeps piling on these hits.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing that.
All I need is one good hit on your already damaged brain.
Your brain's stupid too.
Ferocious.
No, get out of it.
That's just about the weakest vertical I've ever seen.
It's hard to jump with the weight of America's future on your back.
Plus the weight of 76 years eating McDonald's.
You should switch to elk meat.
You should switch to veggies.
You should switch to quiet.
Nice combo. Keep that energy.
You're losing, Donnie.
Maybe if you paid off the judges.
I paid you bitch to get me off.
You're just jealous Jill isn't foreign or hot.
Talk about insult to injury.
Oh, by the way, if I win, we're trading wives and daughters.
That would be worse than the Iran deal.
Well, you don't have to call me out like that.
Stop jumping, Joe.
I jump if I want.
Fine, I'll just take your leg then.
You think that's gonna stop me?
Eventually.
Stop letting him get free hits, doofus.
Leg kicks will slow you down, Joe.
I'll still be faster than Blubber Boy.
Only when you're on speed.
So, like always?
Geez, they're both taking some brutal shots.
Oh no!
The 1-2 dropped him.
That one stung, huh?
Don't kid yourself. I eat those like you eat Big Macs.
That means you can only take another 1 or 2 before it's bedtime.
Oh, haymaker.
Back up, back up, back up.
I got him, I got him, I got him.
Back the fuck up.
You should have listened. Now I'm gonna beat you down.
No,
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
This could be it.
stop it.
Yes, Joe, choke him out.
Put him to sleep. It would be funny.
No, 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 no.
Fuck, he's greased up like a deaf guy.
Really think I'd let you put me to sleep?
Guess I'll do it the old-fashioned way.
That's better, Joe.
Ooh, right in the double chin. It's over. Trump wins.
No, fuck.
Ah! You all know who should be president now!
Yeah, that's not how it works. This isn't Wakanda.
Fuck my ass, I thought I had him.
Great fights, guys. Hug it out.
Fuck that. Run it back one more time for the boys.
Joe, you know I will thrash you anytime, day or night.
Come get some.
Oh, I will. But first, let's see this tremendous knockout in slow motion.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Beautiful. That one's going in the campaign ad.
Bonus fight. This calls for a bonus blunt.
Pass that over here.
Only if you inhale.
All right, Joe, you're going to fuck around this whole fight or actually face me like a human being.
Probably the first one.
Well, I already took the trilogy, so pressure's on you.
The pressure is always on you, Donnie. This man is 80.
81, it was just my birthday.
Happy birthday again.
Well, you don't look a day over 90.
Real fucking funny, Donald. Come get this work.
All right, how's this one going to go?
Dark Brandon activated.
No, not Brandon.
Yes.
Joe might be a shitty fighter, but Dark Brandon might actually be a demon.
He can still catch a hook.
You can catch everything.
How is he hitting so hard?
Dark Brandon could go pro.
No, he could not. He would never pass a drug test.
Oh my god, this is a slaughter.
You all know this is fucking rigged.
They can't help you now, Donnie boy.
Herb should end it now.
I am not fighting again unless there's drug testing.
That was fast.
Oh yeah, Dark Brandon is undefeated.
Yeah, buddy, I am the champion. I'd like to thank Hasbullah for being my inspiration.
Does that little fuck cheat too?
Nah, he gets bitches and knocks fools out.
Well, I gotta say, you guys suck, but the fights were wildly entertaining. I think Dana should put you both on the card.
Well, this was fun, man. We should do it again sometime.
Fuck you.
Look at the way that my foot connects to your fat jaw.
I won the trilogy anyway, so I'm better.
Thanks for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed and comment who you want to see us fight in a future video.
Maybe I'll step in the octagon next time.
Anytime, youngster.
Bye, guys.
Y'all ready to get folded?
In your dreams, hillbilly.
Please, you all know who the best is.
And it's me. Got him?
Pipe down, Sleepy. Of course you choose a child as your main.
Of course, you choose a fat penguin, you fat guy.
I'm going Roy. Good luck, fellas. You'll need it.
I'm gonna make you scream.
Cap!
That is rather Cap.
I'm going Cap Falcon because of how Cap you are.
Yeah, and I'm going King DDD because you can suck on this DDD.
Can't wait to get back into this game. It's been too long.
You're gonna want to get right back out of it after this one.
I'm saving my trash talk for the W.
Don't you mean the W?
It's a dumb name, George.
You want the smoke, Joe?
You're PK trash at the game. Get some.
Get over here, Sleepy.
What's that?
What's this, Democrats versus Republicans?
It can be. Spin cycle.
I'm not teaming up with Donnie. I'll probably get indicted.
Fine. Spin cycle. Have a spike ball.
Return to sender.
Ah!
It still got me.
You be choosing the most gimmicky characters, Donnie.
Shut your PK firehead ass up. Spike ball.
Damn it!
How's that taste, Obama?
Get over here!
No! Stupid fucking recovery.
Nobody was even near you, Georgie. How did you manage that?
I don't know, man. How do you manage to trip over air?
He falls asleep mid-stride.
A little partisan dueling, huh, Joe?
Sorry, man. Only one can bring home the W, and you're not that guy.
I'm him, spike ball.
Are those the sounds you make for Jill?
No, they're the sounds I made for your mother before she croaked.
Ah, how's that kick feel, Donnie?
Fuck off. You probably learned that from Michelle.
She's probably better at this game than you.
That's a load of shit. But she's for sure better than George.
Haha. Got him, Donnie?
A really good one. I got another one for you.
Fuck!
Let's go. Look who's up a stock, you filthy Republicans.
Not for long.
Shut your mouth. I'm gonna go sicko mode. Uh-oh.
You were saying?
Fuck you, Captain Cunt.
Last stock Larry over here.
Shut up and kill the Dims.
Good luck with that. You can only hit Donnie, and he's the size of a barn door.
Your mother.
Obama loves spike balls.
Fuck off, Penguin. Your character is trash.
Wow!
What was that, Barry? Talking all that shit. Get absolutely nuked.
I got distracted, and I was at 130. Who cares?
Joe hasn't died yet. We should all be ashamed.
What the fuck, Donnie? It's my last stock.
My bad, bro. This ass is indiscriminate.
Then why are you targeting me, asshole?
Maybe a public endorsement would make this dumpy more forgiving. Ah, fuck!
How can you not recover with DDD?
I tried to B, but it didn't come out. I need a new controller.
This dude always has an excuse. Fucking fat moron.
Did you take your meds, Sleepy?
No way, bro. Gotta keep these reflexes fine-tuned.
Back off, Bush. You're about to have an early exit.
I fight until the end, liberal pansy.
Get him, George. These Democrats have zero skill. No! Oh, thank God!
Barry almost killed you at 20%.
Oh my fucking lord.
Nice SD, chump. Take a seat.
I'm just getting the rust off, Sleepy. I'll be back next game to body you.
Here we go, Barack. Catch him.
Just missed.
Get MLG spot dodge, you teaming pieces of shit.
Fine, we'll stop.
That was like an anime or some shit.
Fuck off, George. How's that W treating you?
Keep spamming Falcon Punch Obama. I'm sure it'll hit one of these times.
It's all mind games, Donnie. I'm in your head now.
Oh, please, you really think you can get in my head? I am mentally unshakable.
What was that, Donnie?
I heard you saying something about not getting hit before you got vibe checked.
Still teaming, not fair? Fucking rigged.
I was aiming for Barack that time. Not my fault your ass has its own zip code.
Just kill him, Donnie.
Don't mind if I do.
No.
No. I can't believe you would turn on Barack.
Don't need him. All he does is spam Falcon Punch anyway. Fucking shitballs.
Maybe keep my name out your mouth next time.
You fucked up, Barry. Here come the combos.
Get away from me.
I'll fucking burn you.
Jesus Christ, Joe thinks it's the 60s again. Spike ball.
Fuck! What do you think, Barack, me or you?
We have to take out the orange-tinted trash first.
I can still easily win this, you filthy fucking casuals.
Yeah, right. And I'm married to Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
That's unlucky.
Pretty even now. Besides Don.
Just kill Captain Spikeball already.
I'm trying.
That reminds me, Spike ball,
Not this time, Donnie. Get some.
I'm still alive.
Oh, shit. I just barely blocked that.
Come at me, bro.
Heads up, Spike ball.
Oh, fuck no, shit, fucking cock turtles.
What the fuck happened there, Barack?
I was watching the Spikeball and it fucking, I don't know, I SD'd, kissed my ass.
If you really want to give me credit, that's fine. I know my skill is devastating.
Enjoy that while you can, because I'm gonna...
Stop messing around, Joe.
Spike ball.
God, can you please chill with the Gordo spam?
Sure, can you please chill with the indictments?
No.
Well then, Spike ball.
Got him.
Wow, very impressive, Joe. Spike ball.
Holy mackerel, are you going to use the same 3 moves the whole time?
I'd use one move if it always worked against you, Sleepy. Spike ball.
Nope, come here.
Spike ball.
Will you fucking stop it?
He's tilted. He's gonna choke.
Just hit him once, Joe. Once.
Chill.
Spike ball.
Stop it,
Fine, I'll stop. Spike ball.
you gutless pig.
Give me a hug.
No,
Somebody hit somebody.
If you let Don win, we will never hear the end of it.
I got it.
Spike ball.
You dirty bird.
Look out.
Miss me with that, fool.
Spike ball.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
That ship has sailed.
Malarkey.
Huge comeback. Who the fuck is better than me?
Literally anyone who can play without spamming a single fucking attack.
What was that? I can't seem to hear you over this W.
Pretty clutch, Donnie.
Yeah. See me in game 2, spammer.
What he said.
Okay, losers, who you got for game 2?
Just don't pick the fucking penguin this time.
No problem. I'm gonna have some fun with Sonic.
You will never be quenched.
People have this weird thing with Sonic nowadays. What the fuck is that all about?
I'm going with my old pal, Jigglypuff.
Not surprising. I think maining Jigglypuff, since it came out manifested narcolepsy or something in your brain.
You're really going Roy again, George?
Be scared.
I'm gonna go Tommy Fury.
God, I was so happy when he beat Jake Paul.
Too bad little Mac has the worst recovery in the game and he sucks balls.
We'll see about that.
Good luck, gents.
I don't need luck, I am speed.
No more spike balls, Donnie.
Bitch, I am the spike ball. On me already, George?
I seem to remember how you targeted me on my last stock.
I have no regrets. Now spin to win!
Dude, I swear, if you yell all your attacks like last round, I'll come up with another 31 charges.
Fine, sheesh.
Yeah, that's right, Donnie. You don't want none of this.
I'm just waiting for you to die on your own a couple times with your 0 vertical. I'm kicking your asses, by the way.
Oh my God, shut up.
Horse piss, not again.
Seriously, George?
Bruh, the match just started.
I'll quote you by saying ISD'd, kiss my ass.
Don't leave me hanging with the libs again. They don't play fair.
You won through equally unfair means.
You gotta fight dirty when the opposition is doing so. You started it.
Ain't nobody started shit but you.
Got him.
Shit, fuck you, redneck Roy.
More where that came from.
No!
Feeling sleepy, Donnie?
Thank God I didn't die to a Joe nap.
Just wait till the second sleep.
Oh, tits!
Don't worry, Joe. I put him to bed for you.
Then allow me to help you with Bush here.
I swear it's like a free-for-all versus Joe and Barack.
That doesn't seem to matter when you're taking headers off the map.
Touche.
Catch these hands.
I'm getting swifty. Eat my dust, Joe.
And don't forget I'm a swirling ball of death, too.
Cuz, what the fuck?
Off target, Joe?
All will feel my wrath.
Wow, Joe, terrifying.
I fucking hate Sonic.
Haha! You don't hate him more than Joe does right now.
Facts.
Where are you going, Barack?
Fuck off me, corkscrew motherfucker. You too, Joe.
Hey man, every furry pink balloon for himself.
How the fuck has Obama stayed on the stage for this long?
Pure skill. Shit.
Nice one, George. But you have become a threat.
Fuck off, Don. Joe has 3 stocks left.
Joe will get his, don't you worry.
Yeah, you wish.
Quit all this charging up, Obama.
Don't worry about me, Bush. Fuck.
I'll save you.
Hell yeah, Joe.
And don't you ever fuck with my brother of another color again.
It fucking hurts to go down to Joe.
I'm sure you'll get used to it.
Can somebody kill this 3-stock balloon?
I'll just get Obama out of here first.
You and that stupid Roy up smash.
Whoop-de-doo, it's in his kit.
Doesn't mean you should abuse it, like Don and his spinning combo.
I'll show you abuse. Shit!
Nice SD, Donnie.
Sometimes it's hard to control the speed.
Finally, I got Joe.
Joe Mama's pussy.
It's incredible how easy it is to tilt you. I can't wait to debate again.
Stay out of jail and we'll find out.
Go fuck yourself. I'm getting new lawyers, and I'm going to kick your ass in court just like I am in this game.
Don't act like they didn't drop you because everyone around you gets indicted.
It's completely ridiculous. I'm pretty sure even my Uber Eats delivery drivers are getting probed by the FBI.
You eat way too much, by the way.
Thanks, buddy. Your brain doesn't fucking work, by the way.
Works enough for me to beat you in this game.
Who wants to get knocked the fuck out?
Not me, deuces.
Don, you're always blowing up my spot. Don't you want Sleepy dead?
Yeah, but I want to kill him.
Just let me kill Barack. He's almost done.
Your bum ass is almost done too.
Come at me then.
Shit.
Feeling the heat, Barack?
I was born in Hawaii. I can take the heat.
Uh-oh, George.
No.
Sorry, Barack. I'll bring home this W for you.
Yeah, right. I'll take both your stocks, Sleepy. You want some too, Don? You've been playing like a pussy since you SD'd.
Mind your business.
Well, you can't seem to mind yours.
What happened to teaming isn't fair?
It's completely fair to bully Joe. He's still up a stock.
Good night, Don. What are you doing? I had him.
And I got free damage off on both of you. Win-win.
Thanks, George.
Couple of dick twisters.
Just die already. Only in the game, though, I'd hate to have a year of Kamala.
I'm doing my best.
Not good enough.
You haven't got me yet.
Shit, fuck, Cox. Ivanka.
Just hit him, Joe.
I'm trying, but I'm actively fighting the urge to take a nap.
Give in, Joe. You're getting very sleepy.
Nice try.
No!
Come here.
No. Holy shit, I thought for sure I was gonna die there.
Good try, my turn.
What a good try. Let me sing you a song.
Ah, okay, we good.
You will be prosecuted.
Go bother George or sing another song.
I'll sing plenty of songs when you're done.
Fuck, George, you really want Sleepy to win?
Don't even start. I tried this earlier and you didn't bite.
Well, now he's starting to scare me.
Don't think you can sneak up on me while I'm killing Joe.
Oh, God damn it. How did Don not get killed there, too?
Something to do with speed, and not the kind that Hunter likes.
Well, that's no fun. George, bring that ass here.
Countered. No, fuck. Why Donnie? Why?
Just me and you again, Joe.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Especially with a huge lead, don't let him come back again.
I feel betrayed, so I kind of want Joe to win this one.
That's fine. I'm used to all the politicians wishing I would die.
Get out of here with your blue balls.
You gotta be quicker than that. What you singing about, Joe? Your inevitable doom?
He's comboing the shit out of you.
What's the matter, Joe? Stuck in the skill gap?
No, I actually think my problem is that I'm stuck in your mom's pussy.
Nice try, but I don't get tilted like you through the little trash talk.
Oh my God, can you stop running away and fight me, man to puff?
You're just trying to get me to stay still so you can give me the itis.
Hitting you with the sleep does give me joy, ever since you got everyone to call me Sleepy. What's your plan here?
So close.
You done with your little song?
I'll be done with you in a minute.
Not if you can't touch me.
Is Donnie really coming back again?
Are you really surprised?
Just annoyed, really.
Sheesh, don't count me out yet.
You're right, Joe. You got this.
Stop lying to the old man.
Not looking good, bro.
Shit.
Wake up, Sleepy. I'm not winning like that.
Rare Trump W. Too bad you lose the game for that.
I'm not scared of you. You're a singing testicle, for Christ's sake.
Just wait till I get my hands on you. I'll rip you to shreds.
You ain't never gonna catch me. You done with your little sleepy songs?
Can you do me a favor and stay still so I can hit you? Thanks, I guess.
Never let them know your next move.
Yeah. Suck it, Donnie.
Fuck you. How does Jigglypuff's roll go through Sonic's?
Because I'm better than you.
Good game, Joe.
Thanks, bro. Better luck next time.
Is that it? I was just getting started with Roy.
It'll have to be next time. That's all for today.
Comment and subscribe if you enjoyed watching us play Smash and want to see us play again in the future.
You should also comment that Joe sucks at the game so he feels bad.
Salty loser. Bye, guys.
All right, Obama, you knob twister, I'm gonna show you a real Pokemon champion.
Donnie, you've never seen a Pokemon game like this. Randomizer Nuzlocks are notoriously difficult. Also, my house rules for the randomizer make for an even more difficult challenge.
Are you telling me you rigged this to make me lose? God, this is the election all over again.
Nah, man. I've just added a couple rules to the widely accepted standard of randomizer Nuzlocke to spice things up.
Please go over all the rules in fine detail so you can't just sneak a thing or two in like you Democrats do in every single bill you draw up.
I'll do anything to make you stop whining. The rules of the Nuzlocke are simple. You can only catch the first encounter in each area. You must name your Pokemon, and they are considered dead if they faint in battle. Randomized means that all the wild, trainer, and starter Pokemon are completely random, as well as move sets, abilities, TMs, and field items. The addition I've made is that all moves' power and accuracy has been randomized also.
Like it matters. I'm like Lance with the Pokemon, man. I'll beat your little challenge, like I'll flame your boy, Sleepy, in the upcoming election.
Your confidence is high. Clearly, you've never done one of these before.
Hey, folks. Holy Lapunny thighs. Are we playing Pokemon?
Just in time, Sleepy. I was just naming you my rival.
Yeah, bro, Trump says he can beat a randomizer Nuzlocke on his first try.
Did you let him know that he's an idiot?
Joe, I'm right here.
Oh, you're a fucking idiot.
Shut up, Joe. You'll be the idiot when I become Pokemon champion.
You'll never get to my goddess, Queen Cynthia. And even if you did, she would destroy you with her oosey-goosey garchoosie.
You know for a fact I'll be putting my Trump Tower down her victory road.
You guys are scum of the earth.
I can't hear you over the sound of my epic journey beginning.
Why is this shit glitching so much?
It's at 4x speed, Joe. I'm not waiting around for text and cutscenes from a 20-year-old game.
But what about my tunes?
We can have music in the background of the video, and you can always play music on your own. I'm bumping Nas almost the entire time I talk with you two animals to keep me sane.
Okay, let me see this dank starter.
Don't be surprised if you get something that sucks.
How the hell can you tell what's going on? You're like the pig from Toy Story 2 that flips through the channels faster than the speed of light.
You should probably know the story already, considering how many times you've played this game.
Don't blame him, bro. Dementia only allows his brain about 2 gigabytes of memory. And most of it is filled with porn.
I can't wait till you lose this game.
Not gonna happen. I'm a goddamn legend. Do I love Pokemon? No.
What are you doing? He'll never give you a Pokemon now. Game over.
You're right, Joe. I've got to fess up and give my true answer.
It's not game over. It'll just ask him over and over again. He's just fucking around.
All right, I'm done. I actually want to see these starters.
Good, that was annoying. Bro, you just did it again.
Just making sure you're awake, Joe. Let's see some Pokemon.
Watch you get Magikarp, Rattata, and Smeargle.
No matter what they are, it's gonna be completely random whether or not. The Mon is good, based on the stats and moves.
Here comes Dawn. Good luck, Donnie. You're gonna need it.
I think he's gonna learn pretty quickly why this is such a difficult challenge.
For once, I appreciate it, Joe.
No problem. Although I am rooting for my guy to kill you.
Why do you think I chose you as my rival? It's because I want to kick your ass like 6 times in this game.
Okay, Don, let's see who you get.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Who is it? Lugia! Holy shit!
What? No way.
Oh my God. You cannot be serious.
Lugia solos this whole game. You may as well hand me the badges and give me Cynthia's number.
You didn't even look at the others?
Didn't need to. I have what I need.
You're so goddamn lucky, Don. I never get legendary starters.
Too bad you gotta face me and lose, you fat loser.
Joe, I literally have a god. Your Bidoof or whatever won't stop me.
Let's see.
What do we got? A Walrein! Donnie, you're screwed.
Oh, shite. This is actually tough, but we should push through.
What are the moves?
Oh, God. Just air cutter.
You're so dead.
We got this, Lugia.
Not much. Now Icy Wind.
I love this game.
No, I missed.
1 HP, Donnie.
Please hit, please hit, please hit. Yes. No!
How's that taste, Donnie? Joey wins again.
Suck a fat one, Joe.
Better luck next time, chump. Not like you'll get a Lugia again.
He's actually not done yet, Joe. The challenge doesn't begin until he gets Pokeballs.
Oh, sweet. I can grind this Lugia up and still become the champion.
Oh, well, at least it's a great start for me and my Walrein. I'll name it the Prosecutor.
All right, let's actually see this Lugia.
Pretty good stats, and anger point is pretty good. It's just as angry as you.
Stats are fine, ability is mid. That defense is a bit scary, though.
All I see is pure speed and destructive power.
Let's see Air Cutter. 65 power, 70 accuracy on a high crit. Pretty mid, but livable.
I gotta get a better move soon. Misses could be the death of me.
Still pretty solid if you can get another good cap or two.
Let's see if I can make that happen. Christ, that was a long cut scene, even at 4x speed.
First encounter, Donnie. What do we have?
I can't catch this one, Joe. I don't have balls yet.
You can say that again.
Hey, look, it's the guy who killed Epstein.
Hilarious, Don.
Air-bending slice.
Die trash.
These games are really fun, though. We should do a lot more of them on this channel for sure.
Y'all just see me get through the rest of that grass? It was easier than hopping the border nowadays.
Stop politicizing everything. It's not campaign season yet.
I know you're probably not looking forward to it.
It does make me kind of sleepy just thinking about it, but I'm confident America will make the right choice.
What are you going to name this Lugia, Don?
I think I'll name it after my old ride, Air Force One, the most unstoppable thing in the air.
Yeah, I don't really use it anymore. Not after I almost fell down and died on the thing. Great naps on those rides, though.
I'm sure we could install one of those chair lifts for seniors.
I'm not doing this Pokédex, old man.
Donnie, are you actually trolling right now?
If anyone's trolling, it's Nintendo for putting yes or no options that aren't even really actual choices.
Just take the Pokédex and leave this man to his business.
No.
Are you fucking serious right now? Play the game.
Okay, fine. Boring. Skip. Let me start this Nuzlocke, please.
That's a TM, bro. They are also randomized, so let's see what you got.
I will after this annoying Karen explains the entire world to me. I did press no information needed at the beginning of the game. I don't know why I need to go through all this.
This is a game originally made for children. I think you can mash a button for 30 seconds on super speed mode.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Boring. Yawn. What's this TM? Lucky Chant. Trash.
Unlucky chant.
Selling it immediately.
There's actually an item down south if you wanted to grab that.
Thanks, Obama. It's almost like you want me to win or something.
Uh-oh, that's a ball. The Nuzlocke has begun, and you still need to get through Route 1 with only a single Pokeball.
I knew you were trying to sabotage me this whole time.
There you go again, blaming everything on everyone else.
Shut up, Joe. I'm gonna smack you in the next rival battle.
You stand no chance against the prosecutor.
All right, let's see how secured the border is this time.
No way you get through this without an encounter.
Just got to take it slow. Don't draw any attention. Almost, and we make it through.
Well done.
What about this grass?
I'm just gonna pick my angle of attack here. And fuck. Psyduck.
See if you can catch it. It might actually be good.
Well, I'm definitely not going to catch it in one ball without damaging it. So let's see if he can. Nope.
I probably would have just chucked the ball.
Sure, you can chuck as many balls as you want when it's your playthrough. Okay, I've got my balls now. Let's buy some more. I have a couple of encounters to get some new party members.
You might want to get some healing too.
Yeah, just a little. I'll need to do the 10 regular for 1 premier deal, plus a few more. But I'll grab a couple more potions too.
Pretty good.
Always grab an antidote.
Fine, I'll grab an antidote just for you, Joe.
It's common sense. You should grab it anyway.
Okay, let's get Air Force One a level before going to the lake for this next encounter.
What do we have? Another unknown? What's that, a Q?
Who cares? It's gonna die.
Not if you keep missing.
There you go.
All right, one more should do.
Oh, nice. A Gallade.
Perfect for XP right now.
Unless you can't hit it.
Similar to your wife.
Gotcha! At least I want to bang my wife. You don't have sex with Jill because you don't want to. You'd rather sniff a barista to get off.
Okay, let's see if you can actually pick up another party member.
He'll definitely screw this up, too.
Let's see. Matang!
Oh, my God. How are you getting so lucky?
Careful, Donnie. High catch rate on these guys.
You're right. I probably need to get some damage on him.
No way. Just chuck balls.
Don't tell me what to do, Sleepy. You've probably never even won one of these things.
Wow, he actually tanked it.
Of course he did. It's a steel type, Joe.
I can never remember all the type interactions.
Why don't you have one of your aides get you a flashcard? All right, Matang, you will join this administration.
Should be a pretty easy cap.
With these two on my team, I'll be unstoppable.
Smug prick.
Come on, come on!
Rock slide. Watch out, Donnie.
He actually tanked it pretty well. Yeah, baby! Pseudo-legendary boss!
Good cap, Don. Too bad you'll never get it to Metagross.
What are you going to name this one, Don?
I've got the perfect name for it. Obama.
That's awesome, Donnie. I really appreciate it. Why are you naming the Metang after me?
Well, it reminds me of a drone, and then that gets me thinking about all the times you drone strike motherfuckers that were just chilling in their houses.
I no longer appreciate it, but he's got an item for you.
Obamacare coming in clutch once again.
Figures it's only a berry. Thanks, Obama.
Maybe you should give that a try instead of a Big Mac.
Wow, this thing actually has gluttony. It procs off the berry.
We should have named it after you.
This thing's actually pretty good. Not like Metang would be bad, but this thing is really tanky and has okay attack too.
He'll do just fine around here.
Show me them moves.
Let's see here. We know about the rock slide. He's got Luster Purge, Guard Swap is whatever, and Psycho Boost. Luster Purge at 50 power, 100 accuracy, may reduce special defenses pretty fine. Rock Slide is a little worse than usual. Psycho Boost is pretty unusable because it lowers your special attack. These two moves aren't bad, though. We got some coverage now.
You're in a good position here, Donnie.
Right. Let's see if you can get the next cap to put you over the top.
For sure. Let's get Obama a couple levels, though.
That would be wise.
Don't get caught lacking done. The pressure is on now that the odds are in your favor.
Oh, yeah. I'm starting to feel the heat. This is a particularly threatening ladybug.
Just you wait until the gym battle, where the ace is some beefed up legendary with huge power.
He's right, Trump. I've had whole teams of starters and legends wiped out by one single Pokemon that has a broken move or ability through RNG.
You said this was hard. All I'm finding is ducks with perpetual migraines.
You do have a really good start. But I've had even better starts and still ended in tragedy.
Nothing was worse than my Victory Road loss. It was by far the closest I've ever come to beating this challenge. One of the trainers had a Dialga with a cracked Dragon Breath and absolutely destroyed my Dragonite and Zapdos.
That was a tough one. Remember my W with the Levitate Arcanine?
I could never forget Airbud.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's like you guys went to Nam together.
You get surprisingly invested with all the Pokemon that you name.
Speaking of which, I got another cap ahead.
Still plenty of balls and heels. Let's see it.
Here we go. Okay, it's a Vulpix.
Cute, but trash.
Nah, man, a fire type that'll eventually be a Ninetales. She could join me in my quest. I'm switching out to Air Force One to avoid any kind of nuclear fire type move.
Damn. I was thinking it too. You might be better than I expected.
Maybe you two should do a versus Nuzlocke sometime. Let me know in the comments if you want it.
Pretty sure this thing only has false swipe.
It'll learn something better.
It'll still be mid at best.
Yeah, pretty tough to get a first stage to its last evolution in this type of environment.
It's like raising a kid in Detroit.
Why is this puppy harder to catch than the goddamn Metang?
She just doesn't like you like that. Take a hint.
It's always tough when you can't damage the Pokemon without killing it.
I'm spamming B. Shit!
Jeez, this is becoming not worth it.
Shut up, Joe. You'll see how powerful this Vulpix is. There we go.
She better be worth it for how much you threw at her.
What are you thinking for a name?
I think I'll name her Melania because she's my hot little fox and she took most of my balls.
You got that right. You used to be a fucking fiend.
All right, let's see what my beautiful Melania has in store for us.
Whoa, shell armor, she can't be crit.
Great stats. She's a winner.
Well, let's see the moves. or should I say move.
Yeah, true. She only has false swipe. And at 30 power and 85 accuracy? Pretty bad, bro.
I don't know who asked, but it certainly wasn't me. Now I'm going to go switch train her in Route 1 until she's viable.
Uh-oh, I'm getting sleepy.
Well, by all means, take a short nap while I grind some levels. Hey, look, guys, we got Ember.
Check it out.
I'm checking.
Oh, cool. It's like regular Ember plus 20 power.
She's all set, a viable and powerful member of the team.
I will admit, she's starting to look a lot better. You can even use the false swipe to catch Pokemon pretty easily.
I think it's time to test her out in her first real battle.
I bet she gets one shot.
That depends.
Whoa, Tropius boss fight. Melania can take it.
Wow, she ate that.
And the Oko to boot? I might have been wrong about her.
Wow, Sleepy decided to wake up? Shocking.
Yet you're still switch training her?
In case you forgot, which I understand often happens, Lunatone is a rock type and I'm not feeding my fire type into it.
Plus, the thing's pretty tough. It even gives Obama quite a challenge.
Not really. Obama walls the shit out of him, like you should have been doing during your term.
Whatever. Bob the Builder head ass.
It's my wall too, Don.
Just because you kept going with my brilliant idea doesn't make it yours too. Okay, let's finally start progressing in this journey. The team is strong and we're ready for some trainers.
Not just yet. Watch out, Donnie. It's a hentai monster.
Matchup's pretty unfavorable here. Let's run. Ah! Oh, okay, it's just guard swap.
You just scared the mud bomb out of me.
Put me in, coach. I'll beat the calamari out of this thing.
You're gonna have to, but it might take a while.
I win these wars of attrition. Remember, I am the only one here that served 2 terms.
That statement will age just about as well as Joe. Okay, now first battle.
Here we go, Trainer Joey.
He's not Joey. Even names are random.
Espeon, huh? I think Melania has this.
She does not have it.
Shut up, Joe. I have faith in my girl.
Oh my God, you got lucky again.
With the burn as well.
Hell yeah, Melania. That's my girl.
Don wants to fuck this little puppy?
You can go straight to hell. I guarantee you say smash on all the Pokemon.
Sounds like we need to do a Pokemon waifu tier.
No! Oh God, please, no!
What if we just rank the hot ones?
No!
What if it's just...
No.
And here I thought you were the fun president.
You guys are ruining my first battle.
We already know I take those.
At level 7 already, they grow up so fast.
Did I just see Melania learned another move?
Oh, really? I missed it. Let's see.
Okay, there's a couple jokes we could make here, but I think we're above that, right?
Melania's a dead starfish.
It's hysterical that you think that a foreign hoe wouldn't know her stuff.
You've been listening to Tate again, huh?
The Matrix is destroying the world. Ooh, a Sunkern.
Easy clap.
LOL. It used Rain Dance to survive the Ember.
Too bad it only bought him one more turn of existence.
This dude coming up is always the toughest on the route.
Kangaskhan should be good XP.
Facts, let's roast him.
You fat, you ugly, and your baby ugly.
I was saying, let's just hit him with a fire type move, but I guess I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Wow, Melania's looking pretty powerful now.
Yeah, we're full steam ahead. I'm just about ready to take on Alan Grant at the gym.
First, you got to get through this, Chad.
Oh yeah, I better watch out for this hermit crab. It might end my whole run.
Your luck won't last forever, Donnie.
You mispronounced skill. Fuck me. Not this thing again. No, not again. Why is this thing so fast?
How the hell did the Omastar not hydro pump you into oblivion?
Seems like it just has an awful moveset.
Who cares? Nothing can stop Obama raining sweet hellfire onto the population.
Please don't put it like that.
What's the matter, Obama? Civilian casualties finally catching up with you?
Eat shit and die. Nice max repel. Too bad it doesn't work on indictments.
Boom, roasted.
Oh my God, not this bitch again.
She's going to show you the school so you can take that ass to class.
Is that why you're already in there right now, finishing in the bottom 10%?
Watch out, Donnie. The FBI is after you, even in the Pokemon game.
Stop it, Barack. You're scaring him.
What scares me is when you randomly swap me for no goddamn reason other than your entertainment.
There I am.
Let's see this item first before I do anything for you.
Expert belt. Nothing wrong with that one.
That's okay. I guess it's something. I'll just give it to Obama to make him hit a little harder.
Give me my parcel.
Figures I have to deliver you a map. You're fucking lost just like in real life.
Well, now it's time for the real challenge, which is these 2 kids in the corner.
It's always those kids in the corner you got to watch out for.
I will not heed any of your warnings. They've been laughable at best so far. I'll take on baby Hitler right here, no problem.
What's he got? Motham? I guess Lugia takes this.
GG Mothra.
Are you not entertained?
Just keep getting cockier, Don. I'm sure that'll work out for you.
What about this girl? Any challenge?
What the hell? No legend or Dragonite or anything. You've had just about the easiest start to this game I've ever seen.
You're just jealous that I'm about to be the very best like no one ever was.
Here comes Ron Swanson. He'll exchange clowns for a watch.
Can you even find all 3 clowns, Don?
Well, I've got 2 sitting in my fucking Discord call, so it shouldn't be that hard.
I think if you head into the bathroom and look into the mirror, you'll find the last one.
You steal my wall in my election, and now you're trying to steal my jokes.
No way, Don. He put his own flair on that one. I didn't laugh, but I did exhale through my nose.
You hear that, Sleepy? You got a solid flare of the nostrils from Obama on that one. One for the books.
Do you know where the hidden item is? Oh, you actually do.
You think this is my first time around Jubilife City?
Another berry for Barack.
Too bad you have no good berries, like a citrus.
I'm sure I'll get some later on in the run.
Don't forget the old rod is to your left, plus some water for a cap.
Bro, okay, I did totally forget about the old rod. I appreciate it.
No worries. Happy fishing.
All right, time to get another insane cap.
Plus another item on the stock.
Let's see, a choice band. Hell yeah, that's an elite competitive item. Okay, give me a nibble.
Not even a nibble.
It's actually kind of hard at super speed.
You're telling me your old rod is hard at super speed? Is that what I'm hearing?
Be quiet, Joe. I'm trying to concentrate.
Well, now you're concentrating and you still suck balls.
It was the spot. Joe, I'll get one here.
Did you forget to tie on a hook?
Got one. What is it? What is it? Electivire.
Unfucking believable.
You don't have as many balls this time. It would be a tough cap.
Let's see how this goes. I'm going to give it one air cutter, which I hope he'll tank, and then I'm switching out.
Watch the spark. Okay.
All right, I'm switching back out to Obama for the tanking.
Took the spark quite well. I think it's time to start chucking balls.
Facts. Only got 10. That better be enough. Yeah!
First ball, this is just insane.
This game is easy.
Shut up. What are you naming this monster?
I think I'll go with Hillary because she folded so quickly and was so shocked when she lost to me in the election.
Very creative, Donnie. Let's see those stats, I guess. Honey Gather is a terrible ability.
Fits, though, since the Clintons are always getting money from somewhere.
Honey Gather is trash, but the stats are okay, especially the special attack and defense.
And the moves?
Let's see here. Discharge 55-85 Spark sucks. Thunder sucks. Charge Beam is pretty good.
Great move, great Pokemon.
Just call me Champion Trump from here on out.
You don't have a single badge yet.
He does have a cool watch, though.
What next, Donnie?
Well, of course, I'll be continuing my glorious adventure.
Wait, Donnie, what about the...
Ha! Here I am, Donnie boy.
Make no mistake, Joe, I'll get you this time. A bead drill? Yeah, easy clap.
Uh-oh.
You know, it's about to be an L.
Like my character just said, this isn't over yet.
Why the fuck do I keep missing?
Go, Barry Benson.
You literally can't hit him?
What?
Oh my God, he's clutching.
Is this really happening?
Die.
Ooh. Somebody call an ambulance, but not for me. Let's go, prosecutor.
All right, Obama, you can do this. You're a flying drone of death.
Too bad you don't have a steel move.
I guess Rock Slide will have to do. Oh, shit!
Haha, you are finished. Pack your fucking bags.
I'm so fucked here.
Maybe Luster Purge.
Not gonna do it.
Oh, my God,
Rip my Brobama.
Hillary, it's your time. Save us.
Underleveled.
It has fucking Volt Absorb.
Yeah!
Your luck has finally run out.
I can't switch. I literally have to let her die. I'm so fucked. Of course, Hillary's working with the prosecutor. This is all her revenge.
Who do you think hired him for the job?
Don't you miss.
Sorry, Don.
Melania, Hail Mary.
Heh, my guy's talking shit. Spin cycle. What happened, Champion Trump?
Fuck off, Joe.
Yep, that is generally how those go.
And if you enjoyed watching Donald eat shit in this game, like the video and comment what you want to see next.
Thank you all for 10K subs. See you in the next one. All right, Joe, let's see if you can win it all this time.
I'll definitely do a lot better than Donnie.
Shut up, Sleepy. My run was immaculate until I got cheated with a goddamn Volt Absorb wall rain.
The prosecutor was unbeatable. That was a dead run to begin with.
Well, now you have a chance to prove yourself better than me, huh? Too bad you don't have the mental fortitude to finish this game, just like how you wouldn't be able to finish a second term.
Still butthurt from your loss, huh?
I don't blame him. It was a rough one. Soul Silver is usually pretty tough, too.
I love this game, but it's a shame there's no glorious synthesis at the end.
Joe, what the hell? Why are you naming yourself after my daughter? You didn't even spell her name right. It's Ivanka with an A, not an O.
I spelled it Ivanka because she's got the honkas.
That's nice. Good luck on your run, moron. I'm sure you'll surprise us all.
I guess I'll take this boring intro time to thank you all for the support on the last video. We just had to make another one.
Hopefully it's a full run this time and not just a 20-minute fart like Donnie's run.
You best hope you win it all, because I'm waiting for the rebound, just like I am for the presidency.
I'll beat you easy, Donnie.
Bro, you might not even beat your own party. Rob Kennedy's gaining traction.
I'm not too worried. You know those Kennedys, they eventually find their way into a bullet one way or another.
Jesus fucking Christ, Joe.
All right, let's see these starters. Let's go. Big money, no whammies. Useless catfish, okay.
Sucks.
Flareon, sure.
Nice.
And a small order of wings, okay, not bad. If this was Vaporeon, I'd be all over it. Did you guys know that Vaporeon is the most sexually compatible Pokemon for...
Yes, Joe. We have all heard your creepy fucking rant more than once.
What do you think, Joe? I'd probably go Flareon.
Not a bad choice, although I'd probably pan-sear my cock off. But I think I'll go with Spicy McNuggets for the fighting coverage.
Now that's thinking ahead, Joe. Fighting types are definitely great in these runs.
Pretty good starter, Joe. What name do you have for this potential Blaziken?
Well, it's a female. And I only know one woman that can kick the living shit out of anyone. Let's welcome Michelle into the party.
Rah.
Whoa there, Sleepy. Treading on some racist ground with that one.
No way, bro. How is this racist? It's a compliment, if anything.
Well, you just referred to this Pokemon as fried chicken twice, and then named it after my wife in the same fucking breath. Beats me how it might come off as racial.
Not to worry, buddy. Lucky for you, I don't see race. Now let's check out your wife.
I can already tell this run is going to be insufferable. Great stats and pickup is an interesting ability in this challenge.
Speedy and balanced, pretty good. Let's see the moves.
Okay, Lava Plume is just Ember. Arm Thrust is pretty much the same. Will-O-Wisp pretty good. And Close Combat sucks. Pretty mid move set right now.
Bro, my starter had one move and it never fucking hit. This seems fine.
That's what I'm talking about, Donnie. This is like an A-tier Pokemon.
Maybe if it was actually Blaziken, but it's more of a B tier right now.
All right, Joe, get your shit in gear. Let's speed run this L.
In your dreams, let's start this journey.
Lucky for you, Heart Gold and Soul Silver have an easy start for Nuzlocks. It's a while until you get Pokeballs.
Of course you give Joe an easy start. You threw me right into the fires of Platinum.
The start might be easier, but Heart Gold and Soul Silver Nuzlocke are the longest of any game by far. Not only do you have to be the champion of the Johto region, you also have to be champion of Kanto, and then beat Red at the top of the mountain with level 80 Pokemon to win this one. That's double the badges and Elite Four over Platinum.
Did anyone see this punk just assault me? I'm definitely naming this dude Donnie.
That's cute, Joe. Of course, I'm glad you'll be naming your rival after me. I want as many chances to end your run as possible.
I've only completed one Soul Silver Nuzlocke, and I won it with one Pokemon left against Red.
I don't remember who asked.
Ah, shucks, it's a squirrel. Smash it, Michelle.
Watch out, Joe. That squirrel is rather tanky.
Boy, it really shows that you've only done one of these. That could have easily been a huge power squirrel with Thunder Punch over 100 power.
Yeah, Donnie, trust me, the second you start sleeping on Pokemon is when they'll end your whole run.
I'll try to remember that for my next run, but this is Sleepy's run. And if he dies to a squirrel, that means he's bitch made.
No need to worry, Donnie. Michelle solos everything but Vaporeon.
Now I know how you're gonna lose. You'll probably be dreaming of low punny thighs while spamming and get absolutely shit mixed.
Donnie, you can keep my balls in your mouth, but get my name out of it.
Damn, Donnie, he just popped a verbal gritty on your bitch ass.
It was good, but he probably got that off TikTok.
I'm straight spitting off the top, my dude. Hey, look, it's the nice old man that gives us some running shoes. What a nice old man.
Sus as fuck.
This is why children shouldn't be walking around the region, not one route from home, and we're ambushed by a foot fetish pedophile.
What? No way. This nice old man is just a nice old man that's showing us all around town by force. And he brings us to his house where I take my shoes off and I try on new shoes for him and...
Think about it.
Stranger danger.
I think I might know what you guys are talking about now.
I can't believe you didn't see through this guy. I thought game recognized game.
I will admit, Leaf is pretty sniffable.
That's Lyra.
Really, Barack? That's where you're gonna correct him?
You're not my fucking dad's.
The dude even gives you a map! Like the acronym, I guess we found Sleepy in this game.
Fuck off, Donnie. I know right where your fat ass is. Blocking a whole route later on in the game, you Snorlax.
Got him.
Oh, fuck.
Hypno Toad could end your run.
He doesn't have balls yet, Donnie. He's safe for now.
And I got away with it.
I wonder how many times you've said that in your life.
I'm going to avoid the item for fear that I'll start the Nuzlocke early, like dumbass over here.
Pretty smart, I guess.
I assumed you're already doing that because you missed an item before this L+ ratio.
Plus another pedophile. This time he's in the woods.
The amount of cops in this area compared to the amount of diddlers is horrifying. They must have been defunded a while ago. Democrats are probably running Johto.
Yeah, we're kind of done with that stuff. It wasn't the vibe.
That's understandable. Out of control crime rates isn't my vibe either.
Hey, look, guys, it's an item. Moonstone? More like ass stone.
Bro, you literally said you weren't going to pick up any items like 5 seconds ago.
I guess we found the extent of his memory.
You're going to find the extent of my shaft in a minute.
Polyrath and then Manaphy on the same route? This could be a tough cap.
Ah! Holy shit, Michelle ate that like a whole grain school lunch.
Brian must be trash.
Probably right, Donnie. It could be a good cap.
Speaking of Donnie, look who I found.
You're so funny, man. Peak comedy.
What are you doing, bro? Snorlax is great XP.
I just don't want to be too over-leveled when I kick Donnie's ass.
Honorable yet stupid.
I hope that's how people will remember me when I croak.
Oh, I'm sure everyone will be kind enough to look beyond the speech impediment and slip and falls.
I think both of you will be remembered for the reason why a two-party system fucking blows.
At least I won't be remembered as the president who didn't inhale and cries like a bitch on live TV.
Bro, if you can't cry after a school shooting, then when can you cry?
Hey guys, I found a berry.
Nobody cares about your berry, Joe. It's not even a status berry or a citrus.
I didn't really give a fuck either. I just wanted to stop talking about school shootings, killing my vibe.
Rare Joe W.
Michelle picked something up for you.
Full heal. Obamacare is goated.
Damn, you gotta keep Michelle alive.
Don't worry, Barack. I'll take good care of her.
I'm not emotionally invested in the combustion. Let's see this rival battle.
Good luck, Joe. Just kidding. I hope you lose.
What's he got? It's the Flareon. Nice.
Barring some weird ground or rock move coverage, we should be good here.
Air slash! Shit, I thought it would do more.
My butthole did clench slightly there, but we can out-heal. Fuck! Bind is broken.
Hell yeah! My revenge has begun!
No out-healing this.
You're fired!
No.
It's okay, Joe. Just go get your balls.
It's not okay, Joe. You picked the wrong Pokemon. I'm gonna name it Rudy Giuliani because he put you in such a legal bind that you're ruined.
That is until after he was confirmed as a sexual predator.
Of course, you choose him as your starter.
Gotta fight fire with fire!
Yikes.
I'll get you, Donnie, and your little dog, too.
Rudy's just gonna get better every time. I hope he keeps bind.
He does seem pretty good. I did say to pick him.
Don't worry, Barack. Have faith in Michelle.
Holy tits, this is a long intro. Get this run started so I can play again.
Now, I can see why you're friends with Putin. You've been rushing me this whole video.
There he goes again.
I might as well sit back and roll a fat doobie. This game is a crawl with Joe behind the wheel.
Did you get my care package, Donnie?
Yes, Joe, I'm smoking on it right now. You better not have poisoned it or some shit.
What did you give him, Joe?
I thought it'd be funny to send him an ounce of orange kush.
Well, that was nice, Joe. What prompted that kindness?
I just felt bad after the last couple of times I swatted him, and for the pranks at the DA office, and when I superglued his ass to the shitter last week.
That was fucking you. How in God's hairy nutsack did you get into my house?
We flew a drone through an open window and squirted some glue on the toilet seat.
Diabolical.
I should be mad since I still have a chunk missing from my bare ass, but this weed is awesome. And I did get a good chuckle when I read the label.
Hell yeah, I'm toking on Planet of the Grapes myself. It's time to finally begin this Nuzlocke.
Route 1 is pretty tough with only 5 balls.
Michelle has nothing for us, so let's head on in.
Everything on Route 1 sucks, so you might actually get the cap.
Let's see this catching tutorial. Sometimes it's pretty memes.
It's Flaffy. He's not gonna kill it.
Oh well, maybe next time.
I hope I can get into a Flaffy right now. Ampharos is a Chad.
You'll have plenty of shots and a better position when you get Pokeballs at the market, so try to get through the grass untouched.
Not gonna happen.
For once I agree with Dawn, it's a long way. Oh, let's see.
Shit, Tier.
God damn it.
Catch him for the possible item at least.
Yeah, I will. And what if he's huge power?
Still shit.
Nice job with the Willow, should be easy.
I'm not much of a cat guy, but I'll take it. Shit. Third shake too.
Give it another.
Gotcha.
Good job, Joe. What's the name?
I think I'm going to go with Bernie because he's not super viable and wants to throw money away to random college students.
I guess that fits. I'm also willing to bet that he has cats. Just seems like that kind of guy.
It fits that he has Blaze. Bernie is the biggest stoner of all time.
This thing sucks. Let's see the moves.
Shit, this thing does suck.
Quite a work in progress if you decide to invest in him.
Just ask all his donors.
Okay, well that's enough of this route. Let's get the item. Rock incense, I've smelled rocks before. It's nothing special.
That's actually really good, Joe. The item is fine. Boosts rock-type moves, but it's the perfect item right now to sell at the store for 5,000 Poké Dollars. Great for early game.
I wish I got this Starmie for my cap.
Don't worry, Joe. You're gonna have tons of balls and a bunch of places to catch Pokemon in this early game coming up.
No worries, guys. Michelle can always carry with her gargantuan shoulders.
My wife can bench me while your wife has benched you, we are not the same.
Time for me to get 5,000 balls and fill up my team.
I'm pretty sure you meant for that to sound off.
Make sure to hit up the other route back there before moving on.
Almost forgot, thanks, Obama.
I bet it's another shit tier. How are you getting so lost? You've been through this route like 8 times.
I'm still getting used to this 4-time speed shit. It's the first time I've ever used it.
Okay, let's see this cap.
Come on, come on. Give me something. Okay, this is good. We can take mini hentai monster.
Water poison, good to add to the team.
Let's try another willow.
Don't die to the squid.
Good thing it's got brine, just be careful.
Get in the ball. Shit. Good thing Michelle walls this thing.
Just keep chucking.
Hell yeah, good diversity hire.
What are you gonna name this squid?
I think I'll go with Nancy.
Why? Because she's toxic and spineless?
That too, but mostly because she's into hentai heavy. Even more than Samuel L. Jackson. I swear she's into shit that I even find unsettling.
Stats are pretty even. Skill Link is an extremely powerful ability if you can actually get a move that hits more than once.
Brine is just as bad as I thought. You better pray you get a better move on it soon.
She's a work in progress, but I'll take her.
We'll see if she's viable. Okay, Joey, you got a cap before your first trainer battles. Let's see what you can get into.
Can't be any worse than what you've got so far.
Here we go. Manaphy, oh shit, just a duck.
It's got 2 more evolutions. Give it a shot.
Gotta catch them all.
I swear, dude, this team is about as foldable as a lawn chair. Any trainer with a decent Pokémon should be able to wax that ass.
Yeah, anything that can beat Michelle is pretty much going to beat your whole team.
Still early. I still got a couple caps before the city.
You can't even catch this duck.
He's still in the green. I'll get him in yellow probably. Oh, there he is.
Got any ideas for the name?
I'm gonna name it Elon because it reminds me of that ugly fucking space truck he made.
You wouldn't catch me driving that hunk of junk.
All right, let's see if Elon is really as cool as all the Republicans say.
Ooh, he tanky. And Flame Body?
Holy shit. Flame Body is a broken ability for a tank.
If you can get him up to Porygon 2 or even Z, Elon could be the best member of your team.
Not much in the way of moves. Tackle's okay at 50 power, 100 accuracy.
He, like others on my team, is 1 move away from being great.
You're going to need a good special attacking move. Funny enough, Tri-Attack would be perfect here.
Well, before I take on my first trainer battles, I'm gonna go take a short nap while my aides grind some levels for me.
Figures, you better be well rested for this next route.
All right, guys, I'm back. What did I miss?
Pelosi got another move.
Wow, it's garbage.
She's officially trashed just like in real life.
I guess it's not worth any more taxpayer dollars to get her leveled up. Might look to better options.
Michelle and Elon should be able to get you through the first couple of battles at least.
I'm pretty confident in those two.
You're confident about a lot of stuff that you probably shouldn't be.
Pot calling the kettle black?
Or the Loponi calling the Gardevoir thick.
Wow, Joe. That reach was so far, Deoxys just cringed.
First battle, Joe. Good luck.
Get steamrolled, loser.
It's the first battle. Calm down. Holy fucking shitballs.
Uh-oh, Joe. Bad matchup.
Haha! You're fucking toast.
Shit. What do I do?
Nancy is double effective.
You're right. She can handle this.
Nancy can't beat the dinosaur.
Let's see. Pretty even you could win this.
Easy clap. Wait, why am I losing?
He just crit you.
Hydro cannon this bitch. Fuck.
Things are going well so far.
He's pretty low. End him.
Michelle, save us.
She's pretty tanky. You got this. Ooh, it's color change. That's why Nancy had trouble.
A color change conversion Bastiodon. This thing is freaky.
Elon can learn double team. Didn't know he was kinky.
You don't really need Endure.
True.
He's tanky, so double team could be really good.
And Michelle with fire spin too.
Well, what is it? 65-60? Trash!
I guess it's a little less trash than close combat right now.
I guess the trapping effect could be good.
We got through it, guys.
Bravo, you won your first battle. Now bury your dead.
Not a huge loss. We all knew Nancy wasn't contributing much.
As long as the core of the team is intact. A couple more battles until another cap.
All right, let's get this shmoney.
0 battles since last accident.
Gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Look, double yolk.
Reminds me of the breakfast draft we did. We should definitely do more drafts.
Maybe a sandwich one?
I'd be down for a sub-draft or tier list.
I'd be down for a Pokemon waifu team.
No!
Come on, Barack.
We aren't doing it. Stop asking. That includes you degenerates in the comments.
Get into the comments right now and ratio this man into oblivion.
There are better waifu tier lists.
Uh-oh, Arcanine.
It's level 2. Smack it or you're a bitch.
I'm smacking.
Nice. A couple more and he's done.
Elon's pretty good. He doesn't have a lot of good matchups right now, but he doesn't have a ton of bad ones either.
It helps that he's pretty over-leveled for this particular fight.
He's just a duck. It's better that he's a couple levels over until he evolves.
That's pussy shit. You're probably just gonna get your aides to level all your guys to 80 and sweep the entire game.
And no, never more than a couple levels past the ace of the next gym battle or boss fight. Remember, I made our first fight fair and you won.
If only that were true for the last election.
What's up with all the dino trainers on this route?
At least that Rampardos went down easy.
You made it to the next cap, Joe. Let's see what you get.
Probably a Rattata knowing his luck.
God, don't fail me again. Rhyhorn, awesome.
You're still in dire need of a Pokemon that's more evolved.
Well, if he can be successful with a bunch of first evolutions, then it'll only get easier as he goes on.
We got the burn off. Time to start chucking.
Rock and Ground should be a great addition to the squad.
It's still random. He might be trash. He's certainly not doing a whole lot to Michelle.
Yeah, but she's tanky and twice the level. Yes, spamming B does work.
Cool Cap, it's the first Pokemon ever designed.
The OG.
What do you think for the name?
Ted Cruz. Fat, angry, big nose.
Makes sense.
Me personally, I wouldn't take that kind of disrespect.
There was a literal roast where everyone got together and disrespected you.
I would never let that shit fly. Jeff Ross can catch these hands.
Okay, great stats, tanky and good attack. Tinted Lens is a pretty good ability for a rock ground type too.
Wow, and both of these moves are even better than they are in-game.
This thing could be really solid once it evolves once or twice.
I guess you do have a pretty good team behind you now. You got another cap up ahead if memory serves. That's just a couple more trainers until the next city.
Right on. Let's get the team healed and get the cave cap.
Good job taking your time, Joe. Make sure to keep this pace throughout the run. Getting caught running ahead is how most of these end.
Now that my team has some swagger, I don't expect I'll go down easily.
Please never attempt to use that word again.
I'll have to agree with Donnie here.
You better pipe down, Barack. I'd hate to snatch that black card from you.
You can't take a black card from a black man.
Half black.
Yes, I can. I did it to everyone who voted for Donnie.
It blew my fucking mind that that was an actual strategy in your campaign.
Great idea, Barack.
Oh, no.
That was your idea, Obama?
Okay, yes, but I was high as fuck and it was a joke. I didn't know they'd run with it.
Wow, I can't wait for this to get out and everyone to forgive you instantly because you're so smooth, goddamn you.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I found Ted Cruz's wife.
Just run and find another encounter, Joe. Duplicates don't count.
Okay, cool.
You're telling me the randomizer actually put bats in this cave?
Golbat's pretty good. I'll take it.
Should be an easy cap.
Whoa, Joe, what are you doing? Just will-o-wisp it?
I'll just get it down to red and then catch it easy.
Playing risky.
Shut up. Ain't nobody playing risky. Oh, shit.
Michelle almost died there.
You said you're gonna take good care of her.
I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me.
Catch this bat.
I'm chucking.
It's so broken that you have this many balls. Did Hunter get you some spending money from the Chinese?
Got it. So, Donnie, I sold the smelly rock for a load of money, remember?
What's the name on this lady bat?
I'm going to go with Hillary because she's a blood-sucking parasite. Also, Alex Jones thinks she's an actual vampire.
He thinks a lot of things.
What's wrong, Sleepy? Are you mad just because Hillary is out here questioning your age in interviews?
She's only like 4 years younger than me anyway.
Michelle found an item for you.
Super potion, that's huge for the first gym.
See, guys, looting isn't so bad.
What?
Let's see these stats.
Slow but pretty balanced and extremely deadly, just like the real person. Shield Dust is a broken ability.
Great, let's see the moves.
Quick attack, better than usual.
The rest of the moves are all around 50 power and 100 accuracy, not bad.
Pretty good coverage all around now.
This team just keeps getting better and better.
You still need something that's absolutely broken before feeling confident.
Hey, look, an item. Shoal salt.
Yeah, maybe call out some stuff that's more important next time, champ.
Gee, Donnie, I'll sure try.
Better heal before this next battle.
True that. We don't need any unnecessary loss before the gym.
Oh, that would just break my fucking heart.
You're just jealous that I'm actually going to get to the first gym while you got clapped after the second town.
Third town, thank you very much.
Okay, let's get Hillary some levels, switch training if necessary.
That thing is terrifying to have following you around.
I know, right? She could put a hit on you at any point, and you know for a fact nobody will ever get caught.
I was talking about Golbat. But yeah, I guess Hillary Clinton is pretty scary too.
That's a fucking understatement. She just one-tapped her first opponent.
Big whoop, this guy has all level 2s.
Perfect to get Hillary up to par with the rest of the team.
She can learn bounce.
How good is it? 80, 90? Not bad. I remember a time when I would have loved to see Hillary bounce that ass up and down.
Watch out, Heatran.
Oh, shiitake fried fuck.
Switch to Ted Cruz for the ground moves.
Oh, yeah, I got this. Oh, if I just misclicked. Live, Ted Cruz?
Burns gonna cut your attack. You might lose this. Whoa, I stand corrected. You got your first legendary kill. Good one.
He's got the Magmar, too. Easy money.
Now that he's level 5, he's got that.
There we go, boys. Another W.
Everything's coming together. I think that's it. You cleared the route.
Yeah, another shitberry? Come on.
I call them dingleberries.
Wonderful.
You made it to the city, Joe. Congrats.
Thanks, man, boy. All those W's have made me awfully sleepy. What do you say we end it off here and make these fine viewers wait for part 2?
Seems fair, Joe. You got a good start.
Be sure to subscribe and like the video to see me and the squad take on the temple in the first gym. Until next time, Uncle Joey signing off.
Peace out, homies.
What do you want to play now?
I don't even know, bro. There's nothing to fucking play anymore.
There's always a few good games.
No, there isn't. The amount of time I spend staring at my Steam library, contemplating one mediocre option or another, is frightening.
That's probably why I fall asleep on my keyboard so often.
Retro games are the only games that bring me joy beyond getting a W on a BR.
True, but even that gets boring, especially when you gotta carry Joe's geriatric ass.
You know for a fact I'm a killer in the streets and in the sheets.
Stay out of kids' beds, Joe.
Why can't we go back to the old days where you could pop Halo 3 into the old Xbox 360 and put on a custom game of Fat Kid with a full lobby of degenerates that had no filter whatsoever?
I've heard the most demonic, unholy rhetoric in those lobbies. All respect evacuated from every person in the lobby the first time the game was canceled by somebody pressing X at the very last second to cancel the countdown.
I'll admit I would try to press X at the very last possible time, pretty much always.
God, I miss those toxic lobbies. And of course, I miss Peak Halo. The franchise has died so tragically.
Want to do a Halo tier list?
That's a great idea, Joe. And you didn't even ask for a waifu list.
Cortana is a munch, though.
Are we counting everything 343 did to destroy their own reason for existing?
We will be ranking 343 Halo, yes.
If anyone at 343 is watching, fuck you.
Agreed. Okay, let's start with where it all began. Halo. Combat Evolved.
A great intro to this new and exciting series. I remember when this game came out like it was yesterday.
That's probably because this was before the dementia started kicking in.
Regardless, I still have precious memories of being blown away playing this game for the first time.
The campaign was awesome. It felt like they went above and beyond in every new mission.
The introduction of the Flood was done so well, it actually gave me the creeps, big time.
I was truly frightened seeing the Covenant massacred and expecting whatever was responsible to burst around a corner and kill me.
The atmosphere was unlike any game that came before. Each enemy had a unique role and style, which made fights extremely interesting.
The elites were tougher than Rosie O'Donnell's cankles. The campaign was great. No other modes to really speak of, though.
It was so long ago that multiplayer wasn't really as important as building the world.
Hey, dumbasses, there was multiplayer. It was a blast.
Yeah, but you had to be co-op or on System Link in the same network.
And I guess you didn't have too many friends. I got on the LAN with all of the boys and had days of fun on Blood Gulch.
Yeah, I bet you did. It's not like there was anything else to do in Delaware.
Hey, fam.
What's up, George?
Hey man, we are doing a Halo tier list. You want in?
Looks like I got in just in time. Still on Combat Evolved, huh?
Yeah, just started. What do you think?
I'll tell you what, it was only a couple months after 9/11 that this game hit the shelves, and it was unlike any other first-person shooters at that time. I was used to Resident Evil and Doom or Quake. Nothing had a feel like Halo.
Halo was there for this country when we really needed it.
I see you with these retro games, Bush.
I was always a gamer at heart. Too bad esports didn't exist back then, or I'd be bigger than the Ninja right now.
So where do we place Halo 1?
I'm biased, so I'll leave this one up to y'all.
I think we all are.
Well, I'm not going to say S tier right away. Sure, this was an S tier when it came out, but it does show its age a little bit. Not a lot of multiplayer modes or access.
Where the fuck are you putting it then? And choose your words carefully.
Don't worry, Joe. I'm simply saying it should be an A tier to leave room for the peak of the franchise.
I feel like that's fair.
I'm not totally agreeing, but that does feel right.
Very insightful, Donnie.
Okay, now the one and only Halo 2.
Okay, this might be one of the best video games of all time.
There's no argument against that.
I spent the better part of my presidency roasting kids online in this masterpiece.
George, they couldn't find you for weeks after Hurricane Katrina. Is this the explanation?
I was 100% trying to beat the game on Legendary with all skulls on during that time. Totally worth it.
The new weapons were awesome. The addition of the SMG made close encounters doable without a shotgun.
New enemy vehicles were insane, too. The Ghost and Banshee were instant classics, but the Wraith and Scarab were next level.
Don't forget the Halo 2 battle rifle. The best weapon in Halo history.
Facts. Also, dual wielding was fucking metal.
Of course, the additions were great, but the biggest strides made by Bungie were in the campaign and storytelling.
Being able to play as the Arbiter and understand his story gave us a whole another side of this universe. We began to understand him and the other poor souls in the Covenant.
The characters introduced in the Covenant story arc was peak.
The depth of their story made the stakes so much higher from the human perspective. It was easy to dismiss the enemies as fodder monsters, but this new perspective gave the enemies new life.
We should talk music. This soundtrack helped make Halo 2 the legend that it is.
Me and the boys used to go into the bathroom and sing the Halo voices.
True.
I'll be honest, giving the Covenant back their bomb was my favorite moment in video gaming history.
It was a fucking spiritual experience.
This entire story was biblical.
The way they even added character to the fucking Flood.
Remarkable.
He felt like talking to the devil, and it made sense that you could communicate with him considering he is a grave mind.
This story was so fucking good. We already know it's S tier.
It could be placed in S tier purely because of Sergeant Johnson.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
Big Dick Johnson is a fucking goat.
Okay, amazing. Now 3?
This is where Halo became a dynasty.
I was glad that I ended my second term and could finally ride off into the sunset, painting portraits and playing custom games with my fellow Americans. It was the happiest time in my life.
It was fucking hard to run a country and also get better than anyone else on the planet at this game, man. It took dedication.
You got so good with the sniper that I developed hatred for you as an individual.
I'll admit, it was hard to like someone that always hit a trick shot to win the 1v1.
Yeah, it was only when you were on my team that we became brothers.
True that, man. We would never have hung out if it weren't for this game. In many ways, it was the reason why you even became vice president in the first place.
These games were so great that they low-key shaped this country in more ways than you would expect.
You guys always made me fat kid in custom games.
Fucking classic.
That's fucking diabolical.
You did get pretty good at it, to be honest. You always got Joe first, at least.
No fair. I always used a shotgun, had to get down and dirty.
Not in that game type, Joe. But really, there was nothing like the hours spent on the multiplayer.
And the campaign was just as good as the last game.
Not having the elites was kind of depressing. It made combat so different without them.
It was still peak, though. Everything we lost in the elites was made up by vehicular manslaughter.
True that. Pulling up on some fools in a chopper was amazing.
The missions were incredible. Each level had its own atmosphere and a unique look that made the experience feel so lifelike.
Trying to get Cortana back the whole game was so flavor.
It was annoying that she kept popping up, to be honest. But fighting through the Flood Hive to save her was pretty fucking cool.
That level made me want to puke. It was awesome.
Dude, the Arbiter silencing the Prophet was the most satisfying thing ever.
Man, the ending Warthog run was the most chaotic drive ever. The music blasting as everything collapsed around you was a perfect climax to the campaign. Also, it was a shame that the GOAT Sergeant Johnson met his end to that fucking floating robot head, 343 Guilty Spark. It's almost like they knew 343 was going to kill everything we knew and loved.
Is there any objection for putting Halo 3 in S tier?
If there is, I have a surface-to-air missile that could make a visit to an address.
No need, Joe. I also feel like you were talking to me there.
I heard a comment that wasn't positive, and I almost sent it your way right then.
Put the military laptop away, Joe.
Oh, look who's talking.
Fuck off. All right, now the game that's kind of a DLC, but not really, Halo 3 ODST.
This shit fucking slaps tits.
My not at all guilty pleasure, my favorite of the whole franchise.
That's respectable.
I agree. The increased difficulty and lowered defenses of the ODSTs was great. It put the carnage we dished out to the Covenant as Master Chief in context.
The characters weren't bad.
No, and the story was cool. I loved the part with the engineer.
I blew that thing's fucking brains out on principle.
Do you have a fucking soul, Don?
It heals my enemies. It's an enemy.
You fucking bastard. They were innocent slaves.
Come the fuck on. You're going to sit here and say that's not okay when you all shot hundreds of thousands of grunts in their innocent little faces and screamed hooray when the confetti flew?
Damn, I was not prepared for that equivalency.
It's not the same. The grunts can defend themselves.
So you've never shot one that was running away after you slaughtered all his friends?
Well, you got to get to the next round somehow.
Firefight was the best of all game modes in Halo. I also shot every single engineer I've ever seen. Man up, pussies.
That was based as fuck, George. I got to respect it.
I don't disagree. Firefight was the most Chad mode ever.
I would go rounds with Barack for hours.
Don't say it like that. And you took all the fucking health packs in the first wave.
Get carried.
Still an S-tier game.
Enough said.
Very good. Now, the last Halo game made by Bungie, Halo Reach.
Now, this is my favorite.
The last true Halo.
It was everything: campaign, multiplayer, firefight, custom games, and an epic Forge world.
I spend hundreds of hours just fucking around on that map.
There isn't a spot where this game is lacking. It took everything we loved in the previous games and gave it pages of options for limitless experiences.
The campaign had the feels of a war movie, and it got more and more hopeless as you lost your friends.
The sacrifices of Noble Team had me tear up a couple times.
Each one of them had amazing sacrifices for the cause, except June, who actually survived, and everybody low-key didn't notice.
Kat's death was so sad.
It also gives tribute to all the times we went down to a fucking jackal sniper.
George was my favorite.
Thanks, Joe.
I meant the OP Spartan.
I was really good at this game. You are correct.
Fuck you, the one with the minigun.
That's my favorite weapon. How'd you know?
Stop it, George. You'll kill him.
Sorry, Joe.
Carter was a great leader. It was awesome to see how he dealt with an impossible situation as the perfect soldier.
Emil was metal as fuck.
Not to mention the elites were back and better than ever. Every species had its own hierarchy and special forces. This was peak PvE combat in Halo.
Best firefight ever, too.
We got to put it in S tier. Remember Reach?
All right, cool.
No, Barack, don't do it.
What, Donnie?
Don't put me through it again. Just let Halo die with Bungie.
Don, Bungie didn't die. They made Destiny.
Isn't he that dude that talks way too fast? I can't understand him at all, but I know he was mean to me.
No, Donald, it's another shooter. Pretty mid.
Oh, yeah, like I said, let it die with Halo.
No, Donnie, we got to cover the whole franchise. But we will start with something different. How did we like Halo Wars?
There we go. This game was big brain.
I never understood this game.
That's because you have no mind for military strategy. That's why pulling out of Afghanistan was a fucking disaster.
He's got a point, Joe.
Fuck you guys. It's not like George has a mind for it either.
Bitch, who the fuck you think you're talking to? You've got fucking nothing on Operation Desert Storm.
You were there based on a lie anyway.
It was for oil, numbnuts. If anything, you're proving my point.
Guys, can we get back to Halo?
Yeah, this game was pretty tight once I got into the swing of things.
The campaign was also pretty great.
Facts. Great story, great characters.
Too bad this game was lacking in game modes. It was pretty much just a campaign or playing sweats online.
But each battle was so unique that it made up for the lack of options.
Meh.
How would you rank it, Don?
I'd be at C tier, mid.
I'd be higher. I spent a lot of time on this game, and my Desert Storm Scorpion Blitz was unstoppable.
I can get down with that. Could we agree on B tier?
That's fine.
Great.
I don't know.
Okay, how about Halo Wars 2?
It brought a great villain into the story again, and I am very grateful for that. Atriox finally brought some balls back to Halo after years.
This campaign was fucking metal.
I watched the cutscenes on YouTube, and I gotta say I was jealous that I couldn't figure this game out.
You missed out. The story was very refreshing considering what was being released on the FPS side of Halo.
343 nearly brought me back in with this game, but the other games made me die inside.
That shouldn't hurt this game. It was very well done.
I still didn't appreciate the game outside the campaign.
Come on, Donnie. The multiplayer was better?
It didn't make a lot of progress on that front. Plus 343 tried to cash grab it with the card game in the new mode. Not cool.
Okay, but you could still just not play that mode.
Plus some of the armies you could buy made it kind of pay to win.
You could still win games with Captain Cutter.
Yeah, but the guys for money usually had better stuff. Pay to win.
I still think it's an improvement.
Yeah, better than last game, not perfect.
So, A tier?
I'd be at B tier.
I think it's better than the first one, but I'd be cool with either.
I'll be the tiebreaker and say it's A tier.
Can we talk about the real game again?
Yes, Joe, but you a bitch for that.
Don't do this to me.
Halo 4.
Fuck.
This game missed the mark.
343 inherited the best video game franchise ever. Their entire reason for being. They just decided to up and change everything. They tried to make it like every other shooter, when the point was it was Halo, not another shooter.
The campaign was dreadful.
The Prometheans weren't fun to fight against. They weren't that easy, weren't that hard. They were kind of cool looking, I guess. They just didn't seem like Halo enemies.
At least Cortana was hot as fuck.
Whatever, Joe, go stick your dick in a projector.
Seriously, though, the emotional moments between Chief and Cortana were so close to the moments they shared in the previous installments. It's just a shame that the gameplay was so god-awful that the Halo we knew and loved was already gone by the time they made strides on an emotional level.
They were doing too much of that emotional shit. It became annoying.
You're right, Joe. I didn't need to know or care about a random scientist or a librarian. I needed stakes and a coherent plot with an interesting conflict, and I didn't get a single one of those things.
Right. And even worse was we got elites back, but they didn't even look or act like elites. They were just pussy brutes.
Even the cutscenes were pretty mid. The acting was the best part, but it just didn't even matter at that point. All was lost.
Multiplayer was okay. Not as good as any of the previous 6 games, though.
This was the start of the very end for Halo. It wasn't even worth it to have an Xbox anymore except to play the previous Halo games.
I think it's really bad, but not the worst of these later games.
I still think F tier.
I'm not quite at F, but definitely under C tier.
What little the campaign achieved with acting in its cutscenes keeps it out of F tier, in my opinion.
I would disagree, but the most F tier has yet to show itself, so I'll let it break into D tier. Just barely.
That sounds good.
Okay, cool. Now, Halo 5?
Why does everything I love fucking die?
Facts, no printer.
This game was hot garbage.
Okay. Can we think of any positives for this game before all the negatives? Seriously?
I guess the cutscenes were kind of cool looking at times.
That's about it.
I was actively rooting against all the humans.
The story was stupid. The characters were mid. It was generally just a boring Power Ranger game that didn't resemble Halo.
The combat was trash and was made for a much faster-paced game than Halo.
I get that Halo is futuristic, but I don't see why you got to change the entire flow of the game simply because you want to test out some boosts and climb all over the map.
To their credit, there was a ton of customization. Too bad most of that looked like fucking shit.
There was a lot of game modes, at least.
Warzone was another pay-to-win game, but this time it was 10 times worse than any other game I can think of currently.
You just hate pay-to-win stuff because your dad never let you use the credit card for anything.
Fuck off, Donnie, you and your small loans.
I'm kidding, Georgie. I didn't give a fucking dollar to 343 outside buying Halo 4 at launch. And I guess I bought some stuff in Halo Wars 2. An infinite fuck!
Hurts to be a fan nowadays, doesn't it?
It sure does. Halo 5 played so fast that all these 10-year-old zooming little shits were killing me over and over again. My previous Halo skills didn't translate to this game at all.
You weren't that good, but you're still right about that.
Put this fucking game away like everyone else did after a week or less.
F tier it goes, bye-bye.
Okay, guys, before we move on to Infinite, we should mention the Master Chief Collection.
It's just all the good games together, plus Halo 4.
F tier, they shouldn't touch.
Come on, Donnie. This came with the new Halo 2 cutscenes. I enjoyed the fuck out of this remaster.
Have you ever played on Legendary? Shit was literally impossible.
True, that shit was way harder than any Halo game I've ever played.
What's the point if the Jackal sniper kills you the second he can see you?
Sounds like a skill diff.
Fuck off, George. I vote we put this in B tier because then, just because of the remaster, plus this shit was so buggy when it came out, not to mention it takes up most of the space on your console no matter what you have.
We should also put Combat Evolved Remastered in B alongside it.
I say that one goes in C tier, $60 for a graphics update.
That's cool with me.
Is there any fringe game that we want to mention? Spartan Assault or anything?
Not really worth it. They were kind of fun, but twin stick shooters haven't been good since you physically had to go to an arcade.
I tend to agree with Don here. Let's move past them.
Okay, then how about Infinite?
I thought it was okay, but a huge disappointment at the same time. It's like exactly how my father feels about me.
It's pretty mid.
There was nothing infinite about this shit. If anything, the enjoyable time in this game is very finite. I finished the game in like 5 hours and then spent a couple hours in multiplayer before I was right back to thinking Halo is dead.
Halo Finite.
It's unfortunate but true. There was nowhere near enough content on launch. There was like 4 multiplayer modes. Who thought that was acceptable?
Let's be honest, though, the gameplay returns to form a little bit.
Definitely a whole lot better than the last 2 games. I had some fun with this one. Obviously, Don is too consumed with his hatred to enjoy new experience, but I think this was a very good campaign that hit on all the emotion that the previous 2 tried to be on, but matched it with good gameplay.
I did enjoy this campaign, Joe. I just didn't like everything. Why Atriox wasn't the main villain or final boss fight is completely puzzling to me. Some random brute saying he was dead made me want to stop playing, especially after the intro of him beating Chief to a pulp.
I'm leaning toward Don in this case. I didn't want to get faked out at the end in a spoken reveal for the next game that Atriox is actually alive.
Reds versus Blues again, huh?
Although Red versus Blue was tight, I agree with them mostly. I will admit that the gameplay was almost on par with the Legends in S tier right now, but I can't say I was blown away by this game in any capacity. No forge, no firefight, no infection on launch. Although a few of those things came with time, nothing was as grand as it was before.
Music was good, though.
I don't think music was bad in any Halo. I just didn't notice the music in the last 2 Halos because I was too busy hating what I was playing.
Fair enough.
All right, so the general consensus is that this game was good. It was just under our expectations.
I think you're being generous. It was a cool campaign on a mid-game.
Okay, so what are we thinking?
After everything is accounted for, I think a C tier is in order.
I'm okay with that.
I'd be more generous, but that's okay.
All right, guys.
Accurate list. We done?
Not quite yet, Don.
You can't mean it.
I do.
Barack, I swear to fucking God, if you are about to do what I think you're about to do.
How do we feel about Halo the series?
Jesus fucking Christ. I almost just said a big gamer word.
This is a new low for you, bro. I'm disappointed.
Guys, it's officially Halo.
Barack, I want to hit you in your smug fucking head with a gravity hammer right now.
I'm not the one that hurt you, Don.
He's right. 343 signed off on this abomination.
The fact that you'll even acknowledge the presence of this show in front of the heroes in S tier is why I have a fucking problem with you, Barack.
Why, Donnie? What was wrong with it?
Okay, now you're just baiting us.
I couldn't even get myself to hate watch this fucking shit past like 4 or 5 episodes. Paramount and whoever wrote this should have their brains studied because science might be able to weaponize this level of fucking stupid.
Not one character was good, not one.
M. Night Shyamalan did a far better job converting Avatar to live action, and he mispronounced all the names intentionally.
I can't remember any of it because staying awake while watching this show is an impossible task.
That's even true for me. Watching paint dry is like Shawshank Redemption compared to this shit.
I'd rather watch The View at half speed than watch this shit.
That's cruel and unusual.
I can't begin to remember any of the new characters because they all have no passion for this runaway cosplay.
The Chinese girl is terrible. It was physically painful to watch her scenes.
The Covenant Karen was the worst idea they could have possibly had. Like, what the fuck? Did the writers actually want me to hate the UNSC and root for the Covenant?
I found the race-swapped Laskies to be extremely boring and pointless.
How far did you guys even get in this show?
Too far. I don't remember the end, though.
I waited for it to get good, but it was like the show wanted to be unwatchable more than anything. I'm considering that it was revenge toward Halo fans from 343. They just wanted to get one more punch to the gut in before they dismantle in a few years.
I couldn't get past when Master Chief had sex. I said, what am I even watching anymore, out loud, and turned it off forever.
Don't forget to cancel your Paramount Plus account.
Yeah, those people suck. Bill Gates is also a fucking asshole.
Yeah, apparently Bill Gates is behind literally all this shit just because his son liked the game. What a fucking little prick.
This was the nail in the coffin for Halo fans. I thought I would never stop loving this franchise, but it's over. I'm not waiting around for years, waiting for the possibility that the devs will make an update to fix Infinite and make everything okay again.
It's just not gonna happen. It's dead. Why is this shit not an F tier yet?
Oh, sorry. It's not like it was ever a real debate.
I'm still pissed it's even listed. But I guess it can rot with Halo 5 down there.
Okay, Donnie, I know I've just tortured you with that one, so I'll give you a reprieve. How do we like Halo Legends?
Okay, Legends was pretty dank. I wasn't into some of the cringy stuff, though.
That's what's great to me about these anthologies with different art styles. You get to play around with different settings and physics to try and make a great story. I loved when Star Wars Visions came out.
I'm in the same boat. Both Halo Origins were classic.
I'm even a fan of the cringy anime in this.
There's the super suit story that was amazing. That and the sniper mission with the Lady Spartan was incredible.
I thought it was all solid. We definitely could have used more of it recently.
Too bad. That would be both a good direction for the franchise and highly profitable.
Yeah, 343 stopped doing that shit a while ago.
What do we think?
I'm saying S tier.
No, Joe, I wouldn't be at S, more of an A tier.
Yeah, maybe if everything was as good as the Super Suit episode, then I'd say S, but A tier is good.
I agree. Any other media from Halo?
Can you put Red versus Blue in A tier?
Sure, Joe, that's a fair request. They represent the community Halo universe. So much fan-made content on YouTube. The creators of that stuff had way more passion for this franchise than who holds it now.
Okay, cool.
Good call, Joe.
Anything else is just trailers and shit that never got off the ground.
Okay, guys, we did it.
Why am I depressed now?
It was heavy to get through. Wounds are still healing.
I'm really sleepy after that.
Well, I hope all the viewers enjoyed it.
Well, if they aren't here now, they probably didn't.
Let us know if you did. I'm trying to figure out if y'all like longer form content.
Remember, folks, Spartans never die.
They just sell out to Bill Gates.
What's up, Bro Obama?
Hey, Donnie, ready to catch some hogs?
You know it. This was such a great idea. We've been cooped up in our houses for way too long.
True that. I'm tired of only communicating with the boys through Discord.
Any bites yet?
Nope. Only took a few casts so far. I did see some ducks, though.
That's pretty chill. Great weather for it, huh?
Right, Don, a beautiful day.
Where's Joe at?
He said he was stopping for some gear he needed.
How much do you want to bet that he's actually getting ice cream?
I would never take a bet like that. He uses any excuse to get some chocolate chip.
There he is now.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Joe.
Sup, Sleepy? I see a little chocolate on the corners of your mouth there, bud.
Oh, thanks, man. I just got some ice cream on the way over.
That's cool. Pick one up for me next time.
You bet.
I tried, but Barack didn't take that bait.
Anything biting?
Just the bugs so far.
You're a real jokester, Barack.
What are you going for, Joe?
This lake is known for some good rainbows, so I figured I might catch me some dinner.
Fair enough. What's your presentation?
Good old earthworms and a bobber.
Amateur.
Shut your mouth. It's the most classic bait for fishing of all time.
Yeah, but your shit's gonna get swiped by a bluegill every time.
I don't mind. Sometimes I get a big bluegill.
That would be so cool, except for the fact that panfish are for losers and children.
Don't sleep on the bluegill.
Or you'll be sleeping with the bluegill.
You gotta stop hanging out with Bill. Dude makes death threats as much as you take naps.
Fuck off. What are you trying to bring in, Barack?
Well, I stopped by the local bait shop, and they happen to have some little minnows stocked, so I picked up a couple dozen. Got them on a free weight with a slider so they can swim around a bit, hoping to get a nice pre-spawn bass.
Aren't we all?
What do you got going on, Don?
I got a little crankbait working this drop-off over yonder. Might switch to a spinnerbait if those clouds roll in.
Solid approach.
Too much work. I love just chilling, cracking a beer, and watching my bobber.
That's the difference between you and me, Joe. You're just a dude that goes fishing while I'm a real sport fisherman.
You make it sound like you're an athlete.
Bass fishing is on Sports Center.
So is the spelling bee, you fucking moron.
Get your bait in the water, you sleepy fuck.
True that. That's the spot.
That's the spot for a 4-inch sunfish to take your worm.
It's like you have a vendetta with the little guys. You can at least use them as bait.
There are so many better bait fish than sunfish.
You're tripping, Donnie. Bass love eating little bluegill.
Bass love eating anything. But bass will actually hesitate with bluegill and sunfish because they want to eat them head first to avoid the dorsal fin spikes.
It sounds like an advantage, since you usually hook bait fish through the lips or nose.
The hesitation will lose you fish, especially the big smart ones. At least Obama knows what's good. He has minnows.
I have an idea. Why don't we do a freshwater fishing species tier list?
Sounds dope.
Might as well.
Alrighty then. Let's start with the bait fish argument.
So we're basing these rankings on what exactly?
For bait fish, it'll be traits like abundance, size, resilience, and overall appeal to game fish. When we start to rank the game fish, it'll be more based on strength, difficulty to catch, availability across the U.S., and the taste of the fish. If there's any other attributes that should raise or lower the fish in the tiers, then you should bring it up also.
Sweet, let's get into it.
Okay, how about we rank minnows first?
So we'll be covering the broad category of minnows?
Yeah, anything small like mosquito fish, daces, and rainbow smelt.
Only one of the fish you just mentioned are even minnows.
Dude, who the hell cares? Are you gonna start saying scientific names like, oh, that's actually Notropus dorsalis?
Biden rainbow smelt, children.
Okay, to make it easier, let's lump everything small into the minnow category, and anything a little bigger in the carp family, like the golden shiner, can be ranked separately as shiners. Even baby versions of larger fish could be in this category too.
In that case, minnows blow.
They don't blow, Don.
Okay, they don't blow, but shiners are top tier bait fish.
Yeah, pretty much.
What's wrong with minnows, though?
Hey, Barack, you said you had a couple dozen of those things. How they doing?
I got a few floaters already.
Exactly. Minnows are usually short-lived and pretty small. Get those floaters out before the rest decide to die on you.
What will taking out the dead ones do?
It'll help not to stress the others out. Most fish release a hormone when they die to warn others of the same species to run. That stresses them out to the point where they have tiny little heart attacks.
But minnows are caught very easily. You can make a minnow trap out of any 2-liter bottle and get plenty of bait overnight.
Don't encourage kids to litter, Joe.
So we thinking B tier?
That's fair.
I agree. Now shiners.
Shiners and chubs are the best live bass bait, I think.
I'll agree with that. If you can't find the great golden shiner, there's plenty of alternatives around the U.S.
They are a little tougher to get your hands on. Shiners usually need a bigger trap than a 2-liter bottle. I also feel like they don't school up as well as minnows, so cast netting will also be slightly less successful.
You really do got to go out with a number 4 hook, or even smaller, with some bread or corn to get these bass magnets.
These little guys are usually pretty colorful as well.
And they can get pretty big for a bait fish.
It's one of the only bait fish that I release if they are too big. A nice 4 or 5 inch one is just fine.
Sounds like you're one of these new tiny dick positive Instagram thoughts.
I think the only issue with these guys is the fact that they are slightly harder to catch than minnows.
Doesn't mean it's really that hard.
No, but it does make a big difference considering they are a bait fish, but they're also a whole lot more hardy than the minnows.
Plus, they actually taste pretty good.
You actually ate a golden shiner?
I try to keep whatever I can for a meal.
What kind of a psychopath eats a goddamn shiner?
The same kind that had a yummy dinner.
Why don't you go eat a flip-flop because you caught it? All things considered, I think shiners are still an S tier bait fish.
I'm going to disagree with you slightly. Not the greatest bait fish ever. A tier.
I'm going with Barack here. It's not very easy to get a ton of them.
Skill different.
Now let's talk shad.
There we go.
Oh shit, I should have known.
This is actually the best bait fish.
Shad are fucking chads.
Joe is so old he shat his pants.
Shad are all the best parts of the golden shiner, but they are tight schoolers and travel in the hundreds, making it easy to catch more than a day's worth of bait in a single throw of the cast net.
Plus, it seems like they're in huge numbers everywhere they exist.
I will admit that shad are pretty epic for generating huge bass or catfish.
They're great for any predator game fish that will appear in the list soon. They get even bigger than golden shiners sometimes as well.
You ever eat a shad over there, Gollum?
Way too bony. The shiner could be easily deboned at least, not these things.
I've seen people eat shad and love them. You can actually cook the bones down to the point where you can eat them.
That's pretty cringe, bro.
It is admittedly, but some of these giant 20-inch shad could make for a great meal for a person.
I'd much rather keep them as cut bait.
I've done that too, but keeping them in the freezer makes my ice cream taste shaddy.
Overall, as a bait fish, they are totally S tier.
Agreed. Herring could be lumped into this category too. How do we feel about bluegill and sunfish?
They are amazing little fish. They got me into fishing in the first place.
Their abundance in this country is unmatched.
Just like the illegal immigrants nowadays. Thanks, Joe.
You're such an orange-spotted asshole.
There are so many subspecies of sunfish. You got your bluegills, your greens, red ears, orange spotted, and the stunning pumpkin seed.
I think you skipped long ears because you knew I'd make a joke about you.
Lick my balls.
Sunfish could be S tier.
You're tripping. They're mid at best.
They're better than mid. They are a beautiful fish that are super easy to catch at any point in the year.
Plus, they taste pretty good.
They are not an eating fish, bro.
Why the hell you think they're called panfish?
Because they're shaped like a pan.
No, idiot, because you fry them in a pan.
I'm above cooking a sunfish.
I'm at B tier because they are gorgeous and abundant. They make for an okay sport fish as well as act as pretty good bait.
Now, that's too low for me, but I guess.
You're gonna sit there and pretend you've never been pricked by the spikes of a bluegill?
True that, and since you can't lip them like a bass unless they're giant, you pretty much got to deal with those spikes.
It's actually their little butthole spikes that get me all the time. For that, B tier is okay.
Watch out for those anal fins. How about perch?
Now this is the true panfish of legends. The yellow perch is one of the best eating fish out there.
A fine fish. It's tasty, beautiful, easy to catch, and available to almost every state.
Although they're a lot more common in the Northeast, they are one of the most quietly sought after of the American freshwater fish species.
I think there's only one real downside to them, and it's their size. A monster yellow perch is only a couple pounds.
If they got to the size of bass, they would be an easy S tier.
So it's an A tier?
That's good.
Cool. Next is the calico bass, also known as the crappie.
I've had some really crappy days out on the water.
Your comedic power is terrifying.
They look like a hybrid of a bass and a sunfish.
I feel like they are similar to the perch, but they're just a lot bigger.
Not a whole lot bigger, but still facts.
I would argue that they are a better sport fish than perch because of their size. But perch are superior in color and meat quality.
Are we talking about white crappie or black crappie?
Both. They're all one creed of crappie.
I like white crappie more.
Here we fucking go.
White crappie aren't afraid to get out into open water, while the black crappie just finds a log or a weed bed and sits there its whole life, lazy.
That's because the black crappie has been persecuted its whole fucking life. Who do you think drove the black crappie under the logs in the first place? Those goddamn white crappie always put the black crappie down.
Are we still talking about fish?
I don't think so. We can talk about crappie inequality another time. We thinking they're A tier?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm Gucci with that.
Okay, we're on to bass.
Damn right we are.
Got one, Don?
No, Barack, my rod is always bent like this. Yes, I have one, and it doesn't feel small.
Damn, it's a pig.
Oh, God.
The thing's like 10 pounds.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
He's taking you into the weeds. Tighten that drag.
No, he's off.
Dude, that sucks, Broseph. It was so big.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Ah!
Well, at least it gave you a good fight.
I'm gonna KMS.
That would make the election a lot easier, so feel free.
Come on, Don. A wise man once told me, stop crying and keep fishing. This has happened to all of us, and it's part of the journey.
It was my PB, Barack. And I lost my lipless crank.
I know, man. It was a goddamn toad.
Hey, Don, you can crack open this new rattle trap and get back at her.
You're right, bros. Sorry I freaked out there.
Completely understandable. Snapping off on a giant is one of the most emotional experiences of a man's life. I remember snapping off on a massive rainbow trout. I nearly dove headfirst down the nearest waterfall.
I feel like this is actually a perfect example of the next fish on the tier list. That huge largemouth swung you right into the weeds like it knew exactly where to get you tangled.
What a smart fish.
I told you not to use the word smart with me, Joe. I will admit, the fact that those big ones are that elusive to catch is the very reason they're so fun to fish for. No wonder largemouth are the most targeted fish in America.
Even my weeaboo Japanese brethren adopted the largemouth to their waters because they're just that fun to fish for.
Not like that was a very smart decision. These bass dominate any freshwater that can sustain their never-ending appetite.
If we had to choose a fish instead of an eagle to represent America, it would definitely be the largemouth bass.
Is it because they eat everything in fucking sight?
No, it's because they're powerful and ambitious, paired with having the best weapons and tactics for killing absolutely everything below itself in the food chain. Exactly like how the U.S. was before Biden became president.
Give me my crankbait back.
I don't think I will. You can have this purple one. It sucks.
Gee, thanks.
But like I was saying, there is no greater sport fish on this planet than the largemouth bass. No feeling quite like a head shake or a tail walk from a huge one. They fill every sport fisherman's needs. The small ones are aggressive and grow extremely fast, making them easy to catch. Once they get past around 3 or 4 pounds, they become pretty difficult to fool, but not at all impossible. The legendary 8+ pound bass are difficult to locate and even more difficult to land.
Anybody can catch a bass, but only a few fishermen can catch a monster bass.
Then again, you can hook into one at any point if conditions are right. Even a kid with a push-button reel can land a massive fish if they have an adult coaching them.
Teaching kids to fish for sunfish and bass is one of the most impactful moments in every kid's life.
Oh, it's great for establishing the rules of nature and the skills for survival.
Probably the best father-son activity, even better than sports.
Like you would know, we can't deny that the largemouth is S tier.
Between the chaotic fights and fun approaches to targeting these fish, there's no doubt in my mind that they are top tier.
They are the total package. S tier for sure. Now how about their slightly smaller cousin, the smallmouth bass?
Smallies are great too.
Even though they lack the size of the largemouth, they make up for it by being twice as strong.
Maybe not twice as strong, but for sure a lot stronger. They also jump like 5 feet out of the water sometimes.
The best smallmouth are in places like the Great Lakes. Deep, clear water and rocky bottom is their favorite.
Their range is a lot smaller than largemouth, but you can often find them in main river systems and even some lakes down south as far as Mexico.
It's often harder to target them without a boat to get to deeper water or a kayak to get up the rivers where they like to hang out.
During spawn is the easiest time to catch them. They are so aggressive to anything that enters their bed.
True, but at all other points in the year, it seems harder to get them in shallow water.
You got to fish for them at night. That's when they come up into the shallows. Just use a spinnerbait, buzzbait, or a jitterbug and have the time of your life.
I can't go night fishing. I sometimes end up sleeping all night outside accidentally.
I think smallmouth are A tier.
No way, bro. They are S tier for sure.
I'm going to break the tie and say S tier because they taste good, fight hard, and look beautiful. That makes up for them being slightly smaller than largemouth and harder to find.
Facts. I'm glad I can agree with you on one thing. Still not better than the goat largemouth, though.
Fair enough. How about the spotted bass?
Never caught one.
That's no surprise. They're mainly a deep water bass, so you probably won't accidentally catch them.
Yeah, they have all the parts that make smallmouth inferior to largemouth, but to a further extent.
Sounds like an A tier then.
Kind of glossing over them a little, but yeah, I'd be even lower, to be honest. Pretty annoying to fish in the middle of the lake as a bunch of upper-class whites on prescription drugs blow by you while water skiing.
I'm riding with Biden this time with the A tier. They could be S tier, but the fact that they are even less accessible than smallmouth hurts them a little.
Still a fun fish for sure. How about white bass?
Some of the tastiest fish you can bring home, I'm telling you, man.
We're back to what is pretty much a panfish to me. They don't get much bigger than 2 pounds, so you're pretty much just looking to eat them.
The range is pretty good, following the entire Mississippi River and surrounding states.
Plus, these little guys actually pack a huge punch on ultralight gear.
They are almost too easy to catch for me, plus there's really no point to keep fishing after you've caught your limit, whereas I'm releasing most large or smallmouth bass. And continuing on...
I disagree. You get into a school of them and it's a blast.
I think we can give them an A tier.
Fine by me.
Yeah, that's realistic, and not too many white bass tournaments, to be honest.
Right, now on to the big boys. How about the striped bass?
This is still a freshwater species list, right?
Stripers appear up rivers and are even in lakes, Donnie.
I know, they're just a lot harder to find than, say, smallmouth.
You'd be surprised. They are oftentimes stocked into lakes.
No doubt they are the largest bass in the waters of America.
Stripers are also a true bass, while largemouth and smallmouth are actually in the sunfish family.
I actually did not know that. Barack, nice one.
Are you guys referring to Moron saxatilis?
Good point, Joe. Let's not be nerds about this. I usually get charters for these guys in saltwater, but I'm sure it would be even more fun on a bass boat in a lake.
Catching stripers on regular bass gear must be insane.
They don't jump unlike some of the other bass on the list. It's still an absolutely massive fight whenever you hook into one, though.
Good in all categories. Plus, it's a huge fish. I'd say S tier.
Very tasty, so I'd agree.
Have you eaten every fish, Joe?
All the ones that appear in Delaware. There was so little to do for me in those days, I'd fish every single day on government pay.
That's actually pretty impressive.
Okay, well, S tier for striper. How about the newest addition to the bass family in the U.S., the peacock bass?
Awesome fish. Might be the most beautiful of all fish on this list.
Sucks. They only really appear in Florida, though. I don't even know what they taste like.
If we were in the Amazon, then I'd say S tier, but they are nothing more than invasive pets in Florida.
Not true, Don. Although they may have grown in number recently, they were originally introduced by the Florida Wildlife Commission in the 80s, considered non-invasive.
In that case, I think a B tier is in order because they have everything the striper has plus insane color, with the one huge drawback being that you may need to fight a drunk Floridian or two in order to get to them.
That's some sound logic there, bud. I'll agree.
Great! I knew you both really needed to get out here. I've found a lot of satisfaction and relaxation from coming out here at least once a week or two.
All you people watching might profit from touching grass as well.
He's right. Get out there with a buddy or two and have a great day outdoors.
Cheers to that. Where do we think the American eel fits?
Eels are pretty bad, to be honest. No real reason to target them unless you really wanted to eat them, and I don't know anybody who wants to deal with the slime.
I did try eel and it wasn't bad.
Then it makes sense that we overfished them into endangered status.
True, but it's not like you're really out to eat them or catch them for sport. I'd say D tier.
I'm going to put them in C for the fact that they fed this country to the point of their near extinction.
True.
Sure, I guess.
Now on to the common carp.
Carp or trash fish?
Yeah, I've never been big on them.
Hold on, I think they're a little slept on. They get pretty huge, even over 50 pounds.
Yeah, sure, they get big, but they don't fight as hard as other fish, the same size, at least after a couple minutes.
That pretty much goes for most fish.
They can still give you a great fight, especially if you hook into one with bass gear or a fly rod.
They are invasive as well.
Okay, we've been throwing around this invasive word a lot, but in reality, the fish that appear in our waters are a melting pot of fish from all over the world. Even largemouth were heavily pushed throughout the country for legit hundreds of years.
So all illegals are okay? That's your solution? Classic Democrat!
That's not what I'm saying. Some fish were introduced years ago and filled a role in the ecosystem, allowing nature to take its course. The common carp is among these fish, just as the bass are.
I'm with you on that, bro. Carp is still the boniest fish I've ever tried to eat. Almost died like 6 times during that meal. Meat was fine, nothing special.
Again, there are ways of cooking the bones out.
Or you could just catch a fish in the high tiers that doesn't have a trillion bones, D tier.
I'm with you, Don.
I'd be at B tier, but I guess you all are ignorant. The real trash fish is up next, the Asian carp.
Holy shit, I remember seeing the numbers on how much money this country spends on keeping these fish from destroying the ecosystem of the whole Mississippi River.
It's a failed effort at this point. Nothing can stop them.
This is what I'm talking about with invasive species. The common carp does little damage to the environment, while the Asian carp has proliferated out of control with few predators that can even make a dent in the population. It's to the point where they even threaten humans because they jump clean out of the water as boats approach them and can do serious damage.
It's honestly fucking hilarious to see that, but also sad because our government got defeated by a fish.
Since it's actually destroying the ecosystem of one of the biggest river systems in the world, they deserve a fat F tier.
You should leave them on the bank if you ever catch one, or more likely, they end up jumping into the boat.
For sure, a kill-on-sight fish, F tier. Now we're moving into catfish.
Cats are great. I love the amount of meat you can harvest from one catch.
Catfish are one of the best targets for fishing in the U.S., nearly the largest type of fish to target as well.
We can start with the cats you can find around here in the Northeast and beyond. The bullhead catfish, also known as hornpout.
Sounds like Don when he lost the election to me.
You mean when it was stolen from me?
These catfish are very common throughout the U.S. and are a very popular fish, both for sport and sometimes for eating. They can live in worse water conditions than almost any other fish in America.
I love going for these guys because you can use almost any meat to get them biting. I usually use cut hot dogs in a sinker with great success. Unfortunately, they aren't the greatest tasting fish ever.
That's probably because you pull them out of a mud hole usually. They also don't get nearly as big as other catfish coming up. 7 pounds is a record-sized bullhead, while that same size would be a little one compared to the other cats.
They deserve props for being so widespread and easy to catch. In a lot of places, it's almost a guarantee to catch a hornpout if you go at night.
I'm thinking we go B tier on these because they can totally sting the shit out of you with the barbels.
Okay, cool. How about channel cats?
Hell yeah, brother! These guys are great.
I absolutely love these cats. They are the kings of the waterways where I'm from.
Channel catfish are the most numerous and the most targeted catfish in North America, and it's easy to see why.
They get huge, 50 pounds sometimes.
All the sizes in between are fun to catch and great to eat.
Really, no downside to them. They hit on all categories very well.
Pretty easy to target them too. A lot of bait works well, although live bait is the best for me.
There's a wide variety of ways to catch them, too. You can even noodle for them.
People who noodle are fucking crackheads. You're just asking for a snapping turtle to take a finger from you.
Or cottonmouth.
Like your cottonmouth. Drink something before your throat closes up, old timer.
Why don't you go sip some water while leaning forward with your lips fully extended like you're kissing an asshole?
So where do we land on channel cats?
Pretty easy S tier, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, cool. Now, on to blue catfish.
Blues are also gigantic. Record is close to 150 pounds. That's even bigger than Joe's frail ass.
They're too big to eat sometimes. They also will break your bass gear instantly.
I know George catches them sometimes down in Texas.
They are slightly less of a predator than other catfish, being much more omnivorous and even become scavengers some of the time. I don't know if that's why they're more elusive than, say, the channel catfish, but I expect that's probably why.
They also don't taste as good as channel cats, but still fine depending on the location.
Splitting hairs here, boys. It's still a monster fish, and it's an event to pull in a big one.
True, we think in A tier?
Good to go?
I'd be at S tier, but one broke my favorite bass rod.
Okay, sweet. The last catfish we'll cover is the flathead.
Never caught one of these.
You're missing out, big time. This is the holy grail of catfishing. The flathead is the hardest fighting cat by far. Anglers are always trying to hook into one of these giants. They've been known to rip rods straight out of people's hands.
They achieve a similarly large size as the blue cats while having the taste of the channel cats and fight harder than any of them.
Gotta use live bait for these ones. They are an apex predator.
Damn, they sound like the best fish I've never caught.
We should all go down to George's soon. The river he's on has all the catfish, especially these mud cats.
I think it's more fun trying to find these fish around cover than fishing for catfish in open water.
They are rivals to the largemouth as the best fish to target in America.
Sounds S tier to me.
It was never really a question. Now we should talk about the pike family, starting with the pickerel.
Fuck these things. I've never once heard of a person who enjoys catching the danger pickle.
You can't even eat those things, man.
You can, you just have to deal with the slime, the smell, and the trillion bones.
They have no value as bait, no value to eat. They invest all their energy on the initial strike, so the fight is awful. And you can't even hope to get it off your hook without either getting bit or covering yourself in pickerel jizz.
They also don't even get close to the size of their cousins.
Yeah, they're mainly just a nuisance bycatch when fishing for bass.
F tier, the Rosie O'Donnell of fish.
Facts.
That's fine by me. Next is the northern pike.
Okay, these guys are big and actually put up a great fight.
They do have all the same stuff that make pickerel bad, like the slime and the teeth, but these are mitigated by the size and power of these fish.
I think the teeth are badass. Just bring a net and some pliers and you'll be fine. They are pretty easy to hold by the gill. You just got to be careful.
A 50-pound pike would be quite a legendary fish. Plus, most of pike fishing is shallow sight fishing. It can be very action-packed with topwaters and buzz baits.
I think they are great sport fish.
The range is some of the largest of any species of freshwater fish. You can find these things all over Europe and Asia as well.
Thing definitely fits in the top tiers.
I'm thinking A tier, all things considered.
That's good. Leaves room for the next one. How do we like muskellunge?
Better than pike, but almost the same. The fight is good, but mostly due to size.
They are huge, though. I've seen them take down ducks.
They do only get slightly larger than pike. The record is 69 pounds.
Nice.
I think the legend of a giant muskie is like a fisherman's dream. They are more elusive than pike, but the prestige of catching a big one puts you in another class of fishermen.
It's a true sport fish, just like the pike, because you're really only going for catch and release, hunting for monsters.
River Monsters is a goated show.
Jeremy Wade is a legend.
Dude is a little too dramatic for me. He hears a fisherman's tale from a blackout drunk guy in a third world country and thinks there are raid boss fish out here killing people for fun.
He does put a bit of flair on his content, but it was a great formula for one of the most successful shows on Animal Planet for years.
Show is a banger. We should make a River Monsters tier list.
Let me know if you guys want that in the comments. So where are we placing the muskie?
S tier for me, it's almost mythical for fishermen.
I'd put it in A tier with pike. The fight isn't like the legends in S tier.
I agree with Joe. I'll push it through to S tier.
Fine, I guess we're being generous. Goddamn liberal fishermen.
How about longnose gar?
I'm surprised Gar even made it on here. You gotta catch them with rope rather than hooks.
Another dumbass take, Donald. It's a great sport fish. They're big, strong, and taste just like chicken.
Plus, they're some of the oldest fish on the planet. They've been around since the time of the dinosaurs.
Just like Joe.
You're so fucking funny.
You're so old you forgot to laugh.
Gar are a species that you pretty much have to be targeting specifically to catch unless you foul hook them.
I'm not too big on them. They're actually dangerous to catch and release. You got to get rope untangled from a strong fish that usually isn't done fighting by the time it gets to the boat and has hundreds of sharp little teeth.
It can be a dangerous ordeal.
You do have a point, Don. Definitely not a fish to target unless you have some experience.
I will admit they are great fighters and have good meat, I've heard.
Shall we say B tier on the longnose?
That's acceptable.
No argument from me. How about the larger alligator gar?
Now this is a river monster.
Don't let Jeremy Wade fool you. They are only dangerous to fishermen that decide to bring them on board.
That's facts. If you thought the longnose is dangerous to deal with, you'd be in for a boss fight with the gator gar. They can reach over 300 pounds.
Just like Donnie.
Fuck you.
But seriously, they are the second biggest freshwater fish you can catch in North America.
It is crazy to think that they can get over 4 times larger than the record muskie.
Too bad that opportunity is only for those that visit or live in Texas or Louisiana.
Yeah, their range is much more restricted than the longnose. Plus, they are not an easy fish to hook into.
I've heard that bow fishing for them is more successful if you're trying to eat them.
Although it's tough to hook into them, at least the gear needed isn't too complex. Pretty much just need some cut bait and tackle that's strong enough for big catfish or stripers, and you're into the gar life.
Okay, gator gar are pretty awesome in almost every way, but the downsides of their limited range, the fact that they can carve the shit out of you with loose teeth, and the difficulty of actually hooking them makes them C tier in my book.
The legend of these armored dinosaur fish is enough for me to say A tier.
I think I'm leaning toward Don in this case. This species is not for beginners or even the vast majority of anglers. C tier is fine.
You win some, you lose some.
Sounds like you've been preparing for the election.
I'm gonna whoop you just like I would in a bass tournament.
My bag would be twice the weight of yours, Joe. Don't kid yourself.
Only if you're leaning on the scale.
Okay, let's move on to snakehead.
These things are crazy. They have everything that the high tier have, but one immense drawback. Just like the thousands of immigrants crossing the border, they don't belong here.
Chill, bro, it's not that deep.
Similar to the shallow water where these fish thrive.
Just like the Asian carp, snakehead are a serious problem for the fisheries of America. They outcompete all the native bass and shit, and cost taxpayers thousands of dollars.
True, that's a big knock.
They're even getting into the waters in Delaware.
They look cool, taste good, fight hard, and are generally a badass fish, but it's still an F-tier kill-on-sight fish.
A bit harsh, but not unnecessary.
Sure, but if this was Asia, it would be S tier. How about the bowfin?
Hell yeah, this is just like the snakehead, but native.
Not as good, too bony, and dozens of sharp teeth.
They're also pretty rare, even though their range is fairly big.
Damn, I thought they were only in Florida. Hell of a fighter to their credit.
Yeah, with that being said, I think they're pretty mid.
C tier?
That's fine.
How about the plecostomus?
What did I tell you about the nerd shit?
It's the common pleco, like the sucker from the pet store.
I like those little guys. I always had one in my fish tank.
Well, so did everyone else, and since they outgrew almost every aquarium, it resulted in the pleco taking over many waterways in Texas and Florida due to irresponsible people dumping them into the lakes.
By the previous rankings, that means they're F tier.
He's got a point.
Although it can actually be pretty fun to catch them, I agree. How about the white sucker?
Why don't you ask Trump since he is one?
Very funny, Sleepy. These fish are actually pretty slept on. They fight pretty hard, taste good, and make for great bait as babies.
A very versatile fish, I agree with you, Donnie. Where would you place them?
Not quite in the high tiers, but B tier seems fine for them.
Sweet, let's go over the legendary sturgeon now.
Oof, this is a tank.
The biggest freshwater fish in North America by a mile. The biggest was over 1,000 pounds and 12 feet long.
That's like 2 Donalds.
Pretty sharp today, Joe. Took all your meds on time?
They jump clean out of the water at that size and makes them S tier in my mind.
Not quite, Joe. Sturgeon are massively endangered almost everywhere. Only in some places can you actually even fish for them. A couple places in Cali.
It makes them hard to put into the high tiers, even though they are the biggest.
B tier feels fine.
Fine, shit. There are so many fishes to catch.
The waterways must be explored.
How do we feel about cichlids?
Did you say sick? Do you have COVID? Bro, I can't survive another brawl with it.
No, bro, like Oscars and shit.
The only Oscar the Grouch that I know is Don.
Shut up, bro, and stop stalling. I got golf with the Nelk boys soon.
Oh, my bad. I had no idea, moron.
Bro, why are we doing cichlids right now? This isn't an aquarium tier list.
We should totally fucking do that. Comment and like the video.
No, man, the cichlids are loose in Florida.
What isn't loose in Florida? And I'm personally calling out the hose in Miami,
Those things are pretty cool, but they belong behind glass.
just like you belong in a nursing home.
Probably. I think these things are D tier because it's kind of cool that you can catch an expensive aquarium fish in the wilds of Florida.
You mean a bunch of shit canals with hostile, racist, drunk, white trash people everywhere?
I pretty much prefer the alligators to the Floridians.
I can live with D tier, though. I would definitely have a bunch of aquariums with wild-caught fish if I chose the way of many seniors and retired in Florida.
Same here, man. How about tilapia?
They're good to eat for the most part.
Another fish that would have never been in the wild without some Floridian trying to raise 1 trillion of them in a swimming pool for crack money.
That's unbelievably true, but they pretty much fit into D tier alongside the cichlids, except they are better off being a meal than a pet.
That's pretty clean. I dig it. What about walleye?
Overrated?
Whoa.
Holy shit, Donnie, you just called out so many walleye fishermen.
Yeah, you're never going to win Michigan in the election with that kind of talk.
Let me guess, you ate one and it tasted good, therefore good fish.
That pretty much sums it up, yeah?
There's more to them than just the meat. They are a cool-looking fish that has a pretty wide range and a big following of anglers.
They have the strength of Sleepy Joe, and they stay way in the basement of the lake just like him too.
Just because you have trouble finding deep water fish doesn't mean the fish is overrated.
Then why is it considered a nuisance everywhere outside the Great Lakes?
That's exaggerated, Don, and you know it.
In any case, my points still stand. The walleye gets even bigger than largemouth, yet they are not even close to as fun to catch or fight. It's like they gave up on America after Joe was elected.
You shut your mouth before I take you behind the bait and tackle shop and teach you a lesson.
You're just mad because you know I'm right.
I actually kind of agree.
No, Brock.
Joe, all I'm saying is that they're B tier.
Dude, there's literally no better ice fishing target. Not putting walleye in the high tiers is a crime. I should add this to your charges.
Good thing you guys are soft on crime.
He's right, B tier it is.
Vote for Biden and I'll stock walleye in every lake in America.
Vote for me and I'll throw Joe and Hunter in jail and force them to eat uncooked pickerel.
That's demonic.
Okay, y'all, we're down to the home stretch, trout and salmon.
My personal favorites.
We can start with the rainbow trout.
My personal favorite of my favorites.
Joe actually has a point this time. Rainbows are the pinnacle of trout fishing.
I believe they're the best fish to target in America.
Largemouth bass has left the chat.
I remember trying to get a rainbow in every river or lake that held them at one point in my life. Walking the rivers, fly fishing was the best time I've ever had in the outdoors. Too bad they won't let me do that anymore.
You can't even ride a bike. You really think anyone wants you walking around slippery rivers and shit? That's just a recipe to make Kamala president.
Oh, God, no. It's like I can hear her cackling in the far distance.
Doesn't change the fact that these guys are S tier.
Being the most numerous, hardest fighting, most beautiful, and most delicious fish in most rivers, I think they deserve S tier.
Boy, they are pretty, huh? I'm surprised the gays haven't claimed them as their fish yet.
Although they aren't as good of a sport fish as bass are, they do provide an extremely satisfying experience and love to jump out of the water. Plus, they get pretty big for a trout, and the saltwater variety of the rainbow, called the steelhead, is an even bigger and stronger challenge.
S tier they go then. How about brook trout?
Nothing wrong with these guys either, S tier.
I think rainbows are the only S tier trout. Brookies aren't bad, but certainly way more elusive.
Skill diff.
It's really not a skill diff. It's more to do with the fish biology, like their name suggests. Brook trout stay in the brooks, streams, and rivers, while rainbows can be in lakes just as often as rivers.
They also don't get as big as rainbow trout, so the drive to chase them is somewhat less than with giant rainbows.
I will tolerate an A tier, but that's as far as I'll go.
B tier for me.
I'll go A tier, and now brown trout.
They're pretty cool. Not as good as rainbows, but better than brookies.
This fish is actually found worldwide and was introduced to the United States in the 60s.
Unfortunate that they don't taste very good, especially when compared to rainbows.
Not as big as most other trout, but they at least fight pretty hard.
They also can be in much warmer waterways than rainbows or brookies, extending their already world-renowned range.
Sounds like another A tier.
I'm okay with that.
Same. Now the lake trout.
More of a Canadian fish. Cringe.
They get over 100 pounds, biggest trout by far.
Yawn.
This is actually in the char family.
This is why we can't take you out anywhere, man.
Says the dude who's always sniffing young women.
Lakers are the most lazy fish ever. It's like reeling in a dead raccoon.
The range is also pretty limited.
Not like they're terrible to fish for. Some anglers swear by them as both a sport fish and table fare.
That's not the popular opinion, though. Most people think they taste like shit and put up no fight.
It's fair to mention that some fish fight harder during one season than another. Maybe y'all have been fishing for them in the wrong conditions to get the best of them.
Bass fight hard no matter what.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So B tier then.
I was thinking C tier.
B tier is great, Barack.
Oh, okay, B takes it. Now all that's left is the salmon. We can start with the Atlantic landlocked salmon.
There's no more legendary fish to fight in freshwater than the salmon.
Their jumping ability is pretty unreal.
These fish are part of the history of America. Some native tribes would devote their entire culture to the collection of these fish.
Shut your Elizabeth Warren head ass up.
Oh my God.
Landlocked salmon are pretty rare, but if you ever hook into one, you're in for an amazing fight with more jumping than any other fish.
Yeah, they don't get massive, but still an outstanding fish on light tackle. Usually a 4-pound test is all you can do because these fish can see line pretty well and only live in clear water for the most part.
If you hook into a 6 or 7 pound salmon on 4-pound test, it's like fighting a marlin.
Not to mention it's salmon, so it'll be goddamn delicious.
Yeah, it's overall a really tough fish to find and catch, but it's altogether worth it if you can land a good-sized one.
I think it deserves a high tier.
S tier for sure.
A tier, their range is extremely limited in freshwater.
Damn, you have a point there, Don. I'll go A tier.
You're shitting me.
Next is the Chinook or king salmon.
Saltwater fish doesn't count.
There are some that stay in fresh water.
Yeah, and we have stripers on the list, so who cares?
Also, they're in the Great Lakes.
Too bad you gotta troll through all the walleye fishermen.
Not the walleye again.
You favor the strongest fighting fish over all others, Don. The king salmon is called king for a reason. 45-minute fights are not unheard of. Plus, it's the biggest salmon in the waters, and it still jumps like other salmon as well.
You are correct on all fronts. I will admit, there isn't a single downside to these fish unless you live on the East Coast and need to travel to find them.
Great Lakes aren't that far.
It's probably better to go to Alaska for them after all, but Cali is more fun than Detroit.
Any Democratic state is going to be shit anyway, so might as well go to California and walk the streets with the homeless.
That is a vibe.
It's a little difficult to target these monsters at times. You got to go past 100 feet hunting for structure.
You pretty much need a boat for them.
That doesn't take away the fact that they're the pinnacle of freshwater fishing.
Whoa there, Barack. Them is fighting words to a bass or trout fisherman.
Yeah, what he said.
You can't deny the power of the king.
You're right. I can't, S tier.
I'm good with that. It's every fisherman's dream to duel a huge king.
Last one, guys, the coho salmon.
The color on these guys is cool, especially during spawn.
Still more of a saltwater fish to me.
They're in the Great Lakes, just like the kings.
Then why not just target the kings?
Kind of the same process, just slightly different sized baits sometimes.
Well, they don't get as big as kings, so wouldn't they be bycatch?
Is a smallmouth bycatch of a largemouth?
Good point.
Logically, if we put the Atlantic in A tier, it's either A or S tier for cohos.
I'm on the S tier side of things. Not as good as kings, but still one of the most fun species of fish to target both for food and sport.
Plus, they look incredible.
Almost as good as the sockeye.
We won't be rating that one. It's truly more of an ocean species. They're also one of the only fish that people intentionally foul hook to catch while they're in fresh water to spawn.
Kind of whack. Cohos are the bomb, though. S tier?
It's splitting hairs at this point, but I'll have to push cohos into low S tier for their ability to get into shallows and provide a legendary fight for a fly fisherman.
Okay, fine. The S tier could have been a bit smaller, though.
I know for a fact that there are some anglers that think bluegill are S tier. Every fish has the potential to be S tier in my eyes. It just depends on the context.
That's the beauty of fishing, Donald. Whatever fish you like the best may be entirely based upon location or another singular category that provides the satisfaction and joy we've all found when spending time in the beautiful rivers and lakes of America.
You both could have just said whatever floats your boat. Either way, pickerel still blow.
You're just ignorant.
I'm ignorant, huh? Where has your bobber been for the last 10 minutes?
Guys, I got one.
Here we go, Joe.
Yeah, really impressive timing. If you waited any longer, the fish would have digested the hook.
It's a huge rainbow.
All right, Joe, let's see you bring it in.
I got you with the net. Don't horse it.
Holy fuck, he's strong.
Bring him home, Joey.
Almost.
Got him.
Yeah, let's go.
It's a big one.
Good fish, Joe.
Thanks, bros. I'll be eating good tonight.
Be sure to find the hook when you gut it.
That's about a 4-pound rainbow. Crazy.
I haven't seen one this big in a while. Come here, you. Let Uncle Joey smell you.
I'm now uncomfortable for the trout.
If you made it this far, I want to thank you. Be sure to like the video if you enjoyed and comment any ideas for future videos. I'm going to go eat this thing and leave these losers to get skunked.
Asshole.
Bye, folks. Hey, Barack, how's it hanging?
Hey, Joe, you ready to hook a giant?
You bet. What an amazing day for it.
You're absolutely right. There's nothing quite like a soothing sea breeze under the hot sun on the beach.
You said it. Fishing is a great excuse to spend the whole day at the beach.
Great location, too. Cape Cod is a vibe. I guess Donnie can be right sometimes.
If you say so. Where's the Cheeto man, anyway? Did he get mauled to death by seagulls or something?
It's possible. He did say he was stopping to get us all lunch. Says it's a must-have for this area.
Well, just in case he's an idiot, I brought the presidential cooler.
Nice. What did Jill pack for us this time?
Let's see. We got some brewskis, a couple waters, a few PB&Js, some ice cream sandwiches. Oh, and even a couple of fruit cups for you.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So what are we fishing for again?
Really anything that's around, mainly stripers and bluefish, though.
I figured I'd pack for anything gear-wise.
Pretty smart. You never know what could appear in this vast ocean.
Hey, look, Barack, a beached whale. Oh, wait, no, here comes Donnie.
I heard that, prick.
Hey, Donnie. I'll have to admit, you picked a great spot.
You know me? I always remember the good spots. It helps to GPS any location that holds a lot of fish like this.
Oh, so you've been here before?
Yeah, I came out here with Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, and Tom Brady. We were on Bill's boat and ran into a ton of bait, filled the live well with mackerel, and came to this spot. Literally one of the best days of fishing in my life, believe me. We caught so many bluefish, and Kraft caught a striper that was the same size as him.
He's not that big.
Are you sure it was a striper and not a stripper?
Robert loves his whores, but that day was worth returning for. Too bad Bill is doing training camp, or we might have been out there with him.
So what did you bring me for lunch? It smells awful.
The smell is from my bait. I bought some frozen herring from the bait and tackle shop up the street, and I'm letting them defrost in the sun. I brought only the most delicious food that New England can offer. I'm strapped to the gills with lobster rolls.
Well, I'll be damned. I haven't had a lobster roll in forever.
I was worried, but this is a rather pleasant surprise.
I got like 6 of them, but I'm for sure taking 2 down. Do either of your guys want one?
I think they're okay.
Why are you guys wearing Speedos?
Oh, yeah, Nancy told them not to talk to you.
Fine with me. More lobster rolls for us.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, they look good.
Fuck yeah, they are. Packed with lobster. They are so good they'll ruin lobster rolls for you anywhere else.
Some places have good ones, but definitely not as consistent as up here.
Did you get anything else?
Yeah, they had some crinkle cut fries.
Yes, crinkle cut or goated with seafood.
Ah! Fuck you, fuck off. Fuck.
Ha ha ha!
Fuck shit. My fries.
No, my crinklies.
Goddamn shit rats with wings. Why aren't they scared of me?
The seagulls on these beaches really don't give a fuck, probably due to years of beachgoers feeding them.
Have your Secret Service guys open fire next time.
That's probably not a good idea considering who pays them.
Oh, shit. You got Hillary's guys? Sweet. Which one of you killed Epstein? I'm just playing. Tell Hillary I said hi.
So what's the best spot to cast at here?
Well, what are you using?
I also stopped at that bait and tackle shop, but I picked up sea worms. I have a bobber and a hook, just like always.
I don't like those things. They creep me out.
Yeah, they're super ugly, but a great bait. You see those rocks over there that are just barely submerged in the white water around them? That's a perfect ambush spot for striper and bluefish that just cast out near that stuff.
Okay, cool. And here I thought you were gonna bitch at me for my classic hook and bobber.
That was in fresh water. If you're using earthworms to catch largemouth, then you might be a loser. But in salt water, a lot of times fish are harder to find, and live bait is really good for drawing fish in with the smell. Any saltwater fisherman will tell you that live bait is king.
All right, here I go.
Nice spot, right next to the wash.
Beautiful. Now it's time to stick the rod in the sand and enjoy my beach day.
I see you already got a couple lines in the water, Barack. Any luck?
Nah, I just got here 20 minutes before you two.
What do you got out there?
I caught a pogie with a cast net and chopped him up. I got one rod with a pyramid weight, and some of the cut pogie suspended a couple feet off the bottom, and I have a nice flounder double rig on the lighter rod in the eelgrass.
Very good, Barack.
Now the only thing left to do is pop a couple of brewskis and enjoy our lobster rolls.
Do you guys want to do another fishing tier list like last time?
I am so down for that saltwater this time.
What, are we going to put everything that swims in the ocean on a tier list?
Nah, we would be here all day. What if we just cover what's around here in the New England area?
That sounds better. We should do this every time we visit a new location for a fishing trip.
Nothing better than shooting the shit and ranking fish.
We should probably start with bait fish first, like the previous tier list.
Sure, what should we start with?
Let's just go from the bottom of the food chain up, starting with the herring.
These soft-bodied relatives of shad are very numerous in these waters. The herring run from about March to May. Their numbers makes them the most easily accessible bait in the spring.
Are we talking Atlantic herring?
Yes, for sure, but I would also lump blueback herring and the alewife in this as well. They're all basically the same thing.
Jill is my alewife for packing all these brewskis.
These guys are great. Considering our ranking for shad in the freshwater list, I expect they're high tier.
It's hard to beat a bait fish that schools in the thousands.
The only one drawback is they don't get much bigger than about a foot long, and you're more likely to see herring half that size.
Still a great bait for most of the game fish you'll encounter.
That's true, but it doesn't cover every game fish, and you're a lot more likely to catch these with cast nets rather than on rod and reel because of their size and the fact that they mainly eat plankton.
Still, they're a soft-bodied bait fish. Game fish like striper have no problem taking them down.
Plus you can use them to cut down the mightiest tree in the forest.
If you get that reference, you're a legend. I'm thinking we're leaning A tier on herring. What do we think?
Sounds good to me.
Probably a lower A tier, to be fair. A few better options, but I can't complain when they're readily available frozen.
All right, what about another similar type of fish that we ranked previously, the rainbow smelt?
Trump rainbow smells like ass.
You stole my joke and you didn't even use it right. Figures? For smelt, I would actually rank them lower than the last list. In saltwater, there's just much better options, sharing the weaknesses of herring being too small for some of the larger game fish, like tuna.
Fair enough. At least you don't have to go far from shore to get into them, unlike many other bait fish.
Plus rainbow smelt can't stand up to a pickled herring.
I forgot you eat bait fish, you fucking psycho.
A fish is a fish.
Well, with that extremely helpful knowledge, I feel fine putting them in C tier.
C tier is fine. This lobster roll fucking slaps, by the way.
Yeah, they were so good.
Jesus, I haven't even taken a bite yet. You already finished both?
It's one thing if the gulls steal my fries, but I'm giving them no shot at my lobster rolls.
I don't know how you eat that thing in like 2 bites, but I'm slightly impressed. What do we think about sand eels?
These ones are definitely sought after by many fish. I've seen quite a few offshore boils with sand eels and all sorts of game fish.
And these are some of the best bait out there. They have an interesting action. When you rig them up on a bobber or sinker, they don't tend to swim far from where you cast them, so you can work them how you like.
Sand eels also have resilience to colder waters and tend to stick around a lot longer than other bait fish.
And how can you not enjoy using eels for bait?
It's not actually an eel, Joe. It is, in fact, a fish.
I thought eels were fish.
Well, yes, but the point is they aren't eels.
It looks like an eel, and it's called an eel. Pretty sure it's an eel.
It's not a fucking eel. Shut up.
Barack is right, but I see your point, Joe. One snakefish looks much the same as another.
It's like a worm and a fish, perfect for bobber folk.
Considering all attributes, including size, availability, and even hardiness, sand eels deserve at least a low S tier.
Quite an impressive animal, to be honest. You can find them right off the coast, rooting around in sand pebble beaches, or you can find them in schools 50 miles offshore. Adaptable and feeds every fish on the list. They're so good that one of the best ways to catch any fish on the roster is to just imitate a sand eel with something like a sluggo lure.
I'm at S tier for the fact that hundreds of them jump out of the water at once to avoid game fish.
Okay, sweet. How about the classic that I've got on my lines right now? The pogie, also known as the menhaden.
Many fishermen call the menhaden the most important fish in the ocean.
It's not hard to see why. They feed most of the game fish in New England at one point or another in their lives. Just like herring, they feed mostly on plankton and travel in giant clouds near the shore.
Therein lies the problem with the pogie. Any bait fish that you can't catch on rod and reel without snagging them cannot enter S tier in my book.
Don't talk shit about my Pogie.
I will talk shit about them. Obama was lucky to get one near the shore with a cast net, but those of us with no boat aren't so lucky and will never sniff a Pogie.
Plus, they pose an environmental risk because a lot of them die when the water quality shifts or there's a lot of algae in the water, resulting in massive fish dying that'll make the surrounding area stink for days.
You can't deny that a big old fat Pogie is a fantastic bait.
I won't deny it, but it is disappointing that they aren't better considering they're just like a giant shad. With that mouth, they should be easily caught with a sabiki rig, but it just doesn't happen unless the Pogie is giant.
What that mouth do? But they can also get pretty big, like you said.
Joe makes good points here, but I can't say Don doesn't know what he's talking about for once. I feel like they miss S tier and fall into A above herring.
That seems about right.
Fine, but cut Pogie heads are one of the best baits for huge striper.
Speaking of great baits for huge striper, next up we have the Atlantic mackerel.
Fuck yes. These are, in my opinion, the best bait fish you can get your hands on.
That's debatable, but what I love about mackerel is that they're more than just bait. They can get pretty big. I think the record's like 7 pounds.
Not only are they very big for a bait fish, but this is also the first fish that I've considered the strength of the fight in the ranking. Being closely related to tuna and bonito, this fish is an extremely powerful swimmer. Pound for pound stronger than any bait fish.
It's a pretty wild ride to hook a whole mackerel on a bobber. Most people don't even use bobbers because these things take them right down. You're better off going to the store and buying a bunch of party balloons to tie on rather than using bobbers.
Plus, mackerel are actually a really good eating. Drag netters target them often.
The only annoying part of these guys is having to recast every few minutes because they'll just leave the spot that you cast it at in the first place.
The other annoying part can be finding them. Mackerel have a really wide range of depths that they can appear at. Fishermen are always asking each other where the mackerel are around here.
Yeah, finding mackerel can be wicked hard.
It's the ocean, the same goes for any fish. You won't always know where to look. I think the fact that mackerel can be at depths of 3,000 feet or up at the surface eating whatever can fit in their mouths makes them highly adaptable, so that's more of a positive.
When you do find them, it can be quite an enjoyable experience catching mackerel on a sabiki rig. If you think bait fish aren't fun to catch, then you haven't had 5-horse mackerel fighting you at once.
Is there anything the mackerel can't do?
Not really. They also provide some great entertainment when game fish go after them. They're insanely fast, so it sometimes takes striper and bluefish a couple minutes to pin them down.
Overall, I think they are clearly S tier.
Easy S, but do we think they're better than sand eels?
I think so. Sand eels might be a better bait at times, but mackerel have way more going for them as a species.
All right, cool. Mackerel are the best bait fish. Can we move on to game fish?
Not just yet. There's only one bait fish left, and it's not even a fish.
Oh, have sea worms made it on the list?
Well, we didn't include earthworms in the last list, so I think we should reserve ranking things that you can catch with rod and reel, or at least a net.
Oh, is it a crab?
Not quite.
What is this marine biology trivia? Just tell us what it is.
It's the squid.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Squid are pretty epic.
Squid works especially well for bottom feeders like flounder, codfish, and sea bass.
But how do you actually catch them? I've only seen them in restaurants and hentai.
Pretty much the same way we're fishing right now, but with squid lures. You can find them within 20, 30 yards from the shore.
Can you eat the squid around here?
Yeah, you can eat longfin squid. Many say it's very good.
Man, it seems like they're in the contention for the best bait fish.
Sure, they can be eaten by both fish and man alike, but to catch these squid, you risk getting inked. Neither the mackerel or the sand eels will fuck up your favorite fishing shirt in an instant.
Got a point there. That shit gets everywhere.
Yeah, but it still gets points for looking like an alien and being great in every other category.
Well, another thing that sucks is the squid don't hang around for very long at all. Most of them clear out by the time the stripers are in.
That's true for the long fin, but the short fin squid is fished for year-round. They're a little bigger and live out in deeper water.
So basically there's no downsides other than the inking?
That's a pretty big knock.
You're overreacting. Dealing with mackerel isn't the cleanest operation either. You got like 4 or 5 fish bleeding and flopping all around. You get scales and blood all over you.
Skill diff.
No, I think Joe's got a point. Squid are definitely high tier.
S tier.
You're just biased because you jerk off to them.
Yes, so what?
Fucking pig.
Enough of this. I'm putting them at the bottom of S tier considering the inking.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's my flounder rod.
Well, fuck, man, grab it.
All yours, Donnie.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Why would you give this smelly Republican your fish? His bobber is right over by mine.
Well, I feel bad because he got skunked last time, and he lost a huge bass.
Didn't you also get skunked?
No, I caught 3 bass after you left. Nothing big, though.
Looks like a flounder. I'll go grab him.
There he is. Nice fish, Donnie.
Thanks, Bro Obama. I couldn't have done it without your rod, tackle, and bait.
You're going to keep it? Those things are delicious.
I think I will. Maybe we split the fillets if you catch something edible.
I guess we'll see.
What type of flounder is this anyway?
Some call that the summer flounder, but that's mostly known as a fluke.
I think I'll name him 2020 after the election. That was clearly a fluke.
God, okay. Let's dive into game fish, starting with Donnie's catch, the fluke.
Well, speaking as a guy that just caught one, it was pretty good.
All the flatfishes have a special place in my heart for looking funny and tasting great.
They are quite a strange bunch, aren't they? There's 3 major species in this area, but fluke is the only one to be found all along the East Coast.
Well, since there's 3 of these flat fucks buried in the mud down there, why don't we just go over their differences and then choose their tiers all at once?
That would be rather efficient.
Nobody likes puns, Joe. What's the deal with flounder, Barack?
Well, we got the fluke, also known as the summer flounder. Then we have the winter flounder, also known as the black back flounder. And then we have the Atlantic halibut that dwarfs them all and is the largest flatfish in the world, reaching weights of up to 700 pounds.
Donald fat joke incoming.
Well, now you ruined it. It can't be funny now.
Donnie is so fat that fishermen shoot him in the head before bringing him on board to avoid him flopping around everywhere.
Cool story, bro. Why don't you tell it again?
So our halibut instant S tier for being huge?
They do have a lot of qualities that fishermen love, like being huge, fighting hard, and tasting great. But the problem is they have been historically overfished, leading to them being heavily protected and pretty rare.
And who the fuck wants to wait 10 minutes for their bait to hit the bottom to find these fish at depths where submarines implode?
Too soon, bro.
Fluke can go pretty deep too, but they spend the majority of their time in the summer months on the sandy coast. The same going for winter flounder, despite what their name might suggest.
So really, what's the difference between fluke and flounder?
Very few things. Fluke get a little bigger, up to 20 pounds. Flounder only get up to 6 or 7 pounds, although in this area they are commonly found at the same size. A couple things winter flounder have going for them is they seem more common around here and generally have the best reputation for meat quality among the flatfishes.
It sounds to me like flounder and fluke are high tier, and halibut are the actual flukes.
I thought we weren't doing puns anymore.
That wasn't a pun, you moron. It was a play on words, if anything.
In any case, you are correct. Halibut should be ranked lower. It's just not a sustainable game fish at this point in time.
Sounds like C tier to me.
I thought they were all from the sea.
Okay, now you're just trying to piss me off.
I'm with you, Don. C tier on halibut. I'm thinking fluke and flounder should be in A tier with flounder just barely ahead.
That's good. I know fluke will appear on other lists. So it's cool to see flounder get the edge for this area. Both are fantastic for dinner.
Good stuff. Next, we should cover another trio of fish, one of which is what this entire area of Massachusetts is named after.
Yes. Where are we again?
We're in Cape Cod, Joe. Sounds like we're doing codfish next.
That's right, Donnie. There are a bunch of cod species up here, but the main 3 we should focus on are haddock, pollock, and of course, the classic cod.
Everybody knows how good the taste of cod is, and haddock seems to have an even better reputation, but I've never tried pollock. Do you know if it's as good as the cousins?
From what I gather, pollock is just like haddock or cod, but slightly more mild flavoring.
Cool, so all the codfish taste amazing, but are they any good as game fish?
Well, strictly talking about size, the Atlantic cod has been known to get over 100 pounds. Although overfishing has decreased their maximum size in the area over the years, still 80-pound cod are not unheard of. Pollock reaches less than half the size, and haddock won't get much bigger than 10 pounds.
Sure, but how's the fight?
I've caught codfish before, and they honestly don't have a ton of fight to them.
Certainly nothing like a tuna. The fight is basically all about depth and the weight of the fish.
That makes haddock seem pretty mid. Am I just basically catching them to eat them, and that's it?
Yeah, pretty much. Same with pollock, although people also catch baby pollock when jigging for mackerel with sabiki rigs, so they do make it into the bait fish scene.
Okay, so in my estimation, cod are a low S tier because of their size, taste, and value to the area. Pollock are low A tier because of their use as bait and potential to be pretty large, while haddock are a low B tier because they don't get that big.
That's pretty Gucci.
I honestly would have been fine with all 3 being a tier lower, but this is good too.
Best not to anger the Bostonian fishermen. They already don't like me around here. Which reminds me, did you guys check the lobster rolls for pubes or spit?
Oh, shit. I didn't.
Regardless of how many pubes I've ingested, that shit slapped.
So I don't have to think about it anymore. Let's move on to a fish that is often caught right alongside codfish, the cusk.
Well, I didn't even know these things existed, and they kind of look the same as codfish. So what's the deal with them?
They're pretty much the same as codfish. They get about as big as pollock, up to 40 pounds, and are caught the exact same way cod can be caught, jigging at depths hundreds of feet.
Are they tasty?
They're regarded as tasting similarly amazing as the cods.
Well, is the fight any better at least?
Nope, pretty weak swimmers just like cod.
All things considered, I think we put them just below pollock in A tier.
They do look pretty cool, but the fact that I've never heard of them before now makes me think that they aren't as common as the cods, B tier over haddock.
I'm with Joe here. They're mostly bycatch when fishing for cod and are more often found in lobster traps.
Are we ranking lobsters?
No, but up next is a funky-looking fish that eats lobsters, the wolffish.
Jesus, Mary, and my mother's left ass cheek, is that seriously a real thing?
Yes, it is. This fish is often memed on for being gnarly looking, but it lives hundreds of feet deep in the rocky bottom of the ocean eating lobsters and clams and shit. Is it supposed to be beautiful?
Smash.
Excuse fucking me.
I'm just kidding. Mostly.
No more brewskis for you.
So what's the deal? You have to use lobster as bait?
They just don't eat fish, so you can use clams and crabs and such. They get pretty big and they apparently taste just like lobster.
Oh, damn. They sound like the high tier fish.
Kinda. But there's a couple of huge problems with them. The main one being they are completely endangered and protected, so you can't take any. Fishing for them specifically is also frowned upon.
Wow, well that kind of ruins the whole fishing situation for them, huh?
You're just jerking me around, Barack. Telling me there's a fish out there that tastes delicious, but I can't eat it. Asshole.
I say that we put them in D tier because they would be fine if they weren't protected.
Good for me.
That's about right. Not to mention they can actually do a number on you if they get those jaws around you. It should hurt the ranking of a fish when it's a serious threat to handle.
Does that mean sharks are all nerfed on this list?
Yeah, pretty much. As a matter of fact, let's get all the shark species out of the way before moving on to the most goated game fish.
That sounds fine. I've never hooked into a shark on purpose.
Only the real Chads target sharks.
What should we start with?
I think it would be more fun to start from the top and work our way down in terms of size. Let's start with the infamous great white shark.
Dun 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 dun. We're gonna need a bigger boat.
We don't have a boat, idiot.
Well, most shark attacks happen close to shore anyway.
And that's because it's where the people are. Do you ever use that brain of yours?
These have to be an S tier, right? You're literally catching jaws.
That's why I thought this would be a good shark to start with. You see, great whites are also extremely protected. You need special permits to even target a great white.
I'm confused why it's even on the list. You're not allowed to target them, which makes for a boring fishing trip.
I mainly include them to set the precedent for them in every other list. You're a legend if you hook into a great white by accident, but targeting them is pretty much a no-go. I personally put them in C tier for the chance of catching a smaller one and getting a good fisherman's tale out of it.
It's a great white. It should go in S tier.
I'm with you, Barack. Just move on.
Okay, next we have the cousin of the white shark, the short-fin mako shark.
Can you even fish for these ones?
Well, they are endangered, so you can't take them for meat. Not that the meat's good at all, but people do take them for shark fin soup. You are, however, allowed to target them with special permits.
Sure, but is it worth all the effort to target these when you know it has to be catch and release?
100%. Makos are certainly the fastest shark, but they are also one of the fastest fish in the entire ocean.
Do you fish for them like any other shark?
Yeah, essentially all shark fishing is the same. Get out in the middle of the ocean where they might be and start chumming the water to draw them in.
You can also troll for these ones since they're so fast.
Is the fight as legendary as it seems to be?
Yeah, definitely. We're talking about hours and not minutes. Plus, they can breach out of the water even faster than their great white cousins.
They sound so amazing to catch. What's the catch?
We've already covered all the downsides. It's a legendary fish that's pretty rare due to overfishing and requires a big boat and the heaviest gear to land.
Considering the size at up to 1,300 pounds, plus immense speed and stamina minus the downsides, Makos deserve to be in high B tier.
All the way down in B for this legend. I figured you would hold something like this above fish you just catch to eat.
The fact that you need a bunch of permits and giant boat to get out and chase them is a huge financial investment. You'll need a small loan of $1 million to even think about talking about the Mako.
I wish we had a boat right now. We could actually go find the fish.
Speaking of boats, is that boat coming right towards us?
Is that Bill?
Fucking losers!
fucking asshole Clinton seriously just blew by to scare our fish away, and he won't even let us on the boat.
Whatever, just ignore him. Where do we land on the Mako?
I was at B tier.
Come on, bro. At least A tier.
I'm with Donnie this time, definitely not for the vast majority of fishermen. You could be lucky enough to get a charter, though.
Next shark.
Okay, how about the thresher shark?
How did you know that one was next on our list?
I don't know the order of the list, but I've heard people rave about thresher sharks before.
They are indeed a special animal. They may not get quite as big as Makos, they can still get in the half-ton range.
That tail is pretty wicked.
It's the most interesting part about them. They use it to whip bait fish to stun them.
Is there anything stupid keeping us from catching them or keeping them?
They're not protected like the other two we've covered, and you can actually eat the meat.
I've heard it's pretty good, nothing special.
Okay, well, compared to the Mako, should it be an A tier?
They are pretty rare, but worth targeting for sure. The only other knock is they will whip you in the fucking face, and it'll hurt bad.
Me personally, I'd rank them just above the Mako and B, but I'm fine either way.
I'm cool with a low A tier. Next is the blue shark.
The blues have a cool look to them.
I like the deep blue color on a shark.
They pretty much provide the sport fishing of the Mako without getting quite as big and not having as many protections. Although you have to check your state's regulations.
Meat any good?
Not really. It's another target of shark fin soup, but I'm not big on it.
Yeah, I've heard grizzled old guys that look like the insane captain from Jaws talk about blue sharks, like it's the best sport fishing shark in the world.
They could be. The reason people say that is probably because these sharks travel in small schools near the surface. They are often called the wolves of the sea for this very reason.
Topwater fishing for sharks sounds elite.
Yeah, and you can even fly fish for them.
Ooh, now you got me hot and bothered.
Don't be gross. Where should we rank them?
It should go just slightly above the Mako in B tier, where the thresher should have gone.
Okay, this time that's fine. Just a few more sharks. Next one being the poor beagle shark, sometimes called the mackerel shark.
Never heard of this thing. Is it named after a homeless dog or something?
Possibly, nobody really knows.
It looks kind of like a great white.
They're in the same family, just like the Mako shark. The poor beagle is basically a cold water great white shark.
Any major differences between this one and its cousins?
Not much in size, although the poor beagle is a bit smaller than its cousins, only reaching about 500 pounds maximum. But the sport is just as good as the Mako and blue sharks. They are pretty endangered, so you can't keep them for shark fin soup, but nonetheless, a fantastic high-end sport fish.
I imagine the folks here in New England take pride in having their very own large shark species.
I don't know, man. I feel like I would have heard something about the shark by now. These people never shut up about their lobster or their Red Sox or their green monsters. I just want to tell them, every can of Monster is green. You're not fucking special.
That's not quite what they're talking about, but I agree.
Watch yourself, Obama. Whenever a black person is on a separate team from them, the everyday statistically intelligent Yankee summons a horde of poor white trash dudes from the slums of Southie to rain down racial slurs on you like a nor'easter.
Everywhere has those kinds of people. Now, where do we put the poor beagle?
Well, since we put better options like the blue and Mako shark in high B tier, this guy probably fits right behind them.
I disagree. Based on the location and the fact that mackerel are the best bait for these badass mini great whites, makes them at least over the Mako for this area.
I concur with my colleague.
I'm not positive you still know what we're talking about, but I'm not going to fight it since I would put him just behind the Mako myself.
Okay, well, that leaves us with two sharks. First, being the common dogfish. They have a ton of different names, but most know this particular species as the spiny dogfish.
Boring, Skip. Second shark dog wannabe in a row.
Donnie, if you disrespect my sea puppies one more time, I will have my Secret Service guys throw you in the sea.
Why the hell are you so quick to defend a nuisance bycatch fish that can barely call itself a shark?
I'm on Joe's side of things this time. The dogfish is severely underrated in every category that applies.
What? Barack, I understand when Joe takes your side, but how can a man with a fully functioning brain such as yourself agree with this fucking geriatric patient?
What's wrong with the dogfish?
What the dogfish doing?
This is a trash fish. At least I know it's time to pick up and move when all you can catch is these things.
Out of all your obnoxious takes, this one sucks the most.
It's pretty clear to me that you've never specifically targeted dogfish like all the other fishermen that hate them. Trust me when I tell you, this is a great game fish. Not only are they not picky in terms of bait, but they travel in schools of hundreds all around the same size. Once you get into some good-sized ones, you're in for a fantastic day of fishing.
This is also far and away the best tasting shark on the list. I've had some over in Europe where they called it rock salmon, and it was the best fish and chips I've ever ate.
Those Europeans are always cooking weird shit and calling it something normal to confuse people.
He's not fucking around, Donnie. Dogfish is delicious. Their meat is sweetened due to the amount of shellfish they eat.
Plus, look how cute they are.
That means nothing to me. I'm surprised you're so quick to eat them if you think they're cute little sea puppies.
I can still eat things that are cute. Just ask your wife.
Oof!
Fucking scallywag.
So where should we rank the dogfish, Barack, since Don is uncultured?
Well, if you're using the right tackle, they can give you a great fight. Adding that with the schooling behavior and downright delicious meat, and considering that the numbers of dogfish have fluctuated to dangerous levels at times due to overfishing, I'd say the dogfish deserves the highest ranking of any shark on the list. I'd be at A tier over the thresher.
The weed must be getting way too strong up here.
The weed is strong, but so is our logic.
Not really. The dogfish doesn't get that big. 20 pounds is a dream for them. Plus, you forgot to mention that these things are venomous.
Wait, really?
They do secrete a very mildly toxic venom from the spines above their dorsal fins. I would still consider the dogfish as the most easily handleable shark by a huge margin. They really don't have the strength to turn around and bite you, and it's pretty easy to avoid the spines.
I'm totally with you in A-tier Barack.
Oh my God, this is bullshit. Goddamn liberal fishermen. This is the last time we do a list without George.
All right, what's the last shark?
The last one I have is technically not a shark, but is in the same family. The stingray look-alike, the skate.
Let me guess. S tier because their little wings are cute or something?
You don't really eat these things, and they don't get bigger or useful bait, so they're pretty trash.
Talking about the little skate, you would be correct. There are a few more skate species that sometimes show up in these waters, but the little skate is the most common. Fishermen are always catching these things as by catch of flounder.
Are you going to sit there and tell me that they're somehow a good game fish?
No, I'm not doing that with this one. They only get a pound or two, and there is virtually no reason to catch them unless you want to bait up a lobster trap.
Gentlemen, I think we found our F-tier fish.
You know, I don't think I'd be opposed to that.
Yeah, there's really no redeeming qualities to speak of. On to the best game fish of the Northeast. Let's begin with the classic scup, sometimes called the porgy, not to be confused with the pogie.
I love these little guys. A great fish to start with if you're just getting into saltwater fishing.
They're pretty fun to catch at first, but since they don't get much bigger than a few pounds, one would get bored of them pretty quickly.
I don't know, Don. A lot of people fish for these fish every year.
These are basically the bluegill of the sea. They fight pretty hard, they don't get very big, but are very plentiful in areas where they're found.
They taste pretty good too, but they do have a ton of bones that get in the way.
Still a very accessible saltwater fish. You can easily catch these inshore and at piers or docks.
Tackle is super basic too. Since we put bluegill and B tier in the freshwater list, I feel like scup fit right in there as well.
Where in B tier are we thinking?
I think I'd go right under the sharks for them.
Good to go, Barack.
Fine with me too.
Okay, let's move on to a lesser known fish in this region, the Acadian redfish.
You're gonna have to explain to me what the fuck that is because I've never seen it before in my life.
It's clearly your spirit animal. It's the same color and everything.
They do appear in this stunning reddish orange, which is pretty exclusive to the redfish and Donald. As far as what kind of fish this is, it's a member of the rockfish family. Most rockfish are down south, but this is the only one that appears in the deep frigid waters of the north. They don't really live around here in Cape Cod, so you'll have to go even farther north, like Maine, to really get into them.
Are they any good to catch? What's the size and approach?
They don't really get that big. A couple of pounds is a big one. They live down in hundreds of feet on rocky bottoms, so you can use things like cod jigs to get them in. The fight is fine for a fish of this size.
And how about the meat? I often see rockfish on seafood menus.
Their meat is like any other rockfish and competes for the best tasting fish in the area.
It seems pretty inconvenient needing a big boat to go deep enough to find fish that are the size of scup.
Well, a lot of things make up for it, like the fact that they school in the hundreds and are quite easy to catch. You can fill a cooler up in no time. Additionally, you can fish for these in the dead of winter when all other seasonal game fish are long gone.
Whoa, those are some good qualities for this list.
Still seems pretty inconvenient to target them.
That's kind of true, but you can always get a charter on a big party boat and catch a ton of them.
They sound high tier to me.
I will admit that they have some pretty interesting stuff going for them, but I'm not quite in the high tiers. Maybe in B tier over the sharks.
I can see where you're both coming from, And I think I'm going to split the difference and put them at the very bottom of A tier.
Good spot for them.
All right, now for one of my favorites, both to catch and eat, the black sea bass.
Oh, fuck yes, finally we're getting into some top dogs. The black sea bass is definitely the most delicious fish on the list and is the most brilliantly colored of any fish around.
You got that right. Plus, they are a lot more common than the Donny fish we just covered.
They are certainly a lot easier to get to than the redfish because they don't go nearly as deep. Plus, they get bigger, up to 8 or 9 pounds.
The approach can be just like fishing for freshwater bass. Look for underwater structure in shallower waters and rocky bottom. Great lures include jigs and sinking rigs. Live bait is always a good idea with these ones as well.
Sounds like you've caught a few before, Donnie.
Yeah, I've even caught a few 4-pounders. They're pretty common from Maine all the way down to Texas.
With them being that tasty, along with its many other pros, Black Sea bass deserve an S tier for sure.
I will second that and add that they should go straight to the top of the list as it stands now.
Okay, very good. Up next, we have what some call the blackfish, more commonly known as the tautog.
What a weird name.
I've heard some people call it the tautog or the tautog, but I prefer blackfish because you don't sound like an asshole trying to say that.
But if you didn't vote for me, are you really a blackfish?
These guys are similarly as awesome as the black sea bass, except they can get twice the size.
They may get up to 20 pounds, but the meat isn't as good.
Uh-oh, that's a big no-no in my book.
They might not be as good to eat, but they're a really hard fighter with a gnarly set of human-looking teeth.
They are also pretty easy to find like other sea bass. Although this is actually a species of wrasse and not a grouper or a bass.
Bars.
I, for one, would like to put the blackfish in low S tier. They're easy to find and provide a great game fish, with the only 2 minor downsides being that you have to specifically use shellfish and crabs for bait, and there are better fish to eat in general.
You make a pretty strong argument. What do you think, Joe?
I was thinking high A tier for them, but I'm willing to let them just barely slip into S tier under the cod.
I was right around there, too.
Sweet. Moving on to the squeeteeg.
Have you developed a speech impediment just now?
No, I'm talking about what's commonly called the weak fish. It's a type of drum that appears more like a sea trout.
Yeah, Donnie, even I knew about this one. The squeeteeg is the state fish of Delaware.
It's funny how you can remember that, but you don't know where the fuck you are.
Are we in Bass Bay?
Cape Cod, Joe. Pretty close, I guess.
Like the chips?
Yes, Joe, like the chips. Now, can we get back to the weak fish?
Why is it called the weak fish anyway? Does it suck at fighting?
No, not really. It's pretty strong, in fact. They call it the weak fish because structurally their mouths are very weak and can easily shake the hook.
They're found pretty close to shore in the season and can often be schooled alongside stripers and bluefish in areas just like where our bobbers are right now.
If that's the case, then I'm surprised I haven't caught one. I've done a lot of fishing near New York in the shallows and never once hooked into one of these.
They can be pretty rare depending on the location, but they do have a wide range of basically the entire East Coast.
Okay, I'm starting to get the picture, but how big are they?
About 20 pounds maximum.
Okay, they seem pretty mid.
Bro, chill.
I wouldn't say mid, but I also wouldn't say high tier. They're a little hard to find and even harder to keep on the hook, but still make for great game fishing nonetheless.
I always figured them as a game fish. That's on hard mode, thus landing a big one is a prestigious act for a fisherman.
But do they taste good?
They don't taste bad, but there's better options.
C tier, mid.
Fuck you, at least A tier.
Okay, so since I'm the tiebreaker, and I agree with both of your points to a certain extent, I believe the weak fish should be in B tier, specifically over the sharks.
Thank you, Barack. I can die in peace now.
All you really wanted in life was this fish to be ranked way too high in our list? Bummer.
Holy fuck, my bobber, it's gone.
Well, what does that mean, Joe?
I'll probably need to buy a new one.
No, Joe, grab the rod, there's a fish.
Oh yeah, let me get it.
I'm sure that's what he says to all the girls that visit the White House on the high school field trips.
I got him, guys.
Look, it's a bluefish.
Bring it in, Joe.
Almost. All right, I'm gonna grab him.
Nice fish, Joe.
Thanks, man. Looks like a keeper. I've got some fillets to trade you, Donnie.
If you think I'm dumb enough to trade fluke fillets for a fucking stinky bluefish, then we all might have overestimated your cognitive ability.
Sounds like we're ranking the bluefish next. How was that fight, Joe?
Man, these things pull like Trump at a McDonald's. You get a couple of nice jumps out of them, too.
Bluefish are one of the toughest fighters at their size, with blazing speeds and an affinity for leaping out of the water. There's also no more common fish to target around here than the bluefish from June to October.
They can reach up to 40 pounds, but are more common at a quarter that size.
Definitely one of the best inshore game fish. The only problem is bluefish are a greasy, smelly fish that is a game fish first and a meal last.
I will admit they're not my first choice for dinner, but you can still eat them.
You can also eat your fucking leather wallet, but you don't see me trying to.
Bluefish also contains a lot of mercury, much like some of the sharks on the list. It wouldn't be smart to eat them consistently.
So where does that put them on the tier list?
They are an overwhelmingly popular game fish, great fighters, and you can even use small bluefish as bait for tuna.
They're definitely a high-tier fish, even through the lack of meat quality.
I'd say they can't make it into S tier for that, but I can see no better fish in A tier.
That's a good spot, Joe. You have my blessing.
Thank you, Father.
Good stuff. All right, it's finally time to cover the striper.
The Return of the King.
We did already cover the striper in the last list, but that was freshwater. These fish are even better in saltwater. By far, the most targeted game fish from here to the Florida Keys.
They can get a whole lot bigger in saltwater, too, even up to 80 pounds.
Even a 50-pound bass is a fisherman's wet dream.
Fishermen pretty much only have wet dreams.
Regardless, the striper is the quintessential saltwater fish and deserves to be at the very top of the list.
You can't go wrong. They are super common, even close to shore, while providing a great eating and an even better fight.
Easily the top of the list right now.
Not so fast, Joe. It's not over yet. Up next, we have the little toonie, oftentimes called the false albacore.
Oh, yeah, I know these guys. They're like a miniature tuna.
Exactly. Only getting up to about 20 pounds, the false albacore is a minnow compared to its cousins, but fights just like them.
Tuna and their whole family are by far the strongest fish on the entire planet. They have a motor that just won't quit, like me during election season.
That's an understatement. Tuna have completely hydrodynamic bodies, allowing them to effortlessly glide through the water at immense speed.
I'm not really used to seeing tuna this small.
We have fish of all sizes on this list. Just scale down your gear and you'll have the same experience.
Very true. Some say there is no better fly fishing target than these little guys.
You know, they're really not all that little. The record's actually 36 pounds and 48 inches long.
That's actually pretty impressive. I didn't know they got that big.
They sound amazing. Is the meat as good as bluefin?
Not even fucking close. You're better off eating canned tuna from the store.
Jesus, that's kind of a big knock.
It does hurt their ranking, but since they are easier to get a hold of than most of their cousins, I think the little toonie deserves an S tier.
I agree. They have so much going for them. Maybe not the top of S tier, but definitely over the cod and blackfish.
Anything you can't eat shouldn't go in S tier.
You've been overruled.
Sorry, Joe. I can't ignore the power of this fish on the proper gear.
How can we put it in S tier when it's not even honest about its identity?
We're moving on. Next is another tiny tuna, the Atlantic bonito.
What's the deal with them compared to the false albacore?
They are actually a very small tuna, never getting much over 10 pounds. They share most of the same pros and cons as the little toonie. In fact, they are often confused. The major difference is size, but bonito can often travel in much larger schools.
Is the meat still bad?
Yeah, you're not going to be taking any home.
In that case, I will not allow them in S tier.
Yeah, that's fine, but they still offer some of the best fishing due to the fight and the numbers. How about we put them in A tier, right below the bluefish?
Okay, good.
I'd probably put them even lower, but seeing them below dogfish would make me scream.
We're down to our last few fish, guys. Let's start out with the most prestigious, the mighty bluefin tuna.
We made it. This is the most goated fish in the history of fishing.
These are the top dogs in every single category. Not only do they grow up to 1,400 pounds, they fight harder than any other fish and are considered one of the most prized fish to eat in the entire world.
I love me some bluefin sushi.
Bluefins are truly the peak of the hobby. They, of course, share the same prerequisite drawbacks of sharks. You'll need the heaviest gear and a large boat to chase these giants, but it's definitely all worth it when you land a big tuna.
I've only caught one bluefin. It was only about 80 pounds, but it still gave me the fight of my life.
These things can go for hours, just like yours truly.
That's cap. You fall asleep after doing anything for more than 20 minutes.
Fishermen have been known to tap out against the bluefin tuna. Their strength and endurance is unmatched.
I love the look of them too, not just the color, which is incredible, but just seeing something that huge glide under the water without disturbing it at all is the most majestic thing I've ever seen.
On the other hand, they often create such a boil on the surface chasing baitfish that they can confuse whale-watching boats for a breaching humpback.
These things are wild. And you can also sell them for a pretty penny. I heard one sold in Japan for $3 million. That's 3 small loans.
Have you guys ever seen that show, Wicked Tuna?
Oh, yeah, big time.
I watched the fuck out of that show. Tuna.com is a legend.
That's been a good one for a while. All these boats competing for the best earnings every season is a fantastic formula for a show.
The upsides of fishing for the bluefin far outweigh the downsides. Sure, you might not always get one, but they wouldn't be so special if they were easy to catch.
They are a mandatory S tier.
Fuck that. They solo every fish on the list in the entire hobby of fishing.
Whoa, you're seriously going to put them over the striper that easy?
I am, and I don't feel like I need to explain myself.
That's tough, but I'm with you.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Next we have another tuna, this time the big eye tuna.
Okay, how does it match up to the goat bluefin?
They're very similar. The big eye is somewhere between a third and half the size of its bluefin cousins. They love deeper water, but other than that, it's pretty much a mini bluefin. If you can consider something that gets 400 pounds to be miniature.
Are they still just as tasty?
Yes, they are. In fact, they sell for more than bluefin tuna on average.
Well, that's all I need to hear. Where should they go in S tier?
Bars. Well, this time I'm not comfortable putting them over the striper, but I would definitely put them right under.
I can concede to that.
Me too, plus they look even better than the bluefin, which is impressive.
All right, Barack, what is our last fish?
The last one we'll cover today will be the Atlantic swordfish.
What a fish to end off the list. These things are just as legendary as the big tuna.
I know you also catch these fish alongside the legendary tunas. They are just as strong and get just as big, too.
Swordfish can get up to 1,200 pounds, and the fight can be just as good as a bluefin. You can argue that they are more common as well.
I've had the swordfish before, too. It's another really good one, although not as good as some in S tier right now, especially the tunas.
That's still a lot of meat if you can land a big sword.
Swords was another good show. It was like Deadliest Catch, but with giant fish. They occasionally caught some of the sharks and tuna on this list as well.
I wish that show kept going. It was pretty good.
I'm down to make a tier list of that or wicked tuna sometime.
True that. Now, where should we rank the sword?
Definitely S tier. I'd say right over the big eye and under the striper. The ease of access from the striper is only outmatched by the prowess of the bluefin.
I'll have to agree. Nice work putting together this list, Barack.
I appreciate it, man. Well, that's going to be it for this list.
Not just yet. Looks like you got one.
Hell yeah! Fish on, boys!
Let's go, Barack.
On the downrigger, it could be a big one.
Oh, he's giving me a fight.
Bring him in, Brobama.
I see color. I'm going to get him.
I see him too. It's a striper.
There he is, gentlemen.
Nice fish, Barry.
Looks like a keeper.
Thanks, guys, and thank you to everyone that made it this far. Be sure to comment where we should go next and any other ideas you have for content.
Feel free to like and subscribe. These lobster rolls aren't free, you know.
Bye, guys.
What up, Sleepy?
Hey, Donnie, you ready to get wet and fishy?
How can I? Looks like you left the wife at home.
You disgusting animal. How the hell are you?
Doing pretty well, despite your never-ending persecution.
Haha, we'll get you eventually. Where's O'Byron?
Oblicky should have been here first. It was his idea to come look at fish, and now I'm standing here wasting time with Joe Blow.
Bite my tip. I totally had time to get ice cream.
What's happening, fish friends?
There he is. What's up?
About time we don't have all day, you know.
Chew on my chocolate cheeks, Donald. I saw you walk in when I pulled up.
Did you at least bring me ice cream?
Joe, I'm not responsible for your ice cream addiction.
But if I don't fulfill my ice cream addiction, the crack addiction takes over.
Suck it up, Tweaky Joe. I'm sure we won't be here for that long.
And that's what I always say going into the pet store, but then I end up spending hours in here.
There's so much cool stuff, so you always spend a little too much time in these stores. It's like a casino or a trap house.
I do enjoy it, like a mini zoo, but slightly more humane.
I love my fish so fucking much.
Probably because your fish don't attack your Secret Service like your man-eating dog.
Commander is a good boy. The media destroyed his image.
Well, do you guys like this place? A lot better than your standard pet store.
This place isn't too shabby, unlike the White House, before I pimp that bitch up.
Your interior decorating is dog shit, but this place is bussin'.
Chain pet stores make me sick.
It really all depends on who's running the store, but the big corporations like Petco and PetSmart allow for some horrible conditions.
Yeah, their fish are often overpriced and live short lives.
It's much better to buy from a local store or with some online sellers.
So what are we looking to buy today? I got some taxpayer dollars burning a hole in my pocket.
I think I've had my 100-gallons cycled for long enough. I have some plants and snails going, so I'm picking out a few fish.
I love it when a tank comes together. I have a few of my own as well. I got a 300-gallon African cichlid tank in the living room, and then a 500-gallon coral reef tank in the shitter, and the monster fish pond in the basement.
That's pretty crazy. I have a big fish tank with a bunch of goldfish and other random fish that looked cool.
Oh my God, you're one of those guys?
Chill out, Donald. This hobby is for everyone, and there's no right way to do it.
There is definitely a wrong way to do it, and he's doing it.
Fuck off, my goldies are living lavish.
Although that's not what I would do, it doesn't mean he shouldn't.
Couldn't be me. Are you doing freshwater or saltwater?
I'm going tropical freshwater.
Tropical fruit bubblicious.
Freshwater can be cool, but nothing beats a coral reef tank.
Too much work, too expensive.
It's barely any work, and your Chinese money can pay for it.
It's barely any work because you probably have someone come in and do maintenance on all your tanks.
I will not admit that because Joe will probably indict him for taking care of Trump fish.
Enough of this malarkey. I don't control this indictment shit. If I did, I wouldn't be indicted right now.
It's just proceedings so far, Joe. Nothing better than a big old freshwater tank in my mind. The maintenance is really low for the amount of entertainment and relaxation you can get out of it. Plus, the fish are less expensive for the most part.
Yeah, true that. I had a Finding Nemo tank once, but my clownfish died and I got clinical depression.
Well, there's plenty of fish in the sea and also in this store.
I'm loving all these options. I could do a couple angels and some neon tetras.
Sounds lovely.
Basic, bitch.
What's wrong with that, Donnie?
Neon tetras are so common, I'm surprised pet stores aren't selling them as feeders. I've seen 1 million fish tanks with neons.
Shut your Cheeto lips, neons are a classic.
Sounds to me like we're going to have to settle this with a tier list.
Holy shit, are we going to rank every single fish?
Well, that would be impossible in one video.
This could be a mini-series.
I'm down with that, but only if we get some love on this one, so make sure to like the video and comment suggestions of fish if we missed your favorites.
Is this just any fish we want to rank?
We should just start with freshwater and stick to fish you would normally have access to in a pet store.
Very good, let's get started. As always, we need to set a precedent for these tiers. We are ranking these fish based off looks, ease of care, price, availability, behavior, and even their role in an aquarium. Before we start, I want to mention that you should do your own research on pH, temperature, hardness, and space for each fish species that you want to add into your aquarium. This initial research will save you money and heartache. The water in your fish tank may be perfect for one species of fish and deadly for another.
That's facts, but certain fish will definitely earn higher spots on the list for being more adaptable too.
Some fun names. What's the difference between the tiers?
S tier's easy. These are the starfish of any aquarium.
I thought we were doing freshwater. There's no freshwater, Patrick.
It's a play on words, Joe. S tier is simply the best fish for your aquarium. A tiers are still awesome, but might be lacking in one category or another. B tier has more going for them than not, but has some drawbacks.
C tier is for fish that people still buy, but their pros are pretty equal to their cons.
Haha, deficient, beneficial. Another play on the words?
No, those are puns.
Oh, I'm guessing deficient has more negatives in keeping these than positives.
Exactly. And then we have F tier.
Flush? That's pretty brutal.
Perhaps. I guess I'll come right out and say you shouldn't just flush live fish.
Yeah, you should hit them in the head real hard before you do.
You're a fucking monster.
No. It was just a funny F word having to do with fish. Do not commit racially charged fish murder.
There's no laws against the fish, Brobama.
I guess laws can't always dictate morality. Let's rank some fish.
Where do we start?
I think we should start with the most common kept fish in the world, the betta fish.
Everybody loves a family betta fish in the kitchen.
Betta fish are pretty cool, but people putting them in tiny bowls makes it cringe.
They're fine in there. They don't need a lot of space.
That's highly debatable. One thing that's not debatable is people have been abusing the fighting fish for over 1,000 years.
A bunch of Asian Michael Vicks had a pretty profitable animal fighting business, though, you gotta admit.
I think it's a little bit different with dogs. I don't really give a shit if dudes want to get together and make a couple fish fight.
It's a slippery slope, Donald. Next thing you know, it's people fighting to the death for bets.
Don't worry, Dana keeps saying he won't do death matches.
We can make a fighting fish tier list later. Where do they rank as pets?
Well, unfortunately, their violent ancestry makes it difficult to keep them with others.
They got the bloodlust.
Not always. There's a lot of betas that won't even hurt a shrimp in their space.
And then there's other ones that fight the plants.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. But the beta excels in almost every other category. They're kept in such small spaces because they can survive through those conditions, with adaptations to their hostile environment. They are able to breathe oxygen from the air, so water quality doesn't kill them as fast, making it easy to transport and keep them alive in bad conditions.
They are unmatched in ease of care and availability as well as cost if you're at the low end.
Like $10 will get you a nice one.
At the end of the day, you should give your beta plenty of space and a heater so it can not only survive, but thrive. A 10-gallon aquarium is cheap and plenty of space for a beta.
I prefer 20-gallon rimless for beta tanks.
Those are much more expensive, but I can't argue with the result. When done right, the beta is the single best centerpiece fish, especially in a planted setup.
The more expensive betas, like the plakat, are some of the most vibrant fish you can keep. Their beauty is matched by few in any aquarium, the Ivanka of fish.
So many different shapes and colors makes it hard to find a favorite. It's like looking at all the flavors of ice cream.
So they're pretty much perfect in every single way except behavior.
As long as you can get around the male beta's need to dominate its rivals, usually they'll be peaceful. If you pair them with smaller, faster fish or fish that stick to the bottom, the beta may not feel the need to kill them.
Then again, you might get one that thinks the fish tank is a battle royale game.
That's pretty rough for planning an aquarium. It's hard to imagine a betta fish in a community tank without worrying if you purchase the psycho killer or not.
It's almost always trial and flush.
I know one trick for that. If you're buying a beta from a pet store, they usually come in a little cup, so you can hold that cup up to the other fish in the store and see if the beta is aggressive toward them.
That might tell you your fighting fish is chill or that it won't survive much longer.
Yeah, not perfect, but at the end of the day, you could always go with female betas who are much less aggressive and can be kept in groups themselves. Most people refer to this as a beta sorority.
That's what I call the DNC nowadays.
So where do we land? I'm at starfish.
They should 100% fall into A tier for their semi-murderous nature.
It's actually a really close one, but I'll have to agree with Donald. There are ways around it, but you know when you're buying a beta that it's capable of extreme aquatic violence.
That's not an awful placement. You eventually move on from betas as you get deeper into the hobby.
Like what?
Like goldfish.
That's not how that works.
Okay, Joe, let's cover goldfish and koi.
Whoa, 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 why are we clumping koi with shitfish?
Don't call them shitfish. You're gonna make me violent.
Take it easy.
Koi and goldfish are basically the same. Sometimes you can't even tell the difference if they're the same size.
It's all in the barbels. Koi have barbels and goldfish don't.
Right on, Joe. You can get a variety of colors from either species.
Maybe that's true for the low-end koi, but there's no goldfish on this planet like the high-end Japanese koi. I've seen some insane koi ponds at billionaires' houses, and those things are crazy. I think they were called Sankey koi.
They are something special, but I don't think anyone wants to spend tens of thousands of dollars on fish. Not to mention, you need an entire pond to house even a goldfish.
No way, dude. They can be in a fish tank.
Maybe when they're small, but common goldfish can reach 2 feet long.
They don't get that big.
That's because all yours died young.
Y'all are spewing malarkey at rates unmatched since the last election. The little pudgy guys do not get that big.
Those Danny DeVito-looking things are dumb as fuck, the result of breeding in favor of defects.
The Aranda goldfish are funny looking, but they still do get pretty large. Even at a max of 8 or 9 inches, they are pretty girthy, which is one of the reasons that people like Donnie think these are dirty fish. In reality, they probably are cleaner than most fish, but are so large that fish tanks with goldfish get dirty quickly.
They aren't worth the amount of shit they produce, simple as that.
Goldfish have more spunk than any fish in my book. You're just jealous that you'll never be as orange as a goldfish.
Where do we land?
Flush it.
Best fish out there.
Joe, I'm going to have to bring you down to earth. No matter the species, goldfish and koi are best suited in a pond. Outside, you get all sorts of concerns, like weather and predators. Their color isn't anything crazy, but they are extremely peaceful and easy to care for. I'm going to say C tier. Not bad, but they have some issues.
I'm ride or die with my goldies. I don't care what anyone says. There's way worse fish out there.
I can think of one that you can find in almost every pet store, the rosy red minnow.
Here's a fish that even Joe can outlast. Whenever you buy these, at least 1 or 2 die before you even get home.
They're pretty good feeder fish, but that's about it.
I wouldn't even say that. I usually go for the bulk goldfish.
Bastard!
Yeah, they always turn into bass turds, peacock bass to be precise.
The rosy minnow is commonly kept as feeders and rarely kept as anything else. They are a commercialized version of the North American fathead minnow.
Great bait, but this isn't the fishing tier list. There's absolutely nothing interesting about keeping them except for watching them get devoured.
That's rough. They are deaf worse than goldfish, though.
The color is mid at best, but you don't need to worry about tank mates because they don't have the means of hurting anything, just like North Korea.
All around a waste of space.
Maybe a little slept on, but usually there's no worse option at the pet store. That's why they're like 10 cents each.
That was before. Thanks to Biden, they cost at least a quarter.
There's a reason they're that cheap. F-tier fish.
Couldn't agree more.
It's not like they try to be F-tier, they just don't know any better.
A much better minnow is the white cloud minnow. They are much hardier, more active, and have stunning coloration.
I wouldn't feed that to my big fish. I don't see this kind as much. Why aren't they more popular?
Mainly because they are more of a cold water species, only being able to withstand maximum temps of about 70 degrees, which is on the very low end for most tropical fish. But on the bright side, you usually don't need a heater for them, and they are very hardy in the right water temps.
Those look awesome. They could live with my goldies.
I will say they are interesting, looking like a little trout. They school pretty well, too. A great choice.
Are they S-tier?
I don't think so. It's a bit tougher to find tank mates with these ones. And the smaller a fish is, the more tank mates you'll want. Plus, they seem a little tougher to find. You may need to look online. In all other areas, they excel, though. You can even breed them as long as you have tiny live food and a place to hold eggs like moss.
I love little baby fish.
Please don't love them too much.
I'm thinking A-tier. Sounds like a great fish for beginners and Joe.
I've got more experience keeping fish than anyone alive.
I'm with you, Donnie. What's next?
We gotta rank the second best aquarium fish behind goldfish. Where are my guppies at?
All right, Joe, let's do guppies and endlers.
Meh, pretty small. I feel like I gotta squint to see them.
Just like your tiny hands.
At least I don't have a tiny wiener.
Cap, nobody's packing here but Obamaconda.
Well, at least my wiener works.
Mine works just like I do, with the right balance of medication.
Accurate. As for the guppies, I can think of no better option in terms of value. They may only be an inch or two long, but there are endless combinations of patterns and colors. Pretty much any color you can think of.
It's hard to have a favorite color. It's better to have either one of your favorite type or a mix of a bunch. In a few months, you have a new generation of guppies with insane color combos.
There is no easier fish to breed than guppies. They are known as live bearers because they give birth to live young. Females can produce up to 50 live young at a time, and they will breed as long as there's a male and female. Sometimes the fry will get eaten, but if there's plants or cover in the tank, then a few will always make it to adulthood.
This is one of the only fish that can get out of control in your tank. You think you're just buying a few guppies, but then you have a swarm of them in a couple months.
Good problems to have. Worst comes to worst, and you can just find someone on Facebook or Craigslist to take some spare guppies. You might actually make some money if you have some nice colors on them.
Like I really want to talk to some weirdo off the street. You could always just get a slightly bigger fish to eat all the babies.
There's a special place in hell for people like you.
Even with a bigger fish gobbling around there, will still be room for babies to grow up.
What about endlers?
Endlers are pretty much the exact same fish, but even smaller than the guppies.
Where do we rank these tiny fucks?
There's no doubt these are an S-tier fish.
The only problem is you gotta pick tank mates small enough to not eat your adult-sized guppies.
It's worth it once you got a little community of gups going.
They also don't school very well, so they're all up in everyone's business.
Guppies can do no wrong. They will almost always be the fish that gets bullied in the tank.
Any negatives are so negligible. This is one of the best fish to keep for sure. I would highly recommend them for kids too.
Undeniable starfish.
Fine, but you might need a magnifying glass to see the colors in full.
Why don't we stay on live bearers and talk about mollies, platies, and swordtails?
I'm looking for Molly. Molly.
3 different species? How can we rank them all at once?
Because they're basically the same thing. They're all just big guppies. Instead of an inch or two, these guys are 2 or 3 inches and bulkier like a goldfish.
Are they better than guppies?
I wouldn't say that. They are not as colorful, and they have a knack for eating most, if not all of the fry they produce, so breeding them is more difficult.
Since they are less colorful and larger than guppies, you can have less of them in the tank, so you'll have less fun keeping them too. Sounds like a downgrade.
True, but it's good to have some variety if you already have guppies.
And they can keep your guppies' population in check.
Sounds like A-tier to me.
I'm with you, Donnie. What should we do now?
I think it's time to talk Tetris.
Take it away, Donnie.
In my mind, there's 4 different types of tetra: the neons, the royals, the skirts, and the giants.
Interesting. What falls under each category?
The neons are a group of tetras that have bright color on some of their body, but have translucent or colorless parts as well. This includes neons, glow light tetras, rummy nose tetras, and many more. Most of them are under an inch long. The royals are much the same, but are usually slightly larger and have bright solid color all the way through. This includes the cardinal, the emperor, and the rainbow tetras.
Wait, that's a neon tetra again.
That's a cardinal tetra, Joe. Same colors, but a different species entirely.
A straight upgrade to the standard neon. The classic red and blue color covers their whole body.
What about the skirts?
This is for the thick-bodied skirted tetras. You can easily tell them apart from their body shape. They look like tiny piranhas.
Piranhas and pacu are actually the cousins of tetras.
Lastly, we have the giants, like the Congo tetra and Buenos Aires tetra. These ones are pretty colorful and are very large compared to the rest. They get about 3 inches long.
Only you would consider 3 inches giant.
Eat shit. These are the biggest schooling tetras you'll find in a common pet store.
Not a terrible way of categorizing them. Where are you with the ranking?
The royal tetras are top of the line, easy care, best colors, extremely peaceful, and great schoolers. The emperor specifically has insane color. There's no reason they shouldn't be next to guppies in S tier.
Agreed.
Fair enough, but where are you ranking the neons? You were throwing hella shade on them earlier.
Probably B tier,
Why though?
because the color isn't all there like the royals.
You can't possibly make them fall 2 tiers just because the color isn't quite as good as an emperor.
I just did, though.
I'm going to side with Joe here. There's plenty of different neon and glow light tetras that can fill the role of a schooling fish very well. They have virtually the same advantages as the royals, with a little less color. I'm at A tier.
Spit facts, Barack.
Oh, fine. Next, the skirted tetras, like the black skirt and serpy. It's a little tough to rank them. They have an issue where they become semi-aggressive if not kept in the right number.
Oh, please. What's the worst they could do?
They'll chew all your other fish's fins down to the fucking bone, leaving them unable to swim, so they suffocate.
Holy fuck.
Fin nippers are some of the most annoying fish, especially if you have guppies, bettas, or anything with beautiful flowing fins.
Yep. They don't do that if you have a school of them, but it's definitely an issue if a couple of them die off. Their colors aren't anything crazy either.
That said, it sounds like they fall to B or C tier.
Probably C tier. Much better options.
I don't really understand why they're so widely available. You'll find them in every pet store.
They're cheap and can add a little different body shape to your population. Still not one I go for.
C tier is okay.
Lastly, what I call the giant tetras, mainly the Congo, Buenos Aires, and Colombian tetras. These tetras have a bit more meat on them and are extremely fast swimmers. They really don't have the intense color of the smaller tetras, but the glimmer of their scales gives them a rainbow effect that is indescribable.
They sound pretty dank.
I personally love the Congo tetra. I also find it interesting that it comes from the Congo instead of South America like most tetras.
You gotta love South American fish. Most of them can withstand San Francisco levels of shit.
You shouldn't let your fish tank get that dirty, but it pays to be hardy in this hobby.
Anything wrong with these big booty tetras?
Here's the thing, they can be just like the royals or neons, but just scaled up. This proves to be too much for the beginner hobbyist. They swim at fast speeds and are required to be at least 6 in number to keep them happy.
I see. So they require a much larger aquarium. And if their social requirements aren't met, they'll go psycho?
Exactly. They'll turn piranha real fucking quick on you, especially the Buenos Aires and Colombian tetras. I'd say Congo tetras are easily the best of the giants, but they're much harder to find than the South American variety. Of course, they are a bit larger and faster, so you have to start paying attention to where the rest of your fish are swimming, or you might see traffic.
Paying attention to the water column that your fish like to swim at is very important for building a symbiotic community. If you bought all fish that swam at the bottom, it would be a pretty boring tank, to be honest.
Right, so it takes a big tank to house them, no less than 100 gallons in my opinion. That makes them just miss S tier and fall into A tier.
You're Pretty bold to say Congos are an S tier. You could lose some votes that way.
I stay keeping it real.
You think you're gangsta because you went to jail for 20 minutes?
I am infinitely more gangsta than you or Mr. Dubois over here.
I gotta respect the Boondocks reference.
Are there any more fish?
There are a lot more fish. How about let's cover my favorites? Danios and Rasboras.
These little guys are the best.
They're right up there with the best for colors. There's a ton of options, almost as many as guppies.
The celestial pearl Danio or Galaxy Rasbora is easily the best schooling fish to keep, in my opinion. I'm definitely ordering a dozen of these for my setup.
That's a fish to devote an entire aquarium to. And they're so small that you can keep them in a 5-gallon easy.
Micro tanks don't interest me.
I think there's a lot of potential for nanofish. The price tag is a lot lower.
Nothing beats keeping a ton of these in a big tank, though.
The Emerald Tiger Rasbora is another one of the same caliber. After that, there's an endless list of different colors and patterns from both the Danio and Rasbora families. They're basically cousins.
I'll shout out the leopard Danio too.
That's a nice one, actually.
I know, right? Like little leopards in your tank. Is there anything bad about these?
I'll say that they're a little sensitive to water changes, but if you're consistent, they can live twice as long as guppies or tetras.
That's a starfish in that case. It kind of sucks to buy an entire new tank of fish every year and a half.
S tier for the galaxy fish alone.
True that. Okay, what about barbs?
There's a few different types, just like tetras.
There's like 3 different variants of barb. You got your cherry or rosy barb, your tiger barb, and the Denison barb.
I keep cherry and rosy barbs in the goldfish tank. They are active little guys.
By far the best barbs. There are many different colors and types, like the Odessa or snakeskin barbs that fit the same description.
That's a good point. You can lump those in here too.
I've heard people keep these outside just like goldfish and koi.
True, the rosy barb can adapt to all sorts of different water conditions. My only gripe with them is they can be semi-aggressive toward other fish the same size or smaller. The cherry barb is the smallest, most common, and least aggressive barb available.
A or S tier.
They can't really be a showpiece fish in your tank, if I'm being honest. These barbs have good side character energy, though. I'll say A tier.
Okay, cool. The tiger barb is a bit more difficult.
These things are straight up menaces. If you don't have a giant school of them, they terrorize the fins of all others present.
Early in my aquarium experience, I got a few of them because they looked cool and they did unspeakable things to my goldfish.
Tigers also get pretty big for being a schooling fish, similar to the Congo tetras, but twice as feisty. You can keep them with a few particular types of fish with success, and they are quite a beautiful and active fish. I feel like it's a solid C tier. Swim at your own risk.
I would be at flush for what they did to Dinkelman.
Your goldfish was named Dinkelman?
Yeah, Orange Man was taken.
Rest in peace, Dink. Now the Denison barb.
I know this one is the roseline shark. I had no idea it was a barb.
Yeah, it's not a shark. And sharks aren't even sharks in this case. They're all catfish.
But it's got the fin, and I hear the Jaws music every time I see one.
They do have a similar fin structure, but a barb all the same. This one is larger than the other barbs, but acts much the same as the rosy or cherry barbs. You might see some semi-aggressive behavior if they are kept in the wrong conditions.
Like if you use vitamin water instead of tap water?
What?
This dude is in charge of our country. Fuck me.
I thought it would give the fish better colors because of the vitamins.
And what happened instead?
Everything died almost instantly. I had more trips to the bathroom than after dinner at Taco Bell.
I'm unsurprised. Even tap water can kill fish without special dechlorinating liquid.
Is it the stuff that Donnie said would cure COVID?
No, some moron died drinking aquarium cleaner and the media blamed me and not the guy who drank fucking aquarium cleaner.
We're getting off track. Where do we land on the Denison?
Compared to the other barbs, I like the color on them and they seem nowhere near as aggressive as tigers, with the only drawback being that they are much bigger, so you want to have at least a 55-gallon for them. Barbs generally need members of their own species to be happy, or they'll start fucking shit up, so you'll need to have a few of them at least.
They're pretty large to have a minimum of 3 or 4. That takes up a lot of space in even a 55-gallon tank. To me, they aren't quite so very interesting to have them be the main species in the tank. It's also kind of hard to find them, partly because they're very endangered in the wild.
I'm going to say B tier because one of them got along with my goldies pretty well.
That's definitely not recommended, but I have seen fish tanks running only one of these before. I can agree with the B tier.
Sure, now what?
Let's just do like 10 more. Maybe some more broad categories when we can.
I can talk about fish for 12 fucking hours. There's way too much for one video, so let's just cover the greats. The African cichlids, for example.
Top tier color, but they're meaner than Donnie without lunch.
Here's the thing about cichlids. They can be the best fish to keep by far. They have the bright color of saltwater reef fish and are actually extremely intelligent. They're able to recognize faces, and you'll see behavior that'll amaze you. The only problem is they are extremely territorial and lethal to most other fish, even themselves.
That's for damn sure. If you don't raise them up from babies, it's very possible that there will be deadly consequences to introducing adults. I've seen them pick off the weakest fish one by one until there was only one left swimming. It was like Highlander or some shit.
That sounds fucking terrible. What if you just have a few in a big tank?
You would think that would help, right?
It's actually the exact opposite. You need to flood the tank with as many cichlids as you can. Too many fish, not enough territory to claim.
It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. The upside is you get a tank full of beautiful fish, the downside being a pretty expensive initial price tag.
When it all works, it's priceless.
And when it all goes to shit, it's an expensive fish coliseum until you have a single badass gladiator fish left.
There's hundreds, if not thousands, of species to choose from. Did you know I even have an African cichlid named after me?
Does everyone get a fish named after them where you're from?
I'm not from Africa, you fucking douchebag.
Birth certificate, or it didn't happen.
Let me see Obama fish.
Here you go. Teleogramma Obama Orum.
That's awesome. He looks just like you.
You're an asshole.
I wish I had a fish named after me.
I actually have a few fish named after me and a couple spiders and even some parasites.
I wonder why.
All I have is a stupid extinct squid. You got anything, Donnie?
I have a legless amphibian that's blind and buries its head in the sand.
That seems like a scientist took a shot at you, and I love it.
I hope it goes fucking extinct.
I want to get a Donnie frogworm.
I wouldn't mind adding an Obama to my cichlid tank.
As far as I know, it's not for sale.
I'll get my hands on an Obama, don't worry. With any luck, I'll own a bunch of Obamas.
I don't like the way that sounds.
All in all, I think African cichlids deserve the S tier.
They're mean, and I'd much rather have a goldfish.
I'm not going to say goldfish are better, but I will need to bring them down to A tier due to the initial cost and the complications with aggressiveness. Not particularly a fish for beginners, but fantastic nonetheless.
That's an equitable compromise. Continue.
What about their cousins, the South American dwarf cichlids?
Like the ram cichlid?
Yes, the rams, and also the Epistogramma variety.
Are they mean?
No, they're nowhere near as violent as the Africans.
You got to think about how things sound before you say them. But you're right. The South American dwarf cichlids are much less active and aggressive. They basically sit in one spot and stay there. As long as nothing invades their space too much, they're completely peaceful.
So they still also have the color and the variety that the African cichlids do, but in a smaller and friendlier package?
They usually don't get along together unless it's a male and female, but adding a couple to a community tank is a fantastic addition.
They still retain everything great about their cousins, but I prefer their temperament to a large extent. They don't need to be the most numerous fish in the aquarium to be a showpiece.
Smart little guys, too. The way they look at you in the eye is nothing like a neon tetra or any other fish.
You can tell there's more than a few gears spinning in this little fish's head.
It's more than I can say for you.
Why don't you make like an air stone and blow me?
I think these are easily S tier.
No doubt about it.
Cool. How about a bigger South American cichlid, the Oscar?
The Oscars became more interesting with the help of Will Smith.
The big boys. Oscars are fairly large at almost a foot long, but not quite so large that they wouldn't fit in an aquarium. They don't need to be housed with anything else. In fact, it might be better that way.
Nothing meaner than an Oscar. There's a very limited number of fish that can be kept with it. Goldfish aren't one of them.
I will say that the colors on them make it bearable to keep them alone or in small groups. Be careful, though. They are every bit as aggressive as the African cichlids, sometimes even more.
Where do we rank this asshole?
I'm fairly high on them. I realize that they can't be top tier because of their behavior and size, but I don't think they fall down too far.
I think since it's a really smart fish that can be your buddy, it can break into B.
Oscars being over goldfish is fucking malarkey.
Wrong. What about our native cichlids?
Like bass and bluegill and shit?
Who hasn't kept a little bass they caught in a fish tank?
Nothing better than getting a bass or a couple bluegill fattened up before releasing them again.
Although that does sound great. Technically, it's extremely frowned upon. Taking fish or any animal from its environment and putting it in a human-controlled one has the risk of being exposed to disease. Therefore, releasing it back into the wild can put all the other animals in the environment at risk.
How is it going to get diseased in my sterile fish tank?
No fish tank is sterile, but it's usually from the feeders that we use. What did you feed your pet bass while you had it?
Worms, crawfish, and goldfish from the store.
Tyrant!
There you go. Feeder goldfish are not clean by any means. By releasing that fish, you could have killed all the native species in the body of water. No joke.
What is this, some post-pandemic countermeasures? Do all the fish need to wear masks?
No, bro, I'm telling you. It's illegal to introduce fish from your house to a wild body of water, regardless of where it came from originally. You can still keep a largemouth as a pet, depending on the state, but you simply can never release it again.
What if I keep it outside in native water and only feed it native foods?
Even then, it's still illegal.
No fun.
Well, poisoning an entire lake or river system isn't fun either.
Are you done being a buzzkill?
Yeah, thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
With all that being said, our native cichlids are just as colorful and entertaining to watch than any other cichlid thus far.
There is absolutely nothing better than watching a bass at feeding time, but largemouth get pretty big. You'll need at least 100-gallon if you think you'll be able to house one long term.
I'd go even bigger if you can.
In that case, it doesn't really seem worth it.
True, I always kept them with the assumption that I'd release them when they get too big. Now that I know that's not kosher, it's kind of turning me off.
Bluegill and sunfish are still pretty cool, though.
Still, it's a severe downside to need such a large aquarium for a fish that you know can't be housed with anything you can't catch at the local pond. I'm at D tier personally.
Deficient is okay for them. Nothing outside of a pumpkin seed sunfish is gonna match the color of pet store fish.
Very good. I have one more cichlid species to cover, the angelfish.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I was wondering when we would get to these.
You can't go wrong with a few angelfish.
Let's just get the negatives out of the way. Firstly, they're very social and need more angelfish to be happy. Second, they like the water on the very warm side, at least 78 degrees.
Those aren't even bad. They have an amazing look with the vertical fins and can be kept with smaller fish with no issues.
Lots of colors, very active, a ton of fun.
I think we can agree that angels deserve the S tier due to being one of the most recognizable and safest options for a centerpiece fish.
Oh sure, great for beginners and advanced keepers alike.
All right, and how about the dwarf gourami?
Gorlami, like Inglourious Bastards?
No, like the thing that looks like a fat beta fish.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
Sure, they got great color with orange and blue stripes, but you're pretty much just getting a betta fish with toothpicks for tits.
They do have a similar behavior to the beta fish, for sure. They also share the hardiness as well.
Can I put more than one together?
Heavily debated, with my answer being not males, and it's a lot harder to tell male from female with this species compared to the beta.
Same pros and cons as a betta, might as well toss them in A tier.
I'm good with that.
How many more fucking fish are we gonna talk about?
Let's just do a few more. If you really like this, show us some support. Like and comment, and we'll do a sequel to this video.
I want to do reptiles next.
I'm down for that too.
Okay, now let's cover the more advanced fish in this hobby, the discus.
They are some of the most beautiful fish you can keep. That's if you can keep them alive.
Certainly not for beginners. Not only do they cost an arm and a leg, but they are notoriously sensitive, just like those bitches running the view.
You have to be really on top of water changes and have a very specific environment to really get these going. And it's a challenge, but worth it if you have the grit.
I like how round they are. It's like raising rainbow frisbees.
At least you don't really have to worry about behavior or tank mates with these slow guys, but you need your tank to be almost 90 degrees to keep them happy.
You're gonna need a good heater.
These things are a pain in the ass, and I wouldn't bother with them.
Joe doesn't like a challenge. I, for one, have kept these for a time.
Was that time longer than a month?
3 months, thank you very much. Then I missed one water change to go to a rally, and they all fucking died.
It's pretty rough, I'll be honest. But how great was that aquarium while you had it?
The best. Everybody was telling me what a great tank I had.
There's no way I would put them in the high tiers, but B tier seems like a good spot.
I'm with you. Comment if you've had any luck with them. I'm genuinely interested.
Let's move on to the rainbow fish.
Solid fish, fellows. I've had quite a few over the years.
Take it away, Joe.
According to our previous judgments, these fish are definitely high tier due to their color, hardiness, and general behavior. I know for a fact Barack is going to shit on them for their social requirement recommending at least 6 individuals at their larger size, requiring a larger aquarium and a pricey setup. But otherwise, these are perfect for any community tank that can house at least 6 fish that can get 4 inches long and pretty big at that. You're talking about at least a 4-foot wide tank. You also want their tank mates to match the speed of the rainbows, being very fast themselves. A tier seems to be the move here. Am I missing anything?
Wow.
Holy shit, I've never heard such an in-depth understanding of anything from you.
Yeah, the only information I retain fully is whatever these pamphlets in the pet store say about fish I want to buy.
Well, that pretty much sums them up. They're great. You just need a big tank, and with that slight limitation of tank mates.
They would put guppies in a washing machine, but anything faster or larger than that is fine. Nice one, Joe.
We should talk about the fish you see in every fish store that glow in the dark. The glow fish.
Pieces of shit.
Don't make fun of glowfish. They're pretty cool. I sometimes buy them at the store, but they never look as good at home.
You need a specific light to make them glow. They were genetically modified with a protein at the microscopic level in their early development to give off a glowing effect under blue light.
Are they dunking these fish eggs in Mountain Dew or something?
It was on a starting population of a handful of commonly kept fish. A few tetras, danios, sharks, tiger barbs, and even the betas.
I think all of them look tacky and not natural, therefore trash.
Some of those are high tiers already. Do we really flush them because of color?
I'm with Donnie this time. The whole point of making an aquarium in my mind is to create a natural environment regardless of if the species are from the same place or not.
Reminds me of what used to make America great. A bunch of people from all over the world working alongside one another in harmony. Now it's like someone poured a bunch of tiger barb glowfish in and everybody is getting their fins nipped.
I think it was tiger barb glowfish that killed my Dinkelman. They were hot pink.
I guarantee you got bullied in school. Flush them.
Fine, justice for Dinkelman.
It's not like they're any different than where their respective species are ranked now. I just don't like the idea of genetically modified fish when there's so many natural or otherwise selectively bred options.
I don't really give a shit about genetic mods. Make red-tailed catfish 3 inches and I'll be happy. It's just that they look stupid.
I really haven't ever seen a glowfish tank that knocked my socks off. The decorations and gravel made for the glow light doesn't look good whatsoever.
Well, we can't end on those.
You're right. Let's end it on a high note. Let's talk killifish.
That's a proper send-off.
These guys are super colorful. Any downsides?
Not really. In some species, males can squabble over territory and females, but they are not known to be deadly. You need to look species by species for the particulars, but as a whole, they are pretty hardy. They don't live quite as long either, just 2 or 3 years at most.
That's like guppies and others on the list. Sometimes you don't need fish to live a super long time.
That makes sense. You wouldn't want your fish to outlive you.
I just mean sometimes it's good to change the aquarium up every few years to keep things spicy.
How many different killifish can you get?
There are many different vibrant colors between the species. You got the clown killie on the smaller side, about 1 inch, and the rest are about 3 to 5.
Not another clown.
This clown looks a lot better than the previously mentioned clowns.
There are some other good ones like the Gardneri and the Golden Wonder killifish. Killies rival any other fish in the hobby when it comes to color. I absolutely love them, dancing around near the surface.
I don't see anything wrong with them.
Nothing wrong with them at all. Seems like you can find one for most communities.
They're sometimes a little hard to find in pet stores, but it's not a bad idea to have these shipped over, worth every penny.
Still a starfish nonetheless. All right, are we done here?
For now. We are certainly not done with this topic. We didn't even cover catfish, which are the most diverse type of fish kept in the world. There's plenty of fish we didn't get to, so please comment your favorites for the sequel of this video.
I hope this serves as a good guide to people trying to put a tank together.
Great list, fellas. We're so close to 30K subscribers.
It's becoming quite a community tank. Make sure to join us if you enjoyed the video and want to see some more pet-related stuff. Discord in the description as always.
I think they'll be into the aquarium invertebrate or the reptile tier list.
Of course, monster fish, and we could even cover dog breeds too.
Sounds good. Until next time, folks.
Bye, guys.
What up, my ninja?
Hey, Joe, how was work today?
Boy, I'll tell you.
If only I could remember.
Well, you went to Hawaii several days after the wildfire. How did that go?
Oh, yeah, it was pretty hot.
Yeah, no shit. Did you comfort the poor burn victims and give them financial aid?
Yeah, totally. I gave him 700 big ones.
Joe, doesn't that seem off? 700 per person doesn't feel like it'll help much at all.
Ha! Listen to Obamacare over here. It's $700 per household.
Dude, you've sent like $5 billion extra dollars to Ukraine by accident. You're not gonna help the people of my home state?
What I didn't get is why all these people died from a wildfire when they live on an island surrounded by water. Like, just take a swim until there's no fire.
Oh my fucking God.
Sup, libtards?
Hey, Donnie, join any prison gangs yet?
No, the skinheads love me, but I'm not trying to do all that in an election year. I might need to go with the Hispanics.
Are you sure you'll have their support?
Are you kidding? They've already built a wall around my unit out of lunch trays and beds, and they paid for it.
Well, did you let them know you're only going to be in there for like 20 minutes?
And break all their hearts? No way. I'll tell them on the way out.
You just want to avoid a riot.
That would be a change.
Shut your mouth, Mr. Summer of Love. What are you guys talking about?
Joe's in Hawaii.
No, I'm actually home now.
Oprah probably wanted you off her new island.
Seriously, how long did you stay?
Like 6 hours. I'm pooped.
Sleepy, you didn't even spend a full workday there and you were falling asleep in your chair.
Yeah, what is so important that you took forever to get there and only spent the better part of an afternoon?
I was eating ice cream and watching old Animal Planet shows for the sweet nostalgia.
So while people burned alive, you were watching Steve Irwin?
Rest in peace to that legend. His kids are taking the mantle, though.
Of course, I watched a ton of The Goat, but I also dipped into Big Cat Diaries, The Most Extreme, and River Monsters.
All classics. Don't forget Pit Bulls and Parolees.
That shit was trash. It started that whole era where Animal Planet was doing shows that weren't even about animals, like that fucking ghost show.
The Haunted was trash, and I agree they went too far with that type of content, but there was at least still dogs in Pit Bulls and Parolees.
What was your show of choice back then, Donnie?
I was super into Animal Cops Houston.
Shut your Sarah McLachlan head ass up.
Fuck off, it was like Cops, but they saved puppies. It was incredible.
You guys are forgetting the best show of them all, Lost Tapes.
I forgot about that one. This found footage horror show was not too bad.
It was kind of mid, but wildly entertaining at the same time.
I always loved the topic of cryptids and mythical beasts.
Sounds like a tier list to me.
I'd be so down. Hold on, I'll get some ice cream.
I say we only do American cryptids.
Fine with me, let's do it. Okay, first of all, I'll explain the tiers. We have S tier, they're out there, which is for cryptids that have so much evidence that their existence is all but confirmed.
How would they be a cryptid if there's that much evidence?
You'll see. Second, we have A tier, or the could easily be real tier. For this one, we may have some evidence or an explanation for the creature or the legend. After that is B tier, real but extinct, which is as it sounds. The animal in question once existed but doesn't anymore.
Like Donnie is president?
You'll be extinct before you can serve another term.
C tier is possible, but not supported by much in the ways of proof. Then D tier, which is the unlikely tier. Creatures in unlikely have little to no proof and more supporting their non-existence. Lastly, we have F tier or...
Fake news!
Yes, fake news. I think you can guess who came up with that one.
This tier is pretty self-explanatory. Anything that sounds like it came from CNN is probably in here.
All right, cool. What monster should we start with?
Why don't we start with the quintessential cryptid?
Garden gnome?
Joe, those are lawn decorations.
No chance, bro. I saw a few of them. They were hunting flamingos.
You got to take your pills more consistently. I was talking about Bigfoot.
Here we go, the classic useless debate.
Now hold on, Donnie. Let's give Sasquatch a chance. Sightings have been happening since native tribes owned these lands.
A chance? Sasquatch is 100% real. I've seen one myself.
Not this shit again.
Okay, where was it, Joe?
It was at your house.
Joe, if you're talking about my wife, I'm gonna be livid.
Nah, dude, it was like twice the height of you or your jacked wife.
When was this?
Had to be during Barack's time because I wasn't allowed to talk to it.
Why am I not remembering this meeting with Bigfoot at my own house?
Maybe you're having problems with memory and or cognition. It's important to see the early warning signs, Brobama.
So you saw a big hairy ape in Barack's house?
Nah, it wasn't that hairy at all. It was actually bald on his head.
Was he black?
He was African American, you fucking bigot.
Wait, are you talking about Shaquille O'Neal right now?
I didn't know Sasquatches had names.
Joe, Shaq is not Bigfoot.
How do you know? Have you seen him unshaved?
This is irrelevant and racially insensitive. Do we believe in Bigfoot or not?
Bigfoot is as real as the cone of chocolate chip in my hand right now.
I haven't seen nearly enough evidence for me to say it's real. It's always people like Joe seeing some dude walking around in the woods and freaking the fuck out.
There are definitely stories like that out there, but there has been some interesting, albeit inconclusive, evidence, like footprint casts and short videos. This evidence comes from all over the country and even the world.
There are so many fun names for the big guy like Sasquatch, Yowie, Yeti, and Skunk Ape, which is my new nickname for Donald, because he smells like ass.
Everybody always tells me how good I smell. Is there any piece of evidence you can point to for Bigfoot other than eyewitness idiots?
Well, there's this video that's pretty interesting.
Whoa, that's Shaquille O'Neal?
Okay, well that does look pretty good, but the fact that it's always these types of videos where it's really far away or really blurry and can't be confirmed, I guarantee that most, if not all, Bigfoot evidence is staged.
Nah, bro, the Sasquatch is extremely elusive and intelligent. You're not gonna get any evidence unless it wants you to get it.
That's such a weak argument. No animal, including humans, can avoid trail cameras, which are placed all over the United States by hunters. If it was out there, we would have got a picture by now.
What about this one?
Funny how it's always looking away in these pics. This is a great prank by a guy in a monkey suit and nothing more.
What about the famous footage from Roger Patterson?
Come on, bro, that's another dude in a suit.
Well, that's not confirmed.
A dude that made authentic suits admitted on his deathbed that he sold a realistic Bigfoot suit to Patterson.
Okay, that doesn't help its case, but that dude could have been lying.
So you believe a guy that says he saw and filmed Bigfoot rather than a man on his deathbed saying he sold a monkey suit to that guy, which he did for a living?
Just because one piece of evidence is a hoax doesn't mean the legend isn't real. There are more sightings for Bigfoot than almost any other cryptid.
The sheer volume of eyewitness accounts and offhanded evidence from all over the world should count for something, no?
Nope. The truth is, Bigfoot is a myth, and there are a bunch of people that are either mistaken in what they experienced or, like Patterson, wanted to cash in on other people's stupidity. Think of all the shows like Finding Bigfoot, where a bunch of morons walked around the woods at night banging logs against trees and screaming just to come up empty every single time.
That is a solid point. The amount of resources spent to find Bigfoot has been ridiculous. We would have found hard evidence like bones or a body by now if it was around.
Never say never.
Joe, it's fucking fake news.
Not so fast, Donnie. Although Bigfoot may be altogether unlikely, there was an animal that fits the description.
And he helped Kobe get 3 rings.
I'm talking about Gigantopithecus. It was the largest ape ever and could have stood 10 feet tall. The only problem is that it went extinct around 200,000 years ago.
Illegibly.
It was living alongside early humans and was probably hunted to extinction, along with habitat loss due to climate change.
Now that's fake news. We didn't even burn coal back then. No way there was climate change.
Dude, the climate changes in ways other than emissions.
Whatever, Al Gore.
So in conclusion, Bigfoot probably isn't real, but Gigantopithecus allows Bigfoot to enter B tier.
Seems like more of an A tier to me. There's so much evidence.
No chance, but by all means. Everyone keep yelling into the woods to try and find them.
Okay, up next is the thunderbird. It's a mythological giant bird from native North and Central American culture that apparently shoots lightning or at least causes storms.
There's a real-life fucking Zapdos.
Does this also canonize Firebird and Blizzardbird?
Guys, this isn't a fucking Pokemon. They also are not always depicted as a bird that shoots or causes lightning. Mostly it's cited as just a really large bird.
I think I've seen this thing. He was huge and yellow.
If you're talking about Big Bird from Sesame Street, then you need to be quiet.
Wait, you saw him too?
This particular legend isn't seen too much, but it's not out of the question that New Age Thunderbird sightings are just cases of mistaken identity. There are a few species of bird that get very large, like the condor or the golden eagle.
I've seen some big-ass vultures when I'm golfing too. I can see where some people would be mistaken.
I saw a crow in a tree during a thunderstorm. Is that a thunderbird?
Only if you believe.
I do.
Well, too bad. This thing's just a bunch of native mumbo-jumbo that evolved into people not knowing what kind of bird they're looking at.
You can take a look at my bird.
Although that may be true, at least there's a very likely explanation for the Thunderbird. If you saw a condor with a 10-foot wingspan, you might think you saw a mythical bird too.
So where do we rank it?
I was thinking B tier as well because there's giant ancient birds like Argentavis that could have easily started the legend, but I think we can go A tier because it could just as easily be a known species that gets embellished into a monster.
Sweet, what's next?
Let's cover the classic, the lake monster.
Now we're talking.
What lake monster are you referring to, Donald? Like the Loch Ness monster?
No, I said we should stick to North America, but there have definitely been stories like Nessie right here in the U.S.
Well, if that's the case, then this will be an easy B tier since the Loch Ness monster is said to be based on the plesiosaurs.
That's true, but not every lake monster is based off of the Loch Ness monster. In Oklahoma, there is said to be a freshwater octopus that pulls people under.
That's pretty hot.
It's not an anime, bro. This thing would just kill people and eat them.
What a damn shame.
It seems weird to clump all lake monsters together like this.
Why? All lake monster lives matter.
Why are you such a dickhead?
I think we can cover all of the octopuses and noodle necks in one shot.
There's also funny ones like the Beast of Busco, which was a legend of a giant snapping turtle back in the 1940s.
That's a vibe.
I think all are equally unlikely, but still possible.
Some are more believable than others, but it's important not to dismiss something just because it sounds improbable or lacks enough evidence. There are plenty of well-known species today that used to be cryptids themselves. For instance, Komodo dragons used to be a laughable story. When the first man returned to the Western world after exploring Komodo Island, he told tales of the giant man-eating lizards that lived there, and every scientist laughed at him. Hell, more recently, the giant squid was no more than a mythical sea monster until the mid-2000s.
Spit facts, Barack.
Sure, but I've always thought that, so I was right first. So where do we place the lake monsters of America?
I say we place them in the possible tier. They all have a Hail Mary chance to be true.
I guess that's right. It's not like we can even point to an extinct ancestor for the majority of these crock of shit.
Boo! Lake monsters are goated.
C tier it is. Okay, next we have the cousins of the lake monster, the sea serpent.
Oh my God, these are so annoying. Morons see a rope in the water and it's immediately a life-changing encounter.
I haven't seen any sea serpents.
We finally found something on the list that Joe hasn't seen.
I did see the world serpent, though.
You were watching me play God of War on an absurdly large amount of shrooms don't even front.
You're probably right this time.
I'm at D tier. There's not much interesting evidence.
I'm with you on the evidence, but this could be another case of mistaken identity. Basking sharks appear in all locations where sea serpents are spotted, and they get absolutely giant. There's also the oarfish that totally fits the description of a serpent. Both creatures are serpentine and live in deeper water, but occasionally come to the surface. If you didn't know what either of those creatures are, then you would probably think it was a sea serpent too.
So we can go A tier with them too?
That's a stretch.
I agree, Joe. Now let's move on to a recently hyped creature, the megalodon.
Solid movie. And the second one was even megalier.
Those films are garbage, and the megalodon isn't real anymore.
Shut up, Donald. Stop acting like you know what's in the ocean and what's not. There's definitely a huge shark down there somewhere, maybe in the Michelle Obama Trench.
Dude, you mean the Mariana Trench? What's so funny, Donald?
I told him that joke, and now he thinks it's the real name.
Donald, you fucking prick. What jokes are you saying about my wife?
Okay, since you asked nicely, here it is. What's the deepest, darkest, and fishiest place on our planet?
I'm gonna drone strike you someday and it'll be celebrated.
Bro, it's just an extremely good joke. Chillax. So, do you think there's a giant shark out there? Barack?
Do I think there's a large shark out there? Yeah. Do I think Megalodon exists somewhere on the planet? No way.
Hey, you're no fun either. How do you even know?
Because it's simple biology. A shark like that would prey heavily on mid-sized whales and large seals, and we simply don't see them in any habitat with food like that. Also, baby Megalodon would be even easier to find, because they would be in very shallow waters, just like small great whites do today. We would have seen one by now, in all likelihood.
Well, isn't there many sharks like a big great white that could easily be mistaken for a meg, therefore making it an A tier?
Well, yeah. A 20-foot great white shark, or an even bigger basking shark, would certainly look like a megalodon from afar, but unlike the others in A tier, the megalodon is a specific species rather than a type of creature or a mysterious, undocumented legend. Therefore, it should fall into B tier because we know for certain that it's extinct.
Why couldn't a Meg live in the aforementioned trench where it could eat octopuses?
Because it simply needs prevalence of a certain food in warmer waters, and everywhere that food could exist is heavily documented.
It's just crazy to me that you can be so certain when 95% of the ocean is undiscovered.
Bro, 99% of the ocean is absolutely fucking nothing. We've seen most of the cool parts.
My point is, Megalodon would need to live in that very shallow 5% that we have discovered. It's extinct.
This list has been a bummer so far. I'm living a lie.
How about the Kraken?
Cracking a cold one with the boys?
But what are we talking about? A giant squid is kind of a kraken.
A kraken is an octopusy, not a squidbilly. Dummy.
He's got you this time, Don.
Oh, sorry, I'm not a cephalopod, Stan.
Giant octopuses could be real. They do live at the deepest parts of the ocean, just like the giant squids, and that would make finding them extremely difficult. There's plenty of legends of giant kraken attacking boats. It's pretty improbable that they would reach the sizes in the legends, though. The maximum size of the giant Pacific octopus is a more measured estimation, about 20 feet long at the most. If you add 10 feet to that, I would call it a kraken.
That could barely destroy a John boat.
It's pretty much the most likely cryptid on the list so far, but still just an A tier.
I agree. Okay, what about the last of the sea cryptids on this list, the siren?
Okay, this is a load of shit. Most of the hype surrounding these is from a few viral TikTok videos from this dude working on a boat in the dead of night and pretending to hear calls of the legendary siren to jump into the sea. It's a total fantasy, although very well done by the creator.
Are you sure though, dude? The video was mad creepy.
There's no way, bro. Sea people only exist in the Avatar and Black Panther sequels.
What about all those explorers coming over here and said they saw beautiful mermaids in the water?
Mermaids are not sirens, and they saw manatees. It's been wildly debunked.
Women back then must have been so fucking ugly. If those guys looked at a manatee and said, "There's beautiful women in the water."
That's fucked up.
I'm putting them in fake news, most likely a fantasy from drunk sailors. There's more than a few of those.
Good for me. What's next?
Let's get back to the OGs on land. How about the chupacabra?
This is my guy right here. Usually you're either a goat or a sucker, but this guy's a goat sucker.
Not in the good way, though.
This is a fun legend originating in Puerto Rico, where it was reported that livestock were killed, mysteriously drained of their blood, and the legend spread up through Mexico and into the US.
They aren't sending their best chupacabras either.
There is sparse evidence of this creature, and eyewitness accounts vary heavily on what it looks like. Some describe it as a mostly hairless dog, and others say it's an escaped mutant created in a laboratory.
I haven't heard many people saying they actually saw one of these. What are the sightings like?
You don't hear about them as much because they pour right through the border along with the rest of the illegals. I bet the rate of chupacabras entering this country illegally is at an all-time high.
The vast majority of the sightings end up being dogs or coyotes in the advanced stages of mange. All concrete evidence, including bodies of this alleged creature, seem to be connected with canines and mange.
So are they S tier out here?
Well, no. It's not like they're exactly as portrayed in the myth. They certainly wouldn't be vampires, but I can see how someone could embellish a creature such as a bald, mangy coyote, especially if it's desperate and looking for easy prey like livestock.
Right, but to be fair, there wouldn't be a big difference between the chupacabra and a coyote with mange coming after you.
Good point, but I still think it falls to C tier for not being a goat sucker.
I do think there's a chance that it could be an escaped experiment with all those abilities.
Agreed.
Okay, and how about a beast known by many names? The Beast of Bray Road, the Rougarou Legend, and the Wolfman.
We're seriously talking about werewolves?
I'm Team Jacob.
Like it or not, stories like this come from across the country. Even in the South, they have a Cajun werewolf.
That sounds fucking delicious.
This is completely bullshit. You'll find more evidence in the Salem witch trials.
I'll have to agree. It's not like there's any evidence to go off of. Most of the legends have to do with curses and whatnot.
Fake news. See, Donnie, I did it too.
Great job, Joe. I only cringed a little.
Next is another human hybrid, the Mothman.
That thing's pretty spooky.
And total bullshit.
Yeah, this is surrounding a few sightings in the 60s around a particular bridge that fell down and killed almost 50 people. Multiple eyewitnesses saw the Mothman on the bridge before it went down, and of course, some believed the Mothman was the one who brought the bridge down.
So a man-sized moth with Gandalf powers seems legit.
It's sad that those people died on the bridge, but there's no evidence whatsoever besides stories that somehow match up.
There's also no explanation. It's looked at as more of a superstitious bad omen that visited before the tragedy.
Hocus pocus and fake news.
Those are great films. Hocus Pocus is goated.
No, it is not.
We're still in September, boys. We can do a Halloween movie tier list next month.
Thank you. Now put Mothman in fake news.
Yep. This next one is a ton of fun. Back in the 70s, a story of a humanoid frog surfaced in Ohio. What do we think of the Loveland frog?
Only in Ohio.
This is why all my homies hate Ohio.
I'm pretty sure I saw this thing too.
You saw Kermit the Frog as a heavy drug abuser.
That's correct.
All these human-animal hybrids are complete bullshit.
Ironic since you look like orangutan man.
You can't prove anything. What's the deal with the frogman? Was it just a French tourist?
Turns out that this legend was a very large pet iguana that lost its tail. It was shot dead by police.
Ooh, justice for Kermit.
And the mystery is solved already? Wow. Thrilling.
Ohio drains the fun out of fucking everything.
I'm tempted to make a tier lower than F called Ohio, but we'll just move on. Next up, we have the Dover Demon in Dover, Massachusetts.
This episode of Lost Tapes is pretty spooky too.
The legend behind it is pretty unproven, with only 3 different eyewitness accounts to support its existence. Everything else is pure speculation.
This thing is poorly drawn and was probably just a sickly animal if it was real. F tier.
Wait, Donnie, it might be a funny-fingered alien that got lost in West Bumfuck, Massachusetts.
I guess, but I'm pressing X to doubt.
Good point, Joe. We can go D tier with it. Let's move on to something similar, once known as a creepypasta. We have the rake.
Oh, I remember the days of creepypastas before bed. This one was terrifying.
So you went through an emo phase?
Probably.
People are super stoked on this creature because of those stories. The eyewitness accounts are unreliable at best. The most compelling evidence we have is a bunch of random fake TikToks.
That's pretty much the gist of modern-day cryptozoology.
So there's no way a homicidal, malnourished, bone-white man with long nails could be crawling around out there.
Joe, that sounds an awful lot like you. Are you the fucking rake?
I did get hit by a car while I was blacked out for an entire night on bath salts. I found myself naked in the woods the next day.
Was there any blood?
A shit ton. None of it was mine though, so we Gucci.
Okay, I'm putting the rake in C tier because it's entirely possible that Joe is the rake.
Very good. What's next?
We have an American dragon.
Was that the cartoon with the Asians?
That shit slapped.
I'm not talking about the cartoon, I'm talking about Snallygaster.
That sounds like my new nickname for Donnie.
I've never heard of a fucking dragon in America.
Well, there are sightings all around the Appalachian Mountains.
What type of dragon are we talking about?
Are we seriously gonna discuss different types of
Dragging
dragon?
these nuts across your chin?
Eyewitness accounts are super inconsistent.
What a surprise.
Some people say it looks like a bird. Some people say it has tentacles or a bunch of eyes.
You've piqued my interest.
And other people say it looks like a dragon from medieval times.
Is there absolutely anything to back this up?
Not even a little. Any first-hand accounts, Joe?
And I've seen some, but I'm waiting for the next season of House of the Dragon.
Fake news, alternative facts.
What about a similar creature known as the Jersey Devil?
This one is fun, but just as fake as the dragon.
I like his origin story, though. The cursed 13th child turned goat demon escapes into the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. How is there not a horror movie about this yet?
There was a few. They were all fucking horrible.
What a shame. It seems that Lost Tapes had the best depiction once again.
One of the best episodes, to be sure.
As with the other superstitious curses and religious myths, this one seems like bullshit. Absolutely nothing can support this creature as evidence.
Another F tier. I'm starting to think that none of these things are real.
We got 5 more to go, let's see. How about people that live underground, the mole people?
Oh yeah, I got briefed on these things. Nasty business.
Yeah, mole people are totally real, but it's just a bunch of bums living in sewers.
Yeah, sure. There are regular people living underground, but this legend focuses more on people that have lived in caves or sewers for generations to the point where they are cosmetically different than a regular person. They've adapted to the mole life.
South Park made a fucking episode about this. There are entire cities of people living under Las Vegas, and damn near half of them are mutated from the amount of raw sewage and mold down there.
Like the things in the Descent films?
Can you only remember terrible films?
That's kind of an extreme, but I'm willing to accept that there are definitely some hills have eyes motherfuckers down there.
I agree, mole people are S tier.
They're out there.
Awesome. Now on to another trendy demon curse, the Skinwalker.
From Native American legend to TikTok icon. The American dream.
I've seen all sorts of TikTok videos of skinwalkers. Some of those dogs ain't real.
Dogs make funny faces, dude. That doesn't mean they're cursed people.
Skinwalkers are an interesting Navajo legend, where apparently a vengeful shaman must sacrifice a loved one in order to curse themselves with enormous power.
Is Thanos a skinwalker?
I guess with the reality stone, he could be...
Well, he didn't really shapeshift or run super fucking fast, so it doesn't seem like Thanos was a skinwalker.
Well, it feels like there's too much evidence to say this one's fake. They got old stories and new TikToks to support them.
I don't think that any of that evidence is worth a damn.
Agreed, this folklore is more paranormal than possible.
There's so much fake news in this video, I feel like I'm watching MSNBC.
It's the speed powers more than the shape-shifting for me. I don't completely dismiss the supernatural, but it would completely change reality as we know it if they are real.
The Flash must be a skinwalker.
No, he's mentally unwell. There's a big difference. We should also mention another Native American horror, the Wendigo.
I saw this movie, Antlers, not too far back about the Wendigo, and it wasn't half bad. Apparently, this is a curse based on greed, where someone becomes a monster with an insatiable appetite.
If I'm the rake, then Donnie is definitely a fucking Wendigo.
I will say that this is more likely than the Skinwalker.
Still rather unlikely, but a skinny man in the woods who eats people isn't unthinkable. The legend says that it has more abilities than a common man. However, it apparently gets bigger with every meal, but no less hungry.
Just like Donnie.
Many depictions also show bones of different animals, but mainly the antlers of deer warren were attached to the monster's head.
The legends say all sorts of weird stuff about all of these creatures. If there was a man that lived in the woods, wore antlers, and ate people, that's pretty much a Wendigo.
I don't think we can put the Wendigo in the high tiers just because people have been cannibals. Hannibal Lecter was not a Wendigo.
I say we meet in the middle with possible tier.
I guess I can agree on that. What about reptilians?
I get asked about reptilians all the time. How could there possibly be reptiles that shapeshift into humans to control our society?
It's total bullshit. Not a shred of evidence. Totally fake.
Joe, you haven't really been against anything on this list, regardless of proof. You being so adamant that they're fake makes me think that they're actually real, and you know something.
There's no reptilians. You need to shut up right the fuck now.
Bro, you're kind of freaking me out right now.
Joe, are you asleep?
Yes.
No, you're fucking not. What is it with you and the lizards?
Johnny, it's not safe. Maybe we should talk when there aren't certain people around.
Joe, do you think I'm a lizard?
Nobody's talking to you. Why don't you go eat a bug somewhere?
Please put forward all evidence that Barack is a lizard person right now. He's on trial.
Seriously? What have I ever done that's remotely reptile?
Well, he suntans a lot, and I saw him eat chocolate ants.
A lot of people lay in the sun. That's why they go to the beach. Just because you're too white to go in the sun or try new things doesn't mean everyone else is reptilian.
How were the chocolate ants?
They were mid.
He isn't really sounding like a lizard, Joe.
Well, what about that new Marvel show, Secret Invasion?
What about it?
That dude Rhodey was a lizard the whole time.
So what? Black people could be lizards?
Your words, not mine.
Look, reptilians are either a fun folklore or the strings pulling us as a society. Which do you think is more accurate?
Maybe they're interdimensional demons. I remember Alex Jones saying some shit on that.
No, his thing was vampires.
Why are they not on the list?
Because the only vampires people talk about in America are emo kids.
Facts. There is a shot that the reptilians could be aliens.
Yeah, true. That makes them more likely than any of the F tiers are.
Maybe they can squeeze into D tier.
Fair enough. All right, guys, last one.
Is it Batman?
Batman is not real or a cryptid, Joe.
Batman is real, we just don't know who he is.
He's Bruce Wayne.
See, if he's not real, then how did you know his secret identity?
No, Joe, he's a fictional character. Batman has never been real. Even the place he lives, Gotham City, is not a real city.
So you're going to tell me that Gotham isn't real, but Ohio is?
Unfortunately.
The last cryptid we have is aliens.
Oh boy, the big one. I always thought it was all crazy people looking up at the sky, saying they saw a UFO. It wasn't until I got into office that I saw everything.
It's the first reality check you get after you're sworn in. Do you guys remember the first time you saw the VHS tape?
It still gives me nightmares.
Should we tell the people?
What's the point of hiding it anymore? I started leaking it to the public in 2020.
That first UFO mixtape was fire, but I'm the one who lifted the whole, if you talk about the aliens, we'll kill you rule. Now, the government people can talk to the public about it without fear.
Don't you think it was a little sus that we went from, I don't know what these could be, to we have alien bodies and ships?
I don't really think it was a good idea to tell them at all, but I guess there's no going back. Aliens have been around potentially for longer than humans have, but there was a major shift in activity ever since we dropped the nukes on Japan.
And ever since Biden took over, there's been record numbers of aliens.
They're not bad folks.
I couldn't tell you. They wouldn't talk to me for long.
Don't worry, Donnie. They refused to talk to me either. They just kept saying, take me to your leader.
Even the aliens know you aren't actually in charge.
I'm glad that they are the way they are. They are clearly much more advanced and could kill us all at any moment, but instead they have decided to study us and have only taken some precious metals from mines in the deep sea.
What about all the alien abductions?
They were just taking some samples.
Bro, they were totally out here pegging people for fun.
Okay, maybe there was some extracurricular activity, but it seems like they don't do it as much anymore.
They probably took enough samples to make their own humans, so they can do as much butt stuff as they want.
Sure, they haven't been perfect, but I'd honestly much rather deal with them than talk to the other world leaders.
The aliens have been everywhere too. Did you guys see Mexico has shown some of the bodies to the public?
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Usually only human aliens are from Mexico.
I gotta say, this is the fakest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, those look like paper mache. The dude presenting them hasn't been the most honest person either.
They don't really look like ours.
Are you gonna drop another alien update on the American people soon?
Yeah, I think I'll have one more big release before my term is done. Do you think I should show them the ships first?
Definitely start with the ships. If you showed everyone the tape, I think our society would topple overnight.
That's an episode of Lost Tapes I don't think anyone would forget. So we're obviously putting aliens in S tier, right?
For sure. They're barely a cryptid anymore. More of a truth surrounded in secrecy. The top-end stuff is a bit too much for us, but in time we will all know the full truth.
Why do we even need to keep them a secret again?
Because why the hell would people listen to the government if they knew aliens were out here offering help and we denied them?
I nearly reversed that. Reagan was such a dumbass for telling them we could do it all on our own.
I know, right? I really wanted to get my hands on some space lasers.
I don't think we're responsible enough for the technology that aliens can offer. Furthermore, I have full confidence in the ability of the U.S. government.
Turn the teleprompter off, Joe.
But if I don't read the lines, I don't get another ice cream.
You've had like 5 today.
Come on, Barack, you really counting my cones?
He's not for the boys.
Well, that's all the cryptids I have. Nice list, boys.
Thank you all for watching. Be sure to watch out for my next alien mixtape. Shit's gonna be fire. And if you have any first-hand encounters with a cryptid or Batman or Shaquille O'Neal, put your story in the comments and make these two bozos feel stupid.
Until next time, folks.
Bye, guys. Hey, Joe, what's up with you?
Besides half the world aiming nukes at heavily populated areas.
Zoinks, I've had a rough couple weeks. Why can't we all just get along?
I told you, man, nothing ever goes the way you want in the Middle East.
Well, you and your oil wars didn't help the situation.
You can blame me all you want. This shit's been happening since the 50s.
It's pretty tough to pick a side. It's not like either Palestine or Israel is free of innocents or monsters.
Don't play coy, Barack Hussein. We all know who you're rooting for.
Why would you think that? I bombed more innocent Muslims than any president.
Bro, chill.
Sheesh, for once I'll admit I was wrong.
That's even capped for me.
Oh, that's rich, George. At least I never bombed America.
Prove it or lose it, buddy.
Can you guys stop talking about people dying? That's literally all I hear about all day, every day.
What would you rather talk about, ice cream?
Well, yeah, but nobody seems to like it as much as I do.
It's Halloween. We got to do something Halloweeny.
Do you actually consider yourself a man after using words like Halloweeny?
Shut up. Halloween is the perfect holiday to escape the horrors of real life by replacing them with cooler horrors.
How about a Halloween movie tier list?
I could go for that.
How about we do a draft?
Oh, yeah, we haven't done a draft since breakfast.
I saw that one. You guys are idiots. Grits are goated.
Well, this time, it's much more subjective than food. We'll each pick 5 Halloween movies, and the folks in the comments will have to choose who has the best Halloween playlist.
So what constitutes a Halloween movie? Does it just have to be scary?
Clearly, you're clueless in the nuances of the Halloween genre. Halloween movies have aspects of horror, but just need to be festive and give you either a trick or a treat.
Apparently this is Joe's turf.
What the hell do you mean by that?
If you get a scare, then you've been tricked. If you see some cleavage, then that's the treat.
There's some truth to that, but not necessarily. It doesn't have to be anything specific to make a Halloween movie. Most of them are horror movies or creature features, but there are even children's movies that work just as well.
Sounds like too much tolerance. In my mind, the only good movies to watch around Halloween are ones that are truly scary. It's the season to embrace your inner fear.
I see your point, but any movie you want to watch while curled up in a heavy blanket on a chilly autumn night is welcome.
The way I see it, only movies worth rewatching every year at Halloween are the top-tier slashers. Nothing better than seeing a bunch of college kids get opened up by a mentally ill dude in an iconic mask.
Okay, well, let's get started. Unlike the movie tier list we usually do, let's try not to spoil as much so the viewers can experience the films on their own.
Sure, but what's this order about? How come Joe gets the first pick every time?
Because I'm the president and you're not.
We're going from newest to oldest presidents.
No fair. I get last pick?
Don't worry, George. We're doing snake drafts from now on, so you'll get 2 picks at the end of round 1.
I guess I can work with that.
Don't worry, George. Knowing Joe, he'll totally botch the first pick again.
So what are you going with, Joe?
I'm thinking it's going to be a tough one.
It should be easy.
Hurry up! It'll be Christmas by the time you think of one.
Give me a minute. I deal with Putin all the time. I don't need you rushing me.
You got this, Joe.
Kung Fu Panda. No, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Good save. That was almost brutal.
Of course, Sleepy picks the fucking Sleepy Slasher.
Good pick. Wait, which Nightmare on which Elm Street?
Got to stick to the original.
There we go. Good pick.
With literally every movie available, not so much.
Here comes Donnie's Daily Cope.
Sure, it's a classic, but do you really watch Brett Cooper in Dreamland every single year?
You're goddamn right, but I thought it was Ben Shapiro's sister.
Come on. This movie had a ton of creative things that sets it apart from the rest. The infamous finger knife glove is still the most unconventional main weapon for any horror villain.
Honestly, I was expecting a lot worse from Joe. This movie had good effects for its time.
The acting does not hold up. Plus, Freddy Krueger is in it for just over 5 minutes of screen time.
For me, it just makes the moments we do see him super spooky.
That's facts. He never really stays on screen for too long in any of the sequels either. 90% of every movie is just figuring out what the fuck is happening.
Usually if you enjoy the villain himself, you'll find something to love about all the sequels. Even the Freddy vs. Jason movie. You gotta give it up though, Krueger is one of the most iconic slasher villains.
Sure, but he's not the most iconic.
That's highly debatable. Most kids have never seen a horror movie yet somehow know who Freddy Krueger is.
Maybe because kids are immature and he looks like Ballsack Man.
Ball sacks are very scary when you aren't expecting them.
Yikes.
Overall, it was a fine first pick. What are you doing, Donnie?
I'm going with the most classic Halloween movie, Halloween.
You can't just have the whole holiday. We're ranking movies.
Title of the movie is Halloween, Sleepy. Try to keep up.
Good one. How can you not have a Halloween movie in a Halloween movie draft? Which one are you going with?
Joe had a point. You got to go with the classics. I'll go with the original from '78.
Fuck me. 2 of the best slashers off the board already.
Freddy Krueger may be easily recognized, but Michael Myers is the scariest slasher of them all. Dude just won't die.
He doesn't even kill that many people in this one.
It's quality over quantity in these early slasher films. I figured you would have known that from your first pick.
He's right on this one. The kills themselves are so iconic that they defined an all-new genre specifically about gory knife kills and jump scares.
Halloween is one of the biggest success stories of any movie. They had like no budget and managed to build an undying legacy.
The music and the theme itself helped massively.
Fine. It's a pretty great pick. The film is unmatched in the most important aspects of a slasher movie. Creepiness and titties.
My favorite genre cliche. At least when your wife or girlfriend makes you watch a horror movie at this time of year, you know you can always look at a nice rack at some point.
Facts.
2 great picks to start, boys. The slashers are flying off the board, so I think I'll have to take mine before they're all gone.
Still some great options left. I know what I'm picking.
Is Scream one of the choices you're thinking about?
Oh, shoot, you totally got me.
That's what I'm going with. Specifically, the original Scream 1996. The franchise as a whole is wildly entertaining, though. Even the newest one, Scream 6.
Is that the one with Jenna Ortega?
I'd like to see her genitalia.
Ever since Wednesday, she's lived rent-free in this dude's head.
Not only is it scary, but it's a comedy at times.
I don't want to know how many sexually harassing phone calls this movie inspired.
How many were done by you personally?
A lot less since Color ID has come out.
This movie also helped the entire genre out. By this time, Halloween and Elm Street movies had passed their prime through some iffy sequels. And this movie represented a resurgence for the slasher movies. Now, Ghostface is so iconic that you can't go one Halloween without seeing someone dressed up as him.
That's because a 5-year-old Chinese kid can make 1,000 of those costumes for $10.
Sure, it's a cheap costume, but you can't deny the film's influence on pop culture has been massive.
I prefer Ghostface in Scary Movie.
Although those movies are memes, you can't deny the greatness of this one. The cold open provided a huge shock to everyone because Drew Barrymore was advertised as the star only to be killed so early.
A great subversion for the audience. The film also pays respect to its predecessors throughout the duration. The question, what's your favorite scary movie, is pretty much the film's motto.
What about want to play a game?
He says that too, but I think another franchise did it better.
Ghostface is just so iconic over the phone that anything he says will get referenced by everybody.
Scream is a good pick, but I lied. I wasn't going to take it with either of my next two picks.
Gasp. What are you picking instead?
Well, I'll start with the mother of all slasher films, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Homegrown horror movies must hit extra hard, huh?
They do. I remember everyone in Texas lining up to see this gem when it released. I also enjoy the remake that came out during my term as president.
This movie is sick in the fucking head.
I know, right? Isn't it great?
Gross.
I don't know about you guys, but this shit made me super uncomfy and I wouldn't go out of my way to rewatch it.
Come on, oh pussy, you're really gonna chicken out on us now after we all picked basically the same type of movie?
I wouldn't really consider this in the same category as any other slasher listed so far. Firstly, it centers around a whole family of psychotic cannibal killers, not just one main villain.
This film was just ahead of its time. Leatherface provided all we needed in a standard slasher villain. The other weirdos just added to the chaos.
I can hear what Barack is saying. The cringe coming off this film was almost too much at times. I'm glad the trends of these films followed Halloween instead of this one. Effects were great for the time, though.
I hear you, but sometimes you gotta get freaky with the freaks.
Most college kids are dumb as rocks, but the ones in this movie take the cake. Most of the victims walk directly into the cannibal's lair for no reason.
They deserved all the torture they got, to be honest.
All right, George, what's your second pick?
I can't believe this one fell. Friday the 13th original.
Great, now all the OG slashers are represented.
Jason is another legend of the genre, even if he was a ripoff of Michael Myers.
Fuck that. Jason brings a lot to the table.
Like a machete and a hockey mask.
I can't believe Obama is out here talking shit about Jason. You two have so much in common.
What the hell do I have in common with Jason?
Neither of you can swim.
I can swim, you fucking bigot.
Oh, right, I was probably thinking of your personal chef. What a shame that he died so mysteriously at your residence.
Are you calling me a murderer, you oversized Cheeto?
Well, you have hung out with the Clintons plenty of times before, so I wouldn't put it past you.
You also have the highest KD of anyone here.
You've definitely smoked some people, bro, and not all of them deserved it.
I'm not a fucking murderer. Well, not anymore. Just get back to the movies, damn it.
Yeah, so pretty obvious why I chose this one. Rip-off or not, it's a legend of its own. Dude never chased anything. He just slow-walked toward everyone with utter certainty of their deaths.
Seems like there was a lot more dark magic stuff going on with Jason than any other slasher besides maybe Freddy.
Freddy versus Jason was pretty good too. I wouldn't put it on my list, but it's pretty good.
I don't respect it. Just like Alien versus Predator.
Yeah, a little too WWE for a horror movie.
For once, I'm with you, Joe. It wasn't half bad. This movie was better for me, at least.
Camp Crystal Lake had a great vibe.
The subplot of The Revenge Mother was another cool twist.
Two good picks, George. You're back up, bro, Obama.
I think I'm going to leave the slasher genre and head toward a true modern horror movie. I'm going to go with The Conjuring.
Spooky.
A lot of modern horror movies kind of blow, but this one is tremendous.
This whole horror universe is fucking baller. From Annabelle to The Nun, it's pretty much all bangers.
The Warrens are such interesting characters. It feels even creepier when you know these are based on real people and allegedly real events.
The amount of times I had to look away or even leave the room during my first watch was crazy.
I would normally call you a pussy, but this shit had me flinch a couple times.
Great writing. The world building made the scary parts hit so much harder.
Probably the scariest haunted house in film history.
I love the location. Just by looking around the property, you could tell instantly that something horrible happened there.
That fucking tree made me want to become a lumberjack.
That's a tree that was made for hanging.
I love this movie. I actually watch it every single year around Halloween.
With my dementia, it's like the first watch every time I see it. I can't do that again.
That's fair. It's also fair that it's the first movie that really doesn't have anything to do with Halloween specifically, but provides the horror that you look for around this time.
Paranormal stuff and demons are always a lot scarier than just some dude with a knife.
What's up next, Donnie?
I think I'll follow suit with Obama and go with another horror movie closer to today. My next pick is Insidious.
Ah, Little Demon Boy.
Another modern masterpiece. That red demon is next level scary.
That one jump scare that comes out of nowhere in broad daylight got me so fucking bad, dude.
I really enjoy the interdimensional or different plane of existence parts of this movie. I still prefer The Conjuring, but this is a close second for the scariest horror movie of our age.
Fuck this. My life would be a living hell if my astral self was stuck with a demon every time I got sleepy.
It sounds like you're about to ask us our star signs.
Yeah, get your crystals the fuck out of here.
I'm a Leo.
Nobody asked.
Such a Gemini thing to say. I don't really see a connection with this and Halloween.
You can associate pretty much any horror movie with Halloween. The entire point of this fucking holiday is to put some fear in you.
There's a difference between getting a jump and shitting your pants. Like Obama said before, doesn't even need to be a horror movie to be a good Halloween movie.
Well, you're up, Joe. Give us an example.
The fucking greatest Halloween movie ever made fell all the way to the end of round 2, and you should all be ashamed. The Nightmare Before Christmas.
If it's the greatest, then how come you didn't take it first?
I made a calculated gamble based on all of your sick obsessions of the slasher films.
Holy shit, Joe's going sicko mode.
How can a Christmas movie be in the Halloween movie draft?
Wait, what?
Bruh.
Are you actually stupid? This is clearly a Halloween movie.
What makes you say that?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that they chant "This is Halloween" a bunch of times gave it away. Did you even watch this movie?
No, I actually haven't.
You suck dicks, plural.
God,
This
Fuck
is
off,
why
you
nobody
horny
will
face.
ever
you
take
have
you
kids?
seriously, you big old pumpkin.
Oh my God, shut the hell up. What's so great about this film?
It's a timeless childhood classic that covers all the bases of Halloween and has touched millions of hearts everywhere.
It's one where not only the kids enjoy it, but the adults can tear up as well.
I don't like stop motion. It makes me want to puke.
You make me want to puke right now.
Stop motion is great. It takes such skill and patience to make an entire stop motion film, and they're almost always worth the watch just for the artistic achievement alone.
Donald is just a dumbass and doesn't respect the creepy yet satisfying aesthetic of the claymation.
Characters are great too. Jack Skellington was a savage.
Mid.
I'm seriously gonna lose my shit if you don't hail to the Pumpkin King.
Just pick another film, Joe.
Fine, let's see. Oh yeah, Hocus Pocus.
We knew it was coming. Joe loves this movie because the whole plot centers around kidnapping children.
I wasn't too into it. More of a Halloween chick flick.
That means he's calling you a bitch.
I think this film is popular for a reason.
I'm not sure about that.
Shut your mouth. The 3 witches that suck off kids to become powerful are goated.
Joe, I'm gonna need you to take your meds.
Come on, guys. This film is a truly heartfelt comedy. Michelle and the girls found the witches' antics really funny.
Anybody can enjoy them. They have spooky witchcraft.
Yeah, no.
The acting is great, the story's pretty okay, and the location of Salem, Massachusetts is really cool.
And I love the cat that was a person.
Yeah. You two really like this girly movie. We get it.
You just don't respect family movies.
Oh, yeah? How many children's movies have any of you appeared in?
None.
Me neither.
Nope.
Well, I was in Home Alone 2 and the Little Rascals. Get on my level.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Me too, but that's unsurprising.
I do have an appreciation for family movies, and to prove it, with my next pick, I'll go with an old Disney classic, Halloween Town.
I'll admit I didn't see that coming.
Same here, that's an unexpected gem.
Not as good as my 2, but still up there, I guess.
You're tripping. Halloween Town excels in the performances and sheer volume of costumes and fun themes. Unlike Hocus Pocus, this movie does witches right.
The movie does feel like the setup of a Star Wars or Harry Potter of Halloween movies. Magical Aunt shows up telling the protagonist she has special powers and should embrace them by leaving home and having a fun adventure.
I could pass on it, but it's bearable compared to Hocus Pocus.
You're just a Halloween Scrooge, George. All you like is when teenagers are brutally murdered.
Shit's fire, though, isn't it?
Correct. Can you at least admit that Halloween Town is better than Hocus Pocus?
Obviously.
It's close.
Come on, Barack. You know Hocus Pocus is the best of Halloween witch movies.
Just fucking watch them both. I'm gonna have to take Halloween Town, though.
No!
There's just so much to like about Halloween Town as a location. All the monsters walking around fits the Halloween vibe very well.
Haha, sucks to be wrong, doesn't it?
Suck my Halloweeny.
What do you got next, Barack?
I'm gonna switch gears a bit. I'll take Cabin in the Woods.
Nice.
Is that the one with Thor?
Yes, Chris Hemsworth is in the movie.
The premise of this movie is bonkers. It's like Men in Black, but for horror movies instead of aliens.
There are definitely some secret branches of the government, but nothing this crazy. The film itself has a lot going for it, but it feels like a Marvel horror movie. Too much comedy to ever get a scare.
The movie is considered very meta, and there's nothing else quite like it, but in my opinion, it fits the Halloween narrative quite well and provides a good laugh if you're tired of the standard horror or slasher film.
The last act is completely off the rails and a fun watch. I love all the different monsters that the government workers and main characters have to face.
Brock loves these contrarian films.
I love getting more than I expected out of a movie. It's like trick-or-treating, but you find out this house gives full-size candy bars.
Another good pick, Barack.
Thanks, George. What are you doing next?
First, I'll have to pay homage to the legend that is Saw.
Jesus fucking Christ, Bush. Your list is gruesome. Should I be worried about your mental state?
This dude watches rec threads on 4chan for sure.
If I'm in the right mood.
How to get PTSD from the comfort of your home?
Yeah, I would highly suggest not doing that.
'Tis the season.
George, you're all sorts of sick and twisted.
Come on, you guys really don't like Saw?
I would not go out of my way to watch it, no.
If I was ever caught watching that, it would be international news.
I think I'd rather be caught jerking it than caught watching Saw.
Oh yeah, this thing sucked. That's probably why there's 10 of them.
It's hugely successful, he's correct.
Are you going with the original?
Yeah, but the others have some great stuff too.
There is evidently a large audience looking to see some dude's nuts get chopped off if he can't do a puzzle.
I don't want to play this game.
They almost always deserve it though. That's the whole point of Jigsaw's traps.
I don't know if some dude committing insurance fraud deserves to get his limbs cut off.
This is the goriest movie, bro. There's not many scares compared to the sheer amount of self-inflicted torture.
I would say this is more of a gory thriller than a horror movie. Still has the spirit of trick or no treat.
I can get down and dirty with Saw every once in a long while, but some of the sequels are pretty unnecessary.
What's next, bro? Hills Have Eyes?
That's a good one too, but there's not many Halloween vibes in the desert. I'll go with Sleepy Hollow instead.
There's a movie named after me?
No, this was sleepy when it was cool. You're lame.
Gotta love Johnny Depp in literally any movie.
This definitely has the spirit of Halloween, unlike some of George's previous picks.
Pretty underrated movie considering Tim Burton made it just like Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah, true. Tim Burton's pretty much the goat of producing Halloween movies.
The Headless Horseman brought an exciting and mysterious villain to the table. He was set up perfectly with Christopher Walken flashbacks.
The film excels in visuals with great performances and is just generally really good.
You really can't do much better than this cast. All heavy hitters.
Vibes are on fleek. For setting and visuals, this is one of the best on the list.
That's pretty much all we can say about it. Great movie, tons of nice head rolls. Back to you, Barack.
Nice picks. I've been waiting on this one for a while. I'm gonna pick It next.
Pick what?
It.
What?
It. The title is It. The movie with the scary clown.
Ah! I hate clowns.
This movie is pretty solid. Pennywise is a huge threat.
He steals the show and the kids.
I don't like it.
You gonna cry?
You didn't mind when your buddy Epstein was stealing the kids. If he was wearing clown makeup, would you have stopped him?
Maybe.
The way he knew all the kids' worst fears and used it against them each individually was pretty bomb.
It Chapter 2 is pretty good too, but the original is the best.
It does give you a good couple scares in the first watch.
I like the way dude pokes his eyeballs out of his head.
I really like the lore built around Pennywise from Stephen King's novelization. He's basically an immortal spirit that wakes every 27 years to feast upon scared children.
He sounds unstoppable.
Well, he was defeated by a group of kids.
No major spoilers, George.
It's not much of a spoiler. You know he'll be defeated by the end of the movie and just come back in 27 years.
He still gets his fair share of kids' meals every time.
Can we move on? I fucking hate clowns.
Well, I'll tell you about an even scarier monster. How about The Thing?
Oh yeah, like Fargo, but with a spaghetti monster?
What does this movie have to do with Halloween?
I think it fits because it's a fun reminder that winter is coming.
What are you, a Stark?
A Nightmare Before Christmas is a fun reminder that winter is coming. This is just a terrifying horror movie in the Arctic.
Regardless, it's a cult classic that I'm sure many people enjoy around Halloween, especially in parts of the country where it's already winter around this time.
I'm with Donnie on this one. You're talking about the original one, right?
Of course, the remake is whack.
True that. The characters of the original are far superior. I gotta respect the pick.
I will say that the effects were decades ahead of their time.
All thanks to Stan Winston. You couldn't have done a movie like this without him.
The alien monster thing was pretty awesome. I liked how it could perfectly imitate anybody, so the characters had to be smart in order to find it.
R.J. McCready is a fucking boss?
Yeah, Kurt Russell knocked it out of the park. This film flies under the radar a bit.
Fair enough. What do you have for your last picks, Joe?
I think I'll have to go with the fall favorite, Children of the Corn.
Of course, Joe picks this one. It's his worst fear realized. Children that fight back.
Very funny.
Another Stephen King inspiration?
This one is super cringe. It doesn't age as well as other old movies listed so far.
The ultimate horror for people from Nebraska.
Demon Corn.
Not really a film for religious types, I'll tell you.
It has a good message overall.
Is the message, don't be in a cult or burn the cornfield if it's cursed?
Both are great lessons to live by.
I don't think this one is too bad. Some fun moments.
Like what? A grown-ass man beating up some kids?
Let's be honest, those kids needed a good beating.
This one is a little silly to me. No way I'm letting a kid kill me.
Awful pick, Joe. How are you going to end this shit list?
I think I'll end it off with the only Halloween-relevant superhero movie, Batman.
Okay, what Batman movie are you picking?
There's so many great ones, but I'll have to go with the newest one with the dude from Twilight.
The Batman, huh? That's an interesting pick.
I would have respected it if you chose The Dark Knight.
Yeah, that's a straight-up better movie.
I still really enjoyed the new one.
Plus, it's actually at the time of Halloween in the movie.
There's no better trickster than the Riddler.
He's all tricks, no treat.
Joker is peak and can never be topped.
There's still some Joker guys in this.
Not the real Joker.
We should have this debate with a Batman movie tier list. I've been wanting to do that for a long time.
I'm so fucking down for that.
Same here.
Overall, this is a great Batman movie and a great Halloween movie with insane acting and directing. A great selection for the newest movie on any list.
Your list is mid.
Well, if you don't have a banger for your last pick, it'll be even worse.
What do you got last, Donnie?
Are you guys ready to be fucking flabbergasted by the secret goat of all Halloween movies?
You have me intrigued.
He's all talk. Probably another shit pick like The Thing.
The Thing is a great pick, but it's honestly nothing compared to my last pick. Gentlemen, I give you Van Helsing.
Damn it.
Oh, fuck, that's right. I forgot all about this, Jim.
Donnie is swinging for the fences with this one. Quite possibly Hugh Jackman's best role besides Wolverine.
No shortage of monsters for Van Helsing to hunt in this one.
I hate to admit it, but this movie was fucking legendary. It's an emotional roller coaster with fun characters and very great effects for its time.
I can't really tell you what was bad about this. As a standalone adventure, it was nearly perfect.
I don't think there has ever been a better depiction of werewolves, vampires, and even fucking Frankenstein in any other movie.
The lady vampires made me scared and hard. New kink unlocked.
I don't know how a film manages to be scary, funny, sad, and downright epic all at once.
The jump scares got me so bad the first time around.
I don't think there's really anything bad about this movie except for the fact that it didn't get a sequel.
Yeah, I guess the Underworld series happened because of this.
Most of those had shit effects, even though they were made after this movie. Kate Beckinsale couldn't carry the werewolf versus vampire movies just based on her hotness.
She did for me.
No character in any Underworld movie lives up to the characters in Van Helsing.
Carl was the best sidekick, best friend ever, bro.
Somehow the best character in this movie is actually Dracula. The performance was Oscar-worthy, and they don't really show his vampire form until the final battle, which is fucking tremendous.
Music was great too.
I bumped the main theme from time to time.
I'll give it to you, Donnie. This movie deserves way more clout.
There's absolutely no reason this movie shouldn't be in the conversation for the best Halloween movie ever.
It's hard to disagree with that, honestly.
Try to follow that up, Barack. Good luck.
Okay, here it goes. I'll finish it off with The Silence of the Lambs.
No! Barack, you fucking prick. You actually took my next pick this time.
Haha, suck it, Bush.
Brave of you to select this movie in this political climate. I hope your higher-ups aren't upset with you for picking a movie that misrepresents a non-binary person.
Bitch, you look like Buffalo Bill.
It puts the orange lotion on its skin.
Let's not pretend he picked this movie because of Buffalo Bill and not Hannibal Lecter.
Facts. He is a legendary character. Too bad the sequel's blew chunks.
That still doesn't take anything away from this one. The relationship built between Clarice and Hannibal during the investigation of Buffalo Bill was some of the most intriguing and thought-provoking interactions in all of cinema.
Crazy how by the end of it, you're rooting for Hannibal to escape even though you know he's a fucking cannibal.
He's like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. He's scary and he eats people, but you still respect the power he holds.
I think it's because he eats people for a good reason most of the time.
He could have just been saying that to make himself sound like he was above other cannibals.
Pretty low bar.
I like the part when that random asylum dude throws his load at the lady. Ha 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 ha.
You're a fucking animal.
I'm Batman.
No, you're not.
Pretty good pick this late. Good fall vibes.
Thanks. What's last, George?
Give me a minute. I wanted the silenced lambs.
Should we list movies ranked by most blood and guts for you?
I'm still a bit concerned for you, bushy boy.
Fine. I'll go with a more family-friendly one so I stay off a list. How about Ghostbusters?
Are you talking about the new one with the ladies?
That's the dumbest question you've ever asked. I would never lower myself to watch that diarrhea.
Yeah, I'd rather die in a fire.
The original is still great, though. I love that music, and the cast had a lot of good moments together.
Just a bunch of bros catching ghosts to the sound of elevator music. That's the spirit of Halloween right there.
I think George just threw the whole draft with that pick.
Fuck you, Donnie. This movie is a fun watch, and the cast is low-key drippy.
Maybe way back in the day, but I'd honestly rather watch these new age 3D animation Halloween movies like Hotel Transylvania.
You better shut up about Ghostbusters, or I'm going to have Air Force One TP your entire mansion.
Go ahead, it'll probably be your best use of taxpayer money in a couple months.
Joe, don't do it. It'll just boost his poll numbers.
It's worth it.
Maybe you're right.
Well, the general consensus is that Bill Murray rules, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, fuck Donnie. Us three can suit up and play this new VR Ghostbusters game at my place.
Sounds bomb.
That does kind of sound fun. Can I join?
No.
Damn it.
All great lists, guys.
My list is pretty unbeatable.
Nobody has a terrible list, but I don't like Obama's. It's too scary.
Oh, if we're being honest, then I think Bush's list blows.
The true legends will go for my list.
This time we can vote in the comments on which list you think won the draft. I'll leave 4 comments down below of each list, and whichever gets the most likes will be announced the winner.
Look at my fucking lineup. You all know I win no question.
Come on, man. If you don't vote for me, are you even into Halloween?
Let us know what your favorite scary movie is in the comments, and I hope everyone has a happy Halloween.
And give one of these movies a try if you haven't seen them.
Except for Children of the Corn. You can skip that one.
Hey.
And bye, guys.
Okay, gentlemen, we're trying something new today.
What could it be this time? You better not be wired up trying to get me arrested.
Oh, yeah, watch your back, Donnie. I'm out to get you.
Don't act dumb and innocent, you fucking nosy prick.
We are going to try a draft.
Donnie's gonna want to dodge this shit.
Very funny, Joe. I didn't see you begging to go to Nam.
No, guys, it's a format where we take turns picking a list of 5 things from different subjects and see who got the best list at the end.
This actually sounds pretty fun. Plus, I'll instantly have better taste than Joe in everything but children's shampoo.
In your dreams. And the answer is Suave Children's Watermelon Shampoo and Conditioner.
Nobody cares, Joe. I feel like a good place to start is with how we each start our day.
Is this a waifu draft?
We don't all start the day with a sad wank, Joe.
Just like we don't all start the day by using an airbrush filled with orange paint.
Fuck you, Sleepy. At least we actually get up in the morning.
Breakfast. I meant the subject is breakfast.
Hell yeah.
I love some good old American breakfast to get me ready to take on the woke feminist parasites.
I'll take chocolate chip ice cream.
Again, Joe, the subject is breakfast.
He has that for every meal.
Beats the 2 tons of carbs that you eat on a daily basis.
You don't even know if that's true.
I don't think either of you have a diet to brag about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does what I eat not fit your wife's standards?
Yeah, why don't you go eat a peanut butter and jelly on whole wheat?
I'm a man. I eat whatever I want for breakfast.
Is that what you tell yourself in the mirror before you face her?
Laugh it up. You don't even remember what you had for breakfast.
I think it was oatmeal.
Oh, my fucking God. You might as well just announce Joe the loser of this list. Imagine the leader of the free world eats the same slop we feed to the pigs.
Fuck off. Mine's got the little marshmallows in it.
Well, aren't we fancy?
Okay, Joe, since Don is so confident, why don't you take the first pick?
Fucking easy. How can you expect to beat my list if you don't have pancakes?
A predictable reach for our first pick of our first draft. Thanks, Joe.
You're bugging Don. Pancakes are bussin'.
Yeah, Don, that seems like a fair first pick.
Pancakes are the highest floor, lowest ceiling pick of all time. You cannot fuck up a pancake unless you destroy it on the first flip.
Like you've ever made anything yourself.
I don't know, Don. I've had insane pancakes that are a lot better than regular ones.
Of course, you can always fuck with the mix, but you're mostly just adding sugar or vanilla or something. What brand do you guys even fuck with?
Aunt Jemima, of course.
Jill just gets store brand mix.
Inflation is rough these days, huh?
You think you're so fucking funny, don't you?
The best pre-made mix is Bisquick, buttermilk, and it's not even close.
Never had that.
Uncultured.
Okay, Donnie, you've made your point. Since I came up with the subject, I'll go last. What's your ingenious first pick?
Eggs, just hand me the W now.
Hey, that's not fucking fair. There's even eggs in pancakes most of the time.
Yeah, Donald, you gotta pick an actual dish. Eggs is just an ingredient.
Fine then, omelet is goated.
Cool, good pick.
A little niche for me personally.
You're kidding yourself. Omelets are the most adaptable egg variant. The ability to stuff it with nearly any other food makes it undeniably the best egg dish.
I never really crave an omelet for breakfast.
That's because you're too used to slurping up your slop with the swine.
Speaking of swine, I think I'm gonna go with bacon pick one.
Fuck!
Going early on sides, huh, Barack?
It's the quintessential breakfast side dish. I can't believe it fell to 3, to be honest.
Don't let Michelle see this list, bro.
I had bacon this morning, you fucking assholes.
On my life, I bet that shit was turkey bacon. Ha ha! Fucking pussy!
Shit's not bad, actually.
That's what people say about tree bark after they've been starving for long enough.
It was a good pick, Barack. It was my very next one.
Thanks, Joe. What will you do instead?
It's tough, but I'll have to go with sausage, specifically sausage links.
Jesus, Joe, you fell victim to Barack's early side dish pick and sealed your fucking fate. Sausage is good, but a huge reach for round 2, especially pick 1.
Plus, sausage patties are better.
I don't think that makes a big difference.
It's all about the crust that is formed from searing a fresh sausage patty. Jimmy Dean's sausage logs slap so fucking hard.
I like the links better.
Joe, I guarantee that you're on those awful frozen sausage links like Brown and Serve or some shit.
If you don't like brown and serve sausage links, are you even black?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I get my sausage links fresh from the butcher, and they are pretty good. But this is still a reach. I'm going with French toast.
Oof.
Shit, I might have fucked up here.
For sure you did, Joe. French toast could have gone at any point already. It might be the best breakfast dish on its own.
Well, they're not better than pancakes, at least.
You're a fool to believe that. There are breads on this earth that make French toast better than any pancake on God.
I'm with Donald here, Joe. I had some French toast from a loaf of challah bread and it changed my fucking life.
What, did you get that at your mosque?
Challah bread is Jewish in origin, you fucking insufferable pig. Plus, I've told you I'm agnostic.
I don't think you are, Barack. You seem pretty sharp.
What do you think agnostic means, Joe?
It's when you were kind of cringing stuff. I just made a whole day for you folks on April 2nd.
Ha! He thinks you're autistic.
Oh my God, I'm just going to pretend this didn't happen and pick the classic breakfast sandwich.
I'll admit I didn't initially think of this one. Kind of a sleeper, good pick.
Appreciate it.
I do like this pick. It could be any type of egg or meat combo with any type of bread or cheese.
Controversial topic. Do y'all take runny yolks on your breakfast sandwiches?
Not really. I don't like having to get back in the shower after I have breakfast.
Runny as possible, practically sunny side up. I love when that yolk pours out of every bite.
That's fucking cap.
What you got, Joe?
I'm going to go with breakfast burritos.
What? Now you're just going to copy Obama every time?
That's a legit pick, Don.
Fuck that. He's just pandering to get the Hispanic vote.
Fuck you, Don. It's just as versatile as the breakfast sandwich, but even better because it's contained and often well blended.
Fuck you, Joe. It's basically just an omelet with a tortilla around it. I'm going with home fries for my next pick.
Interesting pick.
Fucking reach.
You are mentally compromised.
Hash browns are easily better.
No fucking way, Joe.
This is the fucking pancake versus French toast debate all over again. Home fries are clearly better.
They're pretty much just French fries, not a standard breakfast item like hash browns.
They're not like French fries, dumbass. They are thick and fluffy cubes with a hard, crunchy exterior. Hash browns is like eating mostly the crust of a home fry, but not having nearly as much fluffy inside.
More crunch equals better. Plus, you get to mix in onions and stuff while you shred the potatoes.
You can easily cook onions and peppers with home fries. Stop thinking inside the box, Joe.
Maybe you guys are the ones on a mental decline.
I'm going with scrambled eggs. I can't let it fall any longer.
That's fine.
Pretty mid, no runny yolk.
I don't know what it is with you and the runny yolks. Bro, scrambled is the most classic form of eggs there is.
Fuck that. Breaking yolks in the fucking pan is supposed to be a mistake. Scrambled eggs is just a fucking cope that you can't land a flip for over easy.
Based.
You're off your meds, Joe. There's nothing better than a supple pile of scrambled eggs to start the day.
You could never flip an egg with the yolk intact, could you?
Not in this egg crisis you put the country in.
There's plenty of fucking eggs, fuck you. I'm taking sunny side up for my round 4 pick.
Just following in Barack's footsteps again, huh?
You're just mad that I took it.
I could easily take an over easy with my next pick to one-up you, but I already have omelet, which is straight up better than either. I'm going to go with donuts, an American treasure.
Of course you picked donuts, fat ass.
Go fuck yourself, Joe. There's nothing better to pair with a morning coffee than a donut.
Yeah, it's not bad for round 4. I used to get munchkins and share them with the boys every day.
Overrated as fuck.
Depends on where you get them, honestly. I got some insane ones from some crazy bakery in New York called the Donut Project. That shit had me dead.
Yeah, Joe, I think you're too used to whatever chain donut shop nearest to you to appreciate a good donut.
Whatever.
You guys are letting shit fall pretty far, man. There's still a lot of good options.
True.
I'm going with waffles.
Solid round 4 pick, big fall.
Fuck me, I forgot waffles even existed. Somebody tricked me along the way or something.
Whatever you got to tell yourself, bro.
Although I think pancakes and French toast are superior, waffles are great.
Especially with some fried chicken alongside it.
Of course you pick fried chicken and waffles. Fried chicken is not for breakfast.
What the fuck did you just say to me?
I was joking, bro. Sorry.
That's what I fucking thought. I want you to think about how you speak to me next time or I'll beat the orange off you.
Chicken and waffles can be for breakfast.
This is from the same dude that just said home fries weren't a breakfast food. You're fucking lost again, Joe.
Okay, you got me there. But there's something about that combo with the chicken and syrup.
Overrated. Should be for dinner.
Regardless of how wrong and racist you are, waffles are great on their own and don't actually need chicken.
Fair enough. What's your round 5, Joe? This will make or break your list, Joe.
I've got it. Cereal.
Seriously?
You're going to critique that pick? Fuck off. Cereal could have its very own draft or tier list.
Sure, and I do like cereal when I'm in a rush to get to a rally or some shit, but this is any breakfast food you want. That's like giving you any choice of dinner, and you pick fucking s'mores.
I see your point, Donnie. Captain Crunch slaps, though.
Can't eat that anymore. I might bleed out and die.
It's still fucking awful with any other option available. Just ask Michelle about the nutritional value of cereal and watch how mad she gets.
I won't lie, we haven't had cereal in the house since before I became president.
That's rough, buddy. Okay, fuckface, what's your infinitely better pick than mine?
I see that both of you have a breakfast meat, so I'm going to go with the most slept on of all the breakfast meats, hash.
I do enjoy smoking a bit of that hash in the morning before my pancakes, but this isn't a weed tier list.
No, dumb fuck, corned beef hash. It's a mixture of beef and usually potatoes and onions, sometimes eggs and other random stuff thrown into a pan and made crispy.
You can actually use other meats besides corned beef to make hash, but that is the standard.
I've never had it.
You miss out on a lot when all you eat is pancakes and ice cream, huh?
You'll be missing out on freedom when these charges hit.
Fuck you and your witch hunt. What's your last pick, Barack?
It's a tough one. Still so many good options. Crepes and fruit salad came to mind often.
You and your fucking fruit cups. I'm always finding them scattered across my man cave after you come over.
Pick 'em up, bitch. Okay, I'm going to go with bagels.
Really, Barack, you're going to pick bagels when Eggs Benedict is still unpicked?
Fuck you, Donnie. Bagels are goated.
Yeah, Don, you've never got Bagel World in the morning?
You sound like a girl in junior high right now.
You're a fucking joke.
Oh, yeah? Why don't you lick the cream cheese out of the bagel hole, you fucking fairy?
You're just jealous that our lists are better than yours.
Don't even, Joe. Your list looks more like top 5 things to feed children under 10.
I seriously do respect the lists. But Joe, I'll be honest, yours definitely doesn't measure up to mine, and it's not even better than Donald's.
That's not the first time Joe hasn't measured up to you. I heard about the sleepover.
You said you wouldn't tell anyone, Barack.
Okay, that's all we have for this draft.
You all know my list is superior.
Comment which list you think is better and any ideas for the next draft.
Tell these two morons that cereal is the fucking steal of the draft.
In your dreams, Joe. The only thing you're stealing is an election.
Bye, guys. How'd you sleep, guys?
Terrible. We need to stop pulling all-nighters. The country is depending on us.
I think Donnie's right. I had absolutely no patience today. I tore that intern a new asshole, boy, I'll tell you.
Hey, Joe, you sound really good, actually. Did you get a new mic or something?
You guessed it. Barack bought it for me. Thanks, Obama.
It was more of a gift for me. I was tired of you sounding like you were in a McDonald's bathroom.
I'm pretty sure Donnie has a whole PC setup in the McDonald's bathroom. They won't even charge him rent purely because of how many nuggies he buys.
I don't even want to think about the kind of setup Ben & Jerry's has for you at headquarters.
And they always have a bowl of chocolate chip waiting for when Daddy gets home.
Pretty wild night. Can't remember the last time I got so baked. I started hearing things.
Maybe one of the thousands of people you blew up with drone strikes has come back to haunt you.
Definitely not. I know it was my own mind playing tricks on me because I kept hearing ideas for tier lists.
Oh, yeah. That was kind of weird. There would be a long pause, and after a few minutes, you would just hear Barack say, "Sandwiches."
Yeah, true. What was that one that got everyone yelling?
It was toast and spreads.
You know, me and Barack were fucked up if we got to ask Joe for a recap.
Facts. I still don't remember how that turned out. Hey, since we're up bright and early, and it's about time for breakfast anyway, do you guys want to do that toast and spreads tier list again, sober?
Won't Joe have an unfair advantage since he knows what happened with the list last night?
No, we've actually reached the very extent of my memory as of now. It's a clean slate, baby.
What was he actually going to have an advantage on anyway? It's a ranking, not a competition.
Oh, fuck, you're right. I might not be all the way back from last night.
All right, well, let's get right into it. You guys have your test toast ready?
All set. Can you remind me what we're ranking again?
We're covering toast, and we're covering what covers toast. First, we'll start out ranking the doneness of toast on a scale of 1 to 10 displayed at the top of the screen. Then we'll move on to some spreads. You dig?
For sure, let's get into it.
Okay, well, let's start with the first slice on the left. The 1 out of 10.
Here, I thought we were ranking toast, and the first thing we talk about isn't even toast. That, sir, is warm bread.
That is, in fact, still toast. Any slice of bread that goes through a full cycle in the toaster is toast.
Even if it comes out looking like Joe?
Fuck off. Your lucky toast doesn't turn orange.
Oh, 1 is absolute trash. You can't even melt butter with that bullshit. Folds easier than a gender studies major.
1 is the result of either a brand new toaster not properly calibrated or someone that's getting mad, impatient, and stops the toaster early.
I already know who you vote for if you would even abort toast.
Definitely not a lot going for it. Where do we think it ranks?
D tier, not even toast.
If it's not even toast, then shouldn't it be F tier?
Close, but at the very least, you can just pop that back in the toaster and pretend you never fucked up.
I'll agree with that. But I'll also point out that a 1 can be advantageous if you're cooking French toast. Just pop some bread in the toaster at the lowest setting before dipping it in the egg to make a much crispier crust when you go to fry it.
That's pretty clutch. I could go C tier with it.
C tier it is. How about a 2?
Okay, this time it is toast, but just barely.
Pretty much the same as 1, except the edges are kind of crispy.
We're still in pop this back in the toaster for a couple minutes range.
I'm thinking we put this in C tier also, just above the warm bread.
Good to go. How about the 3?
3 is pretty decent. A little lighter than I'd like it, but still okay.
I don't like 3 much. Like you said, it is a little too light, but it's also way too toasted to put back in the toaster.
True that. I feel like most diners and breakfast places run the 3. I don't know if that's preference or if it makes toast production faster, but it's pretty beat.
It's still an unacceptable piece of toast. I don't know how many 3s I've eaten next to some eggs. B tier for this one.
I'd toss 3 into C with the others.
I'm going with Joe in B tier. I wouldn't complain at a 3.
Sacrilege.
All right, and how about the 4?
4 is the beginning of the best toast. If this were a steak, it would be medium rare. Perfection.
This one is good, but often unevenly toasted. You get some white spots and some brown spots, and then a random corner that's darker than the whole thing.
It looks like a diagram of how redlining and racial segregation works in this country.
S tier.
Come on, man. Racial segregation shouldn't be high tier anymore.
I was talking about the toast, you fucking idiot.
In that case, you're still wrong. 4 is good, but not the best. I'd give it an A tier.
Bingo. The unevenness makes it hard to predict how the spread will react.
The Democrats are always so pro-diversity right up until the butter hits the toast, if you get my meaning.
I don't think anyone does. I'm putting 4 in A tier.
Damn it.
Now on to the real goat. 5 is the best doneness of all Toastopia.
It's hard to agree with what you just said in the manner you just said it, but I'm gonna have to.
The perfect toast equilibrium. Most of it is a perfect golden brown with just a bit of white and a smidge of dark brown.
You really can't get much better than this.
5 is the perfect crunch, yet still soft enough to fold delicately.
It does the job in almost any scenario where you need some toast.
I think it's safe to call this one an S tier.
No argument from me.
All right, on to 6.
I'm really not quite sure what the difference between a 5 and a 6 is.
First, he forgot the alphabet, and now this dude can't even count to 10?
I can still count, but I see no difference between those 2 pieces of toast.
The difference is on a 5, the area of just barely toasted white is equal to or more than the more dark toasted brown. Golden brown still covers the 6, but the light white toasted area is smaller than the area covered by the dark brown.
Who the fuck knows this shit?
I still don't really see a difference, so we should put it in S tier.
I'll agree if it spares me another toast explanation.
Okay, then moving on to the 7.
This is the beginning of the end of good toast.
I still find the 7 as an acceptable piece of toast. Maybe a bit overdone, but nothing I'd complain about.
This is actually my preferred doneness. You get all the best crunch with a solid base that won't fold to any spread.
Based.
Come on, Barack, you're really going to act like you even get to eat a piece of toast on this scale? We all know Michelle only buys whole wheat. Not much of a scale for that shit.
Whole wheat's pretty good once you get used to it.
You sound just like all the kids at school lunch coping after Michelle took their carbohydrates away.
Oh, I know, such a cruel, cruel world. Now, where should we put the 7?
A tier. Still good, but not as good as 5 and 6.
Is it over or under the 4?
I personally say over.
I would hit the under.
The unders take it.
Okay, how about 8?
Overdone, not good.
I don't think it's too far gone. I'd still eat it.
Well, you don't have the greatest judgment.
I'm with him, Donnie. It's similar to the 7.
I guess it's not too bad. In this scenario, I usually scrape the surface layer with a knife until it looks more like a 7.
So B tier?
Only if it's under the 3.
I can live with that. How about the 9?
We are almost past the point of no return. You're going to be scraping for a while to make this look edible.
Donnie just doesn't like African-American toast.
Well, I also can't help but feel there's a racial correlation with the toast color.
Come on, Barack. You're really going to get offended? You're barely a 6 on this scale. Okay, I might have gone a bit too far with that.
You think?
Donnie's right under all that racism. I'd be pretty pissed if someone gave me a 9 next to my eggs.
I will admit that a 9 is pretty egregious, even if you like your toast a bit toastier.
D tier. Maybe you get 3 or 4 good bites out of it.
Yeah, that's fact.
Okay, last one, guys. How do we feel about the 10?
I feel like I should put it under my grill with some lighter fluid for a barbecue.
That shit is vile. If your toast comes up looking like that, then there might be an imposter among you.
This will happen whenever someone cooks an English muffin or something thick and forgets to turn the setting back down. Absolute disgrace.
I have yet to find a single person that enjoys the sheer number of carcinogens in that slice of death.
Please put it in F tier. I'm starting to taste burnt toast.
That's a sign of a stroke. You okay, big dog?
It'll take more than toast to kill Uncle Joey.
Maybe you haven't tried hard enough.
All right, now that we've ranked the toast, let's rank what goes on the toast. Starting with classic butter, of course.
What can we say about buttered toast that hasn't already been said? People have been enjoying it for thousands of years.
Well, that can't be true, since the toaster was invented around the year 1900.
They probably just used an oven or fire before that.
Regardless, it's still the most classic spread for toast in existence. I love my Irish Gold.
In S tier, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's an easy one, but butter can take many forms. How about whipped butter?
What's the difference? Does this butter want reparations?
Oh my fucking God, no. It's like the same as butter except lighter and filled with air because of the whipping. It's a little healthier.
Sounds like you nerfed butter.
It's not a nerf. You also get the opportunity to put more stuff into it while you whip it. Add maple syrup to make maple butter and cool shit like that.
Okay, now I'm into it.
You have in fact won me over with maple butter, but the extra work puts it right behind regular butter in S tier.
Fine with me. Now how about margarine, or the more popular brand? I can't believe it's not butter.
It's okay. It doesn't taste nearly as good as butter, but it's easier to spread.
Fucking mid. I can definitely tell it's not butter.
It's supposed to be healthier, but Michelle doesn't trust it.
I don't even want to know what you have to put on your toast to survive in that house.
I guess you'll find out pretty soon. Where do we rank the believably not butter?
C tier, mid.
I could go a low B tier with it. It's fine in a pinch.
I'm with you, Joe. Now let's move on to the nut butters, starting with the classic peanut butter.
Fucking legend. If you're out of butter for some reason, there's nothing wrong with a little peanut butter on toast in the morning.
There are so many different brands and types to enjoy. I prefer the chunky over the smooth.
As long as it's the real stuff. You're not into the right peanut butter if you don't have to mix it up as the oil collects on the top.
Stop the cap. There's nothing wrong with a Jif or a Skippy. Totally unsponsored, by the way.
No denying S tier. Does it beat the other butters?
Not quite. It fits in low S tier, though. The best of the nut butters.
That's what she said.
Okay, then, moving on to almond butter.
Bro, what aren't the liberals doing to the almond? They're even milking the things.
Almond butter is severely underrated. Am I right, Joe?
What? Huh? Yeah, exactly.
You are just asleep and don't even know what we're talking about.
We're talking about almond milk, right?
No, Joe, almond butter. Remember we had some toast with almond butter that one time at my house?
Yep.
And do you remember how it tasted?
Nope.
Sounds pretty mid to me.
In no way is that a fair summary. Almond butter is just the same thing as peanut butter, but with almonds. It's way healthier and tastes pretty similar, while being easier to spread and even healthier than peanut butter.
You fucking said that twice.
Hold on, it's right in front of me. Let me try it.
Oh yeah, I actually gave you some that very same time.
I never opened it, but here it goes. Oh yeah. Pretty good. Not like peanut butter good, but still fine.
Told you. We thinking A tier for this one, Joe?
I'm with it. Better options were floating around in my pantry, though.
Okay, let's move on to the hazelnut spreads, with the most popular being Nutella.
Oh my fucking God, this shit is like crack for white people.
I wouldn't be surprised if drugs actually made it on the list, judging from what they're finding randomly in the White House.
What my aides need to do to get the job done is no business of anyone else's.
I kind of like Nutella, but there's definitely way better hazelnut spreads out there.
Either way, it's better than sex, and I want to inject it directly into my veins.
You have a problem.
I don't think it's bad, but it's definitely not the second coming of Christ.
I will smack you.
B tier, you got to mix it with chocolate for it to be good. Hazelnuts are mid.
You're fucking mid.
I think I'm going to split the difference and put it in high A tier.
Watch out, Barack. He's very defensive over his hazelnut spread.
This is bullshit. Nutella even beats butter.
He's delusional. Somebody take him back to the basement.
I'm already there.
Sorry, Joe, it just doesn't have a lot of nutritional value. The next one is pretty fun. How about cookie butter?
Cookie what?
Oh, yeah, you told me about this shit last night, and I had it overnight shipped. I'm about to try it out.
You lucky bastard.
Joe, you also ordered some at the same time?
Holy shit, you're right. It's right in front of me.
Let me know how you guys like it.
This shit slaps.
I will admit that is pretty good. Exactly how you described it, too. Like fresh biscuits combined with butter.
It's so smooth and so good. This has to be terrible for you, right?
Would you believe that it's much healthier for you than Nutella? It's got like half the sugar.
This should go to the top of A tier. It's pretty awesome.
It's really good, but it can't go over Nutella.
I'm putting it over Nutella, Joe.
No!
All right, let's move on to the jams, starting with grape jelly.
Jams are my jam, and you can find no better than grape jelly.
Yeah, it's pretty superior to all other jellies and jams.
By far, the best jams are homemade and sold at farmers markets. Unfortunately, that's also where all the worst jams are, too.
Can't go wrong with grape jelly. It's really the only thing I've seen so far that contends with butter for the top spot.
I totally agree. Grape jelly would be number one on the list for me.
I still think butter tops it.
I can't quite put it over the Irish Gold, but in combination with peanut butter, it far surpasses butter.
That's fair. Plus, jelly is very overrated as far as healthy foods go. Butter is much better for you than jam, surprisingly. Should we put it under peanut butter for that?
I would.
I'd still have to put jelly above peanut butter on this particular tier list, but I do like peanut butter more for the record.
I'll go with you, Joe. Jelly on toast is complete nostalgia for me.
How about strawberry jam?
Strawberry's pretty okay, but definitely not my first choice for jam. I don't like all the seeds.
I don't mind them. The taste is nearly as good as grape.
If I want jelly, I'm definitely picking grape over strawberry. I'd put it at the bottom of A tier.
That's even higher than I'd put it, but that's okay.
All right, then. How about raspberry jam?
Another good jam. I definitely wouldn't take this one over the other two, but it's good nonetheless.
I don't really fuck with it much. I know people put it in tea.
Yeah, it's fine. I still like strawberry more. I'll put it right under. To finish off the jams, how about marmalade?
Marmalade is pretty tight. I like the orange tanginess. I definitely prefer it over the other two jams in A tier.
I really like it too. It's not for everyone, but I really enjoy citrus in the morning.
Who can say no to a spreadable orange? I can agree with Donnie over the other two jams in A.
Sweet, moving on from jams, we first have honey.
Honey toast is goated.
Absolutely. There's something about honey toast that is just perfect.
I mean, it's probably in contention for the top spot.
Absolutely not. You should not be eating honey at all, but especially not in the morning. There's next to no nutritional value, just like jams, except even worse.
Did your wife at least give you a tummy rub before she took your balls?
Yeah, sure. Keep eating liquid sugar.
I know you're being sarcastic, but I'm going to pretend you aren't. Where in S tier should we put honey, Donnie?
I'd say right under jelly. That good?
Good for me. What's the next spread?
This one should be in contention for the best. Where would we place avocado?
Uke tier. That stuff is gross.
Yeah, I've never enjoyed it too much. It's a consistency thing for me.
You've got to be shitting me right now. Avocado toast is hugely popular and an amazing breakfast, health-wise. I think it beats butter.
And your organic dreams nerd?
I know a lot of people do like it, and you can make pretty art projects with other toppings. I say we throw Barack a bone and put it at the top of B tier. What do you think, Don?
I guess in the name of partisanship, I can oblige.
You guys are next level stupid. What about another healthy one, yogurt?
Motherfuckers are out here putting yogurt on toast? Why?
Yeah, I love Go-Gurt as much as the next guy, but I never thought about dumping my load on a piece of toast before.
A lot of people put yogurt on toast because it's infinitely healthier than most of the things we've ranked so far, and you can use it like a binder to put sliced fruit over the top.
That's a pretty good idea.
Here's a better one. Put your fruit in the yogurt and then eat toast separately like a normal human.
You both still don't understand custard. When you cook the yogurt toast in the oven or an air fryer, it condenses and forms custard. Fucking immaculate.
Wow, that shit actually looks bussin'. I'm gonna have to try it.
It'll change your life.
Fine. Where would you rank yogurt on toast?
S tier, probably just under butter.
I'm gonna limit you to the top of A tier because you have to use an oven and mix a bunch of stuff to make this really good. Plus, I still think you look like a moron putting yogurt on toast.
This is outrageous, but I guess I'll take it. How about the most healthy spread on the list, Marmite?
Never had it. Is it any good?
It is rather tasty and healthy. Remember I had you order some along with the cookie butter?
Holy shit, you're right. It's right in front of me.
We'll give it a taste. Ha ha ha, sucks, doesn't it?
Why does it taste so fucking bad?
Oh, come on, it isn't that bad. Maybe more of an acquired taste.
I don't know how one could acquire a taste for something that should be leaking from a diesel engine.
It's very popular in the UK.
Are we really citing the British for the best food?
Only on Tuesday, innit?
So where should we rank Marmite since Barack is on that prison camp food over there?
Well, it tastes like a weird soy sauce paste that has no business being on toast. F tier.
I couldn't agree more. Okay, Barack, what's the next equally healthy and disgusting spread?
Fine, you asshats. How about we rank the most unhealthy shit? How do we feel about fluff?
It's okay. Not great.
All right, Barack, you've made your point. Fluff is shitty. I don't even like it when paired with peanut butter, which is how everyone eats it.
It's not that bad. You don't like marshmallows or something?
Has anyone in history ever just had plain toast with fluff?
Absolutely not. This shit is gross.
You have a point there. C tier?
D tier. Fluff's far too sweet due to it being like 100% sugar. It has nothing going for it.
I will have to agree, especially since you'll definitely get some on your face and look like you just sucked a dick.
That reminds me, let's rank cream cheese.
Cream cheese is the king of sus-looking spreads.
I'm not much of a cream cheese guy, and I don't think I've ever seen cream cheese on toast, only on bagels.
True, toast isn't a great platform for the sheer massive cream cheese that I need.
It's still pretty goated on bagels, and that taste does transfer over. I'd put it in B tier right above. I can't believe it's not butter and under avocado. That is somehow also in B.
That's fine, I guess. Now, can we cover cinnamon sugar?
Cinnamon sugar? That's not a spread.
And that's two different things. They can't be ranked at once.
If cinnamon sugar is the same as cinnamon and sugar, then I'd like to see you try and separate them once combined.
Okay, but how the hell are you going to spread that across dry toast?
Playing devil's advocate, I could argue that you could just press a piece of toast into cinnamon sugar and a good amount of it will stick. I am, however, aware that you would profit from using a binder like butter.
I don't think it should rank highly. You're just adding sugar to a piece of bread that consists partly of sugar already.
Just adding a little cinnamon sugar to an already buttered slice of toast is great. But if you go all out and mix cinnamon sugar with butter and paint it on the bread before broil or baking it in the oven, you'll have yourself a dessert that you can put up against anybody. It creates a caramelized sheet of buttery cinnamon goodness.
You've just described how to surpass your recommended daily caloric intake with a slice of bread and speedrun obesity.
I'm on Donnie's side with this. Anything that surpasses the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch is good in my book.
Don't worry, Barack. I realize the drawbacks. Cinnamon sugar really can't stand alone without butter. I'm willing to put it down in B tier over avocado.
That is fucking lunacy. You can't put pure sugar over the healthiest options.
I agree with Donnie. Put cinnamon toast over that stuff that looks like mashed baby Yoda.
Now I remember why I was yelling so much last night. I only have a couple more. So let's finish this blasphemy, starting with the cheese spread.
Who cuts the cheese at breakfast?
Cheese spread is actually not bad.
You're just biased because one of these probably convinced you to change your skin color.
A man should not be judged by the color of his skin, but by the content of his spread.
It hurts my bloodline when you quote MLK. I think cheese spread is pretty middle of the road because some cheese spreads are goated and others are glorified cheese whiz.
When you find your brand, you'll understand.
Bars, spreadable cheese whiz still sucks though.
I say we put it in B tier to cover the good and the bad. Where would you put it in B, Don?
Since we're lumping all cheese spreads together, it drags the average down pretty substantially. I put it under cream cheese.
Yuck.
Okay, last one. Let's finish it off with another staple in Britain. Beans on toast.
And of a British classic mate edition Tuesday in it.
Wow, you're pretty good at that.
Come on, guys. Beans are a healthy choice.
Stop! If I got to hear one more thing about healthy choices, I'm leaking all my nuclear codes.
Geez, okay then.
I'm sorry to our allies in the UK, but beans don't belong on toast.
It's like they intentionally find the most cringe foods to eat.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm not into it. Beans are fine as a side at a barbecue, but that's not what I want to see when I wake up.
And this is coming from the guy that wakes up next to Michelle.
Motherfucker, I have Hillary on speed dial. You want to meet God today?
We've already met. I am the chosen one.
Yeah, just rank the beans.
D tier, keep the beans in the bean cabinet.
All right, let's wrap this up. Joe's running on fumes over here. D tier is fine, under or over fluff.
It's got to be over. I like beans, but just not for breakfast.
What the fluff?
That's fine, Barack. Successful list.
Who's your daddy?
All right, it's time to give Joe his pills. I want to thank everyone that tuned in. Be sure to comment and like the video if you enjoyed.
When they're butter toast.
But wait before you click off. I have a new Discord server running if anyone wants to join. It's a great way to get updates on all the content, and you can even talk to the president sometimes as well. Links in the description.
Good stuff. All right, my fellow Americans, until next time.
And President Toastopia.
How we doing, fellow gobblers?
Maybe you and Barack gobble each other, but leave me out of it.
What's going on, Joe?
I just met with President Z.
Is that what you call the person who's actually running the country?
No, the dude from China.
He means President Xi Jinping.
Must be weird to work with your former boss, huh?
He was never my boss. You can't prove anything.
Enough of the instigating, Donald. This is the time of the year to give thanks after all.
No, this is the time of year where you eat 15,000 calories in one sitting and fall asleep to football, only waking up briefly for touchdowns.
This is the holiday where everybody is sleepy.
So true, my favorite American holiday.
This must be Donnie's favorite too, since he looks like a parade float.
At least I'm not tired before the turkey.
A good feast with family is peak happiness.
That hits home for me, Barack, having just lost my beloved sister.
Yeah, I'm real sorry for your loss, Donnie.
Bummer, God picked the wrong Trump.
Classic moralist leftist pig.
I'm only kidding, bro, but how funny would it be if I outlived you?
Pretty fucking funny, I'll be honest.
You can both swallow my giblets.
In all seriousness, it's sad that you won't get to see Mary at Thanksgiving this year.
You know, I haven't seen her the past few years either. Politics kind of got in between us. I'm sure you'll both relate.
True, sometimes it sucks to see some family members. Every year I can look forward to Hunter starting some shit with somebody.
Yeah, you tell him I said Happy Thanksgiving and go fuck yourself.
That's a bit over the top.
What did he do this time?
He's asking the judge in his gun trial to subpoena me. His lawyers said I put pressure on the trial with my rhetoric.
Well, that's true. If you just shut the fuck up, he would be bailed out of everything by now.
I'd still be in a legal shitstorm either way, so this feels right.
Well, why don't we forget about legal troubles for a while and do a Thanksgiving video?
Fuck yeah, America. So we ranking Thanksgiving food?
You betcha.
Are we doing a tier list or a draft?
Well, we can't very well do a draft when anyone with turkey would instantly win.
Obviously, just send it.
You know the drill? I prepared quite the menu for this one.
Don't tell me Michelle put together this list. I think I'd kick in the TV if I saw whole grain stuffing.
I made this list, but I'll have you know that my wife makes a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. Of course, that was back when we had to cook like normal poor people.
Good. I've had that whole grain shit from Michelle. It's just depressing.
You get used to it.
I'm sure you just don't want to catch a haymaker from her, so you didn't say shit. I don't blame you. So what do we have on this list?
There's a few foods like turkey and stuffing that will obviously make it on, but I've also come up with many other Thanksgiving favorites. Why don't we start with a couple side dishes that are normally served before the meal is done?
Like cheese and crackers and shit?
I'm always trying to be a good Christian and save myself for the full turkey meal. I usually don't tempt myself with the appetizers.
That's probably the only policy of yours I can agree with, Joe. I always skip breakfast on Thanksgiving as well. You got to get 100% of your stomach devoted to the holiday.
I totally disagree. A good charcuterie board can satisfy all guests and give you some time for the inevitable last-minute meal adjustments.
I can get down with the charcuterie, especially if there's grapes and special dips involved.
It's more of a dish for the host to offer the annoying guests so they stop talking so fucking much.
It's great for that, too. I'm a huge artisan cheese guy, so it's essential at every gathering in my home, especially Thanksgiving.
Italians dominate the charcuterie scene because they aren't afraid to put their meat on the table.
It is hard to turn down some gabagool.
There's just so much you can do here. I like mine with mixed smoked cheeses like Gruyere and pepper jack, alongside a special jam and a few slices of prosciutto.
Sounds Obama.
Okay, charcuterie boards are pretty good and aesthetically pleasing, but I don't think it can break into the high tiers. When I think of Thanksgiving foods, I'm going to think of like 30 things before this.
I see your point. How about a B tier?
That's perfect. Good, but not what we drive to Mama's for.
Fine with me.
Okay, and what about deviled eggs?
I can enjoy me a deviled egg.
This is a disaster. What kind of a host wants to fill their guests up with eggs? You're just going to end up with a room full of farts.
Facts. It's weird that you're kind of hoping the deviled eggs aren't a hit with everyone.
You guys are off. Deviled eggs hit so hard, especially when it's earlier and you have people like Donnie skipping breakfast. Provides a nice breakfast in one bite and will hold you over perfectly until the turkey comes out.
They're fine, but do not beat a good charcuterie board.
I think they're equal to, if not better than, a charcuterie board.
Not a huge fan of cold eggs. I'd be a D tier.
Yeah, I'm probably around there. Much better options. Pretty creamy, though.
At least bring it up to C tier for the fact that you can prep this early and just bust it out the second guests arrive.
Yeah, it's good in C tier.
I'll take it.
Enough of this foolishness. Only the weak like Joe need to eat before turkey is ready in the early afternoon. Bring out the real feast, Barack.
Fine, let's get some easy ones out of the way. How do we feel about turkey on Thanksgiving?
That's like asking how I feel about getting a hot dog at a baseball game or a burger on the 4th of July. It's fucking tremendous.
Simply the most required dish in this entire holiday. If you don't have good turkey, I'm going to let you know about it.
There are many different preparation methods that people swear by. It's not hard to cook a turkey, but it's not easy to cook a great turkey.
Bottom line, you're looking for a crispy skin without sacrificing the moisture inside. You absolutely cannot have a dry turkey. It'll fuck everything up.
I hate when it's so dry, it basically disintegrates like goddamn sawdust.
Your turkey basting skills are seriously put to the test.
You can profit from brining the turkey for maximum moisture. As far as method, I would recommend using a classic turkey pan in the oven.
Every single Thanksgiving, somebody nearly burns to death trying to fry an entire turkey in their garage.
I've never been brave enough. I just know I'd probably burn my house down.
A fair assumption. You would probably explode. You know what? You should try it.
Nice try. I'm not going down to a delicious dead bird.
Avoiding the fire hazard is the key to a good holiday.
Either way, we all know turkey is S tier, whether you like the white meat, dark meat, or you want a big old drumstick.
I'm getting tired just thinking about it.
Yeah, it's obvious. The base of every plate, pretty much. There are people who don't like turkey, though.
If I become president again, I'll make sure anyone not eating turkey on Thanksgiving gets deported.
Well, what about ham? I've seen a nice baked ham as an alternative many times. I'll even grab a slice or two with the second plate.
That's a good point, Joe. Ham is a great alternative meat.
Although I'm not against having multiple meat dishes at Thanksgiving, ham is more of a Christmas thing to me.
But is ham not welcome with every other side dish here?
I don't know how we can talk negatively about a nice brown, sugary oven roasted ham for a single minute.
That's fair. It still can't be S tier, though. Not a Thanksgiving goat.
I will not allow it to fall any lower than A tier.
A tier is fine. Ham is a lot easier to cook than turkey as well.
It also doesn't mind a little gravy either.
Let's cover gravy next then.
More like cover my entire plate with it.
I like to make a gravy lake in my mashed potatoes so I can dip each bite.
I usually just put a light layer on all the turkey and just a splash on some of the sides.
You really can't go wrong with the amount. It's like syrup on pancakes. Everyone likes it a little different, so you can't judge me for drowning all my food in the stuff.
I feel like gravy is also comparable to turkey as far as quality. It's easy to make gravy, but it's also easy to make a shitty gravy.
Y'all ever add the giblets in your gravy?
Only weirdos get fucking giblet gravy.
I've had it a few times, but I'm honestly not a fan.
It's either a smooth gravy or I'm walking out the door.
So where do we rank it?
S tier, another easy one.
Yeah, it's simply the glue that holds the entire meal together. It's not a Thanksgiving meal until I mop all the leftover gravy and turkey bits with my dinner roll, leaving the plate as clean as the floors in the Mar-a-Lago.
Hard to disagree with that. Speaking of breads, why don't we get into the best Thanksgiving breads, starting with the aforementioned dinner roll.
Another must-have, in my opinion. The power of the gravy can only be met with the spongy dinner roll.
It's more of a tool than anything. It keeps the gravy in check and keeps it from running into other sides that don't want it.
Nothing on the plate is safe from the gravy, but a hot dinner roll with butter dipped in gravy is undefeated.
I'll agree with you there. But I also think I wouldn't be too worried about bread if the turkey and other sides were on point. Dinner roll falls into A tier for that.
Most of the time, it's just bulk rolls that are pretty mid compared to a homemade warm roll.
I think we can average it out at an A tier. Even the bulky rolls can do the gravy mop well.
I'm good with that.
How about cornbread?
Cornbread is always goated, and if it's from scratch right out of the oven, it's a certified nut.
I agree, cornbread is great alongside any meal, really. But Thanksgiving meals need a bread that sops up the gravy, not a buttery crumble that you can't even hold without a mess.
You just basically admitted that you cook shitty cornbread.
My cornbread is fucking pristine, but you do have kind of a point, though. Cornbread does become crumbly on contact with the gravy and would be bad for mop jobs.
I'm not out here saying it shouldn't be an option, but a measured B tier is a fair ranking to me.
I think it breaks into the high tiers.
I'll go with Donnie this time. Dinner rolls are the better option, but what about a good biscuit?
Okay, I can get down with the biscuits. They do better on the mop job and have a nice crunch.
Biscuits and gravy is a staple in the South for a reason. I'm going with A tier on them, just under the dinner roll.
Sure, that's fine.
I feel like cornbread is being disrespected.
Well, cornbread usually finds its way into the legendary bread-based side dish everyone knows and loves.
Yeah, why don't we get balls deep into the stuffing?
I too have sexual feelings for the stuffing.
We don't always need to get bricked up in these food tier lists, but if you think back to the best Thanksgiving stuffing you've ever had, it's hard not to say that it was the best Thanksgiving meal you've had.
Whether you do a basic cornbread stuffing or a mix of carrots and celery, I'd destroy half the tray if the other family members weren't there.
It's really easy to make a great stuffing. One tutorial on YouTube and you'll make a pan full of buttery joy. You can also traditionally make it inside the turkey for an aromatic effect for both the turkey and the stuffing.
You cannot do stovetop stuffing for Thanksgiving. As long as it's something better than that, I'm all set. Stuff it up the turkey's ass for all I care.
It's the most S tier on the list. It's like edible holiday drugs.
There's only one side dish that can contend with the likes of the stuffing. What about mashed potatoes?
My gravy lake couldn't happen without a thick pile of mashed.
Mashed potatoes blend so well with the gravy that no other potato dish is more popular on Thanksgiving.
I love baked potatoes, but if I had a baked potato instead of mashed with turkey, I'd be upset.
I can't say it beats stuffing, but mashed potatoes are so good with the rest of the already ranked items.
I like a nice garlic and herb flavored mashed potato.
I like little chunky bits of potato in there.
That's because it reminds you of chocolate chip. The true legends know the mashed potatoes must be smooth and creamy, yet thick.
However you like them, it's another Thanksgiving staple that can't be easily replaced.
It's just under stuffing in S tier, no other way around it.
That's correct. Put it in its rightful spot.
Good, now we can move on to the best non-food side dish that isn't gravy. Where do we put cranberry sauce?
Delicious. It always has a spot right in the middle of my plate.
Mid.
Really?
You're going to shut the fuck up right now. Cranberry sauce is bussin'. I think it belongs right under gravy as the second best flavor enhancer.
I think you belong in a nursing home, but here you are.
I'm not quite at S tier, but it's definitely a holiday favorite of mine. I'll never get more than a spoonful, though, if I'm being honest.
Not even Joe will sacrifice enough space on his plate for this shit to consider it a side dish. It's not even close to the power of the gravy.
Motherfucker, I'll cover my entire body in cranberry sauce and beat the fuck out of ya.
So Joe is at S tier, and where were you, Donald?
F tier, get your adult Jell-O the fuck out of here.
F tier is just ridiculous. Millions of people love cranberry sauce to the point where if you're missing it, at least a couple of people are going to be really sad about it.
You're just jealous that not even your morbidly obese looking ass can match the jiggle of the cranberry sauce.
Being jiggly shouldn't help anything on this list.
Bring it home in S tier, Barack.
I'm really not up there with it either. Through his hatred, Donald raises a fair point. Most people are just taking a little scoop, if at all.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. How far down the list are we talking?
I was thinking B tier.
Barack, you're killing my erection right now and I don't appreciate it.
Can you give us an actual argument of why it should be higher?
If you hold near and dear to your heart that you and Mom opened the canned sauce for you know that Americans know better than anyone, that the cranberry. Anyway.
Good job. B tier is cool, Barack.
Biggest load of malarkey I've ever seen.
It's nothing to hate, but I don't particularly need it. What about the crowd favorite mac and cheese?
Ooh, Mommy.
Is it just me, or is it kind of weird that most people consider mac and cheese to be a staple of Thanksgiving?
It's just you.
Explain yourself.
It's not like the Pilgrims were passing the natives some mac and cheese on the first Thanksgiving.
Well, historically, the Pilgrims and natives would have venison and seafood as well as local game birds, not even necessarily turkey. The classic American Thanksgiving meal is a tradition of its own.
I don't know, I feel like it's just because gravy kind of goes with the mac and cheese. Thanks a lot, KFC.
Whatever the case, a homemade mac and cheese is an absolute banger.
You get a few different cheeses and a good breadcrumb over the top, and you got yourself a party.
I personally don't get more than a little square on the second plate.
You're a pussy. It's on every respectable plate.
What do you mix it with the cranberry sauce, you dumbass?
They don't really touch.
I kind of sort of feel you on this, Donnie, but how far of a fall are we talking about?
B tier, not essential but great for variety.
Bullshit. S tier. It goes so well with the ham, too.
I'm still slightly on the fence. You both have a fair view on it. I'll just split the difference at A tier, since it slaps if done perfectly with spices, cheeses, and breadcrumbs.
Put it at the top of A tier, or I'm going to claim complete mental incompetence and leave you all with Kamala for a year.
Do what he says, Barack. He's not joking.
Okay, fine. How about we move into vegetables?
Boo.
Big surprise, Trump doesn't like the veggies. Remember when they made Cookie Monster into Veggie Monster?
Don't remind me he wouldn't shut up about that for weeks.
It was bullshit propaganda, and I still think it was Michelle's idea. Why the fuck would you want to eat vegetables when this holiday is really about filling up on everything in S tier?
That's legit, but some people like to start off with a nice salad.
I am not some people.
We are seriously putting salad on the list?
Why not? It's the only thing so far that's light on the calories. You can add all sorts of ingredients to make a festive fall salad that everyone can enjoy.
F tier. I'm not eating salad on Turkey Day. I'll just pick one of the 20 better options.
I'm with you, Donnie. Even Jill doesn't make me eat salad on this holiday.
Man, you guys are sleeping on the pumpkin shavings.
Salad might be lame, but I can go for some roasted veggies.
Oh yeah. Get a nice tray with olive oil and some carrots, green beans, onions, really whatever cooks together well.
It's in the same boat as the salad. Not eating roasted vegetables when there's better options.
I'm a slut for green beans, so if they're in the pan, I'm taking a few.
One of the easiest and cheapest options for a side dish. You can't go wrong with the variety of different tastes and textures you can add to your plate.
So where do we rank it, since Donnie's opinion is invalid?
It looks like a high B tier, under cornbread.
Yeah, they can't beat the cornbread.
Whatever, the only vegetable I like on this holiday is corn.
Yeah, corn is pretty goated. Not cream corn, though.
Whole kernel corn with a little butter is another classic Thanksgiving side dish that makes an appearance on most Thanksgiving tables.
Corn also makes an appearance in your giant Thanksgiving dump.
It's a Thanksgiving tradition.
Gross, but true. The bits of sweetness from the corn makes the turkey gravy and everything so much better.
Where does it land?
I think it's clearly the best Thanksgiving vegetable. Still doesn't break into S tier, but you won't find anything better in A tier.
You know, that's actually pretty accurate.
Okay with me. How about a Grandma Biden classic, green bean casserole?
Pretty great. It's one that I usually don't eat at all until the holidays, but still a dish to look forward to.
I live for the creamy garlic taste of the mushroom soup and the crunchy onions on top. Definitely a top-tier side dish.
I'm not too into it. It can't exist in S tier.
Fuck off, you big old pumpkin. It can.
It doesn't quite make it to S tier. I think a good spot is right under corn in A tier. A classic that feels required for a good Thanksgiving lineup, but it doesn't make or break the meal.
I'm fucking pissed off with that ranking.
I'm thankful for your mental distress.
Let's stick to casseroles and move to the sweet potato casserole.
Mid. Even more mid than the last one.
Oh, come on. This shit makes it hard to sleep the night before. I can't wait to dig into that cinnamon sweet potato goodness on Thursday.
The marshmallows are cool, but I'm not a huge fan.
Sweet potatoes are for pussies, D tier, because it contributes to the Thanksgiving smell. And that's about it.
No fucking shot I'm alone here. You two are uncultured swine.
It's pretty good. Kind of a pain to make, though.
It's so worth it. It's got to be at least B tier.
I can give you that, but it's got to be under cranberry sauce.
What are you, the cranberry gatekeeper?
Super underrated, but to each their own. How about we do butternut squash?
I can get into a couple cubes, but it won't take up too much space on my plate.
Mid, not eating it.
You can do roasted cubes, mashed, or even soup.
It's kind of bad no matter how you make it.
Donnie's right. It's pretty mid. I'd rather have some sweet potato casserole over this.
Dude, how are we hating on these fall favorites?
Most misleading name out there. You would think something called butternut squash wouldn't taste like ass.
Wow, okay.
A lot better than deviled eggs, at least. It's just confusing because it tastes like it should be a dessert and not a side dish.
Sorry if I'm hating on your family favorites.
Squash isn't really a favorite for us. The one family favorite I have here is Brussels sprouts.
Okay, that's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, they're stinky and I don't like them.
Joe, you're fucking stinky.
It's not my fault. I get sleepy in the shower. It's dangerous.
You guys are tripping. Brussels sprouts have dozens of preparation methods, and each one is a delicious addition to the available sides.
Whatever, Brussels boy, put it in F tier.
You heard the squash-colored man.
This hurts my soul. I'm putting it in D tier for fear of what Michelle will do to me if she ever saw this list.
Okay, what next?
I'm out of main dishes. Does anyone else have a favorite they missed?
How about those tiny whole onions?
Oh, pearl onions, those are great.
It's a bit much for a whole bite of onion.
You're supposed to split the tiny onion into many layers and add those layers to specific bites. Also, if they're stewed, you can spoon the onion liquid and pour it over the other sides in turkey for a little onion flavor.
Pretty mid.
Not my favorite, but it does add something great to individual bites.
They're delicious. You probably won't grab more than a few, though.
I agree with Donnie, but they shouldn't be high tier.
There's nothing in B tier that I would put this above.
The bottom of B tier is good for them.
Okay, fine. Not like I'm really piling them on my plate.
Good stuff. Now let's rank a few pies to finish off the holiday.
A nice slice of pie with a little ice cream is the perfect Thanksgiving dessert.
Can't complain after the delicious meal with a slice of pie while you watch the Cowboys stink up the field.
At least the Lions are a lot better this year.
Not better than an apple pie.
A true American classic. There's nothing quite like a fresh slice of warm apple pie.
If you bake it fresh and make the apple filling yourself, it's a thing of beauty.
The smells coming off a freshly baked apple pie make you think about unzipping your pants and risking it all.
I don't think I've ever fucked a pie, but I know where you're coming from.
The apples become so soft, tender, and sweet in the cooking process. You got your normal pie crust apple pies, and then you have the crumble variety. Both are equally great, and neither of them last very long.
Does it deserve the S tier?
Yeah, I think it clearly makes it into S.
Fair enough. Now, how about pecan pie?
Pretty mid-pie.
Why would you need a pecan? It's the middle of the day.
What?
Jill makes me keep a pecan next to the bed at night in case I need to go to the bathroom, but I'm too old to get up.
Pecan, not pecan.
Oh, the nut pie.
Yes, the pie with nuts.
Yeah, I usually pass on it if there's apple pie.
Same here, but I can have it every once in a while. Good, but not great.
I love a good pecan pie. Very nice when warm and crunchy.
What do you say, B tier?
That's right where it should be. Maybe just over the charcuterie board.
That's fine.
I would be higher on it, but that's okay. Last one I have here is pumpkin pie.
A true classic for this time of year. I think you'll see pumpkin pies just as often as apple on this holiday.
Seeing as they're both in season, it's no wonder you'll usually see them both for dessert on Thanksgiving.
Nothing wrong with it, especially with a little Cool Whip. I'll probably go for the apple pie before the pumpkin, though.
I understand that. It must be like cannibalism to you. A whole pie of mashed Donnie.
Fall is your favorite time of the year for calling me orange, isn't it?
It does hit pretty hard. You're a fall color.
I can't wait till the snow falls and we can start to notice how pasty white you are.
Where do we fall on pumpkin pie, though? Haha, get it?
It's actually pretty fucking awesome. Pumpkin pie is even more common than apple on Thanksgiving, I feel.
It is literally the only day out of the year where pumpkin pie might be chosen over apple.
Well, because of that, should we put it just above apple pie?
That sounds perfect, Barack.
I guess for this holiday, that's fair.
Well, that's all I have. Great holiday list, gentlemen. I just want to say how thankful I am for the friendship we've built over these last few presidencies.
Thanks, Bro Obama. Making tier lists and gaming with the boys fills my heart with joy, and I'm thankful for you both as well.
I guess I can even be thankful to be friends with Joe so I can constantly dunk on him both at home and at work.
Thanks, buddy. We are also so thankful for all the folks watching and the fantastic community we've built over the past 6 or 7 months.
The support has been incredible. People taking the time to comment and donate to the channel has really meant a lot to us.
Make sure to subscribe and join the boys in our Discord linked in the description.
As always, comment below if we missed your favorite dish or would rank anything differently.
And of course, a happy Thanksgiving to all.
Enjoy the meal with your loved ones, and for God's sake, don't let a little thing like politics get in the way of family.
Great message, Donnie. All right, folks, I'm getting pretty sleepy after talking turkey so much.
All right, guys, have a happy Turkey Day.
You too. Bye, guys.
You already know what it is.
Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Pretty bad. They found out about Hunter's taxes.
Or lack thereof.
Quiet, you.
Yeah, aren't you the one that boasted about not paying your taxes?
I was saying I know how to manipulate the tax code because I'm a genius.
Just like we all do.
Evidently, some do it better than others.
You just worry about your own legal troubles there, Chief.
What have you been up to, Barack?
I've just been getting all my holiday shopping done.
Oh, shit, I forgot about the holidays.
We literally just did a Thanksgiving video.
That was like 2 weeks ago.
The extent of your memory, huh?
Fuck off. Now I got to think of gifts for everyone.
Would a tier list help you out?
A Christmas gift tier list? That sounds great.
Maybe if you're 8 years old.
Come now, Donald. Don't be an orange-tinted Grinch.
Yeah, you fucking citrus Scrooge.
I have more Christmas spirit than both of you combined. Always talking about happy holidays and not happy birthday, Jesus.
All holidays should be celebrated, no matter what religion you practice.
Christmas is clearly the best, and everybody agrees with me.
He's got a point, Barack. He is the only one of us that could be Santa Claus.
Well, you're old enough to look like Santa, but kids aren't allowed on your lap.
Facts. All right, let's feed the capitalist machine.
Oh my fucking God, the jingles.
Hey, you wanted to be festive.
I like it. Christmas jingles unlock memories I can only access at this time of year.
It's good that so many doctors are studying your brain. They're probably learning a lot.
I am an asset to humanity.
I wouldn't go that far.
So should we start with stocking ideas and work our way up?
Sounds good. I'm busting out the eggnog.
Stocking stuffers are great. I love digging into them before the big gifts.
I too enjoy the size restriction of the stocking. You can also get away with some stuff that's more mundane, but great to restock on before the new year.
Anything come to mind first?
What about a nice pair of socks?
Literally anything in the world, and you choose socks first?
Definitely fits the description of a stocking stuffer.
Mid?
Oh, come on. You don't wear socks?
Of course I wear fucking socks. I just think they're mid for a gift.
Why? I love when the girls get me funny socks every year.
That's even worse. You usually get a good laugh out of your $20 pair of socks, but now you've tasked them with keeping said pair of socks together for eternity. Fucking impossible.
That's a fair point. I only get to wear them a few times before they're separated.
What about some nice warm fuzzy socks?
Kind of falls in the same trap as the goofy socks, except you can't even wear a different sock out of desperation unless you want one sweaty foot.
I guess everyone does have a few brands and colors that they use most of the time.
If you know someone's brand, then that's where you can nail a sock gift, but then you may as well buy in bulk, therefore no longer being a stocking stuffer.
It makes me actually angry when you make sense.
Why do you think all the politicians hate me?
I think it's the hair. C tier it is. How about some personal care items starting with deodorant?
I can get down with a nice smelly stick.
Not something you brag to your buddies about.
It is essential though.
So is toilet paper, but you're not putting that in your stocking.
Toilet paper isn't a personal item, Dumpy.
Whatever, I still think this is F tier.
That's too low for the fighter of BO.
Donnie hates deodorant and is stinky. Coincidence? I think not.
I just don't use it around you because I know you're gonna smell me.
Gross, but where does it go?
I don't put it higher than socks, to be honest, but I love sniffing it.
D tier it is.
That's kind of low, but I guess. How about a nice soap or body wash?
Ooh, back-to-back sniffers.
Kind of depends on if it's for a dude or a chick.
Well, there are thousands of gift ideas, so why don't we stick to what everyone can enjoy?
Typical liberal pushing gender-neutral ideologies.
We can do another list for him and for her.
Who doesn't enjoy a nice soap to start the new year?
It can be a pretty good gift or stocking stuffer. Melania gets me some nice body wash every year.
I think she's telling you something.
Suck my peppermint stick.
I do like a nice artisan bar of soap, though, for real.
Better not drop that bar of soap with Michelle around.
Barack's butthole is probably institutionalized by now.
Where do we put soap, you smartasses?
Not a high-tier gift, but not bad.
Solid B tier.
I'll agree with that. Anything else on our minds?
I'll tell you what, at my house, we all get each other ornaments as stocking stuffers.
That's a creative and festive tradition.
I know, right?
I'll give you that one, Joe. Might start doing it with the fam myself.
Let me show you the one I got last year. You're gonna love this.
Ha 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 ha!
Laugh it up. I got this one for my tree.
Christ, that's got to be racist.
He's staring into my soul.
Right? I love it, but it's not better than this one.
That actually just fucking scared me.
Make him go away.
My only gripe with ornaments as stocking stuffers is that you only get to use the gift for a month out of the year.
Plus, it can easily be half hidden or overshadowed by all the other ornaments.
Guess so, but still endless options.
I'm thinking another B tier.
Good for me.
Nice. What about keychains?
Meh.
Pretty cool, nothing crazy.
Oh, come on. Keychains are like the ornaments of your keys.
Yeah, but I have like 30 cars and helicopters and yachts and shit. There's so many goddamn keys, I wouldn't be seeing it much.
I feel that, but I do have keychains on some for a quick ID.
That's fucking right. I got a chain on every key.
There's no way you should be allowed to drive. That should be considered abuse of power.
Bitch, I'll drive the Corvette down to your mom's house for some sloppy toppy.
Yikes. All right, I'm pretty low on them. C tier?
Yep, mid like I said.
What about candy, like chocolates or candy canes?
I can get down with some chocolates or Hershey Kisses in my stocking.
Yeah, I love loose truffles in there.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, there's the fact that they may be forgotten and stay loose in your stocking for months after.
I love that shit, like Christmas in July.
It's also a consumable gift, so people aren't going to appreciate it for long after they eat it.
Still good, not great. Another B tier.
I'd be at A tier for the candy canes.
We can go B tier with it. Candy canes are fun to throw at the Christmas tree, though.
What about snacks outside of candy?
Like chips?
That's not very festive, but I was talking more about like pretzels and holiday popcorn and shit.
Pretty great, but tough to fit in a stocking, to be honest.
You gotta go with the travel size snacks. Perfect for stuffing a stocking.
I like snacks just as much as I like candy in my stocking, so I'd go B tier again.
I'd be slightly higher than candy, since you can do healthy stuff like dried fruit.
I was at A tier before, but now I'm on the fence because Barack brought his pussy into it.
Did I mention beef jerky as another option?
Okay, A tier is fine.
Funny, it'd always be people looking like Donnie eating things called Slim Jims.
Fuck off, enough of the food in my stocking.
Well, how about something it seems like everyone needs at one point or another? A phone charger.
That's true. There's nothing that has caused me more pain and anguish than trying to perfect the angle and position on a piece of shit phone charger just to wake up at 10%.
Might be convenient if you're desperate, but I buy my chargers in bulk, so it's not gonna be that great for me.
That part of your deal with the Chinese?
Not the flashiest gift, but I guarantee you'll eventually use it, especially one that's like 10 feet long.
Even so, still lame.
Yeah, I'm definitely not dashing to the nearest outlet to try it out.
Not the worst thing in the world, all things considered. D tier.
No complaints here.
Tough crowd for the chargers. What about a good toothbrush or new toothpaste?
I'm gonna be pretty low on this one too.
Are you guys just not into dental health?
Nah.
It's because I already have the world's best toothbrush made mostly of gold with my name on it.
Of course you do.
I also only use a custom blend of toothpaste my dentist makes for me. He's the best.
Donnie is the only guy I've ever met that has a dentist on his payroll.
Well, at least I'm not getting root canals all the fucking time.
He's got you there, Joe. For the sheer volume of ice cream you consume, you seem pretty unmotivated to keep up with your dental health.
Sometimes I brush my teeth, sometimes I don't. JFK me.
You're disturbing. There's no way Jill lets you kiss her.
We smooch.
Maybe on TV when she has to.
Melania doesn't even stay in the same country as you if she doesn't have to.
Reel it in, boys. What's the ranking?
F tier, but I'm getting it anyway.
I think D tier is more realistic.
Okay, Donnie, I'll go with that. Got any more stocking ideas?
I love a good high-quality pen. I literally use one every day to sign my checks for millions of dollars.
Imagine asking Santa for a pen.
I think we can extend it to any office supplies.
If the person you're buying gifts for works in an office, it's a must-have. Sticky notes, Sharpies, highlighters, and even paper clips are very useful throughout the year. Plus, you can go that extra mile and personalize some stuff or buy supplies that are themed with something they like.
I've retired from writing anything but signatures, and one of my aides is my pen guy.
Which one is your cocaine guy?
Same guy, actually.
I wouldn't say supplies are higher than anything in B tier.
C tier, then?
Yeah, that's a good spot.
How about my all-time favorite stocking gift, sunglasses?
Why am I not surprised?
Good one, Joe. A nice new pair of sunglasses fit so conveniently in the stocking.
I'll always be happy with a new pair of Ray-Bans. I use them every day.
You use them every day to look at the bodies of young women.
Hey, they also block out the sun, multi-purpose.
Kind of a weird gift in the middle of the winter, though.
Does the sun not exist in the winter?
Not as much, but I mainly rock the sunglasses on the beaches of Miami in summertime.
Nah, man, it's 365 for the shades.
So where do they rank?
S tier.
Nah, not bad though. B tier?
I'm more inclined to agree with Donnie here.
Oh, I'm gonna say a big gamer word.
Chill out. I've had one pair of sunglasses for like 3 years now, and they do the job.
That's important to note. If the person already has their pair, they won't be needing another one for a while.
Hey, Obama, wanna know my favorite country in Africa?
Don't you fucking dare.
Niger.
Racism at its finest.
That might cost you the black vote.
No way, bro, that shit's a lock.
Whatever. What's next?
Let's leave the stockings behind and get to the big gifts under the tree.
One gift I get every year is some form of winter clothes. A coat, a hat, some gloves, anything to help me through the cold months.
Maybe you should lighten up on the layers. The cold is probably helping to preserve you.
He's not a mammoth in the Himalayas, Donnie.
Either way, I'm not too high on winter clothes. I spend most of my time in the sun or on stage with all the lights on me.
Through all the years I spent in Chicago, I have collected many winter clothes over the holidays. You'll always end up using warmer clothes if you live up north.
You're not buying winter coats in Arizona, but we got new sets every year when I was growing up.
They are S tier in places like Maine or Wisconsin, but across the board, I'd give it more like a B tier.
Yeah, facts.
I can settle with that.
What about a nice hoodie?
I don't wear hoodies.
You don't really wear anything besides suits, to be honest.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised if your pajamas were business casual.
You can make fun of me for dressing nicely all you want.
Hoodies aren't about dressing nicely. It's about being comfortable and warm.
And I'm pretty sure everyone likes hoodies except for you.
I love a good funny hoodie too.
You said it. Nothing I'd rather lounge around in than one of these bad boys.
Perfect for anyone on the younger side.
Oh yeah, the hoodlums need their uniforms.
So where do we rank them?
Solid A tier, versatile.
Mid.
A tier's good. What about the classic ugly Christmas sweater?
Well, that's easy. It's F tier.
I don't know, I really like ugly sweater parties.
That's the entire fucking point. Everybody gets in a competition to see who has the most terrible piece of clothing possible.
S tier event, but I'll have to agree. I've never worn a sweater outside of an ugly one at one of those parties.
Maybe for us old guys, but they are a pretty good gift for a woman. The second it gets cold, my daughters start saying sweater weather repeatedly.
Too bad we are ignoring women exist for this list. F tier.
That's about right.
Okay, what about another wintertime hitter, slippers?
I love a good pair of slippers. Too bad they don't last long.
Let me guess, you raw dog those grimy old toes in every pair of slippers for days on end until they smell like Satan's porta potty?
Yeah, but what else am I supposed to do?
Maybe wear socks before the slippers.
Well, what's the point of the fucking slippers then?
Donnie's right, if you want the slippers to last you oughta wear socks.
But if my toes aren't touching the fuzziness, I don't get hard.
Bro, what?
I think Joe's using slippers in a very different way.
No, I'm playing blood, but wearing socks with slippers is like wearing a condom when you've had a vasectomy.
Dude's riddled with STDs and his slippers smell like New Jersey.
Where do we rank slippers for normal people?
Pretty mid. You only really wear them when it's cold and you have a lot of time on your hands.
Well, they are called slippers for a reason. I like to slip them on if I gotta go to the bathroom or get a snack real quick before going back to bed.
There's no fucking way you got socks on coming from bed.
Okay. Sometimes I don't wear socks with the slippers because I'm not spending all day in them, I'm just popping them on.
I'm calling bullshit. Don't act like your kitchen isn't a football field away in your mansion. Those slippers are probably as stanky as Joe's.
Let's just say they only last about a year.
Still capping, a year translates to until you don't need them anymore, which is like March or April.
You think you know fucking everything, huh?
I know slippers are mid and we have foot fungus among us.
They do have a very limited lifespan, so that doesn't help.
Are we now talking about reasons you shouldn't be president again?
If you don't want me to run, then stop your campaign. Or better yet, just go to jail.
Fine, slippers are mid, what next? Are we seriously out of fucking ideas?
Give me a minute. Holidays are stressful.
Nah, bro, best time of the year.
Maybe for people like you with the GTA infinite money glitch, but the vast majority of folks are living paycheck to paycheck and get very stressed when they have a lot of people to buy gifts for.
It's more about buying the right gift. I always have a very hard time finding the right thing for each person. I can't even think of a gift right now, and it could be anything.
How about gift cards?
Oh yeah, perfect gift for if you want to tell someone you don't give a fuck about them.
Depends how much money you put on it.
Also depends what kind it is. Not all gift cards are created equal.
I think it's a cop-out no matter what. You throw all the thinking to the gift receiver, and now they got to shop at the place you picked.
Not necessarily Amazon and Visa gift cards are like gold nowadays.
Facts, at the end of the day, it's probably not a high-tier gift, but not bad at all. Especially if the person you're buying the card for is asking for it, or you know they'll definitely need it.
I guess, but you're a piece of shit if you get someone a Sears gift card. Literally no one wants to go to Sears.
Yeah, CVS or Walgreens gift cards blow too.
Do we settle on B tier?
Yeah, but there's another form of gift card that I want to mention, and that's subscriptions.
Nothing worse than gifting someone a payment every month when they forget about it.
If it's a streaming service that isn't Netflix or HBO, then I don't want it. Disney Plus can die for what they've done to literally everything they own.
And Paramount Plus can die for making that historically awful Halo series.
Yeah, I'm not too happy with Amazon for Rings of Power either.
The whole of Hollywood doesn't really deserve our support right now. Better to just turn to creators here on YouTube until something changes. Or not. I could really care less if the rich assholes in Hollywood go bankrupt from their own lack of creativity.
True, that's not even a partisan opinion anymore.
What about the loot boxes? You can't very well forget them when they show up at your house every month.
Those things are awesome if you're a collector of completely useless garbage and t-shirts.
That trend died long ago.
The only one that's still really going strong is BarkBox.
Commander loves his BarkBox.
It's the only thing standing between him and the terrified Secret Service guys.
Just because BarkBox or Netflix works doesn't mean loot boxes or subscriptions are any better as a gift.
Correct, I think they both land collectively in D tier.
I'm with you. Part of their whole thing is that you forget they're charging you every month when you don't even use the service.
Speaking of BarkBox, what about gifts for your pets?
Pet gifts are solid for any animal lover.
Especially when your dog rips through plastic like Donnie goes through a Big Mac.
Toys for dogs and cats are fun, but other accessories can be even better.
Leashes, collars, and treats are all good options.
The only downside to pet gifts is sometimes you get the sizes wrong, or maybe they just rip the toy you bought apart the same night.
They don't know any better. They still deserve toys.
Agreed. I think it's an easy A tier.
If you disagree, I can unleash the presidential attack dog.
I'm cool. Let's cover the actual pets as gifts now.
There's nothing quite like adding a member to the family on Christmas.
You said it, Brobama. I love the looks on all the family's faces when they see a new puppy or kitten on Christmas morning.
Absolutely priceless.
The only downsides to this gift is the responsibility of care and maintenance costs, but the pros far exceed the cons.
Even other pets like fish or reptiles can be a hit with the right person, especially the kids.
Be sure to check out our aquarium tier list. It was a hit with folks.
We'll be releasing the reptile tier list soon enough, as well as a sequel to the aquarium video.
Any type of pet can be S tier.
Easy S tier. Even if you bought me a fish for Christmas, I would personally be overjoyed.
I think if you don't rank puppies in S tier, you haven't spent enough time with puppies.
What do we do now? It's gonna be tough to follow puppies.
How about a nice book?
Here we fucking go.
Brock, this is a time to get excited and books are boring as fuck.
That's Cap. A good book to the right person can be a very thoughtful gift.
F tier, just go to the library if you really want to be a nerd.
He's got a point. I'm not wasting my precious time reading a fucking book.
Bullshit. You're gonna tell me that you don't have a favorite book that you read around the holidays?
I guess Dr. Seuss is a goat for Christmas time. For that alone, I can see books in D tier.
I can't support that. Best you can do for a bookworm is buy a subscription to some audiobook thing, but I think that'll fall under subscriptions anyway.
I guess I'll take it. The true legends know what books to give the readers in their lives.
If you want someone to have a good time reading, the better option is to give someone a board game.
Bro, last time I played Monopoly, I almost lost my whole family.
Maybe don't get shitty board games like Monopoly and Sorry and play some real games like Risk or Axis and Allies.
Doesn't surprise me that you only like war games.
At least I'm not playing them in real life with proxy forces.
I'm told we're winning, though.
I enjoy Warhammer as a more complex and intuitive experience. There's a lot of online gaming options with it as well if you want to try it first.
That game is for Chads. I'm so down to try it out.
Let us know if you want to see a Warhammer video from us in the future. As far as board games, I think it's a little hit or miss. You firstly need the person to be into that kind of game, and then you are hoping they actually have friends or family that also want to play.
That can be kind of tough in this new age Discord era.
Yeah, board games have been pretty dead since COVID, but if you can get a group together, it's tremendous.
I'm going to say C tier. The gift is most likely going to collect dust.
I'm with you.
I suppose I've got other hills to die on.
Cool. Puzzles?
Are you kidding me?
Weak. I would hate to be your kid on Christmas.
You've never sat down with the fam and tried to complete a 1,000-piece puzzle?
Yeah, but it's the most boring thing ever.
I prefer puzzles with fewer pieces.
Like 500-piece puzzles?
Maybe like 100. That way you can finish in like 20 minutes.
There's absolutely no point unless you're challenging yourself and your family to build a giant puzzle that covers the entire dinner table. After all that work, you get a few brief moments of satisfaction before you're wondering what the fuck you're gonna do with it now.
That is an awkward part of puzzle building. How long do you keep your work together?
Then once you finally decide to break the puzzle apart, you just know you're never gonna build it again. Never once have I tried to build the same puzzle twice. F tier.
I agree. It's a mess and it's too complicated.
Although I have fond memories of puzzles with the family, you can't escape the fact that there is no fun in rebuilding a puzzle again. F tier is fine. Let's move on to art.
If it's not the art of the deal, then I don't want it.
I thought you hated books.
The Bible and the art of the deal don't count.
I'm talking about the shit you put on your wall.
Careful, Obama, you might turn me on with that wall talk.
Shut up.
I want to say that I have a good taste in art, but I have no idea what the fuck is good or not.
Don't blame yourself this time, Joe. Nowadays, you can let a turd tumble across a canvas and it might end up in a museum.
I don't think so. We aren't here to discuss art theory either. Is it a good gift?
I don't think you can rank it without discussing different tastes in art. Imagine getting someone an expensive piece of art just for them to leave it in a closet somewhere because it's not their style.
Whenever someone gets Jill art, I'm not thinking, oh, what a great piece that is. I'm actually thinking, oh, God, where the fuck is she going to put that?
I can see where you're coming from, but I only buy art for people if I know they would love it. It might be very niche, but art can be a smash hit.
I will admit I have bought art for people before, but it was more of a flex for how much money I got.
It sounds like it's going to be somewhere between S tier and F tier.
That's generally how this works, yeah.
It makes a big difference if the person giving the art is also the artist themselves.
There's just too many variables. Just put it in C tier since it could go either way.
Seems fair. If art didn't have the ridiculous price tag, I'd certainly be higher on it.
Well, if you're balling on a budget, there's one surefire way to get a lot of gifts for people and not spend a lot of money: baked goods.
You're on point this time, Joe. Homemade goodies will never be a bad gift. Even jolly old Kris Kringle loves fresh baked cookies.
Christmas time brownies, cookies, and pies are universally loved.
If you truly make the effort to strap on the apron and whip up something yummy, it'll be worthwhile.
Me personally, I love the Brookies.
If you bring something cool like a brookie or anything Christmas themed, you'll be a crowd favorite. Even a fruitcake can be pretty good.
Oh my fucking God, why'd you have to say that? I forgot those things existed, and now it's gonna drag all the other baked goods down to hell.
Why does fruitcake smell nice but not taste nice?
It's the gross-ass canned fruit.
You can definitely make it good.
I think we should separate fruitcake as its own entity and rank baked goods in S tier.
What kind of drugs they got you on? You're making way too much sense.
Gotta mix the right amount of uppers and downers. I'm right in the pocket, baby.
Looks like I can't redeem fruitcake alone. Let me know if you're with the fruitcake or nah.
All right, enough goodies and games. We all know that electronics rule this holiday.
Facts. Especially when it comes to these new generations of kids, they won't be happy unless their eyes are glued to a screen for every waking moment of their day.
Sad but true.
Well, we know what we're getting into with gadgets. As long as they use it, it'll be one of their favorite gifts of the holiday, guaranteed. Why don't we do rapid fire with the tech?
Good for me.
Take it away, Donnie.
All right, let's start with TVs and monitors.
Flat screens can be great gifts. They are very inexpensive and usually last a long time.
Really one of the only things that have remained cheap in Biden's economy.
Simple supply and command. Most of these newer TVs are smart too.
I'm thinking they miss S tier just because they are so widely available. Still a valuable A tier though.
I can get down with that.
Good, how about phones and tablets?
Easy S tier. I love the feeling of a phone upgrade on Christmas.
Both phones and tablets have a real instant impact on anybody. It's hard not to say S tier.
Especially for the younger folks, it's one of the better gifts you can get, and it's pretty much a guarantee that they'll use it a lot unless they had a better one than what you got, in which case you're an idiot. Solid S tier. Now laptops and computers.
Even better than a phone in most cases. A computer is simultaneously the best gaming device and potentially a way to advance your career or create another stream of income.
Even buying parts to upgrade your computer is big this time of year. No doubt this is another S tier.
Clearly the best thing you can get that doesn't cost more than a couple grand. S tier. What about gaming consoles?
This one's a bit more interesting. If it were 10 years ago, I would say it's an easy S tier, but consoles are slowly being phased out and replaced solely by gaming computers.
Xbox and PlayStation aren't what they used to be.
That's true. There aren't really standalone titles to get excited for outside of Nintendo Switch.
Switch is pretty cool. I love Super Smash Bros. And Zelda.
Same, but consoles have definitely taken a step down. They are still relevant because you still need them to play certain games and even provide a way to watch movies on TVs that are not so smart.
I'm down with A tier. Joe?
Good to go.
Smartwatches?
I kind of like them, but I don't really wear mine much.
I'm all set on those. Not my style.
They look tacky to me.
So did the fucking White House. I like mine because it tracks your heart rate and sleep for health stuff. That's why I got one for Joe.
I like mine because it feels like you're Ben 10.
I never trusted the fact that Apple gets data on your bodily functions.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy when my watch knows what time I jack off.
At the end of the day, you do need to actually want a smartwatch, or it's a shitty gift.
Thinking D tier?
I was.
I could even go F tier, but sure. What about earphones?
A good set of AirPods or other Bluetooth earphones are pretty sweet.
The one huge problem is you usually don't know if the person already has Bluetooth headphones that they are satisfied with unless you ask them, in turn ruining the surprise.
I don't like them. They don't fit in my ears.
That's because you have old man ears.
They are a must-have for me since I need them to go hard in the gym.
I guess they're pretty hit or miss.
C tier?
Yeah, that's good. How about Bluetooth speakers?
Pretty much the same as headphones, except there's way fewer scenarios where you want a speaker rather than headphones. You really only want them for cookouts and casual gatherings like that.
Good for a pool party, not much else.
Pretty good gift for high schoolers.
You shouldn't give them to teenagers. They're just gonna blast shitty music to the point where the cops chase them.
Worse than the headphones, D tier?
I'll agree with that.
Sure, how about these smart home devices like Alexa and shit?
I like talking to robots.
I don't want to get all tinfoil hat and start sounding like RFK Jr., but I don't like Jeff Bezos listening to my conversations.
I'm completely with you, Barack. You just know he's hearing you fuck.
I did not consider that.
Yeah, bugging your loved ones is pretty whack. F tier.
Phones cover everything these things do and don't listen to us.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
FBI gets right into that shit.
Regardless, I don't need another source for you guys to spy on me. F tier. The last common electronic I can think of are kitchen appliances.
You're right about that. Air fryers are selling like hotcakes.
Food processors, blenders, crock pots, there are so many good options to add to someone's kitchen.
As long as they use it, you can't go wrong.
You can't always tell if someone will actually use an appliance or not.
That's true, but if you know the person, you'll know what they eat, and you can make a good guess from there.
Another A tier in my mind.
I was thinking the same.
That's facts. Are we done with electronics?
Yeah, what should we do next?
I think we stay on kitchen stuff and do pots and pans.
For sure, I love a nice new skillet. Cast iron is peak.
Don't act like you actually cook anymore.
I've been getting back into it ever since,
Ever since what, Barack?
never mind.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hard to find a new cook, huh?
It's not hard to go fuck yourself, Donnie.
Anyway, pots and pans are a great gift for the peasants who cook.
You could even go all out and get a Dutch oven.
It's a little tough to ace a cookware gift, but it's even tougher to get one they never use.
So like A tier?
I was thinking more like B tier.
B tier is fine. What about knives and utensils?
I get a lot less excited for utensils.
I don't know how many fucking spatulas I've collected over the years. I feel like the General Grievous of grilling.
Newsflash, everybody. A man only needs like 2 spatulas max. Any more and you're just filling up a drawer.
Same thing with knives. One set lasts years if you just sharpen them.
D tier for being the default dad gift.
That's fucking right. Barron really needs to watch this list, man.
Maybe he just doesn't give a fuck about you.
And what did Hunter get you last year, Joe? Drugs, Chinese money?
All those plus a lovely bottle of scotch.
I had some, it was fucking smooth.
Yeah, alcohol is generally not a bad gift, but you don't want to give it to certain individuals.
You definitely shouldn't be buying a 40 for a teenager. but gifting a tasteful bottle of wine to a couple is a layup.
You got to know the person's tastes, but bottles don't stay undrunk for long on New Year's, so it's convenient.
If it's whiskey, it's S tier.
I think we can say A tier. There's room for error if you get the wrong drink or if they use it extremely irresponsibly.
I don't consider drunk driving a felony.
Depends if you're good at it. A tier.
No! Please normalize fighting your drunk family for their keys.
I would, but Jill hits hard and I don't want the smoke.
So you guys are both catching fades from your wives? That's tough.
Yeah, weed is a much better option during the holidays. It's becoming legal in a lot of states now, too.
Anybody who likes weed usually really fucking likes weed, if you catch my drift.
Definitely. You can't miss on a weed gift if that's their thing. Isn't that right, Barack?
Oh, it's practically weed miss for me every year. Christmas edibles hit different.
You can still get fucked up, but you don't have the same downsides as alcohol. I think weed can be S tier.
Weed is the first Christmas gift to us by Jesus, the camel, and the 3 wandering guys.
Dude, when's the last time you went to church?
It's been a few years, but that's pretty much the story.
Not quite. Anything else on the list?
We still haven't covered my ace in the hole. The best Christmas gift is definitely a car.
How can you beat a brand new car with a big-ass bow on it?
When you got the money to give someone a car, there's nothing to complain about. No way I'm not bumping tunes in the new whip on Christmas.
As long as it's not a minivan, I'd be pretty stoked.
An electric car would also be good on the environment.
Holy shit, nobody cares.
Obamacare?
Everyone else can have a Prius as long as I keep my Corvette.
The key is to get a truck and don't feel bad. Fake news.
Either way, a car is rarely a miss. S tier for sure.
True that. All right, we done here?
Yeah, that's all I have for this one.
Before we wrap up, I think we should exchange gifts here on Discord. I had Elon send you both a package that should be landing now.
I'll do the same for you, Donnie.
Warp speed shipping is the best. I have a card landing for you as well.
All right, y'all ready?
I'll go first. It's huge. What could it be? Yeah, thanks, Don. I love it.
I knew you would.
What did you get, Joe?
A brand new bike.
Oh my fucking God.
Enjoy that, buddy. Me next. This one's from you, Barack. Nice, thanks, bro. I fucking love Brookies.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Brookies are goated.
I'll pop this card open from Joe. Expectations are not very high, I'll be honest.
Prepare to be surprised.
A $50 gift card to McDonald's? Thanks, man.
No problem, pal.
I was almost sure you were going to complain about that.
Nah, I'm pretty hungry. I don't mind it. Now open yours from me.
All right, here I go. Donald, you fucking smug prick.
What is it?
It's a goddamn drone.
I'm sure you remember how to use one. Just like riding a bicycle, am I right, Joe?
You said it, buddy. I'm gonna go take this thing for a spin.
And I'm going to follow him with the drone, so I know where to send the ambulance.
You're no fun.
Well, that's all we have for today. Be sure to like and comment if you want to see a sequel for this one.
Happy holidays, folks.
Merry Christmas to all and stay safe out there.
Bye, guys.
Pikachu. All right, it's finally the day I start my journey to become Pokemon Master. I wonder what Pokemon the professor will give me.
Hey, Joe, there you are. I was starting to worry.
No need to worry, Barack. I was just getting some well-needed rest. I'm not going to be sleepy while I start my Pokemon training, so I got a good night's sleep, and I also doubled up on my pills.
That's equally reassuring and concerning. This game is pretty crazy, isn't it?
It's kind of tripping me out. This virtual reality shit has gone too far, in my opinion.
I tend to agree. When it's fully immersive like this, it gets pretty creepy.
I can even smell stuff. Is that bacon?
Hey, fellas, you ready to witness the champion start his journey?
I've been witnessing it since I opened my eyes this morning. Don't think for a second that you'll beat me.
I would be scared, but there's no way to rig becoming the champion, so I guess it'll be an easy dub.
From what professors told me, there's a lot more to this region than becoming the champion. But regardless, I'll still kick both your asses.
In your dreams, Bro Obama. Any word on what type of Pokemon he's got for starters?
He mentioned having starters from all generations.
Fuck yeah. Do you think he has Gardevoir or Vaporeon?
Joe, neither of those are starters, you creepy fuck.
I, for one, would be happy with anything, but Torchic has a special place in my heart.
Same here. I just had Torchic eggs with some lechonk bacon for breakfast.
So that's what I was smelling. You bastard. How could you eat the Pokemon?
Oh, come on. You're really going to pick the slavery animal fighting game to go vegan on me?
Okay, you actually have a fair point. Got any chunk left?
I'm insulted that you would think I can't finish my bacon.
We'll have time for chonk bacon later. We should head down to the lab and get our starter before the other guys in class pick the best ones.
You're right, Barack. I can't let that asshole Clinton get Gardevoir before me.
Uh-huh. All right, let's go.
I'm gonna be the very best like no one ever was. Believe me, everybody knows I'm the best at Pokemon and Dungeons and Dragons, so this will be a breeze. Out of my way, chumps.
Fuck off. You're not cutting in front of me.
Why are we here again?
Hello, students.
Hey, Professor.
Hey, look, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Joe, you've literally been going to school here for weeks. You didn't notice who was teaching us?
Oh,
Are you guys ready to start your adventure with your very first Pokemon?
Hell yeah.
I was born ready.
Well, before I give you your starters, there are a few things I must go over with you.
Skip, no information needed.
Donnie, you'll shut your bitch ass up or you don't get squat.
Ah, fine.
do you want us to collect all the Pokemon and complete the Pokedex?
Dude, there's like 1,200 Pokemon, and half of them can easily kill you. A quest like that is far too dangerous for a couple of old men, even with Barack by your side.
Haha, suck it.
Wait, you're telling me I can actually die? How do these Dungeons and Dragons rules come into play?
You can most certainly die. We're not in Kanto anymore. People and Pokemon alike can fall victim to wild Pokemon and other threats that plague the region.
What, like terrorists?
Team Rocket definitely fits that description, but that's not all. Gangs, corporate corruption, and even mad scientists are causing chaos in towns and cities all over the Draconia region.
So you expect us to clean up the streets? You see that 2/3 of us are Democrats, right?
It would be nice to see some justice in these streets, but I don't expect you three can solve all the crimes of the region. Hell, that might even be harder than catching all the Pokemon shiny. What I'm interested in are reports of Pokemon that have yet to be discovered. So while you're all on your quest to earn your badges, be sure to be on the lookout for brand new species.
Can do, Teach. Can you let me know how I can avoid death?
Yes, Barack, this game is based off of Pokemon Tabletop United. In this game, people have a stat line, moves, and abilities just like Pokemon. Each of you start with just Pound, but it seems that you all might have something special going for you already.
Oh shit, I have double kick.
That's pretty baller. Let me see it. Are you fucking kidding me? I have rage.
That's pretty fitting.
What's your special move, Joe?
Oh, it's rest.
That's hilarious. Talk about fitting.
I don't even care. This is great. Whenever the shit gets bad, I'll just take a nap to get full HP and let you two deal with it.
It won't be any different when you're awake.
Now, Joe, I gotta warn you. Albeit powerful, you don't want to use rest without your team around you, or you might not be waking up.
If you take a nap right next to me, I'm taking all your Poké-dollars.
Donald, you have to understand that the dangers on the road are deadly enough with a team. You guys need to stick together and watch each other's backs.
Yeah, Donald, can't you just work with us for the sake of the journey? You want to be champion, don't you?
I get the picture. I'll use both of you as a means to my end, but don't expect any thanks from me.
That's about as good as we're gonna get. Can we please get our starters now? Do you have Vaporeon?
No. Some professors give out Eevees, but I'm only into Ivies. That was a Pokemon stats joke.
Good one, Professor.
That wasn't funny at all. He's just trying to kiss your ass for a better Pokemon.
Sounds to me like you want to pick last.
What even are my options?
Well, I only have 3 left.
Is one of them Gardevoir?
Joe, I'm getting seriously concerned about any Pokemon you catch that looks remotely female.
Don't worry, Dad. I'll be a good boy.
Barack, can you please watch this bullshit?
I'll keep an eye on him. Could I have first pick for my selfless act of valor?
Sure thing. Step forward.
Favoritism, racism, favorite racism.
And now you can pick last, Donald.
Got him.
All right, it looks like the last ones we have left are the grass-type Pokemon, Bulbasaur, the water-type Pokemon, Squirtle, and the fire-type Pokemon, Charmander.
Fuck, just the Kanto starters left?
Well, you guys could have picked other starters like the rest of the class if you had gotten here earlier.
That's no fair. We got up bright and early.
It's 3 o'clock in the fucking afternoon.
I guess we shouldn't have been snorting energy powder all night, huh?
I smoked some mental herb as well.
Bruh.
I'd like to set the record straight by saying I did not partake.
Yeah, just like he didn't inhale.
Shut up, I'm picking Bulbasaur.
See, what did I tell you? Nobody picks Bulbasaur first sober.
Well, let him out. Let him meet his new trainer.
Hell yeah, go Bulbasaur.
Oh my God, he's so cute.
Dime a dozen.
He already doesn't like you. He'll fit right in.
Bulbasaur is an OG. Me next?
Go ahead, Joe, make your pick.
It's a tough one. But I think I'll have to go with Squirtle.
Are you guys fucking okay? In what world is Charmander picked last?
In this world, get used to it. Go Squirtle.
There he is. Nice one, Joe.
He's a legend.
pretty boring. Doesn't even fly.
Go fuck yourself. I have the perfect gift for you, my little squirter.
Sheesh.
There you go.
Oh shit, I didn't know he was chill like that.
Is he seriously just fine wearing the glasses?
Looks like it. Squirtles always have drip.
Ha! I think I'll name him Spray Charles. Get it?
Very clever, Joe. I think I'll take some time to name Bulbasaur.
People in the comments can help you.
Okay, now that the losers have picked their losermon, go best Gen 1 starter by a fucking mile.
What? No!
You can't be serious, Professor. A fucking shiny, just when I thought I gave him an orange Pokemon.
Oh yeah, did I forget to mention he's shiny?
Yeah, you guys are so fucking butthurt. I'm gonna get shiny Charizard. This is the greatest day of my life. In your stupid fucking face, Joe.
Oh yeah? You think you're fucking tough? How about a battle?
You expose your double-digit IQ again, Sleepy. These Pokemon are level 5 and you don't have a water move yet.
I know the stakes, Donnie. Just like I know we can fold you with no advantage.
All right then. Rite of passage, I suppose. Okay, I want a clean fight. No Pokemon is dying while I referee.
How would a Pokemon die in battle?
When a Pokemon receives damage more than half their HP past 0, it is often fatal.
Yikes.
Shouldn't be a problem with Pokemon this low-leveled.
Okay, your only damaging move is Scratch, so just go in there and scratch him until he gives up. I believe in you.
You ready, chump?
You know what to do, little guy. Scratch him up.
Squirtle.
Tackle.
Oh, alrighty then. Fight over.
Ha ha ha! Who has the losermon now?
Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle.
Now you made him sad. I will fucking strangle you.
Touch my boy and I'll double kick your ass.
No one will be kicking anyone's ass. Donald, what did I just say about teamwork and survival?
But he hurt my lizard's feelings.
You told my lizard he was worthless.
The important thing is that you've all developed an instant bond to your Pokemon. Through your experience, the bond will only become stronger. Now you should all focus on building your team and getting to the next town, where you'll find the first of the gym leaders. Of course, you'll need a few items to help you along the way.
Do you have a water stone?
Yes, but you would be the last person I give it to. Instead, you'll get all the basics. I have for each of you 5 potions, 5 Pokeballs, 5 bandages, and, of course, the Pokedex.
Why do we need bandages? Can't we just take potions ourselves?
Most Pokemon items are extremely toxic to humans. You would not want to spray an open wound with a potion.
That's good to know. I was about to take a whippet.
Oh, this reminds me. The Pokedex allows for you to contact me at any time. I would highly recommend doing so before attempting dumb shit.
Will do.
Now, one last thing before you depart. You may have noticed chests like these around the room. Why don't you each pick one and take whatever you find?
You can go first, Joe. You're the victor.
Okay, I'll go with this one. Yes, it's an old rod.
Now he's got 2.
That's awesome. Starting off with fishing is huge.
Go ahead, Barack.
All right, cool. Let's see.
That is a dowsing machine. Some know it as an item finder. Just scan the area and it can find hidden items.
That's the shit we needed right there. Thanks, Professor.
Anything to give my students a fighting chance. Go ahead, Donald.
Let me see. Is that a fucking gun?
Yep. Keep in mind that bullets are steel-type attacks.
Sweet.
So I get a fishing rod and he gets a fucking gun?
This also seems whack to me, unless I find a gun with this thing.
I know it was kind of random, but y'all definitely gonna need that.
It doesn't seem at all irresponsible to hand a gun over to Donald, considering his most recent murderous outburst.
Yeah, point taken. But also your Pokemon will soon outpace the power of that weapon. It is a last resort for if you get swarmed.
What would swarm us around here?
Have you ever seen a few life-size Beedrill coming at you?
That's nightmare fuel.
Shouldn't we all have guns then?
That's the only piece I can spare, but you'll find a gun shop in one of these towns.
Fair enough.
I think it's time we set out on our journey, fellas.
Squirtle.
Thanks, Professor. You've given us all we need.
We'll stay in touch. Thanks again.
I'm always available for advice. Good luck, guys.
One last question. Who is the DM of this?
There is no DM. This world is a simulation, and everyone in it has their own motivations, just like the real world.
Creepy. Okay, let's go.
What should we do first?
You heard the man. Let's build our teams.
Are we heading to Route 1?
Let's do it.
All right, guys, you hear anything?
Not yet. I still can't hear shit thanks to Clifford the big red dickhead.
Look over there.
It's a Pidgey.
We should try and sneak up on it so it doesn't...
Go Pokeball. Damn it.
Nice one, Joe.
I'm getting something on the item finder. It's over there in the rocks. Fuck yeah, a great ball. It's a whooper. Get him, Bulbasaur. One more tackle.
Oh, you got him.
That's what I'm talking about. Welcome to the team, Whooper.
Nice cap, Barack.
Thanks, bro.
Is that what I think it is?
Yes! Lapunny, here I come.
Under no circumstance can we let him catch that.
Understood.
Go Pokeball. Go Pokeball again.
Squirtle.
Not so fast, Joe.
Come on, Donnie. We already know how this goes. Barack, come on. Really?
I'm not letting you do unholy things to that rabbit.
Fine, I'll take you all on. Tackle.
Squirtle.
There we go.
No, you guys fucked it all up.
The Pokedex said it was a dude anyway.
Oh, never mind then.
Over there.
Teddy Ursa.
I'll take it. Come on, Spray Charles.
Wait, Joe, it might not be safe.
Relax, Obama. It's just a little bear cub. You want to come with me and be friends forever?
Uh-oh.
Ursaluna, huh? Hey, Joe, Dex says that thing is level 55.
Hey, Mama Bear, do you want to join the team as well?
Shit. You okay, Joe?
Tom Dr. Biden, and I'm married to the president of the United Airlines.
They have no fucking shot against that thing.
Bulbasaur, return.
Come back, Charmander.
Squirtle.
What about Spray Charles?
Looks like it's bad news bears for him. No, Barack, wait!
Stop right there. I don't want to do this, but you've left me no choice. Double kick. Well, that didn't do much. I guess this was fun while it lasted.
Back the fuck up, Yogi! Well, you asked for it.
Ursaluna is ground type. Steel isn't effective.
Well, fuck.
Squirtle. Squirtle.
You guys got any ideas?
Just one. Go, Great Ball.
Oh, hey guys, did you get humbled already?
You could say that. We met an Ursaluna and her cub.
I imagine that didn't go over well.
I'm out of bullets.
I see. How did your Pokemon do today?
Bulbasaur helped me catch a whooper.
Spray Charles is a legend. He blows bubbles now.
He did save my life. Admittedly, the coolest turtle I've ever seen. Charmander didn't really get to show his stuff, but I know he's got talent. Believe me, I can tell this about people. He's gonna be the best. I think I'll name him Maga.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Branding is important.
I'm surprised you didn't name your kid Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe you guys should stick around town for a little while before going on the road.
Might be smart to do that, yeah.
Don't worry, guys, your journey has only just begun.
Well, I'm already sleepy. I think we'll have to rest and heal up before setting out once again.
Joe doesn't have the stamina to be Pokemon Master.
I guess we'll have to see next time.
If you enjoyed this episode, I'd really appreciate some support. Comment what names you want for Whooper and Bulbasaur.
It took a lot of taxpayer dollars to make this one, so make sure to subscribe if you'd like to see more from this series.
Of course they do. It's fucking Pokemon DnD. I know good television when I see it.
Until next time, ladies and gentlemen.
Bye, guys.
Maga, use Ember. Go Pokeball. Yeah, let's go.
Nice cap, Donnie.
Thanks, Brobama. Fampi is the perfect symbol of the Republican Party.
You're right on with that one. It's like a NASCAR elephant. When did Maga learn Ember?
I've been molly-whopping Caterpies all morning. What have you been up to?
Just taking a look around town. There's a couple shops we should check out.
That's good. Is Sleepy still sleeping?
He actually told me he was getting some additional items for us. He's over at the lab now.
We should probably go find him before he commits bestiality.
Pikachu.
Squirtle.
I said, get out, you hooligan.
Bro, chill.
What's all this?
Let me guess, he raided your freezer for ice cream.
He tore up my entire laboratory with his psychotic turtle.
Squirtle.
Sorry, man, he's got ADHD.
Do not tell me you're already giving him energy powder.
Well, it's rude to hog it all.
If you give him an excess amount of drugs, you can stunt his growth and he won't evolve. Not to mention any behavioral issues that may arise.
He seems fine to me.
Cosmo, drop it!
What?
You gotta train that Squirtle, goddammit! Come on, Cosmo, back inside!
What the hell was that?
Oh, I told Spray Charles to start smashing shit while I took a few items for us.
Joe?
Crooked Biden at it again. I feel compelled to tell Professor and let Cosmo tear you in half. But if you give me something cool, I won't spill the beans.
I thought you might say that. Well, I got 3 TMs and 6 more potions. Want to divide that evenly?
I know your big government tactics all too well, Sleepy. You're holding out on us.
That's all I got, Broseph.
You can't fool me. I have the tech to reveal all your dirty secrets.
Did you just Pokédex, Joe?
Yeah, pretty dank, right? See? He's got more Pokeballs, potions, and super potions. More ammunition for my gun, the fucking water stone, and a picture of the professor's daughter.
You're a complete sociopath. Give me the water stone and leave that picture here.
Fine, the picture can stay, but this is my water stone. You can't stop me from getting Vaporeon.
Joe, Barack and I will beat the living shit out of you if you don't give up the water stone.
No, the precious. We wants it. We needs it.
Give it to me right now or get double kicked in your withered testicles. The choice is yours. There you go. That wasn't so hard, was it?
He's definitely gonna try to take it.
I will scan him twice daily.
That's so unfair. You're probably gonna give me fucking Poke Cancer.
You'll be fine. What about these TMs?
Let's see, we got Brick Break, Protect, and Energy Ball.
Hot damn! Energy Ball's gonna be cracked on Bulbasaur.
Agreed, but I call Brick Break since Joe tried to pull a fast one on us.
That seems fair.
Malarkey!
Just put Protect on Spray Charles. He's gonna need it with that attitude.
I guess so.
And give me the ammo to my gun.
I was gonna hand it over.
Don't lie, you were gonna try to take my gun whilst I slept.
Fine, here's your stuff.
All right, now that that's settled, why don't we get moving?
Where are we going?
There's a couple shops by the Poke Center I thought we might check out.
Good for me, let's go.
Hi again, Sarah.
Hey, Barack, back with your friends, I see.
Good morning, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
You're hot.
Oh my God.
Thanks.
Say, I don't really recognize you from our world.
And what world would that be?
Bro, chill with that shit. She's not from our world, she's an NPC.
Damn, she seems normal.
She's pretty hot too. Should I shoot my shot?
I'm right here. I can hear everything you're saying.
Wanna bang?
Hard no.
Joe, shut your creepy, sleepyhead ass up.
I apologize for my friend. He's utterly senile.
I'm senile in all the right ways, baby.
That's crazy. So do any of you actually want to buy something?
I can tell she's an NPC now.
I'm just wondering why you're all standing here gawking at me. Can I fucking help you?
Yes, we would like to browse your wares.
I'm calling the police.
Shit, there's police?
Oh my God, I just want to buy your stuff.
Oh, then why didn't you just say that?
Sorry, I'm used to talking to NPC merchants in regular D&D.
You guys are weird. Here's our menu.
Some cool stuff here. Wait, what?
You're selling Pokemon?
Well, I should think so. I'm a breeder.
You can say that again.
Breeder of Pokemon, dipshit.
Well, all these options are mediocre except the Riolu.
We gotta get him.
He's a she.
We gotta get her.
15K is pretty steep. How much money do you guys have?
I'm at 3,500.
Just over 4K.
Well, I'm at 3,000 myself, so there's no way we could afford it even if we pooled our resources. Do you think you could give us a small loan of $1 million Poké-dollars?
Do I look like a trust fund baby to you?
You kind of do, actually.
No loans here. If you want to make a quick buck, I know there's a bounty on some invasive feral Pokemon in this town.
Ooh, our first quest.
What's the target species?
The Lechonk and Rattata lines. You get paid $10 per level and double for the evolve forms.
That seems easy enough.
I'll just take a couple of each berry off your hands.
Same here.
Can do. That'll be 400 each.
Thank you very much. We'll be back for that, Riolu.
Good luck out there.
Thanks. See you soon.
Did he just fucking sniff me?
Well, she was nice.
You couldn't even tell she was an NPC.
I could. She didn't pass the smell test.
I think it best that we not mention who's an NPC or not, directly to their faces.
So who gets the Riolu?
Me, I saw it first.
That doesn't mean shit. Plus, you're contributing the least in the pool right now.
Plus, I actually saw it before you. I told you about the shop.
I'll buy it myself if I have to.
We have to work as a team to buy her, or someone else might get her.
Chunks.
Go, MAGA!
Get him, Spray Charles!
Let's go, Bo.
You named Bulbasaur, huh?
Yeah, I did. My fellow Americans in the comments helped me out.
Shit to your name? Ah! Barack, control your turnip!
Stop insulting him, and maybe he won't attack you on sight.
Fuck it, MAGA Ember on Lechonk.
Jesus Christ, they annihilated that one.
Damn it, the rest ran off.
Let's get him!
Squirtle!
There they are.
Oh shit, they found Daddy.
Two Lechonks, levels 8 and 12, and the Oinkalone is level 25.
Oh shit, the stats on that thing are cracked.
We can take him.
Not without some help. Go Whooper.
That's the right idea. Go, Fampy.
They're gonna fight.
Focus the Lechonks. I'll distract the big one.
I'll do the honors, Barack. Hit it, Spray Charles.
Shit, we gotta help Squirtle.
Fampy, get in there. Another Ember, MAGA. Crit burn, fuck yeah.
He's run off.
Uh-oh. Protect! Ah!
Bo, energy ball. Got him.
Get the big guy. Oh, fuck, MAGA, no.
A Trico?
Ember.
Energy ball.
Bullet seed.
Pork roasted.
Hey, fellers.
Hi, George. I was wondering when you would turn up.
Thanks, George. MAGA was in trouble until you and Trico intervened.
You really think I'd miss a hog hunt?
Funny how you get into a brand new world and all you do is kill feral hogs just like in real life.
You can take the Texan out of Texas, but you can't take the Texas out of the Texan. Found this one all burnt up in the shrubbery.
That's mine. Thanks, bro.
No worries. So we cooking this hog whole?
We were gonna sell it.
You can sell these?
Yeah, there's a bounty.
So you were just killing hogs for the fuck of it?
Pretty much. That Squirtle has some serious swag.
Thanks, man. Your Trico is pretty drippy as well.
Your guys aren't too bad either. I had to pass on all of them, though, especially this Charmander.
What the fuck did you just say?
Sure, it's shiny, but did you even check his stats?
No wonder he got shit mixed by Spray Charles.
I don't give a fuck. I'll mold him into the most powerful Pokemon in the whole region, as if a Sceptile would even be viable in the Elite Four.
This ain't Showdown, Donald. You got to consider more than just base stats. Trico is too fast to be hit, and he can climb any surface.
You want to fucking test that theory?
I'd be happy to teach you a lesson.
All right then, I'll ref this one. Ready when you are.
Give him a pound, Jebediah.
Scratch him, MAGA. Damn it, give him an Ember.
Up in the trees. Bullet seed.
Open fire, Ember.
Jump down on him.
Fucking burn it.
Quick attack.
Trico takes it.
Ha 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 ha! You're a loser again.
Stick it up your ass, Joe.
Good fight, Donnie.
Fuck you and fuck Geico.
Put some respect on Jebediah's name.
I think we can all learn from that battle. What do you say, Donnie?
I guess you're right. He's just starting his epic character arc after all. He'll be the strongest in no time. GG George.
You too. Say, are you guys going to collect all the badges and try for the Elite Four?
Yeah, we're on a very standard journey so far.
Mind if I join the crew?
The more the merrier. I'm gonna need more battles with Jebediah.
Sounds good to me. Anyone down for some chonk bacon?
You took the words right out of my mouth. So you saw the field north of town?
Yeah, I did. Pretty good spot for grinding levels, but there's mad bug types, so I didn't want to go too far in with just Trico.
Well, I'm sure that's the spot we should go for training MAGA.
Well, you'll have to protect us since all of our Pokemon are weak to bug.
Won't be a problem.
Hey guys, I caught a catfish.
Nice barboach, Joe.
Thanks, broski.
Toss it on the fire. I love catfish.
Oh yeah, listen to that sizzle.
Aren't these things sentient?
Hey, You were the one that told me vegans have no place in this world.
I guess I'm right. Shocker.
Well, it looks like it'll be dark soon. Why don't we take the night to rest and then we'll set out to the field of bug types in the morning?
Sounds good to me.
I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Let me get some name ideas for my new fanpage in the comments and any other ideas you have for the series. With your input, it'll be the greatest series in the history of our country.
Until next time, folks.
Bye, guys.
And a special thanks to everyone that gave us super chats in episode 1. The support has been insane. Sorry it takes so long to produce these. It's a monumental amount of work. Plus, our editor is sleepier than I am.
Get him, MAGA! Yikes!
I'm always out here saving your ass, Donnie.
Shut up, George. Get them. They're worth money.
Well, why didn't you say that? Jebediah, bullet seed.
Eradicate. Kill that one specifically.
Quick attack.
Ember.
Oh, fuck, he's flinched.
Time to return the favor. MAGA, kill this New York-sized rat. Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Your apprentice has improved.
Yeah, it's pretty clear with his stats that his strength is in his ranged attacks.
We'll have to do more training with Jebediah. They've got to be pretty close to evolving by now.
Let's see. Well, MAGA is at level 13 now, so just a few levels and he'll be a Charmeleon.
Jeb's at 15. He must be so damn close.
Great stats on this guy. I can see what you were saying about him. He's no joke.
That's for sure. Great attack, decent mods.
What are mods? Like IVs?
It's like EVs and IVs combined.
Oh, word.
So where are those other two?
I woke at dawn to see them sneaking away toward the field of bug types.
And here I thought we were a team.
You know how it is, Georgie? They both would rather see one of them be champion than a Republican.
Fuck that. Let's go find them and brag about our sack of dead rats.
Sounds good to me. There's no way those pussy snowflake leftists can handle giant bugs.
You know, I really never gave a shit about politics.
You know, I think everyone got that vibe.
Pikachu.
All right, keep your eye out for more rats and chunks.
We've been smashing rats all morning. I'm pretty sure this is what serial killers do.
It's probably pretty tough to be a serial killer when everyone has pocket monsters.
Squirtle.
Not seeing too much.
Well, let's just search for items and see what we run into. Oh, look, I got a hit in the bushes over there.
Can I get this one, Barack?
Since that barboach was so delicious, you can go ahead and grab it.
Sweet. Holy fucking Arceus, it's an egg.
Oof, instant regret, but I'm happy for you, old buddy.
I would offer to give it back, but I don't want to.
No kidding.
Well, we're here in the field of bugs, but I'm not seeing any bugs.
Why don't we attempt a perception check?
Great idea. How do I do that?
You basically just look around. Sometimes you'll spot a Pokemon you would otherwise miss if you didn't roll high perception.
All right, here I go. There's absolutely nothing here.
You just had a bad roll. Let me try. There's something crawling around those bushes.
Ah, a giant spider!
Kill it, Bo.
Wow, he really killed it.
Yeah, he's pretty tough. I can't wait to see him as a Venusaur.
Spray Charles has limitless swag, so I don't care when he evolves. Isn't that right?
Squirtle, Squirtle.
Look, it's Yanma.
Giant spiders, giant dragonflies, this is a fucking hellscape.
I want one. Go Pokeball. Damn it, they're way too fast.
Man, we could really use something that flies.
Let me grab that ball.
You, sir! It seems you have stumbled into my path. A fatal error. Now you'll need to battle my superiorly trained Pokémon.
Charlie, what the fuck?
Don't sass me, former president. We'll do battle and you'll like it.
Ha ha ha. You have a little penguin. What's his name? Penguin Zero?
His name is Cody Maverick II.
Why's that?
Bruh, haven't you ever seen Surf's Up?
That's awesome. You did, however, fail to realize that I had a grass-type powerhouse.
This is admittedly discouraging information.
Ready when you are.
Okay, I just want to say that
Tackle.
You are a pissy, poopy, stinky guy, huh?
Sorry, bro. Might need some training for that thing. I didn't even use a grass type attack.
He got one-shotted like a bitch.
Cody Maverick, the first two, had his struggles at the start, but he came out on top in the end. You, sir, have made an enemy. Farewell, elders.
Well, now you have a rival.
I don't think so. Rivals need to be a challenge.
Maybe he'll build a team of Moistmon and be a threat later on.
Maybe you should do the same.
I've tried to catch a Pokemon. You and Donald Duck stopped me.
You needed to be stopped. You're not allowed to have certain types of Pokemon.
Which ones?
I guess it can be on a case-by-case basis.
Look, it's a balloon.
No, it's a Skiploom.
Can I try to catch it, or are you afraid I'll fuck it?
All yours, pal.
All right, go Pokeball. Shit, he's really up there.
We are also pretty vertically challenged.
I'll just climb this tree.
My brother in Christ, you can barely climb a set of stairs. You really think you're gonna climb this tree?
You just watch me. I've climbed plenty of trees in my time.
Watch very closely, you two. This is how not to climb trees. Wow, that athletics check, though. He may actually do this.
Ah!
Come on, Joe. You should have had that.
I was climbing just fine. Something knocked me out of the tree.
Oh shit, that thing is level 36.
Bubble him!
No, wait.
Ah!
He's slashing all of us at once. Bo, energy ball.
Well, that did fucking nothing.
It's bug flying. Bo can't do shit. Go Quagmire. No, don't run. Use an attack. God damn it! Return! Joe, we have to get out of...
What?
I'm gonna fucking die. I know you can do it, Bo. Fuck. It's okay, buddy. Save yourself. You think you can take me on? Come get some! Ah! Yeah! My boy is an Ivysaur.
Well. If it isn't two Democrats managing things poorly. Ember!
Hit it, quick attack.
Finish it, Bo! Yeah, we did it, buddy!
Did we win?
No, you didn't win. You nearly got killed.
I don't know, man. I'm at full HP.
It's not cool for you to just leave consciousness mid-battle.
Haters gonna hate. Oh shit, Bo is bigger.
Damn it. I wanted Jebediah to evolve first.
My boy is becoming a man.
He's like the son you never had.
Speaking of sons, hey Maga, are you okay? Maga!
What is this?
Show yourself, coward!
Prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
You've got to be fucking joking.
To infect the world with devastation.
To divide all peoples within our nation.
This is not how it goes.
To perfect the evils of lies and deceit.
To have relations with all the women I meet.
Oh my God.
Hillary.
And Bill.
Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light.
Surrender now or prepare to fight.
We aren't even out of the first town and you two already joined Team Rocket?
Trust me, bro. Chicks dig bad boys.
Give me back my Charmander, dickheads.
I have big plans, Donnie. This shiny will fetch a good price for our cause.
Oh, hell no.
And you think a couple starters and an oversized cricket is gonna stop us?
Why don't we find out?
Y'all don't want to cross Jebediah.
Yeah, Spray Charles doesn't like the sound of that.
Bro, what the fuck?
Give me my fucking Pokemon or you're next.
Hey, Donnie, that's not how a Pokemon battle works.
This isn't a Pokemon battle, it's a robbery, and I'm exercising my Second Amendment rights.
Fuck you. I'll have my guy water gun this Charmander dead.
Why don't we take a minute and calm down?
Move, Bill. I want to shoot your bitch wife.
No problem, boss.
Bill, you fucking pussy.
Trump, you can't just shoot people.
She's not a person. She's a fucking monster. She needs to be stopped now.
I'm on the fence. Do what you gotta do.
Same here.
Murder isn't cool. That Cricketune could have played us a song.
So can my phone. Ha! He's not going anywhere. Bet you didn't expect that.
I bet you didn't expect this.
What the fuck is that? Honey?
What's that noise?
Oh, fuck.
Sweet Mary and the Charlotte Hornets.
Fuck! Ah! Ah! My dick!
I won this round, Donnie, but this isn't the last you see of us. I'll get you and your little lizard, too.
See you later, losers.
Bo, hit it with a tackle.
Spam quick attack.
Bubble it.
Guys, Bo is down.
Jebediah's done too. I'm whiting out.
Shit, Spray Charles can't take much more.
Now, Maga, you smoke screen!
You did it. Great work, Maga.
That was some quick thinking. We might have just died there.
I should have blasted those two criminals on sight. Last time I listened to you two morons.
How could I have known Hillary had a dastardly plan like that?
Maybe basic pattern recognition?
Well, it all worked out in the end.
I got stung in the dick.
I got fucking destroyed. I'm hurt pretty bad. But at least Bo evolved.
Lucky you. Trico is level 16 after that, but he hasn't evolved yet.
Seems odd to me. Let's call Professor about it.
I'll give him a ring.
He's not gonna fucking answer you. He hates you. Have Barack call. He'll pick up.
Hey, Barack, what do you need?
Told you.
Hey, Professor. Couple things. First, Bill and Hillary have joined Team Rocket.
And they're being total dicks.
Like you not answering my calls.
I was busy, Joe. Bill and Hillary on Team Rocket? This is troubling news. I'll alert the local authorities.
Can we shoot them on sight?
No, you can't shoot people, Donald. I'll take that gun back if you're threatening people with it.
He just did it a few minutes ago.
Fucking snitch. No givesies backsies.
Well, cut it out.
Also, why is my Trico still a Trico? He's level 16 and everything.
Ah, yes, I forgot to mention that in this game, Pokemon evolve on their own time and not exactly when they've reached the minimum level.
That makes sense. Bo didn't evolve until it was needed.
You have an Ivysaur? Very good. It looks like you guys are about ready to leave town.
You just want Joe and Spray Charles as far away from you as possible.
Well, they did smash everything in my lab, and now I'm missing some stuff.
You should keep looking. I'm sure you'll find those missing TMs and potions and Pokeballs and the Water Stone eventually.
I didn't say what was missing. Now I know it was you guys. Bring that shit back.
Thanks, Professor. Gotta go.
Well, somebody's cranky. What should we do now?
Well, George and I have been smashing rats all morning for the cause.
We were doing the same thing. We probably have almost enough to buy Riolu.
Donnie told me about that. I can toss some Skrilla and we can go get her right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
What are we waiting for? Let's grab it from Sarah before someone else does.
Make sure to loot these bugs. We might be able to make some weapons from the stingers and claws.
Good idea. I want a bug blade.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Barack, you guys back for Riolu?
Yes. I'm also here to look at your body.
Great. You know, I was really hoping some creepy old man would stare at my titties this evening.
Don't worry. We'll just take that Riolu and you'll probably never see us again.
Too bad. I was just getting to know you.
We can still be pen pals, George.
Are you fucking cheating on me?
She's not your girlfriend, dumbass.
All right, here's your $15,000 and I'll tip you another $1,000 for the sexual harassment.
Thank you very much. Who am I giving her to?
That's a great point.
Well, I have a brick break TM, so I think she would be better with me.
I don't even have another Pokemon.
Sounds like a skill issue.
At least you have an egg. I don't even have that.
Either way, I don't think Joe should have this. It is a little girl after all.
Facts.
Malarkey.
Why don't we allow her to choose her trainer? Sarah, would you be so kind as to toss her out?
Here she is.
Holy fuck, it's purple. Can we buy it?
We literally just did.
How's that possible? That's not even the shiny color.
Yeah, some species have a bunch of color variants. The dad was red and the mom was blue, and this is the result.
I want her even more now.
Please pick me. We can play fetch all day.
No. Pick me.
I'm the best trainer in the world. I'm the only real choice.
Let me sniff her first.
I know, right? Good luck with that.
Well, she picked Sarah. What now?
I guess now there's only one fair way to choose.
Should we all roll a d20?
I don't like that idea.
Why? Because it's fair?
We should fight for the right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Fine, but I get to use my gun.
Bitch, I'll take you behind the Pokemon gym and teach you a lesson.
No, I meant we should have a Pokemon battle.
That seems like the best way to settle this.
Says the only guy with an evolved Pokemon.
Well, how about we take the night to rest and heal, and we can have a little tourney in the morning?
Sounds good to me. Will you keep her overnight, Sarah? I don't trust a single one of these pricks.
No problem. See y'all in the morning.
Where do you live and when do you shower?
None ya business.
Alrighty then, sounds like Joe's bedtime. Thanks for watching, everyone. I sure do appreciate all the super chats. Your support keeps these episodes coming.
The support has been great. These take a long time and a ton of effort to produce, so expect a little gap between episodes for the best quality we can produce.
Be sure to like and comment name suggestions for this new Purple Riolu.
Thanks for tuning in, folks. Next episode, we'll finally get this show on the road and make our way to the first gym.
With my new Riolu, it'll be easy money.
In your dreams, she's mine.
Not if Jebediah has anything to say about it.
Bye, guys.
What up, my N-word?
What's up, bro?
I'm on my server making a farm. Got some carrots started.
That's chill. I'd hop on. But Donnie said that we needed to talk about something serious.
Did Putin finally press the button or something?
Nah, it's about this other thing, and I think it's gonna be an issue.
Oh, you mean Don is going to have a huge bitch fit over nothing?
We'll see, but I'm thinking that could be accurate.
Holy fuck, have you guys seen this shit?
What is it this time, Don?
You please explain it to Joe. I want to hear you say it.
Shut the fuck up, Barack. You're well aware of the implications of the imprisonment of Andrew Tate.
Who's that?
Sleepy, I'm almost surprised you don't know about Andrew Tate. But then I see you're playing solo Minecraft. No mods or texture packs, instead of playing on the server with the boys.
Fuck those guys, they stole my diamonds.
That's fake news, Joe. Everybody knows you stole half a stack of diamonds off Rogan.
I told you it wasn't me, it was probably that moron Alex Jones.
That's not possible. He got kicked from the server a month ago for helping Kanye grief Ben Shapiro's house.
Oh yeah, that shit was fucked up. Looked like Berlin in 1942.
Shit was cringe.
Agreed, but the actual issue is about this bullshit with Tate. To put it simply, Joe, Andrew Tate is the top G, a bastion of free speech, and a man with many bitches and cool cars.
Sounds poggers.
He's also a sex trafficker.
Oh shit.
Now hold on, Brobama. He has not been properly charged with sex trafficking. It is an ongoing investigation.
Charges seem pretty legit, bro.
How so?
He coerced women to do porn and unspeakable acts for him for unfair pay.
Reminds me of when Bill Clinton was in office.
You better watch what you say, Joe, or you might get clipped.
So what, you've never talked a woman into doing anything? Never just grabbed her by the pussy?
Cap!
You can't prove anything.
As far as I'm concerned, they got paid to show their tits off online and made a good amount of money while having to do a few measly sexual tasks while living a millionaire lifestyle. Sounds like a better gig than what most hoes get.
True that.
No, Joe, we aren't agreeing with him.
Oh, my bad.
Joe, believe me, he's been caught by the Matrix and he must be set free to encourage our young men to better themselves and society.
You gotta hop off TikTok, bro.
Nah, you two have been brainwashing people for so many years that you're actually starting to believe this shit, they say.
Nancy and Hillary handle that stuff. I really don't care.
Joe, this is another chance to free a black person from prison for the cause.
Hold on, he's black?
He is, yes.
Then what's the deal? This is usually a layup. Remember how well Brittany Griner went over?
It did not go over very well. When is the last time you went to work?
Oh, like I said, that's not usually what I handle.
Yeah, you're more of a read teleprompters and eat ice cream guy.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I'm bringing this dude Tate in Discord. He's going to convince you to release him. How else are you going to top when I set ASAP Rocky loose?
Are you fucking serious right now?
Hello, beta males.
This fucking guy.
I am in prison right now, and it is total bullshit. You will free me and thank me after.
They let you have your phone in the jail?
I've got connections.
I bet your phone smells like ass.
I bet your wife beats you like a pussy.
Whoa.
Don, can you get this clown out of here?
A lot of talk coming from a guy that's married to a 4.
Fuck you.
Oh my fucking God.
I would not speak now, Biden. The only dude with a hot chick on his hip here is Trump.
Goated.
I can appreciate a man with a foreign hoe that does what she's told. These American bitches are haram as fuck.
How many bitches in your cell right now?
My freedom is imminent.
Make your plea, Top G.
Mr. Biden, in defense of my actions, I can only say I was hustling for some heavy Skrilla. And these hoes are trying to get a bigger piece of me. I find it odd that I got to justify my actions to a guy who sniffs children and a guy whose wife is in charge of him. Weak beta pussies.
Okay, Chief.
They smell good.
Also, if you don't free me, I'll just take your bitches.
Get your bald egghead ass up out of here.
That's not gonna happen, bucko.
You are a scumbag troll. I hope these charges stick.
Cope!
So your wives have Instagram, huh?
So what?
What's that again?
Are you joking?
What's he doing?
He is DMing our wives right now.
You sick fuck.
Wow, that was fast. Michelle hit me back.
No shot.
And just close the deal. Your wives are coming to Romania on a business trip this weekend. Either that or I'm free tomorrow. Your choice.
Biden don't do it, we can get past this.
But who's going to buy me Go-Gurt and deal with Hunter?
You guys are getting so fucked. This is the best thing ever.
Melania's coming too, Donald.
You wouldn't dare.
I had to set a precedent on you presidents.
Well, now we absolutely can't. That shit would destroy Donald, LOL.
Done. My people will threaten your people and you'll be out in no more than a week.
Thank God.
L.
Checkmate. Top G out.
Oh, that was fucking painful.
Nice job, Donald.
Okay, you got me. That was horrifying.
I swear this dude is Alex Jones all over again.
Ben Shapiro's house will never be safe.
Forget Minecraft. Imagine when Tate sees Ben Shapiro's sister.
Facts.
Holy mackerel, what a set of honkers on her.
Look at that beauty.
She's a nice one. Look at her move.
You were right. This game is pretty fun.
No doubt. I love all the colors and patterns you can have.
What's up, guys? Dinosaurs, huh? What are we playing?
Dinosaurs.
Jurassic World Evolution 2. It's a Jurassic Park builder game.
Oh, yeah, I used to play something like this back in the 2000s.
You must be talking about the precursor, Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. That's a classic.
That's the one. Definitely a cool little genre of games, just like Zoo Tycoon.
Zoo Tycoon was a vibe back then.
If anything, it's a vibe to just watch the dinosaurs walk around and live. But this particular game can be very challenging with the normal settings.
Let me guess, you gave Joe infinite money and all the dinosaurs are peaceful.
This isn't how the regular game is?
We'll get there, Joe.
Let me know when, because I'd love to watch him run the park into the ground just like he did with the country.
I'll run your bitch into the ground.
What I actually wanted to do today was a Jurassic Park films tier list. I figured we could watch the dinos and rank the movies.
Boy, am I down for that. These are my favorite movies of all time.
The first couple were goated.
This is one of the highest grossing trilogies of all time, especially for back then. Can you believe it's been nearly 30 years since Jurassic Park came out?
I remember seeing it in theaters like it was yesterday.
Pretty impressive considering you can't remember shit.
This movie defies dementia.
Easily. This is the movie that started it all. It's a genre-defying masterpiece that made science and paleontology fun and exciting.
It is hard to place this movie in a category of any kind. It's simultaneously a terrifying horror movie and a movie I would show to my kids.
All the sights and sounds are very believable.
Believable is a great word for this. Although it is science fiction, Jurassic Park is surprisingly realistic and rooted in a plausible scenario. If we did have the means to bring back dinosaurs, then we would most likely put them on display in an environment where they could live comfortably. So an animal theme park on a tropical island like my home state makes sense.
Absolutely. Shooting on location in Hawaii made for a fantastic setting on the fictional island of Isla Nublar.
Dinosaurs are so fucking cool, man.
Before this movie, I thought dinosaurs were for nerds, but after seeing it, I realized how majestic and terrifying they can be.
After this movie was released, it started a huge trend in paleontology and dinosaur media. All the extra funding and resources actually helped our understanding of dinosaurs as a result.
The dinos are my favorite part of the movie, of course, but I would not have been so invested without the excellent performances from the characters.
True, Sam Neill and Laura Dern are great protagonists, and John Hammond is a goddamn legend.
Don't forget about Jeff Goldblum. This is the movie that launched him into stardom.
Smash.
Big deal. You should have seen me with my shirt off back then.
You're just jealous that whatever wife you had at the time got horny when she saw Jeff Goldblum's Man-Me.
Ian Malcolm was such a rock star in this.
I'll admit he was really good. I liked how he met John Hammond's optimism with his chaos theory. His dialogue was top-notch. I mean, life finds a way. What's better than that?
The yin and yang between Hammond and Malcolm's characters let the audience wrestle with deeper themes like the morality of genetic science paired with capitalist greed.
Do not blame capitalism for this. Capitalism has done nothing wrong.
You can't pretend that John Hammond's vision was purely based on the desire to show people dinosaurs.
I would argue that. You need to sell some lunchboxes to keep the ship afloat. John was simply a pragmatic businessman with a dream.
Either way, if Jurassic Park was real, I'd go there all the time.
Do you think you'd go more or less than you went to Epstein's Island?
Easily more. You sniff one South American sex slave, you've sniffed them all.
I definitely wish Jurassic Park was a real thing, but I also fully accept that the dinosaurs would eventually get out and kill people.
That's half the fun. Animals get out of their cages and rip people to shreds in zoos all the time. I'm pretty sure an event like this wouldn't even stop the park from opening.
There was definitely better ways to keep the animals away from the people.
Nothing the good wall can't fix.
No doubt the brachiosaurs weren't even in cages. Dr. Grant just walked up to them.
The Brachiosaurus makes me smile every time.
All the species we get to see in this movie are pretty fucking awesome, especially the predators.
I, for one, enjoyed the Triceratops.
The trike was one of the best-looking animatronics of all time. That thing looks legitimately real.
Stan Winston outdid himself with this one.
Starting off with the beautiful, peaceful herbivores really won me over to John Hammond's vision.
I am more inclined to think like Ian Malcolm. Looking at nature, large herbivores are usually the animals with the worst attitudes. You wouldn't walk up to an elephant like Grant walked up to the brachiosaur without becoming a human pancake.
Gennaro wasn't very aware of the potential lawsuits that could arise from driving up to animals that can crush a Jeep like a soda can.
That dude wasn't the greatest lawyer. He acted more like the investors he was representing. I've never seen a lawyer so optimistic about anything, let alone a park full of potential lawsuits that he would eventually have to deal with if he hadn't become a snack for a T-Rex.
I still liked him. He was funny.
How could you like him? He left the kids to die.
Fuck them kids. It's every man for himself when the T-Rex busts out.
You coward.
Come on, Joe. You wouldn't want to go out like a badass leading a monster away from the kids?
He's the type of guy that's actually the monster chasing the kids.
What a scene to watch, though.
True, the T-Rex breakout is so incredibly iconic.
Between the lifelike animatronic and the astounding CGI, they convincingly brought a T-Rex to the big screen.
Not only was it scary, but it was actually very accurately portrayed for the most part. A couple of things were wrong here and there, like the fact that it was nearly blind and was way too fast.
It wasn't blind. Its vision was based on movement.
Regardless, tyrannosaurs come from the group called theropods that evolved into birds. Not only did T-Rex have great vision, it may have been the best vision of any animal ever. Even better than a hawk, because of the sheer size of its eyes.
Maybe all that frog DNA gave her frog eyeballs.
That would be a good way out of the plot hole, but it still doesn't make sense because Dr. Grant knew about the visual weakness before he even came to the park. So they were actually trying to say it was fact.
I'm sure it was just a creative choice for dramatic effect.
I just think that maybe they were getting some bad information. The paleontologist advising the movie was Jack Horner, and he did a pretty bad job of the dino facts. I don't know how much of it was from Horner or the writers, but there are some bad examples like the T-Rex running at 30 miles per hour or the Dilophosaur spitting venom.
I like that dude better in Puss in Boots.
Wrong, Jack Horner. This dude is always pushing silly theories like T-Rex was only a scavenger and not a good hunter. I'm glad they went against his terrible ideas for the most part.
The thing is, I don't really give a shit if they decide to make a T-Rex super fast or make the Dillo spit venom and have a cobra hood or whatever, as long as it's entertaining, and this film sure was.
We could have had an even better portrayal if the T-Rex wasn't nerfed in some scenes and broken in others.
At least we got the T-Rex chase scene and the Dillo killing Nedry from the false facts. Definitely didn't break my immersion.
It's not like it was that far off. T-Rex was still pretty fast. I think it was around 20 miles an hour.
That's still just as fast as Usain Bolt.
No doubt the T-Rex could haul ass, but when you say it's as fast as a car, it makes me think they pumped it full of growth hormones or some shit. The scary part is, I'm saying a T-Rex would be even deadlier if portrayed accurately. It definitely couldn't run 30 miles an hour, but the fused bones in its ankles suggest a long-distance runner. That paired with the best vision and sense of smell from any animal in the fossil record would make avoiding the T-Rex nearly impossible.
What we got was still so legendary that it's hard to complain without sounding like an ultra nerd.
That's true. I'll give a ton of credit for the visuals and sounds of the beast. Given the couple of nitpicks, this was the most accurate depiction of a T-Rex by far, especially at that time.
The roar was so iconic that to this very day you won't find a playground full of kids without one of them doing their best dinosaur impression.
Even the effect of the Rex stomping in the far distance causing tremors built up so much suspense.
Nedry's betrayal is a perfect example of everything wrong with big corporations. The second one, unhappy employee with security access doesn't get exactly what they want. Espionage and disaster is the very next step.
Kind of weird that John Hammond spared no expense with every aspect of the park, except for the guy running the entire thing.
If I was running the show, he would have been fired way before shit went south.
Oh yeah, you have a great track record of hiring only the best people.
Nedry didn't really think things through, did he? He let all the dinosaurs out before making his getaway in a tropical storm.
There's also no way his fat ass would have got off the island in 15 minutes or whatever he told the guys at the docks.
Dude couldn't walk to the bathroom to take a piss in 15 minutes.
Right? Even if he made it to the docks, there would have been no one to pick him up. So he essentially just killed everyone and made a ton of work for Sam Jackson's character, causing him to smoke 6 whole packs of cigarettes during the events.
Hold on to your butts.
Nedry was kind of an afterthought. The second dinos were loose. This became a survival horror movie.
Grant leading the kids through this tropical hell was overwhelmingly wholesome since he hated kids to start off. Between running with the Gallimimus and being woken up by the Brachiosaur in the trees, Grant and the kids had some of the most fun scenes.
Dr. Grant was a great example of a man using his knowledge to survive rather than strength or skill with weapons. Reminds me of a bygone era where humans didn't have guns and drone strikes, but only their minds to fight nature's biggest threats.
A fantastic change of pace for a protagonist considering the types of action movies coming out in the 80s.
The real action hero in this movie was the hunter, Robert Muldoon.
Severely underrated character. Muldoon had such a believable aura about him as the experienced big game hunter. The way he talked about the raptors let everyone know how much of a threat they would really be if released.
The cold open really demonstrated the danger of the raptors. Spielberg wisely only showed glimpses of them for the vast majority of the movie, while the other dinos had their time in the sun.
The T-Rex was larger than life and a massive threat, but the raptors were twice as dangerous with their ferocity and intelligence.
That design is truly terrifying, whether it was the animatronic or the CGI.
Sure, they looked apart, but when they started opening doors, it was next level scary.
They were even able to outsmart Muldoon.
Clever girl.
That was my favorite scene in the entire movie. His whole character was built upon distrusting the perceived control the humans had over the raptors, and he spends his screen time warning anyone who will listen about the power these animals possess. In his final scene, it pays off in the most creepy way possible.
The raptor peering through the bushes nearly made me drop a dookie in my pants. And I had much more control of my butthole back then.
The jump scare with the raptor and Ellie in the power bunker was terrifying also. Not to mention, we find out Samuel Jackson died off screen.
What a disappointment. I'd love to hear one last motherfucker from him before the raptor took him down.
Funny enough, it was actually bad weather that prevented his death scene from being filmed.
I can't believe they wouldn't give Sam Jackson the proper send-off.
My brother Sam wasn't as big back then, so it makes sense that they wouldn't go out of their way to finish his death scene. It still hurts, though, because from what I hear, it could have been the scariest scene.
At least Ellie's scene with the raptor was so well done. The directing and shot composition really stands out. Spielberg is a genius.
I would go as far as to say that this is his best movie.
It's tough. Such a distinguished career. It's hard to put anything over Jaws or Saving Private Ryan.
I gotta go with Saving Private Ryan, an American treasure.
We can do a war movie tier list another time. This is the point in the movie where we get raptors in the kitchen.
Absolute peak of the movie. The suspense had me gripping my chair like I was at the dentist.
Oh yeah, I read that you had that crazy root canal last month.
Don't remind me.
Maybe if you didn't eat ice cream every fucking day, you wouldn't have to deal with that.
Life finds a way.
Lex and Tim found a way to dodge the scariest movie monsters outside the xenomorph.
And they would have totally trapped the raptors if they couldn't open doors.
If only Jurassic Park had round door handles and not the lever handles that seemed very raptor accessible.
Hammond spared no expense except for the door handles.
The raptors would have never got out if you built a giant wall around them.
They would eventually find their way out somehow.
This final sequence with Ellie and Alan getting the kids away from the raptors was extremely climactic.
The fight to lock the doors was another one of those scenes that sticks with you.
I, for one, didn't like that scene too much. You got both the adults doing their best Hodor impression, and Lex is trying to unhack the door lock, but little Tim just stands there while a shotgun is on the floor.
Donnie wants children to play with guns.
No, you moron, at least slide the gun over to someone that can operate it.
Too bad Dr. Grant was a lousy shot.
He seriously missed like 6 times with a shotgun. How the hell can you be that inaccurate?
I honestly respect it way more than if he had perfect headshot accuracy. He's a paleontologist, not a cowboy.
But he's got the hat.
It's a goddamn shotgun. You don't aim at targets, you aim at directions.
It was a little silly that he missed that many times and then just dropped the shotgun when it jammed. You could at least use it to whack a raptor in the face before it eats you alive.
The grand finale. was everything I could have hoped for. The T-Rex killing the raptors at the last second was so fucking epic.
This is where Rexy really earned her name.
Not the most creative name ever, but definitely stuck.
She also earned her right to be the undisputed queen of the island. I'd smash out of respect.
How do you say "is it in yet" in T-Rex?
What I didn't understand is how she snuck up on everyone when the ground shakes with each step she takes.
Bars, in my headcanon, I believe that she can be stealthy if she wants to, but she will do her classic stomps to strike fear in the other predators without needing to see them.
That does make sense.
I nearly cried when John had to look back on his destroyed dreams before they all escaped. You couldn't help but feel bad for the guy as he listened to the calls of the Brachiosaurus for one last time.
A somber moment. With all of John's faults, you can't say he had bad intentions. I'm so glad they changed up his character from the novel.
Is he that different?
He's a greedy businessman rather than a visionary. He feels no remorse for the events and gets eaten by dinosaurs at the end.
Fuck me, that's horrible.
And that's why books are for nerds. There's no amazing effects and perfect music in the book either.
Still a great novel, but I'll agree with you on that point. The music does not miss.
I think this is one of the best movies ever made.
There's absolutely no debate. It belongs at the very top of S tier.
That's so true. Easiest S tier we've ever had. Not only were the effects decades beyond its time, but the acting and directing makes modern movies look like dog shit by comparison.
All the characters were so iconic from top to bottom.
Jeff Goldblum's sexy chest hair will be immortalized in this forever classic.
Did somebody say sexy chest hair?
Holy shit, the man, the myth, the legend.
Jeff Goldblum, is that really you?
Yes, my reputation precedes me, I can see.
We were just going on and on about how great you are.
Well, that means a great deal, of course, even coming from a man like you.
Whoa. Do you not like me or something?
One could say I never really vibed with your politics or your shows or your overall being.
Well, one could say I always thought you were kind of a tool.
Well, it does take one to know one, I suppose.
Forget him. Tell us how fun it was to play Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park.
The good old days, some would say. As I reminisce, I can't help but think that this was some of the most fun I've ever had in my humble life. The sights, the people, the food. Every day exciting, everything fulfilling. My are the emotions right beneath the surface, ready to break free.
You have quite a way with words.
Are you kidding me? It takes him like a year to say anything.
When one has so many thoughts and feelings, why not express them? In the moment, in however way you see it most daring, most engaging.
Because you are twice as articulate as Joe, but I can't even understand what you're saying.
Smash.
Joe, don't be weird.
I will have you know, Mr. President, that I did smash the bubble with your name beside it as I cast my vote for the leader of our great nation.
Why can't you just say, I voted for you?
I appreciate it, Mr. Goldblum. It's truly a dream come true to have your support.
Oh, please, Mr. Goldblum is just too much. Please, call me Jeff.
Okay.
Do you two need a room or something?
Enough, Donnie. Don't be rude to our guest. Jeff, we've been playing Jurassic World Evolution and ranking the Jurassic Park movies. Would you join us?
I would be so honored, regardless of party or my political disposition, let's say. I would love to join the presidents in ranking movies that I hold as so dear to my heart, but I find myself missing a piece, my opponent, my opposite, my very reason for being.
You can't mean it.
Oh, but I do, sweet prince. I do.
Hello, boys.
No fucking way.
How has the world been carrying on then?
Is that fucking undead John Hammond, or did Hillary's guys finally get to me?
I assure you, Donald, my boy, it's really me.
But how?
Yes, well, as my esteemed colleague once so eloquently put it, life finds a way.
Indeed.
How are you, Jeff, my boy?
Oh, positively splendid, Richard.
Good to hear.
Where have you been all this time? You died in 2014?
I own an island off the coast of Costa Rica.
Don't fucking tell me you're making dinosaurs out there, are you?
Well, it's quite a bit harder than in the movie or in this game, I can tell you that.
If you need any outside opinions, I'd love to spend a weekend out there.
Me too.
I will let you know, lads.
Couldn't be me.
Well, like I just told Jeff, we are ranking the Jurassic Park movies. Would you like to join?
Oh, yes, of course. Where are we?
We just praised Jurassic Park as the masterpiece that it is.
Yes, well, it's good to see that our film hasn't gone extinct in relevance.
We are on to the Lost World.
Site B, the playground I used to call it.
I have to say, I would rate this island lower than the first one. Not even a thatched bathroom to run into.
Well, of course, it was never meant to be visited. I spared some expenses.
Like with the door handles?
The damn door handles were never meant to keep raptors out.
Well, they sure didn't.
Stop whining. You didn't even have to deal with the raptors.
Oh, you're right. Just the T-Rex, that's all.
If only you just stayed still.
That shit shouldn't even work.
I think we're a little off topic.
Right, yes, Site B. My nephew taking over. Disastrous.
Not the brightest, that Peter Ludlow?
He portrayed a pompous asshole very well.
With him in charge, I knew something had to be done before they stripped the island for parts.
The setup and plot weren't too bad. I love how John kind of gets the better of Malcolm in this film.
Just another lovely weekend from John Hammond. How lucky am I?
It was interesting how they plugged you in as the main protagonist for this one.
How could you not?
I had no problem with Jeff in the main role. What I did have a problem with was all the other characters. None of the new characters, with the exception of Roland, were that great.
Roland was mostly like Muldoon, but I really liked his take on the experienced safari hunter.
He is a very imposing figure in the film, and I imagine we could have had more of an understanding had we not been estranged by our conflicting goals. You really didn't like Sarah or Kelly at all, Donald?
He generally doesn't like women, so that's no surprise.
You're actually going to be surprised about my take on this.
Well, now I'm at the edge of my fucking seat.
I think the entire plot could have been avoided if Ian and all the other morons at InGen just left Sarah to do her job. She was clearly experienced in dealing with large, dangerous animals. The presence of the others only made her life way more complicated.
You think she had everything under control when she was being assaulted by the Stegosaurus?
I really love that scene. This movie does a fantastic job of making the majestic herbivores actually aggressive and territorial.
Aren't they lovely? Aren't they glorious?
As for your daughter, I would have suggested Ian get a spot on Maury. That kid ain't yours. You see, it's not the same race as you. That's a black child.
I can see that. My vision isn't based on movement.
So, what's up with that?
I am also now asking myself this question.
What can I say? I got the script, so I had a daughter, then she was there on day one. What people were thinking in between is far beyond my pay grade. I'm pretty sure she was honestly intended to be biracial.
Barack is biracial. That girl is black.
Can you shut up?
Yeah, I guess I've said my piece.
I thought she was wonderful, Jeff.
Thanks, Rich.
I gotta say, I like Tim and Lex better as the mandatory kid presence in these movies.
Now I know why these are your favorites.
She really just keeps Ian Malcolm from being his good old self because he has to babysit the whole time.
It must have been hard to portray Ian's character when your main motivation is to just be a good dad and boyfriend by trying to stop them both from being eaten.
It was a tall order. I also had to make it seem like he was a cast-out for being outspoken against the events of the first film, events that Ludlow and InGen tried to cover up.
There was a lot going on with Ian's character. Sarah is pretty good and Roland was great, as I mentioned, but the rest of the characters were mid.
You didn't even like Vince Vaughn?
Would you compare him to an Alan Grant or an Ian Malcolm?
Well, no.
That's my point. Nick and Eddie were pretty bland as far as side characters go.
Eddie goes out like a badass. You can't even say he didn't.
Is it really badass to get the iron sight of your insta-kill weapon stuck in a net and then become dinner for two?
He sacrificed himself for us, you asshole.
He also failed to bring the cheeseburgers.
Well, at least the dino wrangling operation was fun to watch.
I would give up so much Chinese money to capture dinosaurs and teched out Jeeps. It's like Pokemon, but with rope.
Bro, I want a trike so fucking bad I would be right there with you.
I would get a Packy, glue a blonde wig on the skull, and name him Donnie.
Sounds fun. Definitely animal abuse.
The one thing I've learned is if you want to have some fun, you might have to do a little animal abuse.
These are all great examples of why I hired Vince Vaughn to let the dinosaurs out so they kill everyone.
That's pretty dark. Did you suddenly become Novel Hammond?
I was just better at hiding it, I think.
Bro, it is seriously uncool to let an angry trike flatten the whole camp. Did Ian Malcolm not think that was at all irresponsible?
I was kind of just going full chaos theory at that point. Roland was doing some pretty irresponsible things too, like leading the Rexes to their camp by breaking their baby's leg, for example.
Even a T-Rex at that size could deliver a bite harder than a crocodile. I would not be unmuzzling that thing for a second.
The little guy was kind of cute, though.
One T-Rex was plenty scary, but two working together seems unstoppable.
The fandom refers to these two as Buck and Doe. So refreshing to see both genders and new generations of dinosaurs on the island.
I figured you'd be mad since all 6 trillion genders weren't represented.
Let's not do this right now.
What's going on with genders?
You don't even want to know, trust me. What I do want to know is why these two Rexes weren't with Rexy at the park.
Well, we originally bred 7 tyrannosaurs. Rexy was the largest and most aggressive, so we took her to the park for display since she had been bullying the others.
There were seriously 6 of them on the island?
Yes, in fact, you don't see a lot of the island in the duration of the film. It's a rather large piece of land.
Either way, Buck and Doe casually took on a small army for revenge. It was incredible.
More like incredibly annoying. The T-Rexes couldn't give us another hour of shut-eye.
Rifles had little effect on them. Everyone just got pushed like a herd of dumb apes into death traps.
Hiding in the waterfall worked until Professor Dumbass decided he would rather die than pull a snake out of his shirt. What kind of brain-dead shit was that?
Well, it could have been a poisonous snake.
Donnie is right. That was a milk snake, totally harmless. And this is supposed to be the smart animal guy?
Pretty sure this dude was based on Jack Horner. Seems pretty smart until he's very much not.
Alan Grant was actually the character based on Jack Horner.
And that is one big pile of shit.
Severe cope. That's what I'm talking about, though. Characters like him and the dude that shocks the compy for no reason just seem like fodder to get eaten by the dinosaurs.
That's what this movie does really well. We get to see a lot of dumb humans dying to dinos in a lot of cool ways. I'm glad that nearly the entire InGen group got slaughtered.
I was rooting for the dinosaurs as well, considering I wasn't financially liable this time.
Scenes like the compy swarm killing that dude, and especially the raptors in the long grass, made this final chapter on the island chaotic and exciting.
This was a huge pack of raptors. RJ warned everyone not to go into the long grass and then died in that very same long grass. What a bummer.
Yes, the tigers were one of the couple packs of Velociraptor on the island. You get to see the others in the next film.
Please no, we're still on the good one.
I'm glad most of the raptors were full from all the hunters. I don't know what I would have done if even one more raptor showed up.
You dodged that raptor pretty well.
I really enjoyed that sequence. It was as if you had to use your own intelligence to fight the raptor rather than brute force.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
In my opinion, these raptors are dumb as shit. He thinks the backpack is alive, allowing Sarah to escape when he had her dead to rights.
Lucky Pack. Pack finds a way.
More like plot convenience pack. Sarah and Kelly should have died like 5 times during this movie, and don't even get me started on the raptor gymnastics.
That was pretty cringe. Why did the raptor look shocked?
I thought it was very empowering. I was proud as a father.
Not your kid, bro. You got finessed.
Whatever the case may be, Ian Malcolm probably had it coming, being the womanizer he was.
Let's not pretend he didn't get that from you.
Honestly, dude, how much pussy has Ian Malcolm got you?
Let's just say Dr. Malcolm opened a lot of doors for me.
That's what I thought.
It was sad to be leaving the island after what a blast it's been. But they were surprisingly not done with the movie.
There were still more terrible decisions to be made.
That's how I feel about your presidency.
Even I knew bringing T-Rexes onto the mainland was a terrible idea.
I respected the balls on Roland for taking down Buck and then walking away because his bestie was killed.
Probably what I should have done.
I don't understand how Ludlow can compound the disaster from the island by bringing the T-Rex to San Diego.
What I don't get is what exactly killed the entire crew on the boat. It didn't look like Buck did it.
That is also left up to mystery. I'm no dino forensics expert, but whatever killed them looks like it needed to be small enough to fit inside the wheelhouse, considering the severed hand on the helm.
It struck me as odd that my brilliant nephew told that guy to open the cargo hold, where he knew the T-Rex would have been kept.
I almost stopped it, but the dumbass damage had been done.
Buck was tripping balls and terrorizing the whole city like a fucking mini Godzilla. The way he folded that bus was insane.
Although it looked amazing, this whole sequence is nonsense. If a Rex was loose anywhere, news choppers would be up his ass as if he had 5 stars in GTA. He wouldn't be stealthing through the suburbs eating dogs.
I think this final act is entertaining, well done, and a proper send-off for the film. Ian Malcolm took care of business and got both Buck and his kid back to Isla Sorna safely with only a few people brutally killed.
The baby killing Ludlow for his proud dad was adorable.
In the end, I won. InGen took a T-Rex-sized L, and all of the animals on the island became strictly protected. I even get the last word in with a bedside monologue to finish the film.
Are you fucking kidding me? Not only did you take all the credit for my work in this movie, but you actually stole my line in the news interview.
I didn't know it was your line. Did you get Life Finds a Way patented?
And there you go again, always thinking about patents and lunchboxes and shit. Give me a break, John.
Overall, I really enjoyed this movie.
This movie is bussin', and you can't tell me otherwise. S tier.
I don't think so. Ian Malcolm and dinosaurs weren't enough to carry this movie into S. All the other characters are pretty lackluster, and the logic in this film takes a step back. I'd give it an A tier, though. Still pretty fun and a great sequel.
I'm biased, so I'll let you all decide, but Donald is a bitch.
Yeah, Jeff, get him. Take your shirt off.
I think I have to go with Donnie this time, Jeff. A great film that seems pretty underrated, but not quite the legend that Jurassic Park is.
Yes, there was not nearly enough John Hammond to contend with the original.
Facts.
I guess I'll take it.
Now we can move on to the last Jurassic Park movie, Jurassic Park 3.
Here we fucking go. This one blew chunks.
Stop being such a fucking negative Nedry. This movie was fantastic.
Mid.
I'm just glad I wasn't on the menu this time.
Of course, we start off the movie with another boat slaughter mystery.
So fucking annoying. Why don't they just show us some death rather than making us play Dino Whodunit?
The only two options I can see doing that are the pteranodons or the Spinosaurus.
It could have been the smoke monster from Lost for all we know.
It would absolutely blow to be stuck on Site B like Eric.
Nothing the great Dr. Grant can't fix.
It's good to see Dr. Grant again. Did he finally start a family with Dr. Sattler?
Yeah, about that. She left him for a younger man.
That's rather disappointing.
Yeah, I didn't really appreciate it. Alan really must have fucked things up off screen.
That's just unsatisfactory writing. You could have easily put them together, making this awkward meeting where he sees her family and her new husband is just super depressing and boring.
Maybe he took a page out of my book and became a savage man-whore.
It looks more like he started digging alone.
At least he started training the next guy to hate kids and look broody all the time.
Billy was a cool guy.
I'll tell you who wasn't cool, fucking Frank Gallagher.
He really thought he was John Hammond, coming in and offering a bunch of money for a death vacation.
It really comes down to funding every time. What's the point of digging for fossils if you have to go on a deadly quest every 3 years to keep the ship afloat?
Dr. Grant didn't even Google this guy. He went on this lovely trip for free.
The man probably makes $30,000 a year and seriously wrote them a check for like $3 million.
Kirby was in fucking dreamland.
This whole starting arc took way too fucking long. Just hand him the fake money and make him say, "You son of a bitch, I'm in."
Always vibe to the plane or helicopter rides going into the island in all the movies.
This one even had a trippy dinosaur dream.
That was the dumbest shit I've ever seen, other than Hippie Horner running directly into a T-Rex's mouth. I guess this new director wanted to throw the whole "don't show the raptor until the final arc" thing right into the garbage.
I forgot this wasn't Spielberg.
The dream wasn't it for me either. This was a raptor variant we've never seen before, and our first view of it is in some sort of futuristic dream. There's no way Alan would be dreaming of the never-before-seen raptors. They really fucked up.
It was pretty silly.
I have had raptor dreams before, I won't lie. They said some naughty things.
Bro, same.
The worst part about the dream is the new raptor looked amazing. All the dinosaurs in this movie had rad new paint jobs.
What color is your Brachiosaurus?
Yes, we were experimenting with all sorts of colors and patterns on Site B.
What better way to showcase the new models and colors than a flyover of a huge herd?
The flyover was extremely beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's how it always starts. But then there's running and screaming.
The screaming started on the plane when Dr. Grant figured out this wasn't a plane tour.
I will have a forever grudge against Cooper for vibe-checking Alan Grant. He deserved what the Spinosaurus gave him.
I mean, what can I say about this shit? Alan had never seen such bullshit before. You have Mrs. Kirby using a fucking megaphone to let every single predator in a mile radius know exactly where they are.
The Spino gave those mercenary pricks hell.
You would think these guys were capable. They certainly fucked up the plane.
I sure as hell would not feel safe on this island, no matter what you're packing. Eddie had an insta-kill weapon, and it didn't save him.
That's pretty much what they had. I don't care what dinosaur it is, if you shoot it with a Barrett 50 cal, it's gonna fucking die.
That's true, and Cooper shot probably 5 or 6 times, so unless he had stormtrooper aim, the Spinosaur must have been hurting.
Then it proceeds to get hit by a fucking plane that does no damage.
Who cares? The Spinosaurus is the most badass dinosaur of all fucking time.
All right, and here we go.
Spinosaurus was shit. It looked awesome and the effects were great, but that's about where the positives end.
Why is this dinosaur any better or worse than the others, Donald?
Because this thing wasn't even a Spinosaurus. This is a mutant hybrid monster whose sole purpose was to dethrone the T-Rex and chase the humans to the very ends of the island for no reason.
What do you mean it's not a Spinosaurus? It's got a spine and everything.
I know what he means. Our understanding of Spinosaurus has changed drastically with new information coming out. At the time, we only knew Spinosaurus from fragmentary remains discovered in the Sahara in 1912, and even those got blown up by an Allied bombing raid in World War II. I'm not even fucking joking.
That's brutal.
Turns out it looks nothing like this and isn't as big either. It was still a huge animal, competing with the Rex in size, but it wasn't as tall or heavy, so Tyrannosaurus was still a lot bigger.
We were pretty much letting Dr. Wu freestyle when he cooked this one up. We never thought it would get this big or be a psychopath.
That's what I used to think about Donnie.
And you were so stunned at dinner when we told you this was all irresponsible.
I swear, dude, Jack Horner was at it again. This new director, Joe Johnson, probably caved to that moron's ideas.
Although that probably had something to do with it, I think Dino Crisis 2 is to blame.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, that old dinosaur Resident Evil game?
That's the one.
I played the shit out of that game. No damage the whole thing on hard mode.
Holy shit, I knew you were a legend, but goddamn.
How did this video game affect Jurassic Park?
Just for context, in that game, a T-Rex gets killed by a much bigger Giganotosaurus. My theory is, since that game was very well received, it might have spread the idea that people want to see the Rex dethroned by something new and bigger.
Okay, but why was it fine in the Resident Evil game and not here with the Spinosaurus?
Because it was a fucking Resident Evil game. You need bosses, and having a giant Giga is a good idea in that context. The problem with the Spino is we had no idea what it even looked like at this point. And now that we do know more about it, we know that it would have no chance against the power of a Tyrannosaur.
Before they even knew what they had, huh? Sounds familiar.
Oh, let it go.
This leads us to the real controversy of the movie, the T-Rex versus Spinosaurus.
This fight was so fucking baller you can't even say otherwise.
Shut your dumb ass up. This fight was a complete disgrace.
I agree, Don.
Malarkey. You too, Barack?
The big problem that most people have with this fight is the fact that the T-Rex started the fight by biting the Spinosaurus in the neck.
So what?
Tyrannosaurus rex has the strongest bite force of any land animal by far. Scientists estimate between 8,000 and 12,000 pounds per square inch. It has the force of 2 Jurassic Park Jeeps coming down on the points of its teeth. This kind of force is not only enough to crush bone, but bone actually fucking explodes under the sheer amount of pressure.
Explodes? Holy shit, that doesn't even make sense. I know.
Okay, but the Spino was huge and probably had scaly armor.
Joe, a T-Rex could bite straight through a brick wall. Scaly armor isn't going to stop that.
So you're saying I shouldn't be building all these brick walls?
The Spino should have been dead within the first 5 seconds, but of course he escapes the deadly bite and kills the Rex.
Sure, but how hard did Spinosaurus bite?
We aren't super sure because we still don't have a full skull, but estimates are between 2,000 and 4,000 pounds per square inch. There's also evidence to suggest that its skull might not be able to take a lot of force. Everything about its biology suggests that it targeted large fish and some smaller dinosaurs, but didn't have the power to kill large herbivores like T-Rex could.
Bro, that's bullshit. It would use its arms and claws to kill you morons. You guys are just a couple of butthurt T-Rex fanboys that can't cope with the fact that the Spinosaurus had that dog in him.
I find this argument pointless. Neither the InGen Rex or the Spinosaurus were real animals. Who cares which one wins?
Shut up, Jeff Goldblum. You don't even have a dog in this fight.
I kind of agree with you, Jeff. But when the T-Rex is mostly accurate besides an extreme nerf in power, and the Spinosaurus is on radioactive steroids passed off as the real animal, it gives the audience the wrong idea. The point of Jurassic Park was to recreate dinosaurs, not to create hybrid mutants.
Tell that to the folks who made Indominus Rex.
That's next video. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It also must be said that everyone loves the T-Rex. I, for one, wasn't very happy that the most popular attraction was only on screen for a couple minutes and was replaced with the Hannibal Lecter of dinosaurs.
Seriously. There's absolutely no reason an animal that big would chase people all around the island just to eat them. Imagine running a marathon just for a 6-piece McNugget.
Looks like the thing just hated people. Par for the course, don't you think?
We had the top scientists, spared no expense. We did, however, forget to hire a dinosaur psychologist.
Eating a T-Rex apparently kept it distracted for a portion of the movie.
Then Alan finally gets to crack Flanders in his lying fucking face.
Yeah, that dude owes everyone there a new bathroom.
I'd have him over retrimming my kitchen every weekend for life.
I'd have him raptor-proof every kitchen in Jurassic Park. Round door handles will give us control.
Yeah, the door handles, that's where it all went wrong.
Speaking of raptors, that's exactly what they run into at the compound.
They wouldn't have had to deal with raptors if Amanda wasn't screaming the entire time. Next time you think about going on the island full of monsters, maybe leave the wife at home.
There he goes, hating women again.
She was soulless and dumb. Just think back to the reaction when they found her boyfriend's dead body. She made it clear that she had zero remorse for him and was only upset that Eric had been alone all this time.
Alan did have to tell her to be quiet like 6 times. She was like the equivalent of the tourists at Yellowstone trying to pet the buffalo.
Those people get exactly what they deserve.
Wasn't long until a scout was onto them.
These raptors were pretty fucking sweet.
These are the best raptors of the entire franchise. They looked amazing, were actually scary, and showed off some real intelligence. Not to mention the sounds were on point. They had all the qualities that make a good raptor.
This time around, you're correct. I love the new looks and the separation between male and female.
You were much more likely to run into the male scouts, but the females were bigger and more dominant.
Man, I wish I was born a raptor.
I thought they did a really good job with the jump scares.
They got me a couple times, especially the one in the lab, and when Alan did a double take over a log and it was right there.
When they surrounded him, I don't know why they didn't just kill him.
He had the eggs. Did you even pay attention?
Okay, you got me. I was probably bored and didn't see it.
Stop the cap, Donnie.
Yeah, they would have killed him immediately if he hadn't picked up Billy's bag during the chase through the hadrosaurs.
They would have killed him anyway if Eric hadn't come through and popped some smoke bombs.
Quite a resourceful little lad, huh?
Are you kidding me? Eric lasted 8 weeks with the velociraptors as neighbors. Bear Grylls ain't got shit on this kid.
I spent like 4 days on both islands and almost died 12 times. This kid is a prodigy.
This character is too good to be true. I'm sorry, but no kid is going to survive this island with candy bars, beans, and jerky made from compies. Not for 8 fucking weeks.
So you still don't understand. Okay, well, let me say it again. Life will find a way.
You said that in defense of humans being unable to survive with dinosaurs.
Yes, but chaos has no allegiance. Therefore, man finding a way to survive is akin to dinosaurs finding a way to escape. You see, chaos is an unbiased force, always pushing the very limits of what is possible, no matter how improbable.
I'm with you, Jeff. However unlikely, it's definitely possible for an athletic kid with some speed, dinosaur knowledge, and survival skills to pull off surviving 8 weeks, especially with some food tucked away in a decent shelter.
I wish little Tim had the survival instincts of this chap.
I did very much enjoy how he was an Alan Grant fan and said he didn't like Ian Malcolm's book.
Everybody's a critic.
I guess it was pretty cool to see the family reunion.
Especially since the Spinosaurus was knocking down the walls to get to them. Oh, wait, now I finally figured out why Donnie hates this thing.
It's one of many reasons.
The next part is my favorite. Slowly realizing through the fog that it's a birdcage with dozens of... But Pteranodon was a great horror scenario.
The Pteranodon creeping out of the fog was incredibly scary.
I always thought that pterodactyls were underutilized in these films.
Pteranodon Donald, pterodactyls are smaller.
Oopsie poopsie.
An incredible sequence. I cheered when Alan gave Big Bird a nice front kick to the face.
Billy's sacrifice was so sad, especially since this was right after Alan discovered the eggs and roasted Billy's whole life.
No better than the people who built this place was kind of harsh.
Oh, I see how it is.
Nevertheless, he allowed everyone to escape.
Too bad Amanda left the fucking door to the entire aviary open. Talk about Pandora's box.
I spent good money to keep those flappy squawkers secure, and she doesn't even check the damn door.
Wow, the one part of the island you spared no expense on didn't even work. Go figure.
Ah, yes, human error has always been my downfall. That's why my new park will be managed by AI.
You just never learn, do you? The park will go just great right up until the AI becomes malevolent and opens every gate for the fuck of it.
So you're saying we should get rid of the gates?
There's got to be a way to do this, and I am almost positive it involves a wall.
It's like they're not even hearing me.
I know, right?
All right, well, what's even left?
Well, we get to see some herbivores as Ceratosaurus thinks they smell like shit.
That's one big pile of plot convenience.
Not the greatest part of Jurassic Park to call back to.
And then we get the final battle with the Spinosaurus paired with the last confrontation of the raptors.
The final battle looked great. My only problem with it was the humans continue to be stupid. Why was the call to Ellie so goddamn important that you have to take it with a Spinosaurus actively trying to kill you?
Even Barney had more priority than that call.
I find it very poetic since that kid should have been his anyway.
Big L.
I thought Mr. Kirby and Alan did a pretty good job with the lighting the water on fire.
It looked rather impressive.
I'll commend it as a reasonably enjoyable final battle. I would have preferred they kept the Spinosaurus in or near the water for the whole film.
A proper send-off for the beast.
I don't care what you guys say. The Spinosaurus is my favorite dinosaur because of this movie.
Typical Joe Biden take. Are we done with this disappointment yet?
Don't forget about the last raptor interaction.
I found it a bit convenient that the raptors backed off from the humans when they gave up the eggs, but when I release the baby T-Rex, I get pushed off the cliff.
Raptors are more understanding, I guess?
The way they looked into people's eyes was scary realistic.
I get that the main characters can't be all slaughtered at the end of the movie, but this one little window of communication and peace with the raptors opened the door for dumb shit like raptors in the military.
I don't think we can blame Jurassic World shit on Jurassic Park 3. I particularly enjoyed this last interaction. It showed us a lot about how this pack of raptors worked.
That alpha female was pretty intimidating. She was like the Michelle Obama of raptors.
You're goddamn right.
And at the end of it all, Billy made it out too.
Oh my God, I totally forgot. That is a crock of shit.
Well, it's possible.
Bro, just stop. Life can't find a way every single time.
He rescued the hat, shut the fuck up, and smile.
What, did you write this? That explains a lot. Like how the last thing they see in this movie is some pteranodon set loose by Amanda's dumbass, and it's played off as a wholesome moment.
The Navy probably should have shot them out of the sky, to be honest.
Well, that's really it. Where would we rank this one?
Another A tier, just barely over The Lost World.
Not a fucking chance. This wasn't Spielberg Jurassic Park anymore. The movie had fun action scenes and did a couple of dinosaurs justice, like the raptors and pteranodons, but the writing was off. C tier, mid at best.
This dude is such a clown.
I agree, but only with the clown part. I didn't find this one particularly thought-provoking.
Every single character in this movie was actively trying to kill the entire group. They could have avoided most of the danger if Mrs. Kirby wasn't screaming all the fucking time. Nobody is using their brains. Even Alan is bamboozled to get trapped on the island to begin with.
You both pose great points. I'm still pretty torn.
I think I'll go B tier with it. The music and visuals are still very good, but I prefer my movie to a large extent.
No surprise there.
Don't kid yourself, Donald. Nobody's seen The Apprentice more than you.
I could see it in low B tier or high C tier. What do you think, Richard?
Could you put it in the C tier for me, my friend?
I can.
Fuck yeah. John Hammond is a fucking legend.
Why, Richard? Why?
Well, look what they've done to my boy. Plus, I was waiting for my spot at the end, but I never got my call.
I could put it in D tier after hearing that.
We're sticking with C. I thought it was a couple steps back from Lost World, and audiences seem to agree since it made significantly less money than The Lost World or Jurassic Park.
I think the main problem was really that we didn't interact with dinosaurs the same way. For the brief moments the magnificent herbivores are on the screen, the characters don't react or interact with them at all. I always meant for Jurassic Park to be something that people can both see and touch.
Bro, this is fucking crazy. You absolutely have to be a hater to ignore the raptors and Spinosaurus scenes and call this movie mid. Maybe it's you guys with the brain cognitivity issues. I need everyone in the comments section to tell Donnie he's an idiot and Jurassic Park 3 is the shit.
You all know what to tell the Spino-loving Biden voters.
Let's not get in a war in the comments over which dinosaur would win.
It won't be a war if everyone accepts the king.
And his name is John Cena. I mean, Spinosaurus.
In your raptor dreams, bitch.
Well, that about wraps it up, ladies and gentlemen.
If you made it this far, I want to thank you. Show this video some support and we'll release the Jurassic World tier list or a dinosaur video game tier list.
Oh, by the way, we have a Discord linked in the bio, and I have my Patreon up and running as well.
I made sure it doesn't go to drugs for Hunter.
Thank you all again for watching, and remember, life finds a way.
You've got to be fucking kidding me, John.
Bye, guys. What's wrong, Joe?
The latest slip and fall got you down or something?
No, I've been so stressed at work.
Pretty sure we made it so that wouldn't happen with your shortened work schedule.
Well, that was smart. He would definitely be dead by now if you didn't.
Usually it's fine, but everyone's up my ass about this border situation.
Of course they are. My brilliant genius Title 42 is finished and the illegals are at the border swarming into the country. And they aren't sending their best people either.
Title 42 was just an excuse to deport everyone without asking any questions in the name of COVID.
Exactly. I set Joe up for success, and what does he do? Breaks the record for the number of aliens flooding in.
Like the little gray dudes, they're pretty chill. Just don't go near the spaceship or your brain will be fried like an egg roll.
Joe, don't tell the people about the aliens. They'll panic.
Who cares about them anyway? I offered them a buffet of McDonald's and they so rudely declined.
They probably knew it was poison.
There wasn't any poison. I was honestly trying to open up a dialogue and maybe get some cool alien shit.
I'm saying they probably know McDonald's is straight up poison.
If McDonald's is poison, then ice cream must be twice as toxic if you look at the effects on Joe.
I was always a little dyslexic and like, not the most articulate, but I'm pretty sure most of the Dane Bramage came from the Quaaludes in the 80s.
Like in The Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah, exactly. That must make me the wolf of the White House.
It fits perfectly because you'll be thrown in jail by the end of the story.
I'll see you in there, asshole. Plus, that won't even happen if you lose to me again.
I can't see how I lose with a goddamn xenomorph infestation about to take place at the border.
If only to get you both to shut up. Do you guys want to do an alien movies tier list?
Only if you do Predators too.
Of course you like the Predators. You are one.
That's ironic considering what you're being accused of.
Come on, you seriously believe I would do what that crazy woman is spewing? Oh, you guys can go to hell.
Bro, your most famous quote is grab him by the pussy. I'm not saying I'd be shocked.
That's not fair. You don't even have a famous quote. More than half of what you say is incomprehensible.
To answer your question, Joe, yes, we can do Predator movies too. How else would we be able to cover the Alien versus Predator movies?
I'm actually hyped Most of these movies are pretty great, that is, until recently.
That's an understatement. The Alien and Predator franchises are some of the most entertaining movies you can watch.
They are some of the best sci-fi creature features.
Unfortunately, like every other great movie franchise, the era of bangers is long gone. Writing is like a lost art nowadays.
Well, before we critique the most recent stuff, let's dive into the movie that started it all, Ridley Scott's Alien.
My God, was this movie a legend or what?
Very much so. This movie is goated.
The setting of the Nostromo matches that spooky, eerie feeling better than any other movie, whether it's horror or not.
It's good that you bring up horror because this movie is a great horror movie while simultaneously being a sci-fi space adventure. It was genre-defying.
The sets are ridiculously realistic, especially at the time.
I'm so glad Star Wars popped off and started a trend in space and sci-fi films.
Boy, I'll tell you, the second this movie's atmosphere hit me, I was extremely uncomfortable, but in an indescribably good way, and I don't even know how that's a thing.
The music, the dialogue, the actor's performance, and the setting all combined for a gripping experience unlike many others, especially nowadays.
I was impressed with the plot. Between Ash being a robot to the company naming them all expendable was a trip. The crew even being awake was sus as fuck.
This was totally the first game of Among Us.
The biggest imposter among them wasn't even on the ship. It was those corporate assholes pushing pencils back on Earth.
Yeah, I would be pretty unmotivated to enter alien spacecraft knowing what I know now.
Go into the alien spacecraft, they said. Take a look around, they said.
Couldn't be me, bro. I'm not into being impregnated by an alien pussy crab.
On second thought, I'd be all up in there. That egg might make me act up.
Of course you find that attractive. It was so terrifying when the facehugger latched onto Kane. I, for one, wouldn't be putting my face that close to the thing.
Ripley was being a bitch for not letting them inside.
Ripley was not being a bitch. It's called protocols.
Bro, he doesn't know shit about protocols or titles or anything outside his ice cream flavors, really.
I know there's a deleted scene of Lambert attacking Ripley for her alien COVID policies.
I love a good cat fight. Ripley would have torn her fucking head off, though.
She is super badass and will only continue to be super badass as these films go on.
The characters in this movie were awesome, though. Dallas is a great leader, Parker is a believable tough guy, Brett is a reliable hillbilly, Kane a great British explorer, and even Lambert is a great representation of the audience watching.
Ash and Ripley were doing the best, in my opinion.
I thought it was the alien that did the best. From busting out of Kane's chest to picking off everyone but Ripley and the cat, this alien was an absolute menace.
Dallas getting taken by the alien is still a top 5 jump scare of all time for me.
I saw this in theaters when it came out, and that scene nearly made me shit my pants.
Ash was acting sus from the moment they landed and found alien life.
It would have been interesting to see how Ash would have reacted if the crew tried to kill the alien the second it busted out like my man Parker wanted to.
What an iconic scene.
I did not expect something so gross and realistic at that point in film history.
Neither did the actors. They didn't tell the actors about what would happen to Kane before filming, so the reactions were genuine. Even Lambert falling down was a legit reaction.
What won me over was really the crew's logical approach to killing the alien. Very rarely in today's Hollywood writing do we see the characters act with any intelligence. Meanwhile, this movie from 1979 has such great logic that I can't really find a single thing to criticize.
I think the Ash fight was kind of cringe.
Yeah, it was kind of cringe, but it was still a work of art both in writing and special effects, earning this movie an Oscar for the latter.
So much milk.
It got pretty milky. A fun scene, though. The revelation that he was a robot working for the evil corporation was an insane twist.
Elon definitely has a couple of these guys ready to go.
Or he is one.
Oh, shit.
Ash's sympathies made for a sinister reminder that the Xeno is pretty much unstoppable and nobody was going to save them.
The atmosphere in this film is truly something to behold. I've had actual fucking nightmares about being in that ship with the xenomorph on the loose.
Alien Isolation perfectly captured the same effect to make for an instant classic horror game.
There are so many Alien and Predator games that they need their own tier list, for sure. So let's hold off on the games for a future video.
Comment and like the video if you want to see that.
Of course they want to see it. Those games are fire.
Okay, back to the GOAT. How do we feel about the last act of this gem?
The pace really goes wild during this.
Yeah, I was surprised that you could make it through the intentionally slow pacing without falling asleep.
Back then, I was so blitzed all the time that I could have watched this movie 20 times in a row and not even blink.
They always ramp up the intensity right when you think the movie is all over in this franchise, and even in the Predator movies as well.
I've never been jump scared harder by a fucking cat in my whole life.
I really enjoy almost everything about this final act. The alien killing Parker and Lambert was both creepy and somehow satisfying.
especially when the Xeno used the classic head bite and then the tail stab to finish them off.
New kink unlocked.
Blowing up the whole ship was a bit much, but understandable. It's like when you see a giant spider in your room and after you lose sight of it, you want to start burning the place down.
The one issue I have with this ending bit is the part where the alien shows up in the shuttle with that fucking strobe light.
Facts, Donnie, the flashing lights in that scene nearly gave me fucking epilepsy.
I think you mean narcolepsy.
Other than the annoying flashing light, the final sequence was done masterfully.
True, this movie instantly made Sigourney Weaver an icon both as an actor and, in my mind, sexually.
Agreed.
Where do we think Alien should be placed?
S tier, obviously.
Yeah, it's really no question. One of the greatest films ever made.
I agree. I realize it could seem very slow to modern audiences, but when you understand and appreciate the buildup and suspense this movie was able to capture, you gotta respect it.
We on to Aliens?
We are.
Hell yeah!
Let's fucking go.
This is a much more action-oriented movie. Not really as many jump scares, but the death and destruction are tuned up to a large extent. Suspense was also still peak with the ground that the previous movie covered already. It was cool to see James Cameron come in and change the atmosphere and direction of this franchise in a believable and extremely entertaining way.
James Cameron is a goat for alien movies. He did a great job converting this into a full-on action movie while still retaining some of the same suspense and horror vibes from the last one.
The intro was even a little suspenseful because you didn't know who picked Ripley up. It was fair to be on edge after Ripley was labeled as expendable by the company in the first movie.
This antagonist, Burke, the totally cool guy from the company, it was pretty lame for the most part.
It really took several night terrors and a career deal to get Ripley to go along with that sleazy fuck.
Could pretty much tell instantly that he was up to no good.
I think his character could have been a lot better. And they tried to pin Bishop as the internal threat because he started acting kind of weird after the alien was found. Just like Ash, obviously making us question what he said about not hurting humans, but Burke was actively trying to kill Ripley and a little girl.
The Marines were the best part about this movie. Oorah!
Hicks and Apone were standouts.
Look into my eye.
The rest of the squad was like looking at an NHL roster. Spunkmeyer? Where's Bowski? Did they get these dudes from Planet Canadia?
I was a huge fan of Hudson.
Why am I not surprised that you love the most obnoxious one there?
You didn't like Hudson?
I didn't say that. I just said he was obnoxious. I can still like people that are obnoxious. I hang out with you two all the time.
Feelings mutual, Donnie? I think more people in our country, especially our youth, could benefit from focusing less on what we disagree on and more on what we do agree on and not writing off someone just because they have a different belief on one subject or another.
Well said, Brock. Now, if only you Democrats actually practiced what you preached, then we would be living in a perfect world, now wouldn't we?
Fuck you, Donald. Obama just made a beautiful statement, and now you've killed it before it could change some hearts.
Boring, Skip. When can I get out of this chicken shit outfit?
Okay, I have known some real sack twisters in the Marines, but these guys really do play loose with regulations.
It was pretty clear from the beginning that this mission was low priority to the company and the military. They got one ship, no backup, no crew, a noob officer in charge, and the most rowdy bunch of Marines they could find.
Vasquez and Drake definitely had something going on.
I don't blame her. He was a pretty good-looking guy. No Nostromo.
I feel like you also have to say no Nostromo if you want to say Vasquez is hot.
Are you kidding me, Don? She's a top-tier muscle mommy.
I guess you should know since you're married to Ronnie Coleman over there.
Oh, snap.
Shut the fuck up, Hudson.
Fine. I love the way Ripley bonded with the Marines using her forklift certification.
It was fun to know what her role actually was. From the last movie, it seemed like she was there to hold the door closed and press the self-destruct button.
Great setup for later as well.
Gorman being useless played right into the aliens' hands. Poor leadership and insubordination was the foundation of failure in this mission.
It made me kind of question how long this group has been together versus how long Apone has been in charge of them.
It seems like Apone wouldn't be the guy to fuck around with, but fuck around they did.
Let's not place all the blame on Apone. It was Gorman's lack of authority, and to a larger extent, Burke's intentional underestimation of the alien presence that caused such a colossal failure for the humans.
Honestly, though, these are very believable shortcomings for military units. Any veteran that served for long enough will tell you that even the slightest miscalculation from the higher-ups can cause total mayhem for the boots on the ground. Just think about how the troops felt when we pulled out of Afghanistan. Great job, by the way, Joe.
Thanks, buddy.
The fact that you didn't know I was being sarcastic is terrifying on so many levels.
Rocket ship goes whoosh.
It was nice to have a fun little bumpy ride in the ship before all the carnage.
Hicks sleeping through the drop was hilarious. Not even Joe could match that level of deep sleep.
Before the Marines got their asses kicked, they had to clear the creepy civilian compound.
So sketchy.
Although this movie is much more action-oriented, moments like this bring us right back to the dark hallways of the Nostromo in the first film.
Good thing it was only a little girl lurking in the darkness this time.
Bro, Hicks almost blasted the shit out of Newt. He seriously fired like 12 explosive rounds at her before realizing it was a defenseless child.
Sounds exactly like how cops deal with black kids.
Yikes.
But really, Newt is a fantastic character.
One of the best performances from a child actor in film history.
I believe you. You seem like an expert on the subject.
Shut up, Don. He's right. Newt was one of the most believable characters in the entire movie. Ripley becoming a surrogate mother to her was heartwarming and wholesome, especially since Ripley lost her own daughter to time.
Surviving a xenomorph infestation as a 10-year-old is pretty goddamn impressive.
That's like bringing a kid to a drag show. Unless they hide in the vents, they pretty much become one.
Descending into the fleshy alien nest was super sketchy. The Marines seemed pretty fucked from the beginning, even with all of their badass weaponry.
On top of the odds being against them, they strolled right into a spot where one stray bullet could nuke them all.
The moment Gorman figured that out, he should have pulled them out. Not all this, take everyone's mags and hope nobody shoots shit.
I'm so glad Ripley took over.
We do have to remember that Ripley would have never been able to rescue them if Burke didn't fight off Gorman when she GTA hijacked the tank thing.
She drove that thing like she stole it.
That's true. You got to give Burke credit on that one.
The Marines got their asses waxed so bad in that hive.
The worst one was when Private Frost got lit on fire and fell down the stairwell.
Pretty ironic, because like Frost is like you and fire is so...
We all understand, Joe. Don't hurt yourself.
Before you knew it, almost half the Marines were toast.
Tons of great alien combat here. You could really see how devastating a load of them would be. Sucks how this is the first and last time the Aliens movies do these kind of numbers.
The acid blood really got out of hand when the explosive rounds hit.
So sad to see Vasquez lose Drake right at the doorway like that.
Man, she was ready to turn Gorman into fajitas for that bullshit.
He was lucky he got his ass knocked out by an ammo crate.
They really poked the nest after that one.
Everything within a 100-mile radius was absolutely fucked.
They did such a good job on the xenomorph crashing the ship. All our heroes were in such despair.
It was game over, man, game over.
All they could do was take refuge in the same place where all the civilians died and or got preggers.
They took an extremely logical approach as Ripley stepped up into a leadership role with nobody of high ranking still alive or conscious.
Good thing, too. I think everyone would have offed themselves if somebody didn't tell Hudson to get his shit together.
Right? Morale wasn't the highest at this point.
Ripley whipped them right back into shape. She even figured out Burke's entire scheme immediately by just logging into a computer in the base.
And for that, he attempted to impregnate her and a little girl with alien killing machines.
Ripley probably should have expected this type of foul play after she told him she would end his entire career and throw him in jail if they all survived.
Maybe not. I still hang out with you guys and you do the exact same shit to me.
Are you gonna try to fucking kill me?
Why would I do that when Father Time is gonna do that for me in a couple years or less?
Good point.
You knew it was going to be bad for Burke when the other Marines figured out the entire situation.
The imposter was found dead to rights in the emergency meeting, and he really talked his way out of it anyway.
That takes some serious skill.
It was more like they had bigger fish to fry. The swarm came right past the defenses through the ceiling and floors. Really, no way of stopping these things from infiltrating a location.
The last stand of the Marines was pretty short, but well fought to their credit.
Rest in peace, Hudson.
At least he died doing what he loved. Talking shit.
Can we talk about how they cut the power?
Before this, I figured it was just an animal operating on instinct. After this movie, I was pretty sure these things were actually smart.
They have better cognition than you for sure.
Pretty low bar.
Right.
You've never seen an alien wander off trying to shake someone's hand that isn't even there. Or say some shit like, asifuti mahafuti foot.
It's okay, bro. You had plenty of time of being below average intelligence before you declined into chimp level intelligence.
At least I'm not the same color as an orangutan.
Too bad the power plant was having a meltdown, or they may have dug in a lot better.
Bishop was a real G for crawling through the little tunnel for like a mile.
This is what happens in between Pipes and Mario.
When Bishop volunteered to go and try and remote pilot the ship, I felt confident that he wasn't bad after all.
I think we were all a bit intolerant of the artificial people.
Really?
Totally, man. When the robots come out, I'm going to bully mine with a hockey stick, so they'll feel more at home.
You're going to get a magazine shoved down your throat, and I'm going to laugh when it happens.
Burke locking in the others behind him was the last straw. He had to die.
Where the hell did he think he was gonna go?
I don't know. The remaining survivors had the right idea escaping into the vents.
Sus as fuck.
It was only sus because the aliens rely on vents like you rely on a teleprompter.
At least Gorman was honorable enough to try and save Vasquez and died while doing it.
That shit made up for everything bad he did, no lie.
All seemed lost when Newt was taken in the water.
Yeah, I was sure she was history, man.
Then Hicks went down to some acid blood. It was total chaos.
Bishop came in clutch with the scoop and they could have just escaped right then. But Ripley knew there was still a snowball's chance in hell that she could save Newt.
One of the most badass moments in film history right here. The elevator ride down with Ripley taping guns together and preparing for a suicide mission in a nuclear power plant about to explode was a complete cinematic masterpiece.
Her arc in this movie is gold.
Ripley is a strong female character done right. She's not a Mary Sue like what Disney and modern Hollywood writers spit out like sunflower seeds. She has a strong moral base, she's a leader, and she's not afraid to do the dirty work. And most importantly, she makes logical and calculated decisions in a survival situation and never loses sight of the main goal.
Why did everyone not just copy aspects of this character to other characters in other stories?
They did, not once, but over and over again. Even in this franchise, it just never worked the same way.
That shit's down to execution. This movie did it right, and every other movie failed the majority of the time. Name one strong female character from a movie in the last 5 years. Seriously?
It's tough, man.
Can you guys even name a woman? You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Huh? What? I stopped listening when we started talking about women.
You guys have wives and a daughter and you couldn't name a single woman?
Well, you put me on the spot. I was trying to remember my wife's name. Was it Phil?
Close.
Oh, I remember. I'm married to Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
Take 3 of the white pills and 1 of the yellow pills for me, Joe.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, where were we?
In the most suspenseful part of the entire franchise.
Ah, yes. The ambiance of the emergency siren and AI voice warnings coupled with the high possibility of death around every corner was incredibly gripping.
My eyeballs were glued to the screen, and I'm pretty sure I didn't breathe at all for the entire descent into the nest on my first viewing.
The alien queen was a sight to behold.
To finally get a look at what was laying the eggs was exactly what I wanted to see in the sequel, and they delivered like Amazon Prime.
It was pretty clear that she was running shit too. The way she hissed at the drones to back off was like when your mom calls you by your full name.
It's pretty clear at this point that xenomorphs operate a whole lot like ants, with one queen making all the decisions and all the babies, and a bunch of workers hunting and gathering for the colony.
The only criticism I will have about this incredible last act is the fact that Ripley didn't actually need to waste all her ammo on the eggs when the entire place was going to explode in like 10 minutes.
She might have aggroed the boss fight with that one.
Crazy how the queen could use the elevator.
That shit was beyond creepy.
You almost thought Bishop might have left, and it was all over.
I never lost faith in the Milky Man.
I know the last movie faked us out when we thought it was the end, but this one was totally unexpected and glorious.
The tail through Bishop was a shock. He was the OGAI.
The Queen Alien was a little funky looking at times, but overall made for a fantastic final sequence. I was satisfied with the movie as a whole before the final fight, but as Ripley walked out in the mech and spoke her iconic, "Get away from her, you bitch" line, I was blown away.
Forklift certification comes in clutch again.
They outdid themselves with this fight.
She kicked that thing's ass. How could you not root for her?
I have one more criticism about this final fight. How in the fuck did Ripley casually throw an armbar around a ladder and hold the full weight of an alien queen plus the vacuum of fucking space?
Come on, Donnie. Did it look cool?
It looked immaculate, but it made no sense.
I think we can overlook that, and Ripley spraying the eggs as the rule of cool at work.
When you're right, you're right.
This movie was nearly perfect.
I'll agree with that. Donnie?
It's an S tier without a doubt.
Is it better than the first one?
I'm gonna say yes, but just barely.
I personally like the aliens more in a horror movie setting, but I also somehow enjoyed this action movie more. We owe James Cameron a lot.
I guess I'll be the only one that prefers the original, but the difference is microscopic.
Top tier for sure.
We should also take time to give credit to H.R. Geiger for the design of the xenomorphs.
Truly an iconic design.
Most credit should really go to Sigourney Weaver for making these two films believable and interesting from the human perspective.
Speaking of which, I have someone I'd like you guys to meet.
So who do I have to fuck to get another sequel?
Holy shit.
It's the legend herself.
How you doing, Siggy?
Just fine, Barry. I heard all the nice things you guys were saying. I'm glad you all enjoyed my movies.
Enjoyed them? I've seen them hundreds of times.
Same here, but don't get too comfortable. We're about to go over Alien 3.
Oh my fucking God. Can't you just stop at these two?
Funny, that's exactly how I felt after seeing this movie.
Your historic performance in these movies made for 2 of the most popular and successful movies ever. What the fuck happened to 3?
It's a long, long story, boys. You better get a drink or pop an upper in Joe's case.
Is it the blue one for that, Barack?
It's the yellow one, Joe. But you just took one. Don't OD.
Damn.
Can you please explain why they decided it was a good idea to kill Hicks and Newt in the fucking opening credits?
You can pretty much chalk it up to Fox and the writers throwing shit at the wall and hoping it stuck. My boy Ridley Scott dropped the film after he found out they were making an Alien versus Predator script, so nobody had any idea who was gonna direct the thing.
Seems kind of like pussy shit to me. Why didn't he give this movie a chance, regardless of what they were doing with AVP?
Well, he didn't like the Fox producers at the fuck all. It practically came to blows multiple times in Alien 1's production. You know how it is with the corporations trying to influence the artists. I tried to stop the bleeding as much as I could, but in Hollywood, no one can hear you scream.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. I wouldn't want to be told what to do after I directed a certified banger.
There's a ton of films that suffered similar problems, especially lately with the great Disney overlords.
It's a huge problem for this industry. After looking all over, they finally found this young guy, David Fincher, to direct it. He was pretty cool, but the producers placed him there based on the fact that they thought they could control him. To Dave's credit, he fought them tooth and nail by the end. There were so many scripts for this movie that I genuinely had no idea what the fuck was going on. So in the middle of the chaos, I just requested for Ripley to be killed off.
Jesus fucking Christ, what did those morons at Fox even say to that?
Well, they thought I was kidding at first because I just said I want to die out of the blue. This was after the fallout with Mike Bien about Hicks dying in the intro. Could you believe that they had to pay Mike just as much for Alien 3 as they did for Aliens just for using his face?
I just don't understand how it gets to that point.
Believe me, nobody else knew either. It wasn't until like the 8th script that I got to add a few things that I wanted.
What did you ask for?
Like I said before, I wanted to die, so killing Ripley was mandatory. I also didn't want a bunch of guns in this movie like the last movie, because I wanted it more like the first film. And lastly, I wanted to fuck an alien.
I beg your pardon?
I was going through a super kinky phase, and I wanted to fuck an alien on screen.
I'm both appalled and aroused by this information.
So I guess you really didn't get anything you wanted, huh? You didn't really die? Dudes show up with guns at the end, and you didn't get to fuck the alien.
You're right with the first two, but I did totally fuck the alien in this movie.
That's disgusting. What point in the movie is this so I can totally know when to skip it?
Toward the end. It's after I found out I was preggers with a queen. Remember, I went looking for it, and you thought I was going to try and kill it, but it turns into a pipe with bugs in it. And then it appears behind me. After that, we have dirty, slimy sex on the sewer floor.
You're an inspiration.
It wasn't exactly clear that you actually banged the alien.
Fox nearly shut us down when we said we would do the alien sex scene. You know how those Republicans are about unholy fornication. But David and I did it secretly. Too bad they cut all the good bits out.
Is there a link to a deleted scene or anything so I know where to avoid it?
Sorry, Donnie. It only exists in my personal collection now.
Can I come over?
No.
Hold on, wasn't this Alien from a dog?
Yep, you could tell from the sex, only did doggy style.
Considering this information, it feels like I might have a shot, so I'm going to shoot it. Will you be the Monica to my Lewinsky?
Oh, Joe, that's so sweet, but you're not my cup of tea.
Ha ha ha! Joe got rejected, but the alien dog didn't. Eat shit, loser!
Fuck you, man.
I wouldn't be talking too much, Donnie. Barack's the only one who remains sexy to this day.
I've never been more validated in my entire life.
I would totally be flirting with you right now if it weren't for my fear of Michelle. I'd take on another alien queen before I fuck with that bitch.
Facts.
Well, we know this movie had tons of issues in production, but where does it land on this tier list?
There were a few scenes that I really liked, mostly having to do with Tywin Lannister.
Charles Dance is a class act.
I did Charles before it was cool.
The other dude, Dylan, did pretty well too.
He was cool. Great speech from him toward the end. It was just hard to enjoy anything because I was honestly pissed off for the entire movie for killing Hicks and Newt within the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, the rest of the story seemed pretty bleak. The whole point of the feel-good ending from the last movie was that Newt was saved against all odds. To kill her off instantly like that undermines the greatness of the last movie.
Plus, she was really cute.
Get away from her, you bitch!
I wasn't necessarily into the prison planet. It seemed like the stakes were lowered. I was thinking more about which prisoner did what rather than hoping they would all make it out okay.
I kind of agree with you. The best part of any prisoner's character development was Charles after Ripley banged him.
Too bad he was killed instantly after his backstory was revealed.
Pretty odd writing choice there.
Facts, I was hoping to get more time with him on screen, but you could tell he was happy to be done with it.
Overall, I like the fact that they went back to basics and tried more of a horror setting like the first movie. But I didn't find myself scared like the first film or even the second film at times.
I didn't get scared even once. I think it had something to do with the quality of the alien.
That thing looked like shit.
The practical alien in the suit was fine, but the CGI alien doesn't hold up whatsoever, and they used it a ton in this movie.
It was pretty disappointing once I saw the CGI. It really didn't even look like the practical alien we used. Maybe it could have been a little better if we weren't paying actors that didn't even show up in the movie.
I think it had more to do with directing on this particular front. If your CGI sucks, then you should not be holding shots on it for so long.
I also didn't like the look of this movie as a whole. The last two had realistic spaceship sets, while this movie looked like one big sewer.
It's tough to make a film visually pleasing when the main three colors you're seeing are shit brown, piss yellow, and snot green.
The last act had some cool stuff here and there, and the prisoners were almost funny from time to time.
The boys were a lot funnier on set than on screen.
The kill on the alien was pretty cool and provided the classic, it's not over yet, fake out.
The alien, exploding like a hot glass touching ice-cold water, was satisfying but lacked logic.
It was pretty standard. I wanted to see something a little different.
Oh, trust me, we all did too.
Waylon coming in at the end and you sacrificing yourself to kill the alien queen so he couldn't use it was actually pretty dope.
Since your death was mandatory, that was well done, mostly due to your performance.
Honestly, you and Charles Dance carry this movie out of F tier with great acting, but literally everything else is a complete failure.
I appreciate it, fellas. It's honestly F tier in my mind, and I know Dave would say the same.
Usually the director has a lot to do with the film's failure, but in this case, the director wasn't really the issue. Writing and a power struggle with Fox really ruined this movie. D tier is fine.
I'm glad we can all agree on that.
Okay, now the last of the Ripley alien movies, Resurrection.
This was so fun to make. A huge improvement from the last production. Fox actually learned its lesson with the last one. They had this freak show script and got a funny young French director, Jean-Pierre Jeunet, to run it. JP quickly became a great friend, and we agreed on a lot of things I wanted for the movie.
How the hell did they get you to come back after that stinker?
Well, I was super reluctant, but then I read the script, I found it funny and sexy and right up my alley, plus I was feeling myself after I was hitting the gym heavy around then.
You were looking peak attractive at this point. The Walter White look kind of made us all forget you were a dime piece.
You were very attractive and extremely good at basketball.
Fuck yeah, I was. It took me weeks of practice to sink that no-looker.
Wait, you actually made that shot? I figured it was edited.
Oh, I made that shit easy. Fourth take. Ron Perlman never looked at me the same way again.
You should do celebrity basketball.
I don't think the internet could handle me dunking on Justin Bieber's head.
Bro, imagine Kevin Hart trying to guard you.
You could have honestly made it in the WNBA.
I thought about it, but then I remembered nobody watches that shit.
Apparently we watch it enough to trade a known war criminal and arms dealer to Russia for a dumb bitch that thinks bringing weed into a foreign country is a good idea. Thanks, Joe.
We had to release her. All she did was toke a little oil to recover, and she's supposed to be in a Russian jail for that?
What about the tens of thousands of people, mostly minorities, that are in U.S. prison systems right now just for weed? You gonna release them too?
Let's get back to the movie.
You're fucking insufferable.
I didn't see you signing any executive orders to free the stoners.
Vote for me, and I'll become the Moses of marijuana. Let my people grow.
Let's take a moment and talk about the cast of this movie. You got Siggy with Ron Perlman, Winona Ryder, and even a young Tuco Salamanca.
This is definitely the youngest I've ever seen Raymond Cruz on screen.
Winona is an amazing actor, and it was fun to work with her.
Making her a rogue synthetic was pretty baller.
The Bounty Hunters made for a fun group. You gotta love a wholesome cripple pirate.
Gary Dourdan, as the mechanical gunslinger, was pretty good too.
The rest of the cast is kind of lackluster, but more big names than all the previous movies.
Bro, what the fuck was the leader mercenary guy? He sounded like he just finished his fourth pack of cigarettes and was macking on the hot chick's feet. What was his name again?
I don't know. You have Google, don't you?
You worked with him for a pretty long time. Was he that forgettable?
Apparently. I knew his voice more than his name.
It's okay. He doesn't last very long in this movie anyway.
This time around, the villain is a dude that's been paid by the government to run this deep space mad science project.
Oftentimes, this is the type of villain people got to deal with in real life, but They just don't know.
There were a couple more antagonists like the pervy scientist and Colonel Sanders, but they are taken care of fast.
How did you all know I wasn't an antagonist? I was literally part xenomorph.
You were clearly the most innocent being on the ship. Even if you did have some xeno in you. You could have killed Ron Perlman multiple times and didn't.
That takes inhuman restraint.
Fuck you, Donnie. Ron was my on-set bestie.
I enjoyed the plot. Paying mercenaries to bring you more hosts for the Alien Project is definitely something they would need.
The start of the plot was interesting to be sure, plus the aliens get going pretty quickly. We even see the Queen within a few moments of the start.
The way the aliens broke out was pretty smart. Kill one drone and you can free the rest.
Too bad the second the aliens break out, the logic in this film spirals into cringe for the rest of the movie.
You better not be talking about my grandkid.
Bro, what the fuck is even that?
It's a hybrid of me and an alien queen.
It looks completely fucking disgusting. It has a pussy not even Dawn could grab.
If you think that's bad, Google Alien Resurrection Newborn Original.
Are you fucking kidding? It has a goddamn pidge anus.
You bet your orange ass it did. It was glorious. Happy Pride Month.
Wait, what? Let me see. Oh my fucking God.
Smash.
Obama, which pill makes him less fucked in the head?
They're still working on that one.
Siggy, you two almost banged this abomination and it was your fucking grandkid.
This Ripley had literally no boundaries.
Don't play innocent Sigourney. We all know by now you're actually the one instigating the kinky shit. You're a certified sexual deviant.
Takes one to know one.
Okay, you caught me. I don't even know why I try to hide it anymore. I'm turned on by the aliens.
What exactly about the aliens gets you off?
I think I have this thing where the more fucked up it is, the more I like it.
Forbidden fruit.
Yikes, I thought this was a movie review, not the kink sharing hour.
Maybe you should be a little more sex positive, Donnie.
There is such a thing as being too sex positive, wouldn't you say?
No.
This is a slippery slope, Joe. He's right.
That's bullshit. Tell him, Siggy.
You gotta draw the line somewhere.
Thank you.
Oh, come on. You fucked an alien dog and nearly your fleshy alien grandchild.
Man.
We're moving on, Joe. Deal with it or go into horny timeout.
In space, nobody can hear you cream.
This last act contained one of my favorite moments of the franchise.
The mutant naked Ripley clones?
No, idiot. Although that scene was something.
That was my favorite scene for sure.
I figured it would have been when you French kissed your Dark Souls boss grandkid, but your performance in that scene was peak acting in this movie.
True. Again, you're an actual legend for this franchise.
I appreciate it so much. I owe my whole career to these films, and it's wonderful to hear people enjoyed my role in making them.
I was actually talking about the scene where two aliens chased the group in the underwater kitchen.
That was pretty sweet. I liked how Ripley was just as comfortable in the water as the Xenos.
I'm pretty sure I could breathe underwater.
The grenade launcher killing one of the aliens was easily the best shot of the film.
The next scene is rather odd. The big wig evil guy gets to the top of the ladder first somehow and convinces Winona to give him her gun, and then immediately shoots her with it.
That shit was brain dead.
They then have more issues when Space Dreads basically sacrifices himself for absolutely nothing, since the alien that was holding him was fucking dead already.
Good thing Winona saved the day and miraculously survived.
It was finally revealed that Winona was the android. Pretty cool twist.
I couldn't help but finger her milky hole.
Hell yeah.
Can we talk about the worst jump scare in the franchise? The last dude from the cargo with an alien inside him screamed at the top of his lungs, and it was totally cheap and not even scary.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Plus, it was the only part of the movie that even gave me a jump, which was disappointing. A far cry from the original.
This Prego guy was a terrible plot point. I'd rather have just seen the group deal with the alien that was inside him.
For having more than 12 aliens plus a queen on board the ship, this movie is surprisingly lacking in aliens.
I can respect that. The cast might have been too big for its own good.
Even the payoff for the dude was trash. Antagonist guy tries to hold Winona hostage, and this dude runs at him while getting shot and chest bursting.
Then he kills the dude with the chest burster. The physics of that made no sense whatsoever.
Pretty corny. Why didn't they just have Siggy kill him? She deserved it for what he did to her.
Thanks, Joe. I've often wondered that myself.
This whole last act was too much. Between the questionable decisions and the newborn cringe, it drags this movie down a fair bit.
Overall, I think this was a very fun, bad movie.
I don't know what you're on about. This movie was great.
I'm thinking C tier for this one. A step forward from the last film.
No way, Donnie. It's at least B tier.
What do you think, Ripley?
While I enjoy Joe's sentiment, this wasn't the greatest film from a critical perspective. It was definitely a blast to make, but I won't pretend it's as good as the first two. C tier is fair.
Great take. A few different writing choices, and it would have been a lot better.
Okay, cool, and now we're on to the Ridley Scott prequels.
All right, boys, I'm going to take my leave. Ridley Scott is my homie. but I'm feeling pretty emotionally drained after reliving Alien 3.
That's understandable.
I really appreciate you stopping by. It wouldn't be an Alien tier list without you.
Agreed. You're a true icon to the genre.
Thank you for validating all my sexual fantasies.
You're very welcome. It was a blast. Good luck on the rest of the movies, guys. Ripley out.
Boy, she is something, isn't she?
She's the best thing about all 4 movies, in my opinion. Even better than the Xenomorphs.
Sad that we probably won't see another Alien movie starring her unless we can do some cool AI shit.
That should be fun. I'd love to see the sequel that we deserved after Aliens rather than the dumpster fire that was Alien 3.
For now, all we have is the prequels. Let's start with the first one. How do we feel about Prometheus?
It feels like somebody wrote this movie on a bad trip.
I felt a mix of emotions after watching it, but mainly nauseous. Like when you go on a roller coaster too many times in a row.
Well, those comments seem pretty negative. Did y'all really not like the movie?
It wasn't the worst, fairly thought-provoking and an incredibly great-looking movie. The plot and pacing are flimsy, though.
I generally liked the movie. It gave us tons of cool new aliens and lore.
That's more of what I was thinking. I was very impressed by the world building, and the visuals were godly.
A bunch of fluff, if you ask me. Ridley Scott is a great director, but he likes CGI more than Biden likes ice cream.
Who the fuck cares? The CGI in this movie was fire.
Yeah, true, but I love to see practical effects whenever possible.
I didn't have any issues with the way this film looks. It was also highly thought-provoking by focusing on higher themes like the origin of the human race.
I thought we were monkeys.
You have a point, Joe. They failed to make the connection between the engineers and the fossil record. That one snarky science dude was the only one that questioned it. And Shaw just says, I choose to believe it, and moved on.
I'll agree with that. We share 99% of our DNA with chimps. Are they saying the engineers also made chimps?
It would have made a lot more sense if an engineer just fucked a monkey in the intro and called it a day.
See, this is the problem with rewriting science that we already know about. To fit the plot of your movie, it can be fine as an excuse for one plot point or another, but to base the entire movie off it was a mistake.
Yeah, that's fair. Still a very introspective movie with a rich atmosphere and believable story.
I kind of just wanted to know more about the xenomorphs. They could have easily made it more about this alien species making biological weapons and less about humans being engineers.
The characters are pretty mid, other than David.
That's facts. David is an amazing character, and he represents the dangers and potential of AI very well.
He was complex and had lots of potential, yet a little too evil in my book. He was doing all this sus shit right out in the open, and nobody ever called him on it.
His motivations were questionable at times, but at the end of the day, Michael Fassbender did an incredible job.
Michael Stylebender is the Giga Chad of acting, but the rest of the cast isn't on his level.
If you're talking about my brother Idris right now, then I'm gonna give you these hands.
He was fine, but it felt like he was just there to fuck Samus and be the hero at the end.
Ms. Vickers was a super hot space babe.
You were pretty on point with the Samus comparison, Donnie. Too bad she's super mean to everyone, especially David.
I would expect that it's her that made David so fucked up.
You should be able to do whatever you want to an AI without it going insane. If it does, then it's defective.
I think you're missing the point. AI has the potential to be violent and villainous if its creators introduce those tendencies. This movie explores that idea pretty well.
My problems weren't necessarily with David, but more with the characters, plot, and pacing. Characters like Shaw were mid at best.
I liked her. She reminded me of Ripley a little.
I knew the Ripley comparison would happen, but Elizabeth Shaw has nothing but pure constitution over Ripley. Her performance was lackluster at times, and her character made stupid decisions, almost as bad as her alien STD husband.
I disagree. Her performance during the surgery scene was top-notch.
Squidward was a fine young man.
Don't get me started on that shit. She removes the creature and then just casually leaves it and takes a stroll around the ship, but she didn't think to tell anyone that there's a freaky alien in Vickers' room.
She most likely didn't bother since Samus set her boyfriend on fire.
That could be it, but it doesn't seem like the writers were trying to say that.
I didn't really like that dude. He has worms crawling out of his eyeballs, and he acts like everything's A-okay until he's literally disintegrating.
There was a lack of concern for people just taking helmets off and exposing themselves to whatever the fuck.
People in these types of movies have a weird obsession with taking their helmets off the first possible second they think they can.
Things go really bad in the Engineer Temple Lab thing.
You just knew the confrontational stoner and the nerd getting stuck in the temple would result in their deaths.
How did we feel about the snake-looking aliens?
Nerd dude was such an idiot for fucking around with that thing. It looked exactly like a cobra, and he didn't suspect it was dangerous.
The fact that it regenerated its head in the blink of an eye made me think this thing could be more dangerous than a xenomorph.
It was kind of cool when it broke that nerd's arm, but at the same time, it should have probably died to the knife cutting its head off. It seems a little too dangerous considering it can turn humans into troll-killing machines.
All these things were absolutely broken, especially the black goo.
Oh boy, and microscopic xenomorphs. Has there ever been a less interesting idea in an alien movie?
It fits with biological weapons. Definitely the most efficient way of killing many people.
That's true. Just ask China. They could probably whip something up just like this from a lab in Wuhan.
What about the engineers? Did you like them?
I didn't really like the fact that they were humans, like I mentioned, but the design was pretty cool.
I liked when they microwaved the first one's head.
They really scaled up the grossness to new and interesting levels. I'll give them that.
The final act is pretty nuts.
Nuts is being generous. It's like everybody lost their minds.
David being clearly evil. Walt Disney unfreezing and trying to talk to the engineer, and Dr. Shaw struggling to do anything with post-surgery pain while nobody cared made for a confusing last act.
Imagine taking a 2,000-year nap and the first thing you wake up to is some alien bitch you don't know nagging you.
It was pretty unsurprising that the engineer attacked immediately. It's not like this planet has been the most hospitable up until now.
I would have found it far more interesting if he talked to them.
Big missed opportunity there.
That's an understatement. When it's all said and done, there are way more questions left unanswered from this movie than an Alien one. It's like, we need a prequel to explain all the shit in this prequel.
At least we get a triumphant finale with Idris taking down the alien ship and saving Earth.
How did we know for sure that he was going to Earth? Maybe he was just going home.
The CGI ships crashing was so beautiful, I got hard.
The death of Samus was so fucking dumb. She could have run 15 feet to the side and avoided the collapsing ship, but instead she ran the wrong way and got crushed like an idiot.
Squidward was a lot bigger than he was an hour earlier. Was there a vault of Krabby Patties in there or something?
Good thing Shaw had a monster big enough to kill the engineer stashed away.
Shaw used a summons to kill the boss. Totally maidenless behavior.
It was kind of funny how David was just a head giving Shaw call-outs.
He's on you. He's coming. He's coming. He's gonna come.
The fact that she trusted him was pretty ludicrous.
Shaw's genius shows itself again. Not like David was exhibiting signs of psychotic behavior or anything. She deserved whatever horrors David did to her after this movie for being that stupid.
Final verdict?
C tier, mid at best.
Come on, Donnie. It was actually a pretty unreal movie.
It had a ton of issues. Definitely not great.
Maybe it's not high tier, but I think it was an enjoyable film. I'm sitting firmly at B tier.
I think that's fair.
Too high. Not a lot of enjoyable characters.
Maybe it's a low B tier, but I still think it's over C tier.
I'm with you, Brock.
Sheesh.
Okay, cool. What about the sequel to the prequel that's still a prequel? Alien Covenant.
This one far exceeded my expectations.
Wow, Donnie, you really liked this movie?
No, I hated it. I didn't think characters could get any dumber than in Prometheus, but the characters in this movie break new ground with their terrible decisions. I wholeheartedly believe that even Joe would have made better choices than anyone in this movie did.
You guys have been low-barring me all video, and it's bullshit. I'm smarter than anyone in this movie by far.
Unfortunately, I agree. However, it is worth mentioning that circumstance took their leadership before the story even began.
Why James Franco was cast as the character to die in the first 5 seconds will puzzle me forever. Imagine if he was actually alive for the events. The experience might have been far better.
Yet again, Michael the Last Fassbender is the best character by a mile. I thoroughly enjoy that he plays 2 different characters in this.
He's arguably the only reason to watch this movie, unless you have a gore fetish.
Well, at least we get some Danny McBride.
Yeah, we can all agree that Danny McBride is pretty awesome.
Okay, sure. But he's wasted alongside all these other terrible performances. Daniels is the worst lead protagonist in the entire franchise, and the Christian backup captain was awful as well. They started the story trying to have a cry session for James Franco, but this isn't fucking Up. This is an alien movie.
I couldn't tell you. I slept through all those scenes. I knew from the beginning this wasn't gonna be the greatest plot from the human side of things. Better off fast-forwarding to the monsters.
I feel like that you're not really being fair. The writing was what made them cringy. The performances are pretty good.
You might be right, but it still tears this movie down. When the human characters aren't even remotely interesting, it's difficult for me not to root for the fucking monsters.
I'm always rooting for the monsters. Therefore, this movie was a banger.
In any case, the plot was cool, at least for the first act.
Boring. Skip. Take me home, Old Country Road.
I think it's worth checking out why John Denver is playing on some random planet, but I was with Ripley 3.0 on just ignoring it. Colonizers should mind their own business.
Good thing our man of God put her back in her fucking place right after her husband burned to death.
Harsh.
These people straight up walked off the ship without helmets on. I'm so fucking done.
Why does everyone hate helmets so much?
Not even a fucking COVID mask.
And wow, big surprise, 2 crew members get sick with the facehugger disease made by the Chinese engineers.
How did we feel about the neomorphs?
The design was pretty cool. I didn't like them more than a classic xenomorph design whatsoever. I also had a problem with them being hyper-aggressive from birth.
When St. Peter's wife brought the sick dude back on board, it was just one thing after another. A fucking shit snowball.
Worst scene in the entire movie. 2 full-grown adult women got mixtaped by an alien baby. How many times did these 2 girls slip and fall over during this sequence? Joe has better balance on a fucking bicycle.
Way better. I only fell once, these hoes tripping.
You would think that the pilot would have an idea where not to aim the shotgun in the ship.
That ship lit up like a dairy farm. Ferris was the dumbest character in the entire movie. Her quarantine protocols made about as much sense as Fauci's.
Can you tell me why Ridley Scott loves burning people in front of their loved ones so much? It's been like 3 times now.
It's much too overplayed. I didn't really care about any of the burned characters either, so it was pretty ineffective every time.
They didn't even give the crew time to breathe. The alien onslaught was relentless. Good thing David came through to save them.
He was probably saving the neomorph from the people, honestly. What a good dad.
The neomorphs grew way too fast. It feels like the writers were trying to up the ante with the monsters rather than write a cohesive story.
They did pretty well on the David world building, though. The cutscene was crazy. The fact that he killed the engineers was intriguing as well.
David teaching Walter flutes was fun. It reminded me of learning Zelda songs.
Michael Fassfinger fingering himself was an interesting scene, but I forgot I was watching an alien movie along the way.
Of course, the second there's nowhere to go, all the characters start making terrible decisions, like going for a stroll alone and washing wounds in a pool of random water.
Orem said, don't go too far. And that bitch went to the bottom of the goddamn catacombs to get eaten by the neomorph.
At least Orem killed the thing, so he isn't entirely useless. But then he allows David to explain his entire plan and lead him into a trap to get face-hugged. 200 IQ.
Why was Orem's death and xenomorph birth equally as cute and heartwarming as it was disgusting?
Who cares? I love rock'em sock'em robots.
The AI fight was amazing. It represents super strength AI fighting with calculated movements very well.
Rogan would really enjoy that fight. I'm gonna text it to him.
I also really liked how they left it ambiguous.
It was honestly pretty obvious that David made the swap from the shots and his mannerisms.
Holy shit, did this xenomorph look amazing.
It was pretty cool, huh? I think we needed to see more of it. There was originally a scene that didn't make the cut where the xenomorph would kill a neomorph. We were desperately needing a scene like that.
At least there was a final surprise fight like the OG Alien movies.
Too bad this one kind of sucked. There wasn't anything really special about it besides Xenovision.
The real twist was, of course, David winning in the end.
It's what I wanted. Great ending. Finally a film with the balls to make the bad guy win.
Admittedly, I was a little impressed with the end and the setup for a sequel, but it doesn't really look like it's going to get one. This movie was mid and nobody is rushing to make another one.
No way, Don. This movie was great.
Fucking mid.
I'll have to agree with Trump, which hurts, but I can't ignore the issues of this film. C tier is good.
It's lucky to be as high as C, to be honest. It's an amazing looking dumpster fire.
You guys are a couple of jaded assholes.
Only because I'm forced to watch garbage movies every year. Modern movies are so hit or miss and mostly miss.
Is it over Resurrection?
Not even over Resurrection, and that movie barely made it into C.
I'm with you, bro.
I totally disagree.
Sucks how democracy works, huh?
All right, boys, that's the last Alien movie. Let's take a trip down memory lane and discuss Predator 1.
Hell yeah, this is the ultimate dude movie.
That's true, Joe. This is the movie to invite all the bros over to watch.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, George, we're doing Aliens and Predator movies.
Oh, fuck yeah. Let me see. Where are we? Okay, it looks like you're through all the Alien films. Did we just get started with Predator?
Exactly.
I am so fucking hyped. Alien movies are fine, but the Predator movies are goated.
Fuck you. Xenomorphs clap predators.
Only in the worst film in the franchise.
Guys, we're doing Predator 1 first.
Are you really going to say this movie is bad, Joe?
I wouldn't dare. I was just saying it's one of the most legendary movies ever.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't think there's any issues with Predator 1. The practical effects and fantastic character performance makes this movie stand out. A great change of pace from the last couple of movies we covered.
Arnold Schwarzenegger in his heyday is always a sight to see.
Watch how you say that. Carl Weathers was pretty legendary, too.
The friendly competition between these two alpha males was fucking peak.
Kind of like you and I.
Please, Joe, you look like you've been pushing pencils your entire fucking life.
And you look like you've been pushing Twinkies down your throat for just as long.
The muscular definition in that shot will live on forever.
The side characters got serious power too. Mac and Billy were instant classics.
I enjoyed the dude with the pussy jokes.
I, for one, love the sexual Tyrannosaurus that is Jesse Ventura as Blaine. I know him personally. That dude is crazy.
What's he like?
Well, he's kind of like the drunkest and most violent dude in an entire frat. He has both asked me to make him my VP and threaten my life.
Sounds like a real gentleman.
He's fucking insane, but it's fun to watch him from very far away.
That's probably why Jungle Hunter shot him from a distance.
Jungle Hunter is what I call my son when he's on vacation.
I loved Billy. Unfortunate that it was a white dude appropriating Native American culture.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, man, maybe it was tough to find a Native American to play Billy because most of them are either dead or living in poverty. Not a lot of actors coming out of that.
Even though a Native American, they shouldn't be that hard to find.
Elizabeth Warren doesn't count, Joe.
Oh.
Regardless, he represents the Native American connection with nature very well. He physically felt the presence of something unnatural the entire time the group is being stalked.
Before all that, the squad makes their move on the cartel in the jungle.
It was cool how they made the connection to Stranger Things by finding the body of Jim Hopper.
Let's stop connecting universes. Fox already fucked up once.
If we made more attacks with super soldiers on the cartel like this, maybe fewer criminals and loads of fentanyl would be pouring into the country.
Facts, I think a bunch of Arnolds could totally destroy the cartel.
There was an unprecedented amount of bullets being sprayed in this movie. This assault was basically 5 minutes of shooting and explosions.
You said that as if it wasn't positive, so I'm going to have to call you a pussy.
Get him, George.
I'm actually with these dirty Republicans this time, Barry. I think the Second Amendment should be destroyed, but it's fine to embellish the gunfire in an 80s action movie.
Whatever.
You'll never take my guns, liberal pansy. Your pussy is probably as big as a house.
I'd love a little pussy.
I really like how some drama happened between Dutch and Dylan after the assault.
My favorite part of the movie was Mac eyeing Dylan the entire time.
Sure, the characters were great, but the execution of the Predator was the best part.
The slow roll of information leading up to the Predator did wonders for the suspense.
The Spanish girl was great for that, too.
Mommy.
She was kind of just there to look hot and scared, to be honest.
It was awesome to see how the Predator picked off the squad one by one. Its ability to slip in and out was even better than that of the Xenomorph.
The Predator's unique technology was extremely hard to counter.
Plus, he was even bigger than Arnie.
He might be taller, but the Predator could not match the pure muscular definition of Mr. Olympia.
When Blaine went down to the plasma launcher, you knew everyone was gonna die.
Mac's reaction to Blaine's death and vengeance toward the Predator was genuinely intense. You could see the mental hoops the actor was going through to portray that.
I'll agree with you there. It was also so smart to only show small glimpses of the Predator until the final act. It's something that the Alien movies also did very well until the recent films.
The Predator's killing spree was unstoppable, even through better tactics, traps, and the spraying of thousands of bullets blindly.
The squad spraying into the jungle is exactly how Ukraine is fighting the Russians. Especially since we send them $1 billion care package twice a fucking month.
Fuck yeah. Whatever my bro Zelensky wants, he can get it.
You should probably say no, Nostromo.
The kill on Dylan was my favorite. The severed arm still shooting the MP5 as the Predator closed in to finish the job with the wrist blade was unbelievable.
He swept up the crew pretty quick. Mac went down in stealth mode, and Billy had an off-screen duel with him that lasted about 3 seconds.
I wish I saw Billy put up a good fight, but it was certainly more realistic that he was more of a distraction.
Dances with Yautja.
He was barely a distraction. Preddy caught up to them and killed Poncho pretty quick. Then Arnold gets his gun blown up, prompting the most iconic line in any film from that era.
Get to the chopper!
That's exactly what you said when they raided Epstein's Island.
Dutch escaping the Predator down the waterfall was cool, but him hiding from thermal vision with the mud had me on the edge of my fucking seat in theaters.
Tons of really creative stuff in this movie. The writing was very good.
The final battle between Dutch and the Predator was so fucking hype.
Arnie is an actual gigachad. The George of the Jungle scream to challenge the Predator made me feel some type of way.
That shit was badass. I did the same thing out of the window of the Oval Office after I beat Donnie in the election.
Fuck you.
The final reveal of the Predator's face was definitely worth the wait.
Stan Winston burned himself into history with this phenomenal design.
It was perfectly alien, which was awesome to see since the Predator resembles a man with the helmet on.
The final blow was pretty sweet.
We failed to mention the music. The score was perfect for the story.
Right, Barack, I still bump this soundtrack from time to time, reminiscent.
So where are we ranking this one, boys? Spoiler alert, this is a trick question.
It's clearly S tier.
No doubt.
That much is obvious. The better question is, where does it land in S tier compared to Alien and Aliens?
Right to the top.
Right to the bottom, George.
Fuck you. Predator is the best movie on this list.
I don't agree. Alien and Aliens are better films. There is some campy stuff and dumb action in this movie that the other two movies don't have.
Alien movies are just a bit better settings, and better effects.
I think you're fucking lost. Take your meds.
I already did. Right?
I hate to agree with liberals, but I'm gonna have to put Predator just slightly behind Alien. I feel like I must say that it's not a big difference whatsoever. All three of these films are titans of the industry and have made a huge impact on cinema.
This is bullshit. A bunch of slack-jawed maggots around here.
Don't be mean to the gays. Let's move on to Predator 2.
Severe step down from Predator.
Severe is a harsh word choice, Donnie. This film had a lot going for it.
I really didn't like going from a beautiful jungle setting to the slums of LA. It looked disgusting.
Maybe there would be less slums and homeless if these cities weren't managed by Democratic leadership.
Sheesh.
Thanks, Donnie. Way to play the blame game and ignore any other shit that would add to the problems in that region.
At least it's not quite as bad as it is in this movie. The streets were a straight war zone.
Danny Glover is a good protagonist.
I agree, George. He's funny and yet an imposing figure in a clearly difficult situation.
Not as good as Arnie in the first one.
Well, it's tough to back that up. He does pretty well.
Gary Busey plays a pretty interesting character also.
Good old Gary. He was probably huffing handfuls of cocaine in his trailer before working this film.
My favorite douchebag Hudson is back.
Cast was pretty good, not the greatest. Maria's a great female lead.
Meh, more of a side character again, like most of the women in these movies.
She put Hudson's balls in a vice grip and it was fantastic.
The plot was fine. LA during riots and gang wars is a lot more hostile than the jungle.
This sequel was a welcome addition to the franchise. It ups the scale of violence and death by the Predator while also teaching us way more about Yautja beyond the killing.
There are a lot of unique set pieces, and the new Predator tech was highly epic.
I love the extendo spear, net gun, and the frisbee of death.
This particular Predator was even more badass than the last one. He takes on the boss Jamaican gangster with ease.
The wall of trophies, including the xenomorph skull, show just how insanely strong this Predator is. There is even a skull of an alien T-Rex or some shit up there too. Gets you thinking how long the Predators have been at this.
City Hunter is dope. The shot where he's struck by lightning while roaring down on the people of Los Angeles has to be the best shot of the whole franchise.
City Hunter is what I call my son when he's chasing tail in Miami.
To find ourselves in so many cool scenes where the Predator unleashes absolute carnage made for a thrilling experience.
You got the penthouse, the meat freezer, the subway. So many awesome scenes with nothing held back.
Through the carnage, you start to pick up certain things that make the Predator a lot more interesting. It was established in the first film that the Predator wouldn't kill Anna based on the fact that she didn't pose a threat. In this film, the harmless prostitute was also left alone, but the real development was when he left Maria alive, regardless of the threat she posed, because she was pregnant. I think you Democrats could learn a thing or two from the Yautja. Even this ruthless Predator is pro-life.
You've really changed my mind.
Speaking of killing babies, my dude Hudson can never survive a fucking movie.
The train scene is a great example of why the Second Amendment is great.
Those gangsters would have been absolutely porked if the Predator didn't decide to turn the train into a slaughterhouse anyway.
Even Granny was packing heat.
What sucks about this movie is that there's a little bit too much violence. None of the characters seemed very developed. And it felt like the entire plot was just an excuse to get the Predator in interesting situations for killing.
That's true, but at least it's in the name of entertainment. Does the job.
I couldn't agree more, Donnie.
The last arc is pretty fun, at least.
Chasing the injured Predator around the LA rooftops while he camps and heals was satisfying.
Hawkins gets the better of him when he unhands that ugly motherfucker with his own death frisbee.
I loved when the Predator busts out of the bathroom after healing like he's the fucking Kool-Aid man.
The relentless pursuit from Hawkins gave this Predator a real taste of his own medicine.
Dude even pussies out back to his ship for an ambush.
I ambush.
Uh-oh, is the dementia bug getting you too?
I was making a joke. You're the only one we have to be concerned about.
The final fight is okay. The Predator probably should have got Hawkins with his wrist gauntlet as he was being sawed in half by the frisbee. Dude kind of just screamed, then died. A little anticlimactic.
Come on, bro. Seeing Hawkins get the kill was worth the wait.
True, plus the real ending was getting to see the other Predators and having a real sportsmanship moment.
That shit was great to add to the lore of Predators. You love to see it.
It was hilarious that they were cool enough to admit one of their own was bested, but also salty enough to blast off the planet and almost kill Hawkins on takeoff.
My dude needed some lotion. He was ashy as fuck.
They blew the black right off him.
God, this movie was amazing.
I wouldn't quite say amazing, pretty good though.
Your offhanded comments have gone too far this time, Barack. Put some respect on this movie's name.
I'd rate it a solid mid to high B tier.
That's fair.
Y'all are smoking some bathroom Predator meth. It's S tier all day. Fucking long.
George, you seem pretty uptight. Do you want some ganja, Mon?
You're just making my point. Donnie, tell him what's what.
George, don't hate me, but I think to say this movie even makes it to a tier is a reach.
I'm gonna 9/11 Trump Tower.
Jesus fucking Christ, George!
Yikes. To be fair, this movie wasn't very well received back when it released because of the lack of Arnie. Fox yet again made budget cuts to save money, which severely impacted the bottom line. It didn't do the best at the box office, leading to an absence of Predator movies for a generation.
Fox is one ugly motherfucker.
I can at least agree with that, Joe. They almost killed this franchise with AVP.
Like hell they did.
Boys, it's not time yet. Predator movies first. Do we rank Predator 2 over Prometheus?
I think so.
Definitely.
This shouldn't even be a question. I thought Prometheus was an empty CGI orgy. I'd go C tier with that one.
I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that.
We've already covered it. Okay, how about the third installment of the Predator movies, Predators?
Super dumb name. It worked with Aliens because it was the second installment with a ton more of them, but we already saw a bunch of Predators in Predator 2.
You're already criticizing the movie at the fucking title.
Are you too much of a fanboy to admit it's a dumb name?
It's whatever. Who cares?
The answer is yes, Trump.
No fucking way, bro. I bet y'all didn't put this microscope on the alien movies.
Calm down, George. I haven't said shit about the movie yet. Here's one for you. This is my favorite Predator movie.
Whoa.
That's fucking based, bro. I don't agree, but that kind of spunk is impressive. I forgive you. Trump Tower is spared.
All rejoice.
I kind of wanted to see it go.
I couldn't agree with it being over the original, but it is actually a slept-on film.
It sucks that Arnie wouldn't return as Dutch, but Adrian Brody has a very good performance for the most part.
He does well. It helps that the casting surrounding him is all perfect. Oh, shit, besides what?
The convict guy played by everyone's favorite racist actor?
No.
Who, the Russian?
Nah, Nikolai was a perfect Russian. Spray a minigun first and ask questions later. It was Eric Foreman, the murderer dumbass, that I had an issue with.
Truly cannot stand when people cast Topher Grace as an antagonist. That 70s show has ruined any chance of me taking his character seriously.
He wasn't the best in Spider-Man 3 as Venom either.
Tom Hardy folds him. I was waiting for one of the super predators to unmask and reveal Red Foreman as Eric screams.
Yeah, admittedly not great, but you do get fucking Machete for the early part of this movie.
There's so much to like about this cast. The setting is also the best of all Predator movies. It echoed the lush jungle from the first film while adding the twist of it being an alien planet turned game reserve.
Everybody being dropped in was pretty baller. At first, they don't trust each other, but quickly find out that their situation is larger than any human beef.
Do predators have parachutes? They all dropped in on parachutes, and one guy's chute didn't open. Are predators bad at packing parachutes?
Reasonable questions, to be honest.
So, one predator accidentally folded the chute wrong, and some dude died. Mistakes happen.
Sad to see Machete go out so early, but the trap that the predators set with his body was fire.
The weird, spiky predator dogs attacking the crew was fun. Really showcased each person's skill set, as well as some never-before-seen aliens.
They soak up bullets pretty good. Reminds me of shooting wild boar in Texas from the chopper.
You have the most American hobbies. It's wild. You might as well be a barbecue judge or a bald eagle tamer.
I do know my way around a smoker.
The predator camp looks like a great place to have a kegger.
I'd love to go to a predator kegger, trading hunting stories and showing off trophies.
Seeing the OG predator strung up like that was sad.
Brody using the crew as bait to ambush the super predators made me respect his character much more, even if it hurt his chances with the hot sniper lady.
Wild how Mombasa got triple speared. Kind of makes you wonder if all three predators wanted to kill the same guy or if they were just fucking around.
This whole super predator thing was kind of cool, but also whack. OG predator is cool enough.
I thought the super predators were pretty cool from a lore perspective. It just seems like a different race of Yautja in a blood feud with the OG predators.
True, but the way they're explained by Lawrence Fishburne makes it sound like these predators are way better than the original predators, going as far as to say they are dogs while the super predators are wolves by comparison.
I hear you, Barry. Plus, it doesn't help that these predator variants are never seen again.
Fishburne's character is wild. Dude killed 2 or 3 predators.
Sounds like a fisherman's tale to me. I'm sure each predator was a state record, too.
He was very cool right up until he introduced us to his imaginary friend and tried to suffocate everyone.
I sometimes pretend I have an imaginary friend. It helps me through the speeches.
He must talk a lot since you stutter harder than fictional Tourette's guy from the next movie.
Please, not yet. We're still in the good one.
Fair enough. Brody calling the predators in to fry Fishburne was quite satisfying.
Too bad both the Russian and the convict died from that excursion.
Oh yeah, I'm sure everyone was super broken up about the death of an FBI most wanted death row convict that sexually assaults women at around 5 p.m.
They got every type of predator from the human race, even the sexual variety.
I think the world would be infinitely better if predators collected all the diddlers and hunted them for sport every year.
I would give up my whole damn ranch to make that happen.
Regardless, Hillbilly went out like a boss. Put a few good shanks into the Berserker Predator.
Berserker Predator is what I call my son when he's on bath salts and Viagra.
But that one doesn't even have Hunter in the name.
Pretty odd to give the least likable character in the story a heroic ending. Am I supposed to look back on his character as redeemed or some shit?
But come on, that shot of the Berserker Predator ripping dude's spinal column out and roaring at the sky was fucking metal.
It was a certified nut.
I figured we could stop worrying about human betrayal after he died. But boy, was I wrong.
Brody's plan to release the original Predator that's being bullied was both interesting and hype as fuck.
The one-on-one duel between the Yakuza and the Scout Predator is my favorite highlight of this movie. It was exactly like Billy's sacrifice in the first movie. But this time, dude actually killed the Predator 1v1.
Good stuff.
This final fight was pretty badass, although I would have preferred that Brody fought the Super Predator alongside the OG. Maybe with the both of them, they could have killed the Super Predator and made it off the planet.
The face reveal for the Super Predator had to be the most disappointing part of the movie. That thing was ugly as fuck, and not in a good way like the original.
It really didn't help that we got a side-by-side comparison to the OG. Stan Winston Predator is goated, and it gets disrespectfully dethroned.
Now it's time for the most dumbass plot twist in the entire movie. Eric Foreman stabbing Isabel with the trippy plant goo after she just saved him made me cringe super hard.
It was cool to reveal the reason that he was here in the first place, but it didn't really make sense to punish Isabel even more than being caught.
Also, how in the flying fuck did Foreman know all the poisonous plants on an alien fucking planet? The writers made absolutely no effort to explain that. Did the predators use seeds from Earth to make this jungle, or what?
Also, the effects of the poison seemed to act slow enough to where she could have totally turned around and shot him before the poison kicked in.
How long did he really think he had to Jeffrey Dahmer her? The fight was going to be settled in a few minutes anyway, and one of the parties would be back to kill him.
Yeah, that was pretty cringe, but at least it sets up an epic finale with Brody fighting the Berserker. Metal as fuck.
Fight was pretty good. Feels good to see the CGI Predator get clapped.
It was also refreshing to see an ending where the heroes don't ride off into the sunset, but instead are up against the same threat with different people and aliens.
I would have watched the fucking shit out of a sequel to this story.
I would have watched it too, but where do we think this one lands?
S tier easily.
S tier for sure?
Not quite. I think this one was fun, but it's more of a high B tier in my eyes.
Another low ball, huh, Barack?
I agree it is an S tier. More of an A tier for me. I had a problem with the plot twist, new Predator design, and even the dialogue.
True that. Way too much pandering toward the original. There are so many suspiciously familiar scenes and copied dialogue in this movie.
I will admit that the dialogue from the first movie wasn't even worth copying all this much. By the end of the film, it was like Brody was cosplaying as Dutch. Plus, it could have used more alien species other than the predator dogs and that weird man cricket.
Does that change your rating?
I'm willing to let it slide into A tier.
I guess the mission is back on.
Leave my building alone, George.
Okay, so A tier with Predators. How about the 2018 Shane Black film, The Predator?
I didn't think you could get any dumber than Predators, but they decided to push the envelope once again and come up with an even worse title than the last movie.
At least the last movie makes up for the dumb title by being very entertaining. This one has a dumb name and is also a trash movie. I'm going to go take a nap, text my aides when we're done with this trash.
I don't blame him. This one was rough.
Yeah, this film broke me as a Predator fan. I was so hyped to hear that Shane Black was writing and directing this film because I thought he would make a funny movie that was respectful to the predecessors. Instead, he butchered it worse than the Jungle Hunter did to his character in Predator 1.
Don't get me wrong. The offhanded pussy jokes from the first movie were fantastic, But to base the entire script's dialogue for all characters based off that character was a terrible idea.
It doesn't get any better with the plot. I genuinely have no idea what the point of this movie is.
The point of the movie is basically saying Asperger's is a superpower.
I would love to hear the conversation behind making disabilities into superpowers as a plot point.
The fact that we're even fucking around with the developmentally disabled in a Predator movie makes my blood fucking boil.
All scenes from the special ed kid are like watching a Lifetime movie about bullying. At least the intro to this movie starts out pretty tame, standard Predator shit.
Cool to see a rogue Predator fleeing from a larger faction.
Chris Kyle is a pretty boring protagonist in this film. Nothing really wrong with him, but he never wowed me.
Boyd Holbrook is so much better in Narcos.
He was probably the best character in this movie besides Gaylord Willis.
Keegan-Michael Key is always a joy to watch. Some of the only good parts of the film is him shooting the shit with the boys.
Talking smack with the boys is goated, but I really needed some actual cinema along with it.
The dialogue in this movie breaks the immersion at every turn. It felt more like a parody rather than an actual Predator movie.
The twist of the knife was the fact that they played the OG Predator music the whole time.
Just let me try and explain the plot to you guys and see if you would fund this movie. Predator-human hybrid comes to Earth in order to warn humans, by killing them, that predators are gonna take over Earth based on global warming. Then an upgraded predator shows up to kill the hybrid predator and kidnap a developmentally disabled kid to make itself more advanced with Asperger's.
I don't think I could even come up with that plot if I was joking. Shane Black deserves an award for most fucked in the head.
The fact that they say all humans will die from global warming in 1 or 2 generations is a pile of shit. Did Al Gore produce this film?
I do think climate change is a major issue, but to politicize the very foundation of the movie was a huge mistake. If they had just simply said the Earth is getting warmer, therefore the predators are visiting more often, it could have been fine.
What's worse is Will Traeger. This dude may have been the worst antagonist I've ever seen in a movie.
The only part of his character that wasn't terrible was the fact that he chewed gum all the fucking time. At least his breath was fresh as fuck while he was being a complete tool.
His villainous nature was so forced. He did the wrong thing at every turn, like executing his own man while under attack.
I guess we get to see him blow his own brains out with the Predator gun, but that exit is so preposterously mediocre for the character they built.
You could tell that there was some re-scripting and reshooting going on.
There's so much to hate about this movie. Lobotomized predator dogs, incredibly offensive Tourette's depiction, creepy guys creeping, and even more unnecessary dialogue callbacks than the last movie.
The upgraded Predator is 10 times as whack as the Super Predators. The CGI looked like shit again, and this thing was way too broken to have a cohesive story. Having it mow through endless government agents with ease and then only pick up and throw the protagonist is such bullshit.
This was meant to be a comedy, but it really wasn't even that funny at all. I chuckled maybe once or twice throughout the whole movie and was pissed off for the rest of it.
Pretty much the only redeeming part about the last act was Nebraska sacrificing himself to take the Predator ship down.
The final fight was boring and silly, just like the entire movie.
At least the government became good after they killed the Uber Predator. Crazy how that works.
I guess one dude chewing gum was the entire source of corruption and evil within the government. Convenient.
Shane Black really thought he would get himself a sequel. I'm sure we're all clamoring to see The Predator 2 featuring the Iron Man Predator or some shit.
Ugh, just put it in F tier. It's so fucking bad.
I felt bad for the hardcore Predator fans like you after this one. If there was a dictionary of F-tier modern films, this would make the cover. If you really want to see this film dissected properly, go check out Mahler's video on it. He does a great job, as always.
I'm glad we can get away from that one. How about the most recent film released in this list, Prey?
You already know what I'm about to say.
Let me guess, you don't like Prey for a title?
That's right. There are thousands of better choices for this movie's title than Prey.
Name one.
Predator, Comanche, after the tribe we follow.
Okay, name 3 more.
Let's see, Predator, Frontier. Predator 4, just a decanonized Shane Black's dumpster fire. Fucking dances with Yocha.
You stole that last one from Joe. Oh yeah, I'll text him to come back.
You really don't have to.
This movie brought me right back into the Predator franchise. Such a relief to have a modern movie not suck ass.
Right? Such a fun film. The cinematography was peak. The performances were great. We got a ton of Predator action, and there's even a puppy.
I thought this movie was mid.
Excuse me?
Explain.
Plot was trash. Predator looked like shit. Good action scenes, but I'm sick and tired of this new age feminist cookie cutter plot where the lead protagonist is a woman who's finding herself and gets doubted at every turn. But in the end, she's the most badass, and everyone was stupid for not seeing how great she was.
Nah, man, it's really not like that. Although everyone did doubt her, she was a reflection of the predator in a way. It was smart for the setting to take place with the Native American tribes because some tribes have a very similar culture as the Yautja do. She had to prove herself just like the other hunters and her brother, or else she would probably be stuck gathering berries for the rest of her life.
My point still stands.
I kind of almost agree with you, Donnie, but not to the extent that it ruins the movie. Barack has an even better point, plus all other aspects of this movie are bussin'.
This movie is beautiful. I didn't like the CGI Predator face either, but the armor was dope, the weapons and gear were pretty spicy, and the Predator was on a total rampage.
Killtacular.
Kind of funny how the Predator worked his way up the food chain. It's like Joe Rogan was in the writing room like, what if a Predator fights a snake and then a wolf and then a bear?
Honestly, a pretty great showcase of all the American wildlife.
Pretty weird how bison and moose were excluded. Those things can both be scarier than bears.
You have to admit, the bear fight was fucking awesome.
It was pretty sweet. The Predator has a harder right hook than Francis Ngannou.
This movie is good at living in the moment and letting the effects and acting tell the story rather than having a bunch of exposition.
Of course, the big bad white men are here trespassing on the stolen land.
Natives didn't have the concept of owning property, so technically, we didn't steal anything. We just claimed it all and told them to screw.
That sounds suspiciously like stealing.
Whatever, we won anyway.
What do you mean by we?
I live in Texas, bro. My ancestors probably took native scalps for bounties.
My ancestors probably bought Long Island for $20.
The French colonizers were historically accurate in their brutality, which I enjoy much more than portraying them as normal Americans like in Pocahontas.
I guess so.
The Predator had a wonderful evening with those guys.
I will again compliment this movie for its unique slaughter from the Predator. It seemed like the Predator had a more brutal side that all of the other Predators didn't quite have.
The Predator versus the group of young Comanche hunters was amazing.
What the hell was with the young hunters turning against her? Her own people and brothers' friends really beat the shit out of her? Seems like just a way to give our fearless heroine more to overcome.
It's not like men were very nice to women back then.
Fuck that. Her brother was the most OG hunter there. And I don't think that dude should have put his hands on Naru like that purely out of respect. I'm with Donnie here.
The brother was definitely very cool. It's like he was literally playing himself in the movie with those moves.
It's great to see a whole cast of people who are actually of the nationality of their characters. Makes for an extremely immersive experience.
Dakota had immense swagger, and it was sad to see the Predator gank him with invisibility.
Gave his sister a fighting chance, though.
The final fight measures up to all that came before it. Plenty of cool ideas and good writing.
I have a similar problem with this one as I had in the last one. You see the Predator cave a bear's skull in with one punch, but then you see him slam Naru in the ground with even more force, and she's okay. What's the point if the Predator receives a 50% nerf for the final battle every single time?
Come on, Donnie. That kill was well earned, and you got to admit it.
I won't admit shit. The Predator had her dead to rights. I honestly wanted to see a very different ending where the Predator leaves successful for once.
That does sound pretty nice. But then what about Naru?
She can still have her moment in the sun. Maybe helping the Predator kill the French guys would earn its respect enough for it to spare her in a moment, echoing the end of Predator 2.
You make a fair point. It would have been cool to see something a little different, but there is still way more to like about this movie than to hate about it. Not like it's as bad as the last one by any means.
I could go into the bathroom right now and squeeze out something better than the last movie. I am at least comparing it to the originals.
Where do we think, George?
I'm at S tier, just under the original.
That sounds fine. I'm right around A tier. What about you, Donnie?
I'm feeling a low B.
Come on, bro. You're sleeping on this movie more than Joe.
Hey guys, I'm back. Where we at?
We're deciding on a grade for Prey.
Fuck me. You're already all the way through. I figured I had time for some chocolate chip. This movie was awesome. Hottest native girl since Pocahontas.
Is that really all you think about this movie?
Okay, fine. The fights were 10 out of 10. The movie looked incredible. The Predator was treated with respect. And there's a puppy.
The puppy making it through to the end made me smile.
What's the final rank, Joe? It's kind of all up to you.
I'm not so high on it that I'd put it in S tier. An A tier sounds good to me.
I'm glad we could agree, Joe.
Great minds, bro.
You said it. Any major arguments?
I guess A tier is okay. Donnie was right about the plot being fairly predictable.
Let me guess, Donnie hated this movie because there's women in it?
Essentially.
Fuck off Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Is Prey over Predators?
It's a close one. I think I'm going to say they're about the same, but Predators showed me more cool shit.
I'm with you. I think Prey is superior in a couple of ways, but Predators is slightly more entertaining.
Prey under Predators is fine.
Okay, guys, only 2 films left. the divisive Alien versus Predator movies.
Here we fucking go.
I can already tell this is going to be an issue.
What's with this weird, dark David Goo cloud looming over this movie? I thought it was okay.
This shit stinks. Worst films in the franchises.
I sort of agree. It's the most Spike TV shit I've ever seen in my life.
Are you guys dizzy from too much oxygen or some shit? This film was an instant classic.
I'm not quite with instant classic, but it sounds like I'm gonna have to be on Joe's side with this one, for fuck's sake. It's not half bad.
That's because it's full bad.
George, you're just finding yourself in a severe cope. You just hate this movie because the xenomorphs clap the predators. Aliens are the superior being. Get over it.
You're as brain dead as the writers. They set up predators as being the superior beings by taking on xeno armies for a fucking holiday. Then they turn around and have a single xenomorph kill 2 whole predators itself.
That shit was wild. It completely caught me off guard that Grid managed to get the second kill.
The fact that the xenomorph itself got a name and backstory through that brawl, that fight was a certified nut.
It fucking sucked, and you fucking suck for liking it.
Come on, what's wrong with this movie besides the decision to have 2 predators go out early?
Characters and story are pretty boring. Also, the gore in this movie is unbelievably lacking.
Facts. Both of these franchises are known for shockingly brutal blood and guts everywhere. It really doesn't make sense that when they meet, the movie is rated PG-13.
The plot isn't terrible by any stretch. The frozen pyramid is dope as hell with all the moving walls. Characters are pretty good too. Gotta love Alexa Woods.
This babe is a munch. She also has way more common sense than any other character in the movie, similar to Ripley.
I will admit that Alexa Woods is a great character. She might be the best Ripley clone they've ever put out.
Admittedly, I can't really name anyone else besides Sexy Lexi and Sebastian. But I like how nobody with a small role is trying to overshadow the main few characters.
Xenomorphs haven't been so well depicted since the second Alien movie.
It's fair to point out that the xenomorphs are a much bigger threat than predators once they get going with the reproduction.
Right, but my issue is why would the predators have a xenomorph hunting resort to hunt things that are too deadly to fight on this scale?
My theory is that predators only like hot environments while xenomorphs don't care, making the predators more lethargic in the Arctic.
Plus, they really weren't in their element to begin with. Predators love being up in the trees so they can toss projectiles while invisible. Walking around dark hallways looking for xenomorphs without guns isn't where they want to be.
I just can't get over the fact that 2 predators, including a huge one, get killed early and the other predator doesn't make it out either.
Scar is still a great Yautja. Plus, the humans took the plasma launchers, so they had to rely on the gadgets and melee attacks against the most dangerous being in the universe.
Scar was the best among them, and he still allowed himself to be face-hugged.
It was dark. I'm sure he had some sort of xenomorph plan B on the ship.
That was the other thing I had a problem with. Although the setting of the pyramid was baller, there weren't too many points in this film where I felt I was watching a piece of art. A lot of scenes are too dark in this movie.
You, of all people, should know it's all about the immersive quality of the setting.
You've got me there. Not like Alien 1 or 2 had anything worthy of a wallpaper. The acting was also unimpressive, but not egregious.
I think you guys are forgetting about the cut scenes. Tons of great shots and Predator lore in those moments.
Cutscenes were so good, I definitely want an entire series based on that.
That dude Sebastian is pretty good. And Old Man Wayland doesn't do too bad.
The pacing in this movie is pretty great too. They speed run the intro and first act and get right into the action.
I guess the fighting scenes are pretty dank. Lots of cool interactions between all 3 species.
This was the best and last appearance of the Xenomorph Queen.
Smash.
Stop it.
The best part of this movie, in my opinion, was Alexa teaming up with Scar and forming a real bond through the mission.
You could tell Scar wanted to clap her cheeks.
Shut up, creepy sleepy. Scar recognized Alexa as a gangster after she speared herself a xenomorph while 2 of his friends just died to one.
All the humans met pretty gruesome ends in this one besides Alexa.
Will you guys fucking stop? Every time you say Alexa, this damn thing goes off.
Shut the fuck up, Alexa!
Don't you know those things record you all the time?
I'm old as fuck living on a ranch in Texas. You think I give a shit?
Fair point. But George, did you really not like this final fight between Alexa and Scar and the Xenomorph Queen?
I will admit this fight was a banger.
The look on Scar's face when she popped out of the ice was priceless.
He gave her a really good fight. He spammed all projectiles at first because he knew he could easily die in one hit. Then comes in with the coolest spinning head spear of all time when the Queen chased Alexa under the water tower.
Something about the Queen busting through those whale bones was so satisfying.
Scar had a good fight. I'll give him credit. He should have had his head on a swivel a little more when he was wrangling the Queen for the environmental kill, though.
Very creative to have the Queen sink to the bottom of the Arctic Ocean.
Too bad Scar couldn't survive that. On the flip side, we get to see the biggest Predator force ever put to screen with perhaps the most badass Predator of the entire franchise. He has a fucking cape.
Count Yautja was drippy as hell.
Cool callback to Predator 2 when he gave Alexa a spear for her achievements.
She got a pretty cool spear, but they couldn't have given her a ride. Pretty sure she was stuck out in the middle of the Arctic with no coat and everybody dead.
Alexa is resourceful enough to get the boat back to save her, no doubt.
So are we softening up to this gem yet?
Thinking it over once again, maybe it is better than I remember.
Sorta, I guess, but still highly flawed.
Where do we think? I'm at B tier.
Thanks, Mr. Lowball. It's at least an A tier.
I'm at C tier, to be honest. I would have said D or F before this conversation, though. It's a lot better than some on this list.
What do you think, Barack?
Pretty tough, honestly, but after careful consideration, I'm going to go with Donnie in B tier.
Nice.
A little low, but I guess that's okay.
It's blasphemous in my eyes.
Where does it fit in B tier?
Definitely over Prometheus.
Don't you dare put it over Predator 2.
Put it right over Predator 2. This movie is far more entertaining and equally as chaotic, but I'd much rather stare at Alexa Woods for an hour and a half than Danny Glover.
He makes a good point, George.
Not a chance, bro.
Sorry, George. I'm going with the boys on this one.
No! You've all fucking betrayed me. Kiss your favorite buildings. Fucking goodbye.
I swear to God, if you come after Chuck E. Cheese, I'm going to come down to Texas and teach you a lesson.
I'd wipe the floor with your geriatric ass, Joe. You had a crash landing in front of the Air Force like 2 days ago and you were on the ground to start with.
Calm down, George. The Predator movies are at least more consistent than the Alien movies, excluding the shit Predator.
Suck, horsecocks.
Come on, George. We only got one film left. Alien versus Predator Requiem?
Yeah, okay. See y'all later.
That makes sense. He's really not missing much.
I wouldn't say I was looking forward to this one. Although it does have some cool moments, like the kinky alien pregnancy scenes.
This film is fucking whack. How can they go from a perfect setup with the Predalien at the end of the last movie to this dumpster fire?
It starts with the cast. The most prestigious actor in this whole fucking movie is Cricket from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Not a single actor or character stood out to me. I couldn't tell you a single name without Google.
At least this film fixes the gore that was missing in the last movie.
Yeah, but they didn't have to put enough gore in this to cover both movies.
The setting was so unbelievably boring. They tried to set up like 4 different storylines for the actors, and not a single one of them was interesting. Nobody cares about some pizza delivery guy that gets bullied over a hot bitch, some soldier mom that's having trouble with her kid, or even the police investigation behind the missing father and son.
I knew it. Barack doesn't care about our troops.
Fuck off. Don't act like you actually liked a single character.
I'm just playing around. They were all dog shit.
This movie doesn't give a fuck, does it? They seriously killed a child and his father within 5 minutes of the start.
Rather brutal.
At least the Predator hunting the Predalien was cool. If you cut out all other plot lines of this movie, you get about 25 minutes of good content.
Funny how they named him Wolf after the dude in Pulp Fiction that had to come in and clean everything up.
Nothing wrong with the Predator, but I think Lifetime movies have even better acting than this. It ruins the entire thing. And then it's like the movie figures out that all the actors are garbage and starts desperately trying to kill them all about halfway through.
The love story between the pizza guy and the arbitrary hot bitch was mind-numbingly horrible.
She was so clearly there for her looks, and that's it. Megan Fox isn't even on that level of useless jerkbait.
She's pretty hot, though.
The scene with her in the pool and the bullies was so awful. I was only happy when they all started dying.
The quality of this movie was dog shit, but at least it got a lot more interesting when everyone was getting killed left and right.
Even useless hot bitch dies in the chaos to the frisbee of death.
I guess I respect the film not giving her plot armor just because she's hot.
The Predator and all the characters go through all this trouble to keep the xenomorphs contained, and then the government just nukes the place?
Totally cuts the final battle short, too. Wolf would have had that kill even if he was mortally wounded.
Wolf is a Chad?
This movie was not it. I don't remember who made it out, and I don't give a fuck.
This movie was dark and dull and boring. Really not worth a rewatch.
F tier?
It's definitely an F tier.
Is it worse than the Shane Black Predator?
That's actually a tough question.
I'm not too sure. Both suck ass. I'm thinking this one was a little cooler, though.
It's hard, but I think I'm going to take Shane Black's unflushable dump over this historically terrible film.
It's like choosing between a douche and a turd sandwich. No real right answer, but at least Keegan-Michael Key is in The Predator.
I probably picked this film because of the Predalien and Wolf alone.
Either way, both movies are disrespectful at best. It's almost sad that this movie sucks so bad that no other AVP content has come out since.
I have heard that an AVP series might be coming to Disney+.
They better do it right. They've had nearly 20 years to release some AVP stuff, not including Mortal Kombat appearances.
We're finally done. Holy shit, that was a monster to make.
Let us know in the comments if you want to see the Alien vs. Predator video game tier list or any other ideas you have for content.
If you made it this far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. I want to thank the folks that tune in on all the videos. The support has been unreal.
Until next time, you ugly motherfuckers.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Don, you're on early.
Yeah, I'm taking a me day.
Are you stressing over this stuff with Pence?
Don't you talk about that fucking rat!
Whoa.
Geez, Don, I'm sorry.
You know what? I blew up on you just now, and it was unwarranted. I apologize.
No sweat, pal.
You were right. I'm impressed because that asshole is just all of a sudden against me ever since I told him I'm choosing a new vice president.
He was always a sleazy, white bread fuck.
Remember how much shit I gave you guys in defense of that asshole? God, imagine the fucking job the PR team had. It took literal miracles for them to get people to forget about when he hooked up all those gay dudes to that car battery.
Well, now they can all get a job anywhere.
True that. They were also juggling your shit, too.
They probably wanted to die.
There's a reason we put their office on the ground floor.
Yikes.
I'm sure we all need to take our minds off reality right now. Especially you, Joe, with what happened with China in the Middle East.
What happened?
Holy fuck, man.
Joe, you seriously didn't know about this shit? Who is actually running this bitch?
I've been playing through Pokemon Scarlet for a while now. I must have missed it.
Joe, this is very concerning. The BRICS Alliance is changing shit in the world right now.
Dude, you know I suck at those word puzzles.
Acronyms?
Okay, fine. I haven't been doing my homework.
Joe, Israel is pissed at us.
Is that why Ben Shapiro griefed my house on Minecraft?
I would think so.
For sure.
Okay. I'll get to it tomorrow.
Joe, you won't even remember this conversation when you wake up tomorrow.
Oh, I'll send Jill a text.
Thank you.
Don, you're right about one thing. I would love an escape from reality right now. Anyone down for a tier list?
Fucking A, you know me too well.
Waifu list?
No, Joe, next time. I was thinking we review Game of Thrones.
Good. I can still get my rocks off with this list.
This dude is so down bad.
Don't make it weird, Joe.
My webcam isn't on this time. I checked.
TMI.
I told you I don't like those.
Let's just start.
Okay, so I feel like we should split it up by seasons, just to be fair.
Sounds good. Not too many kittens on display in the later seasons.
Bro, what?
First up is season 1, of course. What do we think?
Clearly S tier.
Yeah, the perfect first season. World building was perfectly adapted from the books. Casting was also on point.
The writing was perfect. As someone who didn't read the books because I'm not a nerd, I was really surprised by the twist of Ned Stark.
I think books are cool, but I agree with everything else you guys just said. They did a great job of splitting up the story from many different perspectives and somehow making everything coherent and enjoyable to watch, all the while making you want for more.
Characters are really the highlight of this whole show, even more than the titties.
No cap.
Nearly cap, but still facts.
The power of the characters in this series is the main part of the spectacle. People fell in love with the performances and the atmosphere the actors created. That's why it was so mind-bending and emotional when those characters met their gruesome end.
New writing kink unlocked for millions of people.
The Starks falling apart as a family unit as the realm descends into war was unbelievably compelling.
And the pacing was done at a perfect speed. The characters that didn't make it out of season 1, like Ned and Robert, got plenty of time in the sun, while the characters that would take the helm were built up with grace and care.
There was truly never a time in the first season where I was sleepy.
That's the highest of praise.
Okay, no problems here. We could sit here all day and talk about how great this season is, but we all know the result. It goes into Stark tier.
Always flexing on us with these tier names, man.
Yeah, true.
Y'all are too much. Now let's get to season 2.
I didn't think they could top season 1. But then they did it immediately.
I know, right? The dialogue was peak with characters like Varys and Littlefinger and the emergence of Tywin.
Tywin might just be the best character in this show.
You're not going to find too many people to fight you on that. When the tits come out, a dingus is horny. When Varys, Baelish, and Tywin show up, my brain gets horny.
That's somehow very relatable.
True, and Tyrion was able to contend with the best of them as well.
He showed limitless potential in his season 1 arc. But you're correct in saying that he earned his station in people's hearts with season 2.
Blackwater was done very well.
It totally was. Oh. And Stannis is a goddamn menace.
Davos is also such a fucking goat.
They found unique ways to make every side of the story morally gray. It was so easy to find characters or scenes to love in every plot line.
Oh my fucking God, it's too good. S tier now.
Heard.
Too bad Roz got killed. She was my favorite wank of the first season.
Joe, this isn't the Game of Thrones baddies tier list.
Can we do that?
Maybe if we hit like 5K subs, We can start doing shit for the horny folks.
Come on, viewers. Those girls are naughty and need to get ranked.
Okay, then season 3.
Right, Don.
Man, I think this is Stark tier as well.
Red Wedding was fucking earth-shattering.
Yeah, that's right. This show has always been about Jon and Daenerys, but this was the season they truly became the main characters.
Losing Robb, Catelyn, and the Starks was insane. Changed everyone's whole outlook on the future of the story.
It was truly Shakespearean. King's Landing was as cool as always. Still peak Thrones.
This was also peak Daenerys.
Yeah, and I was also a sucker for the Jon Egret love story.
Jaime and Brienne had some serious chemistry, too.
Much better than Twilight.
Just put it in S tier already.
Okay, how about season 4?
Best season.
That's the least controversial thing you've ever asserted.
This season was bonkers from start to end. I could just sit down and finish a whole fridge full of ice cream with this season on repeat.
All the best characters in their primes and plenty of great action and twists.
They killed Joffrey in a clever and satisfying way.
Damn right they did. I was able to watch that little shit choke to death and look down Cersei's shirt at the same time. I didn't know which thing to jerk it to.
You filthy fucking hog.
Jon solidified himself as the bravest, most capable, and honorable player in the Game of Thrones.
Oh my God, Marjorie could have my second sons.
Joe, do we need to stop?
No, go ahead, I'm sorry. She's just the hottest woman in the world to me, so I had to mention her.
I think she's overrated. Ivanka is way hotter than her. I did it again, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, Donnie.
But yeah, season 4 is fucking legendary.
This show really started Pedro Pascal's legendary rise to stardom.
Yeah, Oberyn was such a cool character.
I'm surprised you like Oberyn considering his ethnicity.
Oh, I'd build a wall right the fuck around Dorne, but that doesn't mean he's not a stud. In this case, they were sending their best people.
I honestly felt cheated when he got mountained.
Yeah, obviously it was meant to make us lose all hope for what was right, just like when Biden became president.
But it worked out in the end.
What end are you talking about? Because, no, it didn't.
Either way, the Battle at the Wall was the best siege this series has to offer.
That was a great distinction between battles and sieges. A battle is one thing, but a siege is always more dramatic because they are so much more impactful on the story.
Pride is the real theme of the season. All the characters are acting from a position of pride in their house, and they're standing in the game.
We are delving into deeper themes now. Did Elon kidnap Donald and replace him with an android?
It'll be all of us soon enough, Barack.
Obama bot.
All right, perfect rating for the first 4 seasons. How about season 5?
Didn't really like it as much.
Yeah, it's a little step back.
Wait, really? I enjoyed the fuck out of season 5.
Story arcs weren't as drippy as the first 4 seasons.
But Ramsay was a great villain. And Arya kicks ass this season.
I really didn't care for the Essos arcs whatsoever in this season. Basically, I like when the dragon burned some dudes in an arena, and that's it.
Well, Hardhome was cool, though.
Yeah, sure, but I didn't really care about any other story arc but Jon's. The rest were pretty sparsely entertaining, and Dorne fucking sucked balls.
Of course you hated Dorne.
And you liked it? Didn't think so.
Damn, this is rough. I think he's got us.
True, it's still okay, though.
I'm only at B tier. I don't think it's really that mid.
That seems pretty okay, Joe?
I'd be higher because I'm a slut for Sir Bronn, but that seems generally sound.
Okay, that fucking rat Mike Pence is about to give his testimonial. I'll be back in a couple hours and we can finish this list.
Oh, come on.
No, that's fine, Don. Michelle said I had to get off anyway.
Ha, you sound like such a dweeb. Did she tell you that with her man hands around the back of your neck?
Fuck you, looking like Hot Pie's fucking dad.
Don't forget the gravy.
Hey, Brobama, can you tell those leftist pukes in the Manhattan DA's office that they might contract E. coli from the amount of shit coming out of their mouths?
You act like I roll with them. We just smoked a joint with them a while back when they found that tape of you saying the grab 'em by the pussy line.
Pretty cool guys.
They leaked that shit, too. Man, these guys are like that goofy dude who tells the rappers their own social security number.
Nardwar, dude, my recurring nightmare is seeing that artsy fuck with a microphone and a camera guy.
Same here, honestly.
It's like you're running away, but he just keeps getting closer, saying the names.
The names of who, Joe?
Oh boy, Mike Pence is really saying some nice things about you, Donnie. You two make up or something?
Yeah, you guessed it. Had a heart-to-heart, and we cool now.
I bet you gave him fucking hush money. Donald!
Okay, maybe there was some exchange of currency. What does it matter?
This is why you're in this whole ordeal in the first place.
Barack, Stormy Daniels is a fucking whore. Mike can be reasoned with.
Only time will tell.
Can we finish the Game of Thrones tier list?
Yeah, Joe. I still have it pulled up.
Sweet.
I still feel season 5 is a bit low.
It's a perfect fucking list, Joe.
Just because you liked watching Cersei walk through the streets naked doesn't mean it belongs in S tier.
Shame kink unlocked.
Okay, well, how about season 6?
Returns to form, although some of the weird arcs from the last season still linger.
This season was tight.
Crazy events. The resurrection, the door, the battle of bastards, and blowing up the sept.
B.O.B. was so awesome.
Didn't I tell you I hate aluminums?
A lot of good stuff here. I think it's pretty great. Davos confronting the Red Woman could have been the best acting in the show.
I'm a total Seaworth stan.
I still hate the fucking Arya arc, but it did come to a fairly satisfying conclusion. There's still a couple of bad loopholes in logic with the major events. Like, why did Sansa not tell Jon about the veil?
It beats me, but man, that shit looked cool.
Maybe Sansa wanted as few wildlings as possible to rule over.
That would be really interesting, but I think the writers were thinking more like Joe here.
We haven't mentioned them much so far.
I know I've been avoiding it.
Like everything you do.
They deserve credit for how they adapted the source footage for the first 4 seasons. The only problem is it takes George R.R. Martin a decade to do anything, so they ran out of source material, and everything started falling apart.
I'm convinced they were just cringe as fuck this whole time and got exposed.
True, I started watching the post-episode shit to see what these morons were thinking, and it was not comforting.
So what are we thinking on season 6?
I'm at A tier.
I'm almost at S with that Cersei bombing, but I'm also Gucci with that.
True that. Music was unforgettable. Okay, guys.
It's all downhill from here.
Let's get this over with.
Season 7.
Mid.
Yeah, major step back in writing.
It was disheartening because there were so many great reunions and meetings this season, but the logic was so bad, it was hard to enjoy the pandering.
The show started falling with Jon's character. Here he was, proven as the rightful heir, named King in the North, come back from the fucking dead, and the best idea they could come up with is turn him into a bumbling idiot.
His dialogue was never the greatest of all the characters, but it was kind of excused with the innocence of youth that should have faded with time. Instead, he stands around confused, just like me, without my nap and my ice cream.
The action was as great as ever. Daenerys riding on Drogon burning Lannisters was amazing. It was just so disappointing that so many goofy writing decisions overpower any ground they made with all other aspects of the show at this point.
To be honest, this show just really started to suck fucking balls, and nobody wanted to look past the dragon to see it.
I was starting to feel it, but I was in denial, honestly.
Oh, you mispronounced senile.
Fuck you. I kind of like that one, actually.
Oh my fucking God, the Winterfell sister beef was the most pointless fucking shit imaginable.
The writers thought they were so fucking clever with that shit.
And to top it off, they end the arc by killing off Littlefinger pretty unceremoniously.
Shit was so beat.
Where are we at?
With the lack of narrative focus and Swiss cheese logic, I'd feel fine putting this even under season 5.
I'm at D tier, honestly.
I'm not quite down there. I'm feeling good at high C, which is a goated juice box as well.
I think C is good.
Perfectly mid.
Now the problem child, season 8.
Fuck this fucking shit. The writers can take this season and cram it up their smug fucking asses.
If we all die tomorrow in a ball of nuclear fire, even aliens discovering our planet will know that season 8 was absolutely shit.
There was legitimate traction on the petition to rewrite this season.
D&D can kiss my shaved balls for giving up on this show.
Can you believe they quietly quit on the greatest show ever just because they wanted to work for Kathleen Kennedy and make a more than likely awful Star Wars trilogy?
And then when they produced an unpolished turd, they got fired from making said trilogy and haven't been able to show their face in public ever since.
They're both fucking idiots that suddenly either didn't give a fuck or just are truly fucking clueless.
I watched every post-episode summary of this season, and I can tell you they are just fucking stupid.
Fucking dick and dickless.
They actually forced each actor on screen to commit character suicide and expected everyone to be fine with that.
The way every part of The Long Night was written, with exception to the music, was unsatisfying at its absolute best.
What long night? I couldn't fucking see anything.
Yeah, all the way down to simple editing fell apart.
The passion was just gone, and even an Arya sex scene couldn't save it.
I bet you've been waiting for that since season 1.
Can anyone tell me the point of Bran at all?
He's just a creepy tree, I guess.
He warged in the middle of the long night and nobody ever asked where he was or what he did.
He probably just wanted to watch his sister get plowed on repeat.
God! You know, the worst part is that's not out of the question at all.
Every episode of this season is either wildly perplexing or boring as fuck.
Very few things are enjoyable about this season. The only thing I love to see is Bronn getting everything he wanted and punching season 8 Tyrion in his dumb fucking face.
Clegane Bowl was kind of cool if you overlook literally everything else.
Do we even want to talk about how Jaime and Cersei could have survived if they simply stood 10 feet to the side?
Do you want to talk about how Grey Worm and all the Dothraki were just cool with Jon killing Daenerys?
Do you want to talk about how Daenerys kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet?
No!
There are so many things wrong with this season that we could spend all day on it and want to Tom and ourselves by the end of it. Let's just put it in F tier, where it belongs.
If you could make a tier lower than F, I would make it for season 8.
I feel so bad for the actors and everyone that dumped their heart into this show.
My headspace was seriously fucked up after the show ended. I almost said fuck it and tried to start a civil war just to get my mind off it.
Don't worry, guys. Much like this franchise, this tier list isn't going to die in despair by season 8. How do we feel about House of the Dragon season 1?
Yes.
Barack, I don't say this enough, but you're a fucking OG.
We deserve it for reliving that pain.
I'll start by saying my hopes were so low for this show's success, and they blew me out of the fucking narrow sea.
I fell in love with all the characters immediately.
Damon is the fucking man.
Hands down, favorite character?
I love all the dragons we get to meet.
I don't mind the abundance of dragons either.
Vagar is a fucking Chad.
Caraxes is kind of funny looking and sounding, but is still very imposing, and a great match for Damon.
But really, the writing is on par with the best of Game of Thrones. The passion for this story and these characters is back in full force, and I'm pumped to see what they have in store for us.
Can we talk about how they nailed the time skips and how the passage of time affected these characters and their relationships?
That's right, Donald. They covered every piece of relevant history in such a short amount of time and really made sense of it all. The beef between the Greens and the Blacks was so deep-seated that it couldn't have been established in one timeline. They did such a great job with that and casted each character really well.
We are back to the days where we have fun stories in this fantasy world we know and love.
Paddy Constantine had the performance of a lifetime.
The scene where he makes his walk to the throne to support his daughter was truly something special.
Damon helping him up the steps and placing the crown on his head had me fucking ballin', fam.
I, too, am man enough to admit that scene made me break down.
I love this fucking show.
Every little detail was amazing.
Characters like Rhaenyra and Aemond are going to make this show so good, bro.
Don't forget the Valerians.
I love how Aemond is a little Damon wannabe.
The characters are so great and the writing feels perfect.
I think it more than deserves a place next to seasons 1 through 4 in S tier.
I wholeheartedly agree. I enjoyed this season more than Game of Thrones season 1, if I'm being honest.
I'm not quite there, but it deserves S tier nonetheless.
Can we do the baddies tier list now?
I would actually be down.
5K subs, man. Then I'll do that and the alien waifu list.
Subscribe right the fuck now. I need this list before I die.
Hey, you heard the man. I also want to thank you if you got this far. And let us know in the comments if you like the list or you have any suggestions for future videos.
Until next time, Valar Morghulis.
Do you think he'll show up?
He said he could after he deals with some bullshit.
So is he going to jail or what?
I don't even know, bro. The grand jury just canceled for some reason.
The Steam sale just ended, so I imagine that had something to do with it. Jedi Fallen Order was less than a cone of chocolate chip.
That's totally wizard. Speaking of Star Wars, how would you like to do a Star Wars tier list with me?
Is it an alien waifu list?
No, Joe. It's strictly a movie and TV show ranking.
Dang, Ferrick, fine.
Maybe we do that another time.
Finally. Fuck my ass and squeeze my tits. This past week has sucked balls. I've had no time for any games. It's just been all dick measuring and threats. Feels like my first marriage.
How'd it go today, Donald?
About as well as you'd expect. I resorted to civil war mongering again so it could have gone better. The one silver lining was that I started mentioning the Steam games on sale and the whole jury mentally checked out.
I fucking called it.
Impressive. Most impressive.
I am a Jedi like my father before me.
Bro, your father was a used car salesman.
Fuck you, prick.
Oh, I hit a nerve, my bad B. Any reason you jabronis are quoting Star Wars? Have you been discussing the last episode of Mandalorian?
Yeah, we were earlier. How'd you like it?
God fucking awful. Yeah, worst episode of Mando to date. The first time they missed, really, the beginning and ending scenes with Mando and Bo-Katan are great. But the vast majority of the episode featuring Space Fauci and feminism incarnate was a fucking disgrace.
Yeah, I'm mostly with you here, Donald. A real stinker. Bo-Katan has a dumpy, though.
Facts. Straight pog. And I guess they couldn't all be good episodes in this series.
Hey, I guess we've been spoiled so far. There's been a couple iffy episodes here and there, but nothing ever this bad.
Well, I'm glad you're in the mood to review Star Wars, because I've got a Star Wars movies and series tier list for us. Ready to go? You in?
Oh, fuck yeah. I could get Swifty in here.
Let's do it.
All right, motherfuckers, let's get right into it. Let's start with the basics. Star Wars.
Fucking masterpiece.
You won't find me disagreeing with that one, Joe. The one that started it all. Do you guys remember the first time you experienced this film?
I do, and it honestly brings a tear to my eye.
I don't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, but I could recite every line of this movie front to back. This movie is so good it defies dementia.
The perfect hero's journey. It surpassed everyone's expectations to such an extent that movies were never looked at the same way again.
Well said, Barack. Every single character was iconic. Easiest S tier of human history.
Agreed.
I wouldn't have it any other way. It goes in Skywalker tier.
Love the tier names.
Thanks, man. Okay, well, I'm sure you know what's next. Empire Strikes Back.
Instant S tier.
I'm not even going to talk about it until it rests in its rightful place next to the first one.
That's fair.
Even with all our previous statements about Star Wars, Empire is an even better film. The love we found for the characters in the first one makes the emotional drama hit harder. And having the bad guys win was the shit.
Yeah, and Yoda was fucking baller.
Hoth battle, Jedi training, Boba Fett, Vader duel, and fucking Lando. Need I say more?
I think we've covered it.
Okay then, up next is Return of the Jedi.
Third S tier in a row.
No, Joe, it isn't.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Joe, this movie is good, even great, but it isn't as great as the first two.
You're smoking crack, and not even the good kind.
I'm not saying it's F tier, man. I'm simply suggesting it should fall into A tier by comparison.
You know, Joe, I'm going to have to agree with Donald on this one. It's not quite S tier. The first act was a shit show.
You too? I can't believe this shit. You're going to disrespect Slave Leia like that?
Joe, that was extremely problematic.
Yeah, Joe, I'm not one to fight for women's rights, but that shit was so sus.
And that whole plan was just so brainless. They walked in one by one to be captured. And Luke's wise plan was to do the same, but this time attempt to assassinate Jabba with a fucking gun. Made zero sense.
Plus, Boba Fett got so unjustly thrown away after he did such a great job. It was just like the last election.
What about Ewoks?
Joe, nobody likes Ewoks like you do.
The last act carries this movie hard.
Okay, fine, but it was the best final act.
That's debatable, but not out of line.
So we agree on Ahsoka tier.
I think it's sacrilege, but I'll get over it.
Okay, cool. We mostly agreed on the OT. Now here come the prequels, starting with Phantom Menace.
Mixed emotions. I remember clowning this movie when it came out, but with time I've grown to enjoy it.
I was a day one fan, and it's never changed. I agree it isn't as good as the OT, but the creative genius of Lucas still shows itself throughout this film.
I hear what you're both saying. In retrospect, this film isn't as bad as people say. Jar Jar's an unfortunate presence as always, but Qui-Gon was a legend.
I love Jar Jar.
Of course you love Jar Jar. It took millions of people just like him to get you elected.
That would make me Emperor Palpatine.
I'm pretty sure Palpatine never ate shit off a bike.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some would consider to be unnatural.
What's unnatural is whatever drugs they're giving you to keep you upright.
We're getting off track. Where do we put Phantom Menace?
C tier, mall fight carries.
Oh, come on. This is the same shit you said about Return of the Jedi, except now we're all the way down in C. I'm up at A tier.
I'm not quite as high as A, but not quite as low as C-3PO. The plot was slow at times and dialogue was mid. I think a solid B tier is in order to average it all out.
Fine.
That's okay, I guess.
And how about Attack of the Clones?
It's a better movie at least than Phantom Menace.
I enjoyed both pretty equally.
Okay, now I'm the hater. This movie has quite possibly the worst romance in movie history.
Still better than Twilight.
Is that really a flex?
Definitely not. It's just more entertaining to me. I'm surprised Joe was even able to get through Phantom Menace without a couple naps. This movie has a ton of action to offset the dull moments of Anakin and Padme.
I don't like sand.
Okay, Jamal, don't pull out the 9. Dialogue wasn't great in either movies, and even sometimes in the third one.
That's because I'm so in love with you.
Yeah, dialogue is truly the worst part of these movies.
A weakness to be sure, but a welcome one. Plus, all of Palpatine's dialogue is tight.
I don't think anybody's going to complain about Palpatine, at least until later.
Regardless, the action was on point, and seeing the arena brawl into the Battle of Geonosis was a vibe.
I'll agree with you there.
I'd be higher, but there wasn't enough Dooku, so I'm thinking we do B tier again for this.
I'd be lower, but I know Joe would be higher, so I'd agree.
Right on.
Okay, now the heavy hitter, Revenge of the Sith.
Gotta be S tier.
I don't think so.
Okay, now I'm about to roast you so bad you'll look like Anakin crawling out of the lava. You have no respect for Star Wars if you don't put Revenge of the Sith in S tier.
I do respect Star Wars, you sleepy fuck. I'm not so blinded by my allegiance to say this movie is flawless.
Fuck you, looking like Jabba's orange-tinted cousin. Fuck out of my face.
Joe, calm down. He has a point. The movie isn't perfect.
You were my brother, Barack.
Joe, come on now. It may have been the best visuals in a Star Wars film, but the plot leaves some to be desired.
No, I let you two lower the rightful place of the last 3 movies, and now we're talking about the unthinkable.
It's no lower than A tier. It's just crazy to me that we didn't get to see more of Order 66.
That's it? You get to see plenty in the games and shows. Why is it enough to take it from S tier?
It was the biggest event of the entire trilogy. And they only gave it like 3 or 4 minutes of screen time, and most of that was marching.
Although it was cool, I didn't want to see a montage of Jedi getting bodied. I wanted to see Vader in the 500 first going hallway hunting.
It was truly the most dramatic time in the entire series, in my opinion, and it was very seldom shown. I wholeheartedly agree with Don. We aren't too far from each other. I just don't think it's S.
Also, the pacing is odd at times.
I will die on this hill.
Shouldn't take that long.
Joe, you got to accept the A tier.
No!
Do it!
I will say it's better than Return of the Jedi.
Okay, but I still think you should both be thrown in an asylum.
What's up, my Nictos?
Same poodoo, different day.
Hanging in there, Donald?
Yeah, I guess. Pelosi is up my ass every planetary rotation, though.
Yeah, she's a Rancor-sized bitch sometimes.
That's one part of office I don't miss.
Don't act like Michelle doesn't drag you out by the balls to brunch every Tuesday with Nancy.
You got spies looking in on my affairs or something, Don?
No, Barack, spying is your department. I swear, dude. You're like that cantina alien that has a dick for a mouth.
You want to catch these hands?
Get him, bro.
Joe, I wouldn't talk if I were you. Remember when you tried to take me behind the gym and teach me a lesson?
Didn't I knock you out in one punch?
No, Joe. You got confused and started fighting a crackhead in an orange shirt. He would have killed you, but Hillary's guys popped out of nowhere and shot him 52 times. It was ruled a suicide, of course.
Funniest security tape I've ever seen. You did take a full 40 ounce to the head from that guy. I noticed a severe drop in your cognitive ability after that.
No way. I don't remember any of that happening.
I'm shocked.
I'll send you the video on Finsta. Meanwhile, you guys want to continue the Star Wars tier list?
Sure. People really liked the last one. You guys got ratioed so bad in the comments, by the way. Revenge of the Sith S tier.
Thank God this isn't a democracy. But does this mean we need to talk about the god-fucking-awful sequel trilogy?
Yeah, we'll have to cover it.
That's not even really Star Wars.
It is, technically, but I'm not too psyched about it either.
Don't worry. We'll start with some series that are closer to our hearts.
Good, Anakin.
What's first?
The first one is a classic, Tartakovsky's Clone Wars.
Oh, fuck yes!
I remember this one. Grievous was a problem.
This Grievous solos the franchise.
Not quite. My man Mace stopped him and gave him perpetual bronchitis.
Okay, that's true, but really this show is a piece of art. Tartakovsky doesn't fucking miss. Have y'all seen Primal?
Hell yeah, man.
Nah, is it good?
It's even better than this show, and that's saying a lot.
I'll check it out.
What are we thinking?
The only drawback to me is the length of each episode being 15-ish minutes. It's the old cartoon format, but it's not the best for Star Wars, in my opinion. Luckily, they made so much of this show that it's now more of a couple-hour binge watch. Very satisfying.
I agree with you on this one, Donnie. For a cartoon, it really hits the mark.
Awesome. We think it's Skywalker?
I was. Okay, that one was easy. Next up, Star Wars Clone Wars.
S tier.
Are you kidding me?
S tier, S tier, S tier.
No way, Joe.
Okay, I've reached my fucking limit. If you don't put Clone Wars in S tier in 3 fucking seconds, I'm sending all nukes at Russia right the fuck now. Test me.
Joe.
3.
Wait, it's the
2.
It's the fucking movie, not the TV show.
Oh, why didn't you say that?
Barack, you quite literally almost just destroyed our fucking planet.
I didn't realize.
Sorry, fellas, I totally forgot about the movie. It was pretty ass.
Let my fucking heart rate return to normal, please. Barack, of course you got to say the movie somewhere in the introduction.
Yeah, I guess I really should have.
Y'all are lucky. Earth would have looked like Alderaan in like 10 minutes if we didn't figure that out.
Well, is this tier list really that important, Joe?
Apparently.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind.
They really didn't have the art style refined enough yet. Even the voice actors and overall direction wasn't there yet.
I think the only praise it deserves is that of the characters that were introduced, classics that develop later on.
True, I think respect for those characters is the only thing keeping this out of F tier.
Yeah, I feel that.
What do you think, Barack?
No hot takes there. D tier it is. Okay, Joe, now Clone Wars the series.
S tier, I swear to fucking God, my hand is on the button.
Don't worry, Joe, I'm with you. It took them a few episodes, but the vast majority of this series is the best Star Wars content since the originals. It checks all the boxes for good Star Wars. It even has better writing than the originals at times.
The Fives arc made me fucking cry.
I think we all shed more than a tear for the heroes of Domino Squad.
The Umbara arc was a cinematic juggernaut.
Rex is so fucking cool, man.
All the major characters are excellent. Maul's rebirth and bounty hunters stole the show.
We got to mention Ahsoka.
Of course, she's equal to, if not better than, every other character in the show.
Plus, she's hot as fuck.
Joe, no.
Joe. Stop.
What's the matter? She's super hot. I'd like to grab her little tentacles and...
Joe, Cap!
She's 14, Joe.
No way, she looks much older.
Is that what you would tell a judge?
What season are you talking about?
Let's say 7 for argument's sake.
I don't enjoy how you said that.
Ha! It was a trap, Joe. She's 17 even in season 7.
Oh, come on. Filoni is practically baiting us.
Don't say us, Joe. You're defending pedophilia right now.
Some species age differently. What's the age of consent in the Galactic Republic?
Jesus fucking Christ, Joe. Cap!
This is no longer debatable, and I wouldn't suggest researching those points.
Okay, fine. I already chose a hill to die on. Ventress is pretty thick, though.
I really don't want to agree with you after all that. But she is hotter than the Mustafar system.
Joe, I know you want to do the alien waifu tier list. It's just not this video.
Fine, but I'm going to be bricked up for the rest of this.
That thing better be for Ventress, you fucking pig.
Are we going to put this in S tier or what, bro? I can't be talking about underage aliens with all this shit I have on my plate already.
Of course, Maul and Savage are also low-key the best part of that show.
Oh, you forgot Hondo?
There's just so much to love. We didn't even mention how Anakin is better in the show than he is in real life.
I like both, but I prefer the shows.
I'm saying, but Hayden did as much as he could with what he was given. Okay, next is Rebels.
I liked it.
I thought it was pretty mid.
I also liked it. However, it had many more drawbacks than Clone Wars had.
Disney cut Filoni's budget, fucking bastards.
Hated the art style, personally.
Yeah, I get it. But at least it still had the bones of the old show.
Unfortunately, it did affect my enjoyment of the show to a point. It took a couple seasons for it to have it look anywhere near as cinematic.
The characters were still cool, not as cool as Clone Wars, but still okay.
It was pretty bad until old characters like Vader, Maul, and Ahsoka came back.
Is it okay to think she's hot at this point?
Go ahead and knock yourself out, or in this case, fall asleep at your desk with your hand down your pants.
I don't think you've earned that. Still good characters and some good writing here and there. What do we think?
I'm feeling B tier.
That's right where I would go too. Donald?
I could be lower on it, but the Vader versus Ahsoka fight makes B seem okay.
Okay.
What's next?
We got to get back to the movies, and not the good ones either, but that'll have to be for part 3 as Joe went off on too many creepy tangents again. Make sure all you people watching subscribe for part 3. Dude fucking deserves it since he's been cranking these things out like hotcakes.
True that. Okay, I'm going to sign off. I'm getting pretty sleepy.
1,000% chance he's typing a Rule 34 in Google right now?
Bye, guys.
Another day in fucking paradise.
How'd it go, Donald?
Not too bad. This ink is impossible to wash off my fingers, though. Hey, I think somebody pranked me. Joe, you little rascal, was this your dirty work?
April Fools.
If you were the one in charge down there, I'm gonna be pissed.
Nah, that was the only idea I was allowed.
What else happened, Don?
They didn't let me get my mug shot.
Why not? I was looking forward to that.
They said some bullshit, but they really didn't want me using it to win the election.
That would have given you so much clout, I'll be honest.
I'm thinking about making my own.
Don't bother, I'm gonna beat you again in round 2, Donald.
You're our only hope.
Pandemic is over, motherfucker. No more excuses to stay inside. If you want to beat me this time, you'll actually need to do it for real. That's assuming you even survive that long.
I'll probably outlast your extra large ass.
That would be a long shot, especially with your tendency for bicycle accidents. Even a set of uneven stairs could take your ass out.
It's honestly a toss-up. I might need to get facial reconstruction and run again if homie keel's over.
Maybe that big booty Latina has a shot at beating Dawn.
AOC? No shot. She would get triggered and cry from even being in the same room as me.
Yeah, if she became president, I think every country in the world would nuke us immediately.
I would fully support that decision if that were the case.
I honestly don't even want to think about that shit right now. How about a tier list?
You already know what I want, Barack.
No, Joe, 5K subs. Then we can get bricked up to fictional characters.
Okay, fine. But if it takes too long, I'm going to use taxpayer dollars to make it without you.
Don't be a bitch, Joe.
What list are we doing then?
Let's try to work through Star Wars. The people have been asking for it.
I'm down with that.
Wait a minute. Is this the fucking Disney Star Wars episode?
Yeah, it is. Ha ha.
You are seriously trying to attack my mental health right now.
Kinda am. But we can start with something that isn't god-awful. How do we feel about Rogue One?
Okay, you've got me. I totally forgot Disney did this one because it's actually a good movie.
Just good. Fuck that. This movie is bussin'.
I'm curious to see where we land here.
I'm just going to straight up say B tier.
Congratulations. You're being stupid.
Let me guess. You're at S tier.
Damn right I am. The cinematography was amazing. Andor is a great character. The space battle was borderline the best in any Star Wars movie, and Darth Vader is in it. What more could you want?
It suffers many of the same issues as our old pal Return of the Jedi. First act was pretty cringe, and the plot, excluding the final act, was mid.
I'm somewhere in between y'all. I see Don's issues with the first arc, but the characters are awesome, with the exception of one.
Who are you talking about?
Saw Gerrera was the most lame character in this shit.
I thought he was cool, plus I love him in the Clone Wars.
The Clone Wars being peak doesn't give this film an excuse to have no logic. I mean, seriously, he said, I can't come with you, I'm done running. When that was legit the only option, the fucking whole place was exploding.
Shit was ass. Just walk 10 feet to the fucking ship. You don't even need to run.
Okay, but I feel like that's one small issue.
To be honest with you, I don't agree that the characters were all that good. Krennic was good, Andor and his droid were great, but Jyn was pretty basic. As for literally all other characters that this film creates originally, high-key ass.
That's not true, Donald.
Yeah, and you look like the tentacle monster from this movie.
Name any original character in this movie besides the characters I mentioned.
Well, that's not fair. Krennic was awesome.
I see your point, to be honest. I can't name a single one. I can't even remember the droid's name, and he's my favorite.
The only way I've been able to remember the characters' roles in the story at all is by making up nicknames for all these losers. Robot, Tubby, Illegal, and Shitty Jedi.
Let's be honest, though, last act carries the whole viewing experience, and the writing comes together.
And I'll admit that, though there needed to be more Vader in this movie for sure.
Okay, maybe it's not perfect, but still a great movie.
I wouldn't say great.
I would. So I think we settle at A tier.
Cool.
Okay, Donald, your true fears have been realized, and we're going to have to rate the Disney trilogy.
Oh, so we stopped ranking Star Wars, and now we're ranking man-made disasters?
Come on, they were kind of fun movies, Don.
Joe, I realize you're on your way out of this life. You're not as sharp as you used to be, and we all know you weren't very sharp to start with. But even your primitive reptilian brain can take a moment to collect your thoughts and realize these were some of the most hot garbage films ever made.
Well, Force Awakens wasn't bad.
What do you think, Don?
It was fucking bad. Rey is a complete Mary Sue, the plot was borderline plagiarized, and the world building is like the entire franchise blew its fucking brains out before the cameras even started rolling. There should be a new award at the Oscars, named after J.J. Abrams for the most mid-movie of the year. Dude is a hobbit with the creative capacity of a cave troll.
You're just a fucking jaded Disney hater.
Plenty of people agree with me. Are you just okay with the way they destroyed Han Solo's character?
They didn't destroy him, per se.
They completely fucking destroyed it. He was a sad husk of his former glory. You mean to tell me that you expected Han to be a divorced loser responsible for his genocidal moody kid to take over the galaxy with pure gamer rage?
Oh, come on, Donnie. Kylo was pretty cool.
No, he fucking wasn't. He sucked Rathtar dicks.
Geez, Donnie, it's like you actually have personal beef with this movie. I thought it was a fun watch.
A fun fucking watch? What else is a fun watch to you, Barack? The Hindenburg 9/11? Your fucking wife's life story on Netflix?
Okay, now you're just being crazy. The action was great. Characters weren't bad, especially Finn and Poe.
Hux is pretty okay, too.
Was that a positive comment?
Of course you like Hux. You probably took notes from his speech for your rallies.
Pretty sick speech, to be honest. But the positives pretty much end there. The First Order is a fucking joke, and what in the fuck is the Resistance resisting if the good guys won?
At least it's kind of like in Phantom Menace, how the ending fight makes up for the bad stuff.
It's not even fucking close. The prequel duels are infinitely better than the sequels. It's like they totally forgot how to do a lightsaber fight. There isn't a good one in the entire trilogy.
I watched a video that explained it. Disney decided to use their lightsaber models in the saber fights, while the prequels and OT used prop sabers with thin metal rods for their duel. The metal rods were faster and more dangerous, so you had to be more trained to even use them safely. The Disney sabers were bulkier and harder to do the complex art forms that the prequels had mastered.
That makes a lot of sense, considering I've had more interesting saber fights with my children than what appeared in these trash movies.
I still think the movie is an entertaining tribute to what came before.
You mean a pandering, plagiarized mess?
Sheesh, the more I think about it, the less I like it.
If you look at the positive reviews for this movie, they're either extremely surface-level reviews or from people who weren't even fans of Star Wars to begin with.
You are pretty correct here, especially since they didn't use any of the momentum from this story to make the next two movies compelling.
I don't care. This movie is good.
Tell me how. You keep saying what a great movie this is, yet you haven't defended even one of my points.
I think Ray is hot.
Dude.
Put this fucking shit in F tier.
No, Donald, it is not down in F tier. You'll give the actual F tiers a good name.
Any higher than D tier and I'll be upset.
I'm at A tier.
Fuck off.
You're not giving an inch on these movies, are you?
Imagine if someone said Clone Wars was F tier.
I'd probably call Hillary's guys.
That's right. I'm not allowing a positive rating.
Would you go C tier?
I would still be angry.
I could agree on that.
That's right where I am, and it splits the difference, so I think that's where we stand.
Seeing it under all the prequels is good enough, I guess.
I'm glad we made it through that one. What about The Last Jedi?
Worst fucking movie to ever be projected on fucking screens.
This movie is bad.
Yeah, there's no real way around this one.
Rian Johnson, that pathetic little worm, could have single-handedly killed this entire franchise with this exceptionally idiotic movie.
When Disney acquired Star Wars, I was always afraid that something like this would happen. Rogue One gave me a lot of hope, but this was all my fears realized. This movie feels like a very different type of sci-fi movie, not Star Wars.
Not only is it a horrible movie due to the dumbass plot, it isn't entertaining at all. Whatever you could find enjoyable about the characters from the last movie is now gone and replaced with bastardized versions of themselves. If that wasn't enough, they managed to destroy Luke's character to its very core It takes malicious intent to fuck Luke Skywalker up to the point where he is now.
At least they gave him a proper tribute.
I found it disrespectful at best.
You're both way off. Ryan could have pulled a Cersei Lannister and whipped Luke through all the streets of Coruscant naked, and that still would have been more respectful than what they gave him. Luke's character is hopeful and faithful to his ideals, even in spite of insurmountable odds. What we see in this movie is a disrespectful old rotten hermit that commits bestiality on alien camels.
Damn, what about the cool space explosion?
That shit was universe-breaking and not earned by the character whatsoever.
Holdo is probably the worst character in the franchise right next to Rose. Between the both of them, you can see why it was a massive mistake to sell Star Wars to Disney.
Rey is kind of hot, though.
She's pretty mid now that I really think about it.
I guess we'll see in the Star Wars waifu tier list. What about porgs?
I wish Chewie ate them all.
Do we want to talk about how Rian Johnson blamed the toxic fans for the backlash of this movie?
That is a galactic-sized cope.
It's like he gets off on being wrong. Kathleen Kennedy and Rian Johnson should have just made a new franchise to play with their terrible woke Karen plot, led by female Giga Chads, and left Star Wars the fuck out of it.
Rose was such a bad character that she dragged Finn down to her level. Their entire plot line could have been cut, and it would have actually improved the movie.
Holdo could have been pretty hot, but her character was just too space Karen for me to stay bricked up.
She sucks so fucking bad. Poe should have blasted her right in her snarky fucking face.
She was so bad that we barely even remember the goofy Leia space flying shit.
Why is that the most tame and logical shit in this movie? Even with her being fucking dead when this released.
Because Rian Johnson is a fucking moron and needed to subvert our expectations. Only he subverted the expectation that he could make a good movie, especially after he made Knives Out, which was amazing. Nobody saw a legendary pile of shit like this coming.
Oh my fucking God. We haven't even got to the throne room scene.
Worst saber fight ever. Looked like when you were with the boys and got in trouble at Target for fighting with the lightsaber toys.
What's weird is Snoke's death wasn't surprising. It was just so mind-bendingly stupid that, of course, nobody expected it.
Snoke was kind of cool in the last movie, and Andy Serkis is a goat, but it seems like Ryan just threw away anything important to JJ on principle.
Just like when Biden became president.
Hey, you did the same shit to me.
When I win, I'll fucking do it again.
It's fine in politics, but Star Wars is a story, and a story shouldn't have its whole direction up in the air for the next person to do whatever the fuck.
It was the largest cinematic failure of all time.
Mark Hamill tried to warn us it was over at every point, poor guy.
Seriously. The dude was the entire franchise, and some man baby told him his opinion for this movie didn't matter at all whatsoever. I have legitimate rage for what Disney, Rian Johnson, and Kathleen Kennedy have done to molest this franchise and everyone who loved it. When I become president again, my first executive order is to decanonize these historically shit tier films.
That's a pretty good idea. I might try to do that in election season.
Okay, we all agree this movie stinks worse than Rian Johnson's Mangina. Let's condemn it to F tier so it can't hurt us anymore.
You were right. Even The Force Awakens couldn't be in the same tier as this monstrosity.
Now the other one, The Rise of Skywalker.
This movie was a diss track of the last movie, and it still was just as bad.
That is actually a perfect summary of this movie. Joe, bravo!
Thank you, Donnie.
But seriously, somehow Palpatine Returned actually was written on paper and got set as a line in this fucking movie.
The prequels have even better dialogue than these movies, but it's hard to tell because of all the mental gymnastics you need to do to even pay attention to the plot.
This movie was insulting. Just copying and pasting Star Destroyers doesn't make me feel like the stakes are higher.
Just like the last one, this movie was all CGI and no brain.
It was so funny how Rose was straight up cut from this movie.
At least they treated Luke's ghost with some respect.
True, it's almost sad that we see this type of devotion to Luke from JJ. I would have rather had a complete Abrams trilogy, but I know it would be mid at best.
The plot here is so ADHD, it's insane. Jumping from planet to planet, trying to cover enough ground to justify a climactic conclusion.
How come it was all new planets, but it looked like every single planet was a copy of what we've seen before?
This movie is so fucking boring, I fell asleep like 14 times. I found next to no redeeming qualities from watching ruined characters look for a thing, and then a knife, and then translate the knife, and then...
Joe, wake up!
Oh, my bad. The worst part was the last act, something that was never done in a Star Wars movie before. I mean, they straight up copied Avengers Endgame and could not have made it more obvious.
Bro, what the fuck was that Kylo and Rey die and kiss and die?
That was the only part of the movie I really liked. I laughed out loud in the theater.
It was actually fucking funny. How was their kiss more cringe than every time Luke and Leia kissed?
It makes sense. My sister is the love of my life.
Do you guys think Palpatine was even good in this movie?
I only think there was one good character in the whole film. And he was a meme character.
Babu Frick.
You know it.
On God, that little guy was high-key drippy.
It's like the opposite of Phantom Menace, where the meme character is the best part and the movie sucked dick.
Best thing about this whole trilogy, to be honest.
How did you guys like the Chewie death fake-out?
It surprised me because I genuinely thought they hated all the characters from the OT, and blowing him up by accident would not have been nearly the worst treatment of a previous character in these films.
This movie was so bad, I honestly didn't care if Chewie was dead or not. He was dead the second Disney got its claws around him.
At least he finally got his medal.
Nah, man. Those guys brutally butcher every character we love and then give Chewie a handout in response to a meme. I'm sure he enjoyed his fucking medal after all his friends were torn to shreds by screeching feminist losers.
We got to talk about how dirty they did my boy Finn.
He was a fantastic character that had a great backstory in Force Awakens. They made him look like an idiot in the second film, and in this film he just screams, "Rey!" the entire movie while she ignores him.
I really wanted Rey and Finn to end up together. I love black dicks and white chicks.
Too bad that would be a satisfying end to the story. Instead, they just pulled a Marvel superhero trope and made a gender-swapped clone of Finn.
I'm pretty sure Lando stole her at the end of the movie, too.
Oh, yeah, he's going to show her who Daddy is.
John Boyega didn't deserve that.
Dude, this fucking movie was such a passionless fart with pretty colors.
It's actually hard for me to tell you which movie was worse, this one or the last one.
I think the last one was worse, but this one deserves to be an F tier as well for trying to reverse The Last Jedi and being just as bad while doing it.
Yeah, just put it in F tier so it can die.
Also, that Rey Skywalker line was fucking dumb.
I'm pretty sure that line was just to get people to start leaving the theater.
What a way to end the worst trilogy mankind has ever seen.
Okay, guys, I think we'll wrap this up. Part 4 will be the last part, and we'll go over the Disney Star Wars series.
It'll be a lot less depressing than this shit.
I want to thank all the viewers for watching. We've been growing at light speed. Please subscribe so we can do some alien waifu lists.
You heard him. If you don't subscribe, Rey will kiss you and you'll die of cringe.
May the Force be with you.
Hey, Joe. How's running the country treating you?
Don't play coy with me, Barack. You owe me.
If we're handing out presidential pardons, I could really use some help over here.
I'm actively trying to incriminate you, Donnie. Why would I do that?
You confess. Now I'm going to take this recording and go public unless you pardon me.
You aren't recording anything.
How do you know?
Because I have an FBI live stream of you going 24/7.
Are you jerking me around? That's a total violation of my rights.
Yeah, Joe, not cool.
Don't act all innocent, Barack. I know for a fact you showed Joe how to do this back in 2016 to spy on my campaign.
I wouldn't have the faintest idea of what you're referring to, Donald.
The new update is unbelievable. I had them install Smell-O-Vision.
Are you sniffing my wife digitally?
Mostly, but sometimes your daughter comes over.
Okay, that's actually fucked up.
He's probably doing the same shit to you, Barack.
Nah, bro, I don't like the smell of black people.
I would normally be very angry at this point, but I'm just glad Joe isn't invisibly sniffing my family.
If you want to keep it that way, you'll give me what I want.
Fine, Joe, we can do a waifu list.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Wait 1 second, I'll get my lotion.
I did not need that last bit, but I guess we are past 5K subs.
Looks like your ass is at 5K subs, mostly steak and cheese.
Well, now I'm hungry. How am I supposed to be horny?
You should be fine. That McDonald's bag wasn't there this morning.
Get out of my fucking house, Joe.
What genre of waifu are we discussing?
Alien waifus, the people have spoken.
Thousands of people voted for this.
That's actually crazy. You all ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
Stop the cap, Don. You know you've been researching this topic recently.
Are you watching me jerk off too?
No, Donnie, but I did just bait you into a confession.
It's a trap!
Whatever, assholes. What kind of aliens are we eye-fucking this evening?
There's a lot of aliens, man.
I think we got to pick an IP.
Star Wars seems to be the most popular.
Do it!
Okay, let's just cover all of Star Wars. Shouldn't take that long.
I think there's like hundreds of waifus in Star Wars.
In that case, let's just cover ones that have speaking lines or are more significant to the story.
Fair enough.
We got to start with the OG, Princess Leia.
So like 6,000 people voted to see aliens, and your first pick is just a normal-ass human?
Don't disrespect the legend. She was one of the first sci-fi waifus.
Strictly speaking, every human in Star Wars is also an alien because Earth isn't even in their galaxy, so we can rank them too.
I guess it does put the actual aliens in perspective.
Is this Slave Leia?
Whatever look you want for anyone on this list.
R.I.P. Carrie Fisher. I hope she's in a better place with tons of space cocaine.
She was quite a looker back in the day, huh?
Definitely pretty sexy.
I think she's up there. Maybe not S tier.
S tier for sure.
I'm a firm believer in A tier for her. What's that, attractive tier?
Amazing tier names, Barack. This should be the standard for all the waifu lists moving forward.
That's a good standard.
Joe spends most of his time looking at the Forsaken tier.
At least I'm not in the Forsaken tier.
That's because you're on the cover.
Rank Leia, assholes.
A tier. Respectful yet realistic.
I'm going to pour millions of taxpayer dollars into genetically engineering real-life rancors and place a trap door in your house with one in there. If you don't put her in S tier, You literally say respectful and then disrespect her.
Fuck off, Lib Fortuna. I would evade your trap and tame the rancor to ride as I campaign against you in the upcoming election.
I'm going to break the tie here and say S tier. She deserves it.
Fine. I'm not going to throw a fit over it.
That's a nice change of pace.
What's up, you dick twisters?
Bill, perfect timing.
Oh, God, we didn't need 2 creeps on this list. Now everything will be skewed toward the unholy.
When are you going to get over the sleepover, Donnie Bobani?
What sleepover?
You weren't there, Barack. It was at the island.
That's why I wasn't there, huh?
Ton of great memories on that island. Sunsets were amazing.
I'm sure that's all you remember about that island. Not the sex-trafficked foreign minors.
Jeff never said they were enslaved or minors.
I'm not convinced that either of you asked a single question about these girls.
You're wrong, Donnie. I know all their favorite flavors of ice cream.
What were you doing at Jeffrey Epstein's island anyway, Don?
They promised a LAN party with OG Cod and Halo. I just didn't know I'd be playing with strictly 13-year-old South American girls.
Yeah, you had to have your wife come get you on a yacht like an ultra-rich toddler.
A real shame what happened to your friend.
That's the difference between you and me, Don. You pay for people to be quiet. I pay to make people silent.
That's cold.
Oh, please, Bill. You know you married into the thug life.
Yeah, Hillary is the real stone-cold killer.
How many of the Clintons' people will unalive themselves with vanishing guns before we do something about it?
Doesn't matter one bit, because the everyday Joe has no intelligence whatsoever, so I can do whatever I want.
But I'm not an everyday Joe, right, Billy? Bill?
We're in the middle of a waifu tier list, Bill. Are you in or not?
It's crazy to me that you feel the need to ask. Good start with Leia S tier. I love slaves.
Chill out or you're getting kicked. This isn't the Caribbean.
Well, Barack, did your wife give you a hard time this morning?
At least my wife speaks to me.
So you just feel like bucking up to the old timer? That's okay. Get it out. I've been 62.
You're saying it like I just dropped my balls or something. I'm 61 and you're 76, bro. This isn't high school.
15 years is a big difference, evidently.
Yeah, that's about the age where a girl gets too old for you.
All right, I will not hear another word out of anyone unless it's about the tier list.
Next is Mon Mothma.
Mon was pretty sexy back then.
In her Andor appearance, she was also quite hot.
Gawking at her was the only good part about that show.
Your takes are actually impressive. Nobody has ever dared to be this stupid. I think you might set a record.
Eat dicks, Donald.
I'm not so sure she belongs in S tier with my queen slave.
I hate to agree with that. Do we all like A tier for Mon?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to poke her, Mon.
Okay, now we have an actual alien. Oola the Twi'lek.
Ooh la la.
First tweet of the list, I expect there will be many.
You're right about that, Don.
I see her as a mid-tier compared to the other Leku ladies.
Jabba didn't even like her very much.
The Rancor sure did.
Moochie was a goat.
She's an average Twi'lek, so that would mean she's above average compared to humans.
Right, I'm thinking A tier for her.
I could even go B, but that's okay.
Those 3 were pretty easy. Now we actually have to test ourselves. What do we think about Sice Noodles?
What in God's name is she doing on this list?
Wait, hear me out.
No.
Let him spit.
Sice Noodles is obviously not attractive, but look what she's working with.
Plus, she's a singer. You know what that means, top tier, Blowy.
Even if that's true, you're going to seriously let that thing near you? She dated a hut.
Big yikes.
Who cares?
Anyone with a fully functioning brain. F tier?
True, Donnie.
I would probably do it, but I also agree with Forsaken, if I'm being honest.
That's just wrong. Can we get back to the hot waifus?
Sure thing, pal. Next is the Sarlacc pit.
Excuse me?
Barack.
If I was a crate dragon, I would be all up in that.
This is a carnivorous sand squid pit. How are you supposed to fuck it?
Come on, Donnie. Haven't you ever heard of Vor?
No, and I don't want to start now. You're an asshole for putting this in, Barack.
I was just seeing where our heads are at.
Wait. Nah, F tier.
Okay, now we're moving into the prequels.
The golden age for alien waifus.
Starting off with a highly slept-on Jedi Master, Adigalia.
Who?
Jedi Master, pretty hot, not the most alien of the aliens.
Her hair tentacles are not nearly as hot as any other races.
But she's still bad as hell. Look at her eyes.
Nobody here is looking at eyes but Chew.
I will agree, she is slept on, though.
Where do we think? I'm at S tier.
I'm almost with you, but not quite S.
There's a reason nobody knows her.
Yeah, it's because she didn't get a lot of screen time. Then Savage oppressed the shit out of her.
So attractive?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, baby, the S tiers are coming up.
Yaddle.
What?
Hell yeah. I put a Grogu right in her.
Cap.
Yeah, Joe, you seriously want to screw a small, leathery senior?
It's the same as what I'm doing now.
Are you talking about Jill, or are you still jerking it?
I guess both apply.
You dirty bastard. No wonder we used to call you Joe Jerkoff.
Yaddle is forsaken.
I tend to agree.
At least put her in don't.
No thanks. Okay, now back to human aliens. Padme?
Natalie Portman is pretty hot.
Especially in The Phantom Menace.
She was underage then.
Oops.
You say oops a lot, don't you?
Padme is A tier, enough said.
What?
I actually agree with Bill, and now I feel dirty.
This is crazy.
I'm at S tier, but like lower S tier. For sure, some hotter options.
Wow, I didn't think we would rank her under Leia.
Her politics got in the way for me. Fucking space AOC.
I guess old Bill knows a thing or two, huh?
You just got lucky this time. Your takes blow. Next is the famous bug-slinging bounty hunter Zam Wessel.
Oh, she a Betty.
Although she could transform into anybody, and that seems like an S-tier ability, I feel I must point out that it wasn't perfect, and her natural form is that of an ogre.
Damn, that didn't occur to me instantly.
That is actually an issue.
Nah, that's hot. I try and drag the devil out of her.
Couldn't be me, dude.
I'm not even saying she's forsaken, but if you are likely to see her gross face during, then that is cringe as all hell.
Cringe sounds good, actually.
I'm willing to settle for that.
S tier.
Okay, cringe it is.
Asshole.
Next is the lengthy Kaminoan, Tanwei.
Dear God.
Ooh, she's a tough one.
Easy S tier for me, nothing like her.
She's staring into my soul.
She's aquatic. You already know it's about to be wet.
If you can even reach that giraffe snatch.
I was also thinking D tier. Not quite as bad as the Forsakens, though.
I'd be at bangable.
So generous. I'd be an F tier.
I think Doan is perfect for her.
Come on, space is the final frontier and you're going to reject Tanwei? There's so many discoveries to be made by having sexual relations with that woman.
You really gonna die on this hill? We have like 30 more to go.
I appreciate the in-depth list, Barry.
I just didn't want to keep hearing. What about the one with the neck?
Who's next?
Next is the Jedi Togruta.
Yes.
Shakti.
Ah, shucks.
Try not to be too disappointed, Joe. Shakti was the OG.
She's the most exotic woman I've ever seen, and I spend most of my time in Bangkok.
Truly a legend.
Fuck that. They tried to kill her in like 5 different ways and ended up cutting all of them. Plus, she could use a haircut.
That shit isn't hair, Joe. It's part of their sensory ability. She can't cut it.
Boring, B tier.
What? I was totally thinking S tier for her.
I'm up there with you too, Don.
Not like my opinion is being taken very seriously, but I agree with you two pricks.
I guess she kind of has resting bitch face, and her tattoos are kind of whack.
I don't think I can tell you one good thing that Shakti ever did.
She gave our boys in Domino Squad another chance so they wouldn't become janitors instead of the heroes we know.
Okay, cool, but when did she ever fight a Sith Lord or do a flip?
She never did.
A tier?
I can settle on that.
Cool, Barack?
I'm fine with that. Next is, oh boy, Ayla Secura.
Mommy.
It's the goat.
I'm blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-die.
She's thicker than a bowl of oatmeal made with blue milk.
What's not to like here? She's a 10 out of 10 in every single measurable category.
Plus, she's the only Jedi that I know of that was DTF. In canon, the Jedi Council had to issue a warning against her for being too attached to her clones. I think we all know what was going on.
So that explains why they pumped 100 shots into her during Order 66. Incel energy.
Also in Legends, her and Kit Fisto had a love story.
My man.
Oh, she wanted the Fisto, huh?
Dude, her Clone Wars CGI model was fucking ridiculous.
I want to personally thank Dave Filoni for pushing the limit and making Ayla into Space Shakira.
True, bro, those hips did not lie.
Okay, let's not write a book on how hot she is. Let's just put her in her rightful spot in S tier.
Barry, I was about to bust and you just ruined it.
Take your hand out of your pants. You're the leader of the free world.
It wouldn't be free anymore if I couldn't.
Do you need to go into horny timeout?
Gotcha, bro. I haven't touched my wiener this entire time, which is more than I can say about most dudes watching this.
Down bad.
Yeah, I see you. If you don't want some major leaks at the FBI, then a vote for Biden in the upcoming election would be pretty tight.
Has this entire thing been a campaign ad for you, Joe? Is that your angle, Obama?
Nah, man.
It wasn't even really my idea. Nancy has noticed this channel is getting traction.
Ha, she's a slimy little mastermind, isn't she? Good handies from her, too.
That's disgusting.
I just puked in my mouth a little.
Let's get back to the actual aliens instead of talking about that old lizard.
Thank you. Next is Master Luminara.
Here we go. Hot AF S tier.
I don't think so.
You just don't like Arabs. Never had a Mia Khalifa face.
True, Luminara was thick as hell.
So are we basing all our opinions off the Clone Wars models that Dave Filoni made twice as cheeked up?
I don't see why not.
I did say whatever look you want for any of the picks. I feel that should go for these.
Animated waifus are better anyway.
Jesus. Okay, if it's Luminara undumpy, then I'll say S tier.
Dave thinks he's so sneaky with her in the loose black robes. Also, her apprentice Barris has huge tits.
Oh, Joe, underage.
Oops.
That's no fun.
Moving on. Next is the bounty hunter, Aura Singh.
Yeah!
I think we need to discuss the fingers first and foremost.
Bro, this bitch is cringe.
No way, you tubby fuck. She's got everything in the book. Mainly fingers that would make any butthole tremble.
Reprehensible. But she is pretty hot other than that.
I like how white she is.
Why does that not surprise me?
S tier, you gotta admit it.
Cringe.
She's evil, though. You know that's going to be more experience than the Jedi monks that are supposed to be celibate.
Fair point. I think we go A tier. Because she's actually batshit crazy.
That's a good thing.
Accept it, Bill.
Gosh darn it.
Now it's Ventress.
Very good.
Tasteful waifu material.
Hot bald babes are where it's at. Reminds me of my fling with Brittany during her insane phase.
Wow.
Filoni at it again. Is she a bad thing?
Shit.
Fine as hell.
Whoa.
Thick as fuck.
Oh my God.
That's my baby. Song name, Caroline, by the way.
That's a bump, but let's get back to Ventress. Are we at S tier?
I don't think she's the hottest in the franchise, but I do think she's S tier.
No argument from me. They made her into a tragic hero by the end of the series. It's a crime against humanity that they didn't finish her storyline.
There's actually a book about it.
Nobody cares, nerd.
Obamacare.
Who's next on the menu?
The Pantoran, Senator Chuchi.
I'd like to get some coochie from Chuchi.
Good one, Joe.
Thanks, Billy.
Pretty mid.
Yeah, I'm not so high on her as you two. I'd be at A tier, though.
I'm at bangable.
You wish.
You think just because your body count is in the quintuple digits, you think you're better looking than me?
I'm just saying you're straight D tier, man.
That's actually more generous than Joe rated me, so I'll take it.
So you two are firm on S?
Not really, to be honest. Missing some junk in the trunk.
She's flatter than my morning pancakes.
So A tier, then?
Good.
Sheesh. Now we have the Goddess of the Light, simply known as the Daughter.
Instant S tier, literal goddess.
Wait, I thought we were doing Star Wars. What's Palutena doing on this list?
You're right, Joe. Damn, I didn't realize she's an exact copy.
Sexy regardless, she's glowing with god power.
Plus, she can turn into a griffin.
That's not helping anything for me, but she's still S tier, and there is no argument against it.
You just like the daughter because you think your own daughter's hot?
Fuck off.
Yeah, I agree. She's S tier. Now, the opposite side of the spectrum, Mother Towson.
I'm into it.
I'm shocked.
I want to say high tier, but it's pretty cringe that a demon is speaking behind her voice, therefore it would also moan.
You're right. She's kind of a toss-up.
S tier if I can take a run at the rest of the tribe.
Including the zombies?
Oh, shit.
Put her in at least bangable. We have no idea what kind of witchcraft she would use to make it spicy. Plus, you could ask her to make you ripped, 6'10", and force sensitive.
You actually make a fair point here.
Okay, B tier she goes. Next is Mom of the Hut.
What the fuck, Bro Obama? What is Honey Boo Boo's mom doing on this list?
Wait. Now get the hell out of here.
Not even me, bro.
Okay, bros, just joking. Next is actually a droid. The luxury droid.
Thing is creepy. I'd rather they just have no face like the ridiculously sexy Russian robots from Atomic Heart.
These ones do have a creepy sex doll look.
It's a futuristic fleshlight. I think it would cause total population collapse and end the human race.
I'd have one in every color and shape and size.
I know what you mean, creep.
I'm thinking cringe.
Sounds good.
Fine, but I'm using taxpayer dollars to make these real. Emailing Elon now.
Okay, we're done with the Clone Wars. Now on to the Age of the Empire.
Aren't you forgetting the most important waifu from the Clone Wars?
You better not be talking about who I think.
Ahsoka.
No, Joe underage.
No way, how old is she again?
15 to 17.
So 16, huh? Well, the vast majority of the states have the age of consent at 16.
Joe, I will fucking kick you if you keep doing this.
Kick me? Do you realize who you're talking to right now? It's not your administration anymore, Barack, and I'm taking control now.
What the?
Did you just mute Obama?
I had the FBI take over his computer. I'm in control. He can still hear us, but his ass is muted for what I'm about to say.
I like where this is going.
I do not.
First of all, Ahsoka is undeniably hot as fuck. Perfect body, nice tattoos, sexy face, superhuman agility, the list goes on and on. Hottest chick in the franchise. Easiest S tier in the galaxy.
Spit facts, Joey.
It was literally the biggest bait ever to make Ahsoka Anakin's apprentice in the first place. The council knew what happened with him and Padme, then they just so happened to ship him the hottest Padawan they had to see if he broke. Yoda is a fucking evil mastermind.
Good God, I'm sorry, Barack.
Next is Barriss, not quite as hot as Luminara, but still S tier. She has the biggest rack of any Jedi, and she's still a Padawan.
Go off.
I'm starting to feel like I want to be picked up early again.
Also, I know Obama isn't going to let me rank Sabine either, so I'll put her in A tier. Cute, but a little too punk rock for me.
I'll agree with that.
I've got enough to deal with from the FBI. I wouldn't dare disagree with Joe in charge.
That's fucking right. Also, I'm putting my girl Snoodles up into cringe tier.
Dude.
Eat shit, Joe.
Damn, how did you unhack my hack?
Called Elon.
No wonder he hasn't answered my email.
Who did you put on this tier list, Joe?
Some high tier strange?
You mean some jailbait? Get these children out of here.
You're such a pussy, Barack. At least Joe spoke the truth. Those ladies could get it.
Shut your statutory mouth, Bill.
I'm in the Caribbean right now. You think I give a shit?
We'll have fun there alone.
Nice one, Barack.
You kicked Bill.
Why should I not kick you too?
I'm cool. For the tier list, Barack.
That's more like it. Now, as I was saying, We're on to the age of the Empire again. How about Hera?
She's great, mommy vibes.
Her video game appearance in Squadrons was pretty fine.
She isn't quite as thick as other twees, but she's actually a princess, too.
Another satisfying Filoni creation, but I didn't really dig the art style compared to Clone Wars.
It was her kind heart that was the most attractive to me.
Oh, you're so wholesome, bro.
Shut up. Are we thinking A or S tier?
I'd be lower for her than most in S tier right now, but I think she fits in there.
Sexy for sure.
Cool. Okay, Joe, now Ahsoka from Rebels.
Yay!
I don't think she's S tier. Rebels graphics makes her look far different, and they even abandoned this look in The Mandalorian.
Yeah, I agree. We can split Ahsoka into both her Rebels and live-action appearances.
It's not like she looked bad in Rebels.
Not bad, per se, just not as good as,
Not as good as what, Donnie?
You know what? I forgot what I was going to say. I think A tier is fine for Rebels Ahsoka.
I would be at S out of respect, but I agree with the statement you were too scared to make.
God damn it. Okay, now there were a couple of moms shown in the Bad Batch and Tales of the Jedi recently. How do we feel about Ahsoka and Hera's moms?
This is awesome.
Okay, I think they are both S tier. Just older clones of the best looks from each character.
Hera's mom is actually hotter than Hera, though.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, the French accent hit me too.
Okay, Eleni in S tier. How about Pavti?
I like S tier, although my previous statement doesn't apply here.
Yeah, I think she's high in attractive tier.
I'm with you, Donnie. Attractive is fine. All right, now we have the same voice of Pavti, but this time human and in a video game, Iden Versio.
Pretty hot Indian broad. I like that Battlefront campaign, actually.
Too bad she gets old in it.
Yeah, that kind of sucked.
She's pretty hot, but I think if you put her in S tier right now, she's the lowest in there.
True that. I'm feeling A tier for her.
That is fair, but I'd be more generous. Keeping the theme of video games, we have a couple from Knights of the Old Republic.
Great game. Shame Disney didn't like it enough to keep it in canon.
First, the Jedi Master Bastila Shan.
Is this Fennec's great-grandma or something?
It's Shan, not Shand. That would be cool, though.
Okay, it's clear Joe didn't play this game, so what do you think, Barack?
She's sexy as all hell.
Yeah, for sure. Super powerful and super hot. An easy S tier.
I'm glad we can agree on her. Okay, now Darth Talon.
Hell yeah.
The Darth Maul Twi'lek? I thought she was strictly a creation of pornographic artists.
No, Joe, she's real. Or just in legend, so I guess not real.
It doesn't matter. She's everything Ayla is, but with the dark side and cool tattoos. Easy S tier.
I have to support that as well. Barack and I are on a roll.
Sweet. Okay, how about the Night Sister from Jedi Fallen Order, Marin?
She's fire.
Definitely a good love interest. I loved converting that lesbian.
She has all the good stuff about Mother Talzin except young and way less creepy.
Cal knew he found a dime piece. Even the droids couldn't kill somebody so sexy.
And she even has some nice hair, unlike Ventress. Going back to live action, how do we feel about Jyn Erso?
She's fine. Pretty basic, but cute.
Yeah, not as hot as Padme or Leia, but still attractive.
Yeah, true. Really nothing more to say about her except she's pretty attractive and has daddy issues.
I changed my mind. S tier.
No, Joe.
We already agreed on A tier. Now, unfortunately, we should go through some of the sequels, baddies.
Not only did the sequels have terrible movies, they were also super light on the attractive aliens. Just a bunch of boring humans.
We'll just cover the main ones. How about Rey?
Really the only woman of note, although I think she's even less attractive than Jyn.
I think she's pretty hot.
She's athletic and has a cute face, not very sexy though.
I would argue that she's much hotter in the tattered clothes look than anything else, and if you did that to Padme or Leia, it would blow your minds how much hotter they are than Rey.
I agree. She has a big forehead.
Damn, okay, where do we put her then?
B tier is fine.
I could go A tier, but she's really low in there.
I'll put her in bangable.
Good enough.
Okay, now Rose.
She's just cringe in general.
Okay, let's take a second and admit that Kelly Marie Tran is actually really hot, but it's like they intentionally made her look bad.
Who the fuck cut her hair like that?
Usually you can get away with a bad character if they are extremely attractive. This time they screwed up everything.
Where do we think?
I'm saying cringe.
Yeah, that's good. Not D or F.
Sure, now Captain Holdo.
She can go into Forsaken for what she's done to us.
Stop overreacting. This isn't a film ranking.
Fine, if you can forget everything that she stands for and has done throughout her entire appearance, then I guess she's kind of hot.
Give Laura Dern props. She's aged like fine wine.
The purple hair made her look like she was actively having a midlife crisis, but other than that, she's super attractive.
Okay, but I'll go no higher than B tier.
That's good. I wouldn't want her higher than Rey.
Cool. We're leaving the rest of them in the sequels behind before I get angry.
Thank you.
On to The Mandalorian. How do we feel about Cara Dune?
Choke me, mommy.
Joe, shut the fuck up. I think Gina Carano is awesome, and I love WWE.
Figures you love that shit. It's for losers.
This is why I'm better for America than you, Joe. I don't hate, I appreciate.
Big cap. All you do is hate.
Chill out, you two. Where are we ranking this tank?
This video is brought to you by World of Tanks.
Wait, Really? We're sponsored?
Nah, I'm just practicing for when we are.
You're such a weirdo.
Well, I think Kara deserves attractive.
I'm not really into bodybuilder chicks.
You could have fooled me looking at your wife's shoulders.
You're just jealous that she's more athletic right now than you've ever been.
You could be right, honestly. I think Kara's attractive.
I'd be at C tier because of Joe's choking comment, but sure, now it's Pelly.
The engineer? Really? You might as well put Bill Burr on this list.
I would smash after a couple spotchkas at the cantina.
Are you kidding me? And risk some sort of weird Jawa STD?
I'm leaning toward Don. He makes a fair point.
She's the only human in don't to me.
Maybe she would be B tier at like 20.
I guess fewer Jawas would have been through her at that point, sure.
It is then. How about Mando's ex-girlfriend?
The crazy twee. Nah, bro. I guarantee Mando has had better babes than this creepy chick.
I'm not touching that.
She's still a twee, so she's not ugly.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's ugly either, just not on the level of the Twi'leks in S tier.
So like bangable?
That's okay.
Cool, now the deadly bounty hunter, Fennec Shand.
She is crazy hot.
You can't deny it.
Y'all know she's almost 60?
What?
That's blowing my mind. She's only 20 years younger than me.
You look like you could die any second. She looks like someone on a magazine cover.
Good for her. She's my age and still looks like she's in her 20s or 30s.
Sexy for sure.
Yeah, S tier is good.
Sweet. Now we have Frog Lady.
Are you fucking serious?
Not really. Joe?
No, I can't do it. Worst MILF on the list.
Forsaken.
Okay, now Bo-Katan.
My Mandalorian queen.
Okay, she is dummy thick.
The perfect look. The animated Bo was pretty hot, but the live-action performance from Katie Sackhoff makes her look crazy sexy.
For once, the live-action version is thicker than the animated one.
Katie could get my sack off. I've loved her since Battlestar Galactica.
Katie is low-key one of the greatest sci-fi waifus of all time.
Just put her in S tier. If I think about her S one more time, I'm going to have to leave disc.
Understood. Now Bo-Katan's friend Casca Reeves.
Oh, yeah, she's kinky.
Another wrestling star, Sasha Banks, is super hot in real life, too.
I'm not quite as sexy with her. She might be kinky, but she always has resting bitch face.
I totally agree. If she wasn't so combative, then she would probably be hotter.
At least attractive, though, right?
Yeah, facts.
Cool with me. All right, Joe, how about live-action Ahsoka?
If there is a heaven or even a hell where this Ahsoka would bang me, please send me there when I die.
Fuck's sake, Joe, chill out. She is sexy as hell, we all know.
Rosario Dawson has been in a ton of stuff in her career, but she made every Star Wars fan happy by answering the call from a fan for her to play Ahsoka.
Although not as thick as Bo-Katan, Ahsoka is still very sexy.
She looks a lot like Clone Wars Ahsoka. It's wild. It's even closer than Bo-Katan to Katie Sackhoff. And they are literally the same person.
They did so good on her. I'm very glad they went away from her Rebels look.
True, and she's just such a badass in her appearance.
Solid sexy tier. She might be the sexiest.
Agreed. Okay, now the female Tusken from Book of Boba Fett.
I really couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it's hard to say. What do they even look like?
Pretty unclear.
I mean, I guess she has a nice body, but if she's just going to make that annoying donkey screeching the whole time, then that's cringe.
I agree. Sandy Cheeks is cringe.
Okay, now the female Hutt of the twins.
Don't put Hutts in this fucking list, and that includes Lizzo.
Fine, done. Sheesh. I'll put her with Mama. Okay, guys, now Garza Fwip.
Oh my God, she's perfect.
This bitch is hot enough to cut through blast doors.
The madam of these type of establishments is always the best in bed, too.
Boba Fett is the most Sigma man in the galaxy for turning her down.
It was probably out of fear. Fennec was right there.
Garza is seriously caked up. Jennifer Beals is another one that's my age.
The casting director seriously went to Hollywood with Tinder set to age 60 and bagged the sexiest women alive at that age.
Why the hell is every Twi'lek so fucking hot?
The same reason black people dominate sports.
That's messed up.
That's actually facts, and I despise you for it.
It's cool to see a Twi'lek that has a regular human skin tone rather than that of a random starburst.
I personally like the tropical flavored Twi'leks, but Garza is too damn sexy for that to matter. When she exploded, I fell to my knees and screamed, "No!" like Vader when he found out Padme died.
She's just way too sexy. S tier, now.
I knew that was coming. Okay, now Garza's little yellow minion.
Doesn't she have a name?
Nope.
Why is she even on here then?
I figured we would complete the Twi'lek rainbow.
With yellow, the worst color for a Twi'lek?
That's racist, Donald. Stop Asian hate.
It's even more racist to think that's what I meant.
I still think she's pretty hot.
She's not going in A or S tier looking like piss.
Well, now I think she's hotter.
I'm not giving you a lot for this take, Don, but I'll put her in bangable, I guess.
That's fine.
All right, guys, last one I have is the Quarren Princess.
The squid, come on.
I'd tap that. Akbar Jr. is a lucky guy.
Gross F tier.
The tentacle thing she was doing was something.
Okay, I'll go don't.
Whatever, sure, just ignore the gnarly beak.
Shit, are we done?
Not yet, Joe. I think we should do something special with these waifu lists.
Top 10 Rule 34 images?
No! Shut up. We're going to rank the sexy tier in order and find out who is the sexiest.
That's actually a great idea.
Yeah, and so we should start backwards. Who do we think is the least attractive in S?
I'm thinking it's actually Leia. She kind of looks basic compared to the other aliens and goddesses and shit.
That's a fair point, Don. Respect for the original trilogy can only carry her so far.
True, but it is still fair to put her in S tier. It was really her attitude and the plot that made her more sexy than anyone else below.
The gold standard, I can totally respect it.
Were we thinking of any names at the same time?
I was kind of leaning toward Ventress and Marin.
I guess so. She needed an alternate look with very long hair.
Okay, any other names cross your minds?
I was thinking Hera and Luminara soon, too.
Luminara should be above at least half of the remaining. There's no way Fennec or the New Republic Jedi are above Luminara, especially Marin.
Yeah, I think Marin goes next for sure. The thickness will probably win the day.
I agree. So who's hotter, Bastilla or Fennec?
Oof, that's a tough one. I think Bastilla is slightly hotter.
I don't really think so, but I haven't seen a lot of her because I wasn't into that game.
It was probably too complex for you. I remember when the boys tried to get you into World of Warcraft.
You're not wrong.
I'll take Bastilla over Fennec, just barely. Now who's hotter, either them or Hera?
I like Hera way more.
I don't agree.
Well, I do. And since Hera's mom is hotter than her, who is hotter, Luminara or Hera's mom?
Luminara?
Eleni.
I guess it's up to me.
Barack, the thickness.
Okay, you're right. Luminara over Eleni.
Fuck that.
It's okay, Don. We are splitting hairs with that one.
I do understand that Jedi are slightly hotter because they could kill you easily with their minds.
And who knows what kind of force abilities could apply here.
That's my argument for the daughter.
How'd you know I was going to mention her next?
I knew it was coming, but I'm very high on her top 5.
Who else would be under her?
Shit.
Okay, then, top 5.
Top 5 and 3 of them are tweez.
Who's the least attractive here?
Damn, this is tough.
Okay, well, Talon and Ayla are basically the same, but Darkseid are light. But who's hotter between them?
I don't know. I almost want to say Talon because she's bad, and they are probably better in bed.
I almost want to say the same.
I have to protest. Ayla's the exception when it comes to Jedi being unwilling.
Oh my God, you might be right, and you wouldn't have to deal with that toxic dark side energy.
So close, I really don't feel strongly for or against either choice.
I'm going to go ahead and say Ayla is hotter.
Thank you. I was getting a headache.
Okay, now that we know that, do we think Bo-Katan is hotter than any of the aliens?
Shit.
No, I don't think so.
I think maybe Ahsoka?
No fucking way. You look like the camel that Luke drinks from.
No need to get personal, Joe. I acknowledge that all 5 women here are the sexiest in the galaxy.
I have to agree with Joe through his outburst. Bo-Katan is the hottest human in the galaxy. But if you got to pick between a human and an alien in a waifu tier list, the alien gets the edge for the rarity.
I guess you're right.
Top 4 are tough. I think Ahsoka goes number 1 over these tweez.
I don't agree at all. She's a hero to the audience and very visually appealing, but she's missing the absolutely immense yayas that the tweez have.
Oh boy, this is tough. Who's hotter, Ahsoka or Ayla?
This question has entirely stumped me.
What about experience, though? Sure, Ayla is curious about love, but she probably only gave in a few times realistically. Meanwhile, Ahsoka had been removed from the Jedi Temple for like 20-something years, learning all sorts of fun stuff.
He does have a point. She even said some shit in Mandalorian Season 2 that she loves trying new things, even if they're bad, because they're memorable.
Oh, shit. Are we really saying Ahsoka over Ayla and Talon right now?
It's been said.
I'm agreeing with Joe here, Donnie.
Well, what about Garza?
Dude, I've been avoiding her. I'm about to have a panic attack.
Garza is over Ayla. I said it.
Oh my God, you might be right.
Nah, dude. Ayla is way younger, more fit, and force sensitive.
You don't know Garza's metachlorian count?
I do know her body count is probably a ton higher, so she would for sure be better in bed.
When we ranked her, you said yourself that the madams are always the best in bed.
Fuck! You've convinced me. Her rack makes me want to play E.T. by Katy Perry at max volume.
So who will it be then, Ahsoka or Garza?
This is a harder choice than the last 2 elections combined.
Facts, it's a complete toss-up.
Garza Whip wins.
No, Donnie. Ahsoka should be the winner.
So it's really up to me, huh? Convince me who's the sexiest Star Wars alien.
Twi'leks are better than Togruta in general.
Ahsoka is younger and force sensitive.
Garza is a little older, sure, but she's still the madam, so she's more experienced and probably knows massages and all sorts of stuff for better business. Plus, you can have a spa day with her.
Ahsoka is probably down for whatever, like we've established.
Garza probably was too for the right price.
Ahsoka is still extremely athletic, and force powers could come into play here.
I'm still completely undecided.
Garza is taller than Boba Fett, who's supposed to be 6 foot tall, so she's much taller than Ahsoka. She's got the thickness over Ahsoka, and I think she's just barely better than Ahsoka in most, if not All categories that apply here.
Damn, I'm thinking.
You know it's Ahsoka Barak.
I'm going with Garza Fwip, sexiest in the galaxy.
Bro, no, you betrayed me.
Sorry, man. Donnie made the case.
Bro, there's literally thousands of pornographic pictures of Ahsoka online, and there's like a dozen of Garza Fwip.
Most of those are underage anyways. Garza just got released last year. Give them time to draw.
This is bullshit. And you all know that Clone Wars Ahsoka clearly would have won.
No, Joe.
I will admit that she was slightly more attractive in the Clone Wars art style. FBI, open up! Joe, you motherfucker!
Did he just get swatted?
Yeah, bro, I was trying to entrap him the whole time. Should add to the charges.
Do you think he'll be okay? I heard a lot of shooting.
I've done this to him like 15 times. He should know what to do by now.
Okay, well, that's the list.
That's fair, I guess. I'm glad my snoodles changed stuck.
You're an asshole, Joe. How did I not see that?
Too late to change it now.
Oh, well, you got me this time.
If you made it this far, I really appreciate it. If we missed your favorite alien, then put them in the comments or tell us the top 5 of your own Star Wars waifus.
Maybe after 20K subs, we'll have our next waifu list.
That's way too far, bro.
Not if everyone watching hits that subscribe button.
You heard him. We need Super Hose or Game of Thrones baddies list.
Bye, guys.
What's poppin', Bothans?
Are you proud of yourself, you crack-ridden fossil?
What did he do this time?
He took my amazing genius idea.
Hey, I never wet my willy with Stormy Daniels.
No, you moron. You freed the stoners.
Oh, yeah, it's about time those minorities are let out of jail.
Don't act like a white knight, Sleepy. You know for a fact this is all a political stunt because your poll numbers are in the trash.
Can't we just celebrate a good thing regardless of politics?
Pretty impossible considering how ingrained politics have become in nearly all forms of media. You can't watch a single new movie or series without lefty ideologies being jammed down your throat.
As long as it puts more boobies on the screen, I'm Gucci with that.
I think what Joe's trying to say is, what's the harm in giving women or minorities a chance to tell their own stories?
It's not like there's no opportunities. Disney is always looking for a chance to put a chick in it and make it gay and lame.
I see you watch the South Park special.
You're goddamn right.
South Park is undefeated.
A great portrayal of the most pathetic excuse of a producer mankind has ever seen, Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, after the Indiana Jones flop broke all-time records, she really started to get the negative recognition she deserved.
I fell asleep during that movie about 50 times.
That's at least double the normal rate.
I'm not too excited about what she's doing with Star Wars either.
Don't even get me started on the state of that franchise.
I sense a tier list in the Force.
Please know we've already covered most of Star Wars in previous videos.
Not quite. We haven't covered the Disney Star Wars series yet.
I hate it.
Can you stop being a Rancor-sized bitch for like 20 minutes? It's not all bad.
Maybe, but it's like counting flowers in a graveyard.
Let's jump into hyperspace and find out. Okay, so let's start by putting up our previous rankings so we know where we stand.
Solid list.
Revenge of the Sith in A tier still makes me want to execute Order 66 in real life.
Who would be the targets of real-life Order 66?
The Republicans, of course.
Well, at least it would be faithful to the original because it would lead directly to the dark times.
I don't hold ill will toward the other side. My allegiance is to the Republic and democracy.
If you aren't with me, then you're my enemy.
You would never have a problem with speeches if it was all Star Wars quotes.
Facts. So what are we starting with?
First, let's just warn the audience that spoilers are ahead, so use the chapters in this video to skip reviews if you don't want major spoilers. With that being said, my list here starts with Bad Batch Season 1.
Clone Wars spin-offs are goated.
Mid.
Oh, come on, man. This shit is just Clone Wars, basically.
That's where most brainless fans take this. But in reality, it doesn't hold up compared to Clone Wars. No way these 5 misshapen clones and their little sister are more entertaining than the enormity of the Clone Wars and the beloved characters that were built in those stories.
Although I don't dislike Bad Batch, that is a fair point. On the other hand, the strengths of this series do match the strengths of the best stories in Clone Wars.
That voice actor dude has some serious range to voice all the Bad Batch. The Wrecker and Hunter voices are easy from the normal clone voice, but Tech and Crosshair are pretty different, not to mention the hot one.
No!
There goes Emperor Pedophile again.
Joe, shut the fuck up. This is a little girl.
Nice try, bro, but I actually watched this. She's older than they are.
They're clones. They grow to be men in like 5 years with accelerated aging. Omega's a 12-year-old girl.
Oh, does this mean the clones are off limits too?
If you want to jerk it to Wrecker, I don't think anyone's going to stop you. Literally, Anything is better than referring to Omega as the hot one, you sick fuck.
Forget it. Where are we ranking Bad Batch Season 1?
It was a solid season, admittedly not as good as Clone Wars, but that's a pretty tough standard.
Yes, there were times where it recaptured the cinematic power of the Clone Wars, but those moments were few and far between. Characters were okay, nothing too special besides maybe Crosshair.
I love his arc. He has a lot more depth than any other member of the squad.
He was the only one that really made sense. It's weird to me that morality is the genetic mutation, separating the rest of the clones from Crosshair.
A great antagonist, nonetheless. The characters we meet in the first season weren't bad either.
I love Lizard Lady. She reminds me of Pelosi. It's also great whenever we get to see Rex.
Rex is a goat, but that doesn't excuse the fact that this series gets repetitive and boring. A lot of episodes just don't have any meaning to the plot, so they end up being filler.
True that. Even Cad Bane is pretty useless.
At least we get to see OG characters on our journey.
Sure, but what's the point if the characters that make guest appearances are far more interesting than the main squad? Let's face the facts. Wrecker, Tech, and Echo don't add to the show a whole lot. I'd honestly much rather watch a show where it's just Rex fucking around doing anti-Empire shit instead of watching Operation Take Your Little Sister with you.
It definitely isn't all bad. The finale with the destruction of Kamino was a visual powerhouse.
Cinematic as fuck. I liked how they made Crosshair switch back for survival, but he made the choice to remain with the Empire of his own free will. It should also be said that Bad Batch does not skimp on the alien monsters.
Plenty of cool aliens and good ideas, but this season still feels like it's on the same level as Rebels. Pretty good, not up to Clone Wars standards.
So we should put it in B tier?
I think I'm higher on it than Rebels with visuals alone.
I think B tier is fine. I'd rather watch this than Rebels, I guess.
All right, on to Bad Batch Season 2.
Pretty much the same shit.
Yeah, mostly. It suffers from the exact same problems as Season 1, but to an even further extent. It feels like more than half the season is filler episodes.
It's fair to say that. It's also fair to say that the good stuff is still good. Plenty of wacky 20-minute adventures.
They ramped up the drama in this season, too. Lots of mistrust and shady characters. Even Nancy Pelosi betrays them.
A bit weird how Echo just decides to go back to Rex and then comes back later on in the season.
Even the main squad is super flaky. They're all just contemplating how long elite super soldiers are supposed to babysit for until it's cool to back out.
I was left wondering why we ended up in some places. It felt as though Hunter's goal was to find a place to hide Omega, but in reality, he actively made tons of moves that put her in more danger.
Hunter is Hunter's favorite character.
Well, think about how much they have in common. Both Hunter the clone and your dumbass son smuggle drugs and weapons and are involved in kidnapping minors.
They both love Rambo, too.
I'm starting to think Dave Filoni knows your son personally.
As far as this season goes, I think it's tremendously mid.
Dude, kiss Moochie's ass. You're going to disrespect my boy Tech's sacrifice like that?
It's probably fake news. Nobody ever dies in Star Wars anymore. They just toss you in the Bacta tank or turn you into a cyborg and you'll be back next episode.
That is truly the worst writing trope in this franchise.
Didn't Filoni do it first with Darth Maul?
I thought it was a stupid idea back then too, but he did so much more cool shit with Maul, who was already an interesting character with no screen time to begin with. So it ended up being great.
Doesn't Filoni do the same thing another 15 times with a bunch of other characters?
Oh, no, he's right. Even Echo is a character whose death in the Clone Wars was a lot more meaningful than the life he's been living after his resurrection.
Dave Filoni's sins will not outweigh all the good he's done for Star Wars. He's kept this franchise from sinking during the worst times to be a Star Wars fan. With that being said, Disney doesn't trust him over executives like Satan's wet dream, also known as Kathleen Kennedy. Therefore, they won't give him full control or enough creative power to tell his stories like George Lucas did in the Clone Wars.
Plus, George Lucas was pouring in all the funds necessary for each and every episode of the Clone Wars. Rebels saw at least a 50% cut in budget per episode, which explains the lack of quality. Bad Batch has better animation, but I'll bet the funding per episode still doesn't match the Clone Wars.
Bad Batch is still the same animation and still recaptures the feeling I had watching the Clone Wars.
I'm glad you're having fun, but the difference in quality is noticeable. Bad Batch doesn't hold the same weight as the Clone Wars, mostly because it feels like the content is for a younger audience, just like a lot of Rebels. In the Clone Wars, people died horribly every episode, but in the Bad Batch, the clones are shooting stun rounds the whole time, so Omega doesn't get PTSD.
The second Omega isn't around. Crosshair speed runs all the murdering.
Once again, the best character in the season.
He finally understands that his life means nothing in the eyes of the Empire.
Crosshair is more interesting than all the Bad Batch combined at this point, but it still doesn't carry the rest of this mid-season, and neither does Space Wanda Sykes.
I have to agree. Besides a few twists and turns, this season was painfully close to the last season, with just a couple episodes really worth watching, like the one with the Zillow Beast. C tier is okay.
Well, at least it's a high C like the juice box. We even get a look at Omega at a fuckable age.
You disgust me.
I'm also sickened. C tier it is. What's up next?
Now we move on to the Tales of the Jedi.
Count Dooku is the GOAT.
You said it, Joe. Getting to see fan-favorite characters in different scenarios was fantastic.
I enjoyed the story arcs they put together in this one. Too bad I only get to enjoy those arcs for like 45 minutes before the season's over.
I was also pretty shocked that there's only like 6 episodes with a slim runtime of about 15 minutes each.
Super fucking disappointing. When the content is good, you need more than this.
It's better than nothing. They're welcome canon stories. I mean, come on. We get some great waifus from this season.
Can you not tug your Johnson to Yaddle for me?
I put a Grogu right in her.
That's better than what Dooku did to her?
Very compelling story there. The pressure his character went through matches his appearance in Attack of the Clones. You could tell in the movie he went through some shit that he regrets, and you get to see it play out. That's the strength of these anthology-type series, and Clone Wars did it the best.
It's just Clone Wars had so much more content that it's hard to compare the two.
I'm on the fence on where to rank it.
I'm at A tier, to be honest.
I couldn't rank it past B tier because you blink and you fucking miss the whole season.
Is Ahsoka legal in this?
Yes and no. In the last episode, she's like 19.
Don't encourage him.
Yeah, I'll go with A tier.
Gross. You seriously put this on the same level as Revenge of the Sith and Return of the Jedi?
Yeah, I'll go B tier with it.
Wow, okay then.
That's better. What's next?
Let's cover Star Wars Visions Seasons 1 and 2.
Oh boy, Star Wars for weebs.
My otaku brethren and I have approved of this.
You've watched like 4 episodes of Dragon Ball Z. Let's not get carried away.
I skipped this shit because I'm not into all that Chinese propaganda.
In no way does China have anything to do with anime whatsoever.
Better safe than sorry.
Oh my God.
I'll start by saying the very first episode was pretty tight.
That wandering Sith samurai was low-key drippy, I'm not gonna lie.
The perfect change of pace for the Star Wars formula. The rest of the episodes are pretty dog shit compared to this one.
If we were ranking by episode, then it's a clear S tier, but the season as a whole is hit or miss.
There was that one about the rabbit. She was pretty hot.
Average anime enjoyer.
Joe, you're not helping its cause.
I'm going to say D tier, only because that samurai character sounds dope.
Yeah, let's not get into every single different episode for all our takes on each art style and shit. Sounds like another video, if anything.
As far as this season, it was good overall, but there were some pretty bad episodes. Don't expect to be into all of them. B tier sounds good to me.
I'll agree with you. I really liked a few episodes, but I got pretty sleepy during most of this.
What's your take on season 2?
Pretty much the same as season 1, but no episode really hit as hard as season 1, episode 1.
I think season 2 matches the amazing visuals, but fails to live up to the standards of season 1's interesting characters and lore. I found myself appreciating season 1 even more after watching season 2, which is never a good sign.
Still loads of new anime Star Wars waifus.
Is that all that matters to you? Drawn yayas?
It's part of the immersion.
Well, then I expected you would like season 2 more, since all the episodes have female protagonists.
That automatically makes this F tier. I would also like to rename F tier to Kathleen Kennedy tier.
We can do that, but this season isn't F tier with that level of animation quality. There's definitely some stories in there that are great, like episode 5 with the sisters. That one was so heartfelt, I shed a few tears.
It's weird how you go from a shitty claymation pod race to the next episode being about genocide.
Sounds mid.
I'd be down with C tier as well.
I guess so. Definitely something to watch if you really enjoyed season 1. Okay, that's enough Star Wars animation. Let's get into the live action stuff.
Thank God, I've had enough of sleepy edging in Discord.
Edging with the boys is my fave.
That feeling is not mutual. What do we think about Andor?
It was tremendous.
Mid.
Are you fucking baiting me?
Joe, are you sure you watched this?
I did, but I found myself asleep a vast majority of the time.
Well, that's probably why you didn't enjoy it. This one's a slow burner with tons of unique ideas and masterful character development. If you nap through even one part, the rest won't hit as hard.
It was just too smart for him. You need an IQ in the triple digits to truly appreciate the writing here.
Malarkey!
Andor himself is a fantastic main character. A great mix of good and bad, just like he was in Rogue One. He works even better in this story despite the fact we understand he will survive the events, which lowers the tension thematically.
Finally, a Star Wars series that gets into the nitty-gritty of the rebellion. Everybody knows good people do bad things in order to secure a better future from a tyrannical empire.
Careful, Donnie. It's starting to sound like you're pro-hummus.
You're right. I'm not into hummus. I'm more of an onion dip kind of guy.
It's Hamas, Joe. He's talking about Palestine.
In that case, I'm going to have to support the empire. I mean Israel.
Hypocrite!
Shut up. It's a completely different situation. You're just trying to start shit because the adults are talking.
Listening to this dude is like hearing the screams of the burning alien children. It's fucking torture.
That part was actually horrifying. And Bix was a very sympathetic character at that point, making the torture even more heart-wrenching.
Tons of great characters in this. Mon Mothma as a double agent senator gave us more cool world building for politics, but my favorite character is definitely Luthen.
Luthen is the best character in the entire show for me. The acting and the presence of the character makes every scene with him a pleasure to watch.
For sure, Andy Serkis's character was another all-star in the prison arc.
I love the prison arc. It's fascinating how you get brought through the whole process of a Star Wars prison with Andor. The only thing I wish they changed is to put more aliens in there. I remember in Clone Wars there were so many cool aliens in the prison when Kenobi went undercover.
Facts. Bosk started a prison riot in that, and it was memes.
I think the Empire understood that humans probably don't want to be cooped up with a Wookiee.
That's racist. Get him off the ballot.
You wish, and racism is good to live by in a galaxy where certain races can rip you to shreds with no effort.
I'm not going to lie, I'd be kind of concerned if a bunch of Trandoshans rolled up to the crib.
If you think random lizard people are bad, imagine the ones that they actually throw in jail.
Okay, it makes more sense that it's an all-human jail, but now I want to see the alien jail.
Let's be real, there is no alien jail. Stormtroopers use them all for target practice.
Oh, yeah, that's probably right.
Well, they need it. They couldn't hit the side of a bantha.
It's good that Andor finally makes the Empire great again. In every other Disney show, the stormtroopers are just mindless fodder. But in this show, we actually get some lethality back in the Empire.
Okay, final thoughts on Andor?
No alien waifus.
Nobody's listening. I think this is a high-tier show.
I think so too. Does it make S tier?
It's close. Between the music and the writing, I think I have to rank it higher than Rogue One, even though it lacks some classic Star Wars tropes like a ton of aliens and space battles.
Wow, you really think S tier? I assumed you would have hated it because it's not really that close to Star Wars.
I really like the different take. Slow burners can be really good if the writing is there. This show managed to keep me hooked the whole time.
The series is cathartic at times. When the prisoners made their escape and finally reached the open ocean, it made your boy tear up a little.
I think it squeaks into S tier. I wouldn't put it over anything in S tier, but it's an amazing story that's well worth the watch.
I'm happy to put it into S tier. If only Disney would make more stuff like this.
Season 2 of Andor is coming, so that should be okay. But these Disney shows seem to drop in quality as they go on, probably because Kathleen Kennedy horrifically violates anything good that Star Wars creates.
I don't think absolutely everything is her fault, but she definitely tries to feminize everything as much as she can.
I'm into it. Think of how many sexy alien hoes she gave us.
The fact that Joe is the only type of fan benefiting from this feminist takeover perfectly represents how fucking stupid it is. It's a fan base dominated by men, and there's a screeching feminist making all the decisions on new content. No wonder Star Wars is at its lowest point ever.
How could you say that when we have The Mandalorian?
That's what I've been waiting for. Fuck Andor. The Mandalorian is the best Star Wars show ever made.
Mandalorian is great, I will grant you, but the quality is inconsistent across all 3 seasons.
If you say one more word, I'm bringing you in cold.
Well, what are your thoughts on Season 1?
Season 1 was tremendous. A brilliant space western that is truly inspired. Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni combined their skills and creativity to produce one of the best pieces of Star Wars media ever.
The Mandalorian feels like a cool D&D campaign in the Star Wars universe, always meeting interesting characters and visiting iconic locations through the eyes and helmet of the legendary Pedro Pascal.
A great choice for the role. Ever since I saw him in Game of Thrones, I've appreciated his work.
He's been in a ton of stuff since then. Narcos, The Last of Us, even Kingsman. The dude has serious charisma on screen.
Each episode of Season 1 feels very deliberate and takes its time building the world and these characters.
For fuck's sake, you even get Bill Burr in Star Wars. Is there anything better than that?
Funny how he made fun of Star Wars fans and yet they still got him to be in Star Wars.
Now it's canon that there's a space Boston somewhere in the galaxy with a bunch of space massholes cutting people off in traffic.
Bill Burr isn't even in the top 5 of interesting characters we meet in season 1. My favorite was the Ugnaught mechanic.
No, bro, he's my favorite.
He can be both our favorites.
No, he's my favorite only. I have spoken.
How can you not pick Grogu as your favorite? Dude is like 50 and still doesn't talk. That's on some gangsta shit.
The best part about him was we had no idea what his name was for the whole first season, so everyone just called him Baby Yoda.
I loved how Quill rebuilt the IG unit to be a nurse droid for Grogu.
Who could possibly be cooler than IG-11? He soloed dozens of lizard people while doing the robot.
Finally, we got to see the full potential of an assassin droid, both in the first and last episodes of season 1.
I heard Elon is making these. We should all get one and have droid fights.
Roger, Roger.
I'm down for that, barring any ethical concerns.
Robots shouldn't get rights.
We'll get there when we get there. Anything bad about season 1?
It was all perfect. Best Star Wars since the Clone Wars.
Only a couple episodes didn't really impress me much. There was one with the introduction of Fennec Shand with that sharpshooter kid that died in the same episode. That was pretty mid. Other than that, I really enjoyed the first season.
All the side characters were wonderful. Gina Carano as Cara Dune fits perfectly. Carl Weathers is very convincing as Grief Karga. And Giancarlo Esposito is always a welcome antagonist.
Everything flowed just right and a good story was told. How can somebody not like season 1?
It was done with passion and great attention to detail, there's no doubt. It earns its place as the best season of anything by Star Wars series. The music also kicked fucking ass.
I absolutely bump the main theme of Mandalorian in the whip at full volume.
Just put it in S tier already and put it over Hodor.
It's Andor, but yeah, I agree.
The rest of the tier list isn't really in order, but sure. How about Mandalorian Season 2?
Just as good as Season 1, if not better.
I'm not going to say that. Season 2 is very good, but it's far from perfect.
What are your complaints?
The writing took a little hit. It also felt like there were a few more filler episodes compared to Season 1. Episodes like The Marshal and the one with Ahsoka were still just as good as anything in Season 1. But episodes 3, 4, 6, and 7 are shaky, if I'm being completely honest.
That's a load of malarkey.
Can you be a little more specific?
I'm glad you asked. It felt like Disney was using the success of Mandalorian to launch a string of profitable series by using Season 2 as a collection of extended trailers for spin-offs. They spent an awful lot of time on characters like Bo-Katan, Ahsoka, and Cara Dune, while spending not as much time on Din Djarin and Grogu.
Bro is mad because women. What a surprise.
I understand those complaints. I do prefer Season 1 for some of the reasons you mentioned.
You're going to tell me you didn't like Ahsoka in her first live-action appearance?
I did not say that. I actually thought it was wonderfully written and one of my favorite episodes.
So you don't like Bo-Katan and her massive cheeks? That's even crazier.
I think Bo is a perfect conversion from her appearance in Clone Wars. I just don't agree with the overall arc of her character in this season and next season as well. This whole dark saber unites all of Mandalore plot is fucking stupid.
It's like they haven't decided where to land on that. Pretty stupid that whoever beats the person with the dark saber is the new king. Mandalore is kind of like space Wakanda.
Bo-Katan is the princess and she should win the sword.
I would be way more interested in the dark saber plot if Din actually wanted it in the first place. The fact that he doesn't give a fuck makes that whole storyline fall flat.
Speaking of the finale, was I the only one that thought it was kind of mid?
Yes, you were the only one. To see Luke Skywalker's face again reignited the same feelings I haven't felt since the original trilogy.
It did make me feel some type of way to see Luke. I started tearing up when I saw him. And then when Grogu says his goodbyes to Mando and he shows his face, I was straight up ballin', fam.
A heartfelt moment for sure. But it could have hit way harder if he didn't already show his face to the entire Empire and Bill Burr in the episode before this one. It's fantastic to see an unmolested version of Luke before Kathleen gets a hold of him. But the deep fake effect is honestly pretty bad. Some freelancers on YouTube did the scene way better with nowhere near the budget.
Shout out to Corridor Crew. They actually won the job and did Luke's face for the book of Boba Fett.
It makes me sick that you can be this negative about the greatest show made in this decade.
I gotta say, I'm with Donnie. With a few minor changes, this season finale could have been perfect. There were many conveniences made in service of the plot, which were silly at times.
Feels like they did way too much to secure the dumbass women power charge to take the bridge when characters like Boba Fett and Space Bill Burr get kicked to the curb. This leads me to believe that Kathleen Kennedy is up to her shit again and probably had more creative power over Mandalorian at this point.
Can you quit your yapping? She's like your everlasting scapegoat.
Oh no, it's true. Kathleen Kennedy's the sole reason everything in Star Wars is straight poodoo.
How do you know that for sure? Did you spy on them while they were making it?
Nah, spying is your thing. I got some insider knowledge.
Fake news.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Okay, fine. Ask her yourself.
Did you say her?
What's up, libtards?
Wow, really?
Oh my God, is this Cara Dune?
No, it's Gina Carano. I can no longer legally be Cara Dune.
Donnie, I'm not on the right medication for female interaction right now.
You could take your Viagra in silence.
Hi, Gina. How you doing?
Pretty good, Mr. President. Things could be a little busier, but I can't complain. I could complain a lot, actually.
Why, Mommy? I mean, Gina, what happened?
Did you not notice I was absent in Mando Season 3?
I thought you were with the mommy forces. I mean, the special forces.
No, I'm fired. Cara Dune is either dead or some other muscle mommy is going to have my face painted on hers for a show I was supposed to have.
That's fucked up.
I know, right?
Can you please remind us why you were fired?
Well, I made this one tweet.
I can tell why you and Donnie are friends now.
We actually met through Dana White.
Of course you did.
Anyway, I made this tweet about how the Nazis pinned the neighbors of Jewish people against them by slandering their beliefs and said, how is that any different from slandering people today because of their political views?
Pretty dope tweet.
I thought so, and apparently other people didn't.
Even I know that's a risky one. They tell me all the time, never start talking about Jews or Nazis. It just never goes the right way.
You got a point there. I pretty much lost my whole acting career in like 5 minutes.
I'm going to come right out and say that I don't really agree with the tweet you made, but I also don't agree with the fact that you lost your character because of it.
I appreciate that, Obama.
Now, the question you were brought here to answer is how much of Disney Star Wars failures are on Kathleen Kennedy?
Well, I'll tell you this. With her, it's all activism bullshit. She's basically just using Star Wars as a platform to fund her feminist universe. And she thinks that's going to be her legacy. And I was totally going to get a piece of it with my own show and everything.
Case fucking closed. Kathleen Kennedy killed Star Wars.
I'm on the Cara Dune side because she's hot.
I'm not Cara Dune. I legally have to say that.
Okay, I believe you. Pushing a certain political view as the main focus defeats the purpose of writing a story in Star Wars. It's a galaxy far, far away for a reason. It has a defined legacy that shouldn't be changed, only expanded upon.
Instead, she took a male-dominated IP and stuffed it full of poorly written feminism. Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau aren't perfect, but they respectfully carry the direction of George Lucas's vision, while Kathleen Kennedy shits all over it to kill the patriarchy, which, if you haven't noticed, doesn't fucking exist since women have been voting for the last 100 years.
She also can't stand if people don't agree with her. She gets pissed at you if you even like a post from an account that made fun of her at one point. From what I hear, she went thermonuclear bitch mode after South Park made the Pandaverse.
I can understand not being happy about it, but all of us have been South Parked before. There's nothing you can do but laugh.
I'm a literal transsexual puppeteer in South Park, and I still love the show. Way better than the impression that murderer Alec Baldwin used to do of me on SNL.
Meanwhile, Kathleen is probably taking legal action against South Park and doubling down on the horrible Star Wars chick flicks.
Which means more waifus.
But at what cost? The latest news is Kathleen is pushing out the Rey movie nobody asked for with the same girl power director that made The Marvels. The director is already talking about how she likes making men uncomfortable and wants women to shape the Star Wars universe.
Fuck me, she has doubled down.
Big time. I'd love to say more, but I'm being instructed by my lawyers to end this call to avoid legal persecution.
Thanks for clearing things up, Gina.
Yeah, you're a real one for that.
Okay, gents, time for me to go back to the special forces and get killed. See you never.
Damn it, I was going to shoot my shot.
She would snap you in half like a Kit Kat.
Might not be a bad way to go. I'll slide in the DMs.
That was good to know, but where are you at with the ranking?
S tier. I fully enjoyed it from the Crate Dragon all the way to Boba Fett killing Bib Fortuna and taking Jabba's throne.
I also think the second season was enjoyable. I really liked certain episodes, a lot like the Crate Dragon and the one with the frog lady. It's landing somewhere around B tier.
I thought you would be way lower with all those complaints.
They were just nitpicks at this point, but it's all downhill from here with the Disney series.
I can settle at A tier. This is still peak Mandalorian, even if it takes a slight step back from season 1.
It's still the good shit. I have spoken.
All right, let's rank the Book of Boba Fett now, since it's basically the Mandalorian season 2.5.
The Mandalorian DLC was pretty dank.
Here's where my grievances start to increase.
Fucking general grievance over here.
Why are we making a 7-episode TV show for Boba Fett and making half the episodes about Mando and Grogu?
For me, it was unexpected, but not unwelcome. We get to see fan-favorite characters left and right and still get a nice arc with Boba Fett and the Sand People.
Watching Boba Fett heal in the bacta tank made me real sleepy. It's pretty similar to what I got going on.
How much money is the government spending on your nightly bacta tank soak?
I don't ask questions, I just put on my scuba mask and sleep in the goo.
It was pretty clever that they covered past events in dream form while he's healing.
Dances with Banthas was only mildly entertaining. What I really wanted to see was the Sopranos in Star Wars. All that really happens before Boba Fett is betrayed by everyone is he gets pestered about water thievery by the worst characters in the show, the Modifiers.
Okay, the Modifiers were fucking garbage the whole time, but the Hutts, Black Chrysanthemum, and Cad Bane make for some interesting character dynamics.
I will say that it was impressive to include as many characters as they did in such a short time, but the execution leaves a lot to be desired.
At least we get an Ahsoka and Luke Skywalker one-night stand. How could you possibly hate that being canon?
Oh shit, do you think they were actually banging?
Even Mando was sussing Ahsoka out for why she was there with Luke when she already said she wouldn't train Grogu.
Jedis talk all the time. Plus, Anakin kind of raised Ahsoka, so it's almost like they're related.
Ahsoka's like his big stepsister, and you already know he's into that shit.
He also asked her, "Will I ever see you again?" Which was a clear reference to when Anakin left his mother, meaning Ahsoka actually meant a lot to him, and how else would they become that close in a couple days or whatever?
They were banging on God, and Grogu probably watched in the corner.
Bro, he's a fucking baby.
He's like 50 years old and has witnessed hundreds of murders. You think some Jedi sex is going to hurt him?
We're done talking about this.
Grogu is Space Sneeko.
Joe, one more word and I'll have Elon test the space laser.
I'm cool. Don't zap me.
The thing I'm most pissed about in this new Filoni-verse is that nobody ever fucking dies, even if they suffer mortal wounds. It drains the tension out of every single Star Wars story because anything could happen to a character and they'll be just fine.
Except for Garza Fwip, the hottest woman in the galaxy, and her whole whorehouse got blown up so unceremoniously to set up the finale.
That was some good shit. It was exactly the kind of writing I was looking for the whole season.
While they were so busy dancing in the desert, we could have been watching Boba Fett cracking skulls across Mos Espa. The Sand People thing didn't even really pay off as much as it could have. Imagine how much better it would be if Cad Bane was the one who kills the Sand People.
That one small change would make the rest of the story hit so much harder. With that being said, it was a fairly entertaining finale.
The Rancor was fucking baller. I loved how it bested the Scorpion droids and then went on a rampage after Cad Bane dismounted Bobby.
Those big-ass destroyer droids were awesome, and the Rancor fights were a feast for the eyes. This is pretty much the closest we get to a kaiju fight in Star Wars.
I will agree the fights were awesome and the Rancor was a success. But just like a majority of big monster movies, the human part sucked ass. The Modifiers were uncomfortably present during this whole finale. The girl that looks like teenage Kathleen Kennedy makes all the decisions, and none of them are good.
I took small naps during all scenes that didn't include Grogu or the Rancor, so what did I miss?
Mando, Boba Fett, and Black Chrysanthemum killed hundreds of gangsters while absorbing approximately 10,000 shots each. The rest of the good guys either died or spun around in circles for no goddamn reason.
Grogu was still the MVP. Absolutely no one else could have stopped the Rancor.
There is definitely a lot to like about the finale. But there's also a lot to dislike about it. Cad Bane was great, but he was a little underutilized. The Modifiers were in way too much of it and should have all died. And the main cast took way too much damage with no consequences. I was also hoping Cad Bane would bring more OG bounty hunters to the fight, like Bosk, Dengar, or imagine seeing IG-88.
Oh man, that'd be spicy. Seeing the way Grogu and Din react to an evil IG after IG-11 would be pretty special.
You could take one of the Scorpion droids away, and it would probably make up the budget to put those characters in, rather than doing stupid shit like the Modifiers and the people of Freetown.
All in all, I still think it was chaotic and mostly exciting. You could always say they could have done something better in hindsight, like why not have Luke come with Grogu and fight on his home planet?
Now that would have been S tier.
The logic in the writing was shaky as it is.
Well, where would you put it?
Probably C tier, to be honest. Pretty mid.
Not a fucking chance. Best waifu, best monster battle, and best action of all the series. S tier.
You're the type of brain-dead fan that they're catering to nowadays, so of course you like it.
I think it just barely gets into B tier. Definitely not a great show because the story is all over the place, but it was pretty good most of the time.
It was really the last show they made that wasn't completely fucking atrocious. Too bad we aren't getting another season, but the good news is we never have to suffer the modifiers ever again.
Facts. Up next, we have Mandalorian Season 3.
Fucking mid.
Stop. The season was pretty good.
Even you know it's not like it was.
Maybe it's not the most eventful season, but still good.
That's putting it mildly. Basically, nothing happens compared to the previous 2 seasons and Book of Boba Fett.
It is kind of weird that they spent half the entire season on the dark saber-wielding Ark just to destroy it at the end of the season in a fight with Moff Gideon.
Mando could barely lift the fucking thing, but Bo-Katan can use it despite her participation in the genocide of her whole planet. Seems like they gave Din an unnecessary nerf for no reason.
The Darksaber was exactly like Thor's hammer, but had no reason behind why it got heavy depending on the user. Paz Vizsla is stronger than Din, but it was just as heavy for him during their Book of Boba Fett duel.
I wonder what the fuck he did for the Darksaber to weigh half a ton.
Funny how some of the best parts of Season 3 happened in the Book of Boba Fett. It's almost like they should have done all the character development for the Mandalorian in The Mandalorian.
In Season 3, they at least start building up the Mandalorians as a people. They even live like Mandalorians should, fighting monsters every 10 seconds.
But they do it painfully slow with roadblocks everywhere. Bo-Katan has to save Mando from a cyborg and a mythosaur. And from Moff Gideon, she also takes the Darksaber and the right to the Mandalorian throne. You might as well name this season The Book of Bo-Katan.
Donald hates giant ass cheeks. He's gay.
If anything, you're gay for liking this season.
Dude, chill. It's okay to be gay.
Well, yeah, but it's not okay to be gay and take up a whole episode of Mandalorian because of it. Episode 3 of this season is the worst episode of The Mandalorian by far. We get fucking Space Rosie O'Donnell making Space Bill Gates fall in love with her and then betray him for no fucking reason. Literally nothing happens to the plot, and we all get to witness the worst love story ever put on screen.
I hated that episode's guts. It was so fucking boring, and I only got to see Bo's ass like twice.
I was extremely disappointed as well. I've loved every second in Coruscant up until this point. Such a unique location where anything could happen. If only that Imperial character, whose name I've completely forgotten, had any sort of role in the main story, maybe I would have enjoyed her more.
If that wasn't enough, these motherfuckers put Lizzo in Star Wars. I almost drop-kicked my television multiple times the first time I saw it. It's like they're actively trying to kill the fan base.
At least Jack Black was there.
Jack Black is cool, but they gave more time to Lizzo.
Oh yeah, her and Grogu had a great time while the parents had date night in Liberaltopia. Go fuck yourselves!
The only good parts of episodes like that are the spoonfuls of Easter eggs that reference older Star Wars stuff like the battle droids.
If pandering is all they got going for them, then they're in real trouble.
Facts. How did you guys like the finale?
I loved it. Lots of good action, and it finally looks like Bo-Katan is going to join the family.
Din and Bo make for a fun royal couple.
Just watch. The start of Season 4 will just be Mando and Grogu, and we start all over again.
It is pretty annoying how it takes so long to build a crew.
Finale was okay. It just felt rushed, like they were just going through the motions.
Did you like the Moff Gideon stuff?
Moff Gideon is a perfect analogy for the quality of the season. It feels like he's only there to give Mando and Robo Grogu someone to fight in order to justify a finale. Gideon is great in the last 2 seasons, but this time around he just wasn't the same.
Maybe because he didn't fight Moff Gideon at all. It was one of Gideon's clones.
That's just the kind of lazy writing I would expect at this point. Nobody ever dies, no high stakes, and no emotional payoff.
That's bullshit. Paz Vizsla died.
Who the fuck cares?
Joe's right. His death was pretty emotional since he had a son.
We all knew he was at the age where every Mandalorian's father needs to die in order to make them badass. I have some hope for Ragnar in future Star Wars stories unless nothing changes, but not a single character means shit as long as Kathleen has her claws around them.
Fair enough. Where are we on the ranking?
Probably A or B tier. Still some fun Mando action and cool creatures.
It had some episodes that were still pretty fun, like the Pirates, but even those episodes were logically bankrupt. C tier, mid.
But Babu Frick is in it.
Babu is my homeboy, and I guarantee he would say this shit is mid.
I will have to go C tier with it. The characters don't really grow at all, and the logic and writing is just not the same quality as the previous 2 seasons.
Dank Farrak Barack, how can you let this clown turn you over to the dark side?
I stay keeping it real, homie. We only have 2 shows left.
And they both suck.
Oh boy, can't wait to hear Donnie bitch and moan.
Let's do Kenobi first.
This shit is torture. like being held to the fire by the force of Darth Vader.
I've been waiting for this. I even got my own presidential guest.
Hello there.
Oh my God, it's Obi-Wan.
General Kenobi, you are a bold one for showing your face after this show.
It wasn't another happy landing, I'll be honest.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kenobi is goated.
Thank you, Chancellor Biden.
You don't have to call him that. We're ranking your show if you want to hear our brutally honest takes on it.
Ah, yes, I can see the tier list now. Wait, how is Revenge of the Sith not S tier?
Tell me about it. These two aren't the brightest in the order. Even my apprentice, Barack.
Oh, yes, I can relate with that problem.
I was never your fucking apprentice.
If anything, Barack is the master since he makes most of the decisions for the country.
If that were true, things would be going a lot better. So Ewan, what was it like working on Kenobi?
It was generally very fun. Mostly it was just great to work with Anakin again.
Every time you two are on screen, it's magical.
That's true. Too bad the show was hot garbage.
Speaking of shitty apprentices, your show wasn't my favorite either.
Ha ha ha, The Apprentice sucked balls.
I would say the same, but you'll never get a show. Only guest appearances on shows like Criminal Minds or To Catch a Predator.
As tough as it is, I'll have to agree with Donnie. I was pretty underwhelmed by this 6-episode micro-series.
Well, it was originally supposed to be a film rather than a series, but some of the producers decided to make it longer and put more characters in it.
Let me guess, Kathleen Kennedy?
Yes, Kathleen Kennedy, among others.
So she took what could have been a pretty good movie and stretched it out to tell the story of Reva and Kid Leia.
You've got the gist of it, yes.
Doesn't surprise me, but it still makes me fucking mad.
I'm going to apologize in advance for these jaded assholes.
Not to worry, I lived through the prequel backlash. Nothing can hurt my feelings anymore.
It's funny because at this point I'm begging for anything remotely close to that quality.
To be fair, there were some really great moments in each episode, and it is nice to see more of you as Obi-Wan. You were the glue that held the prequels together.
That's very nice, thank you. It was the time of my life making that trilogy.
You absolutely carried the prequels despite Jar Jar existing, but this time it was too much to carry me, thanks.
Yeah, this writing was pretty awful.
Come on, you guys are talking like this was the Hindenburg. I liked this season. It was so good we're getting another one.
Quite right, I've got some unfinished business with Qui-Gon Jinn.
That doesn't excuse the god-fucking-awful show this turned out to be. Between Kid Leia outrunning adults and Reva being genuinely horrible, it was tough to stomach about 2/3 of this season.
It's a lot faster to say what I liked about this show than to mention what I disliked about it, so that's what I'm going to do. I liked the performance of Obi-Wan and Vader during their climactic duel. I liked the music. I liked the scene where Obi-Wan reconnects to the Force to save Leia from falling. I loved the scene with the clone trooper begging for change and the acting from Ewan during all those moments.
I really like the entrance of Darth Vader in the first duel and the fact that he stays killing kids. That's about it.
What's not to like about it? We get our favorite characters at vastly different times in their lives than what we're used to seeing in another classic Star Wars story to add to the archives.
It was a tall task to portray the character in the way the story called for. I had to be an Obi-Wan separate from what we all saw in the prequels and originals. This season is more about overcoming poor mental health than saving the galaxy. I think that's what throws most people off.
I would have preferred not to see a depressed Obi-Wan that yells at children and can't do the Force for shit. In addition to that, we get some of the worst dialogue I've ever heard. Even in the most dramatic moments of the entire show, the best they can do is repeat old lines from the prequels.
You can't say it was bad dialogue when Vader was unmasked.
True that. I was ugly crying when Obi-Wan apologized to Anakin for everything.
It was hard for me not to get emotional when saying the line, knowing what both characters had gone through up until then. Not only that, I was sorry that Hayden had to endure so much in his personal life and career ever since the prequels ended.
The hate was entirely misled. George Lucas is a shitty dialogue writer, and most of that shitty dialogue was in the love story between Padme and Anakin.
Still a better love story than Twilight.
I hate Sand, but I hate Twilight more.
With George, you need to come to him as an actor and try and work out some of the rough edges in the script.
It seems like you're pretty persuasive considering Obi-Wan's dialogue is top-notch in the prequels.
That's why they called me the negotiator.
It was the same with Harrison Ford in the originals. I remember him in an interview saying to George, "That's not how people talk."
I think it was just a bit tougher for younger actors to question the work of the great George Lucas after the original trilogy's success.
What George lacked in dialogue writing, he made up for hugely, with world building, interesting characters, and unique locations.
This show is lacking in basically everything. Not only is the dialogue shit, but the characters and locations are mediocre at best. The only character I was slightly interested in was the Grand Inquisitor, and Reva fake killed him in episode 2, which I am completely fucking sick of. If you get stabbed by a fucking lightsaber, you need to fucking die.
I never understood that either. Qui-Gon couldn't get revived, but everybody else treats it like a bloody sprained ankle. I swear, bro lost the will to live just to leave me behind to play stepdad. I'm going to give that spooky asshole a piece of my mind in season 2.
Reva's whole storyline is about the time she survived being stabbed by Anakin when she was a child, too.
Let me get her story straight. So, she gets impaled as a child by Anakin in Order 66, survives, grows up working for him by killing the few people left that would actually care about her in order to get a chance to fight him, only to get impaled by him again and fucking survive again. Are you fucking joking?
Healthcare has been pretty good in Star Wars ever since Obama was president.
Thanks, Obama.
Hey, don't blame me. George Lucas is the one that sold Star Wars to Disney.
I don't blame him. Did you see how many credits they gave up?
Just to turn it all into a big pile of shit. It's almost impressive how little they did with so much. The lightsaber duels alone ruined this entire show. We only get slight glimpses of the saber battles we once loved. Both Vader-Kenobi duels frankly sucked, and the Reva-Vader fight was laughable. Fucking breakdancing is not the strategy I would personally use for fighting Darth Vader.
Sure, I've been a bit out of practice, but were they really that bad?
Can confirm they were nothing like the prequels' duels. With the slower and clunky Disney lightsabers over the metal rods, it makes every duel look insanely slow and fake. Drains my immersion right out of the fight, along with lightsabers not being fatal.
Hayden Christensen looked like he was trying really hard under that suit. And they made him pretty intimidating at times with force powers, but it was pretty silly in some shots.
The force powers were really nice, especially all the rocks.
The rocks? That's what did it for you?
Yeah, toss a rock, cover you in rocks, pretty dope.
So uncivilized.
Final thoughts and ranking for Kenobi?
I'll leave it up to you, gentlemen. I'm not brave enough for politics.
Still pretty good, B tier.
I'm just wondering if anything justifies this show climbing out of F tier.
No, please don't put me next to those two poor excuses for films.
I don't think it's F tier. Ewan and Hayden gave great performances.
You have to ignore 90% of the show to get to the very few good parts. Really, only the last episode of the show is rewatchable. The rest of the show is like Baby Leia running. It's too much of a joke to take seriously.
She's faster than you'd expect, the little bugger.
There's just so much lame shit in this show that there's not even enough time to sort through it all. We didn't even mention how dumb Obi-Wan's plan to get out of the fortress was.
Did putting Leia under your coat seem like a logical plan to you?
Not particularly. I would have personally chosen an exit where everyone in the entire castle wasn't staring at me.
Well, why couldn't you negotiate a better plot line?
Nobody's negotiating with those producers. You're better off haggling with the Jawas.
It's not your fault. You did the best you could with what you had. I'm not quite an F tier, but D tier looks like a good spot for this.
I knew it wouldn't measure up to any of the prequels, but a D?
It's a fair grade. You pretty much dragged it out of F-tier hell yourself with the passion you bring to this character.
I appreciate it, Darth.
We still have to rank Ahsoka. You with us?
I think I'll stick around.
Yay!
What for? The show is fucking mid.
This time I don't exactly agree. A lot of good moments in this one.
Yeah, shut your hut mouth. The amount of waifus in this show is off the charts.
I guess this one's great for anyone who enjoys edging instead of actually watching a show.
At least it all starts well enough. The antagonists, Balin Scroll and Shin Hati, are pretty interesting. To take on an entire cruiser alone is no easy task, trust me.
Shin Hati is a baddie.
I love the opening sequence. It really showcased both Balin and Shin's respective power level and relationship.
Just seems like Darth Obi-Wan and Ventress 2.0 to me.
I'm afraid he's taller and more handsome than me, too.
He's got nothing on you, Obi.
Not to mention he actually passed away.
No way, man. I watched the last episode. Bro's still alive, and he's gone into Mordor.
The actor died, numbnuts.
Quite a shame. His performance was admirable, and I was looking forward to seeing more.
Rest in peace, Ray Stevenson. He was truly an interesting antagonist. We haven't had an idealist with morality as a villain since Count Dooku and Balin Scroll managed to be equally intriguing.
I wouldn't go putting him in the same category as Sir Christopher Lee, but he had potential. I liked how he roasted Ahsoka for only being able to use violence to solve anything.
That's a big issue with Ahsoka as a character. The Ahsoka we know from the Clone Wars had a genuine soft side that led her to find alternate paths to her adversities during the Clone Wars. The Ahsoka in this show seems rather indifferent to all events that occur.
I do miss Ahsoka. She was a cunning warrior, and she was a good friend. The council just didn't understand her.
Aren't you on the council?
Well, yes, but I was almost always on a mission. I didn't have the pull to make any changes.
Well, you and your council turned her into a nihilist killing machine.
What in blazes did I have to do with it? She's Anakin's apprentice.
You were saying?
Oh, it's you.
Is that the chosen one?
Little Annie?
Don't call me that.
How did you know we were talking about you?
I could hear you talking shit through the space bridge.
Sup, Sky Guy? Want to help us rank Disney Star Wars series?
Don't call me that either. Let's take a look. Not too bad. I like the sequels at the bottom.
But they put Revenge of the Sith in A tier.
I've seen people put all 3 prequels in F tier. This list is fine.
How do you feel about these Disney Star Wars series?
Oh, I love them. Every time one of these stinkers hits Disney Plus, people appreciate my movies a little bit more.
Fair enough. I completely reject Rey taking the Chosen One title from you.
Rey didn't kill Palpatine. I did.
Don't act like he wasn't electrocuting your punk ass into submission for 20 years. I think he got the better end of it.
I hope you know I'm gonna get you in season 2 of Kenobi.
First you gotta find me, little Annie.
I guess you guys still have beef, huh?
Nah, bro. All beef was squashed when I brought balance to the Force.
Just because you get to be a blue ghost doesn't mean I forgive you.
Come on, old Ben. What are you still salty about?
Well, you only dragged me across fire as I screamed.
Well, you cut off all my remaining limbs, the tip of my dick, and let me burn.
Oh, I didn't know I clipped your willy.
Yeah, man. And space catheters aren't anywhere near as cool as you think.
That's fascinating, but we're reviewing your Silly Apprentices series. Care to weigh in?
Snips was pretty slow, but okay. I can't say the same about her apprentice. She was the worst fighter I've ever seen, and I've killed like 28 preschoolers.
That's fucked up.
Can you remind me when she was knighted? Because last I knew she was still a Padawan. She should never even have had an apprentice.
Don't pull this council bullshit, Obi-Wan.
Ahsoka has done enough to be knighted. Let's be real.
I mean, she fucked Luke. That is probably enough right there.
She did what?
Oh, yes. Remember when I told you we should do some ghost training on Mustafar?
I thought you just wanted a rematch.
No, I just didn't want you to see what they were up to. I didn't want you to go through that again.
Again? Wait, did Luke bang Leia?
Enough.
Well, now you've gone and made him angry.
I don't know what the big deal is. My sister is the love of my life.
I find you disturbing.
Calm down, Lord Vader. Both your figurative daughter and your literal daughter are extremely attractive. If I didn't know my daughter was my daughter, I'd be totally into it. I mean, who wouldn't be?
Bruh.
Facts.
I don't want to talk about it.
Let's just get back on track, shall we?
All right, where were we? Oh, yeah, Bo-Katana.
Sabine was pretty bad. I didn't agree with her storyline at all. She's a Mandalorian first, not a Jedi.
She's whatever Dave Filoni wants her to be.
Including impervious to death. Shin Batty impaled her in episode 1, and she recovered in a fucking day.
Apparently healthcare got pretty good in the New Republic.
The medical droid's got a lightsaber update.
Her arc is boring and predictable. We all knew she was eventually going to learn with absolutely no consequences. She even gives the bad guys the MacGuffin without repercussions, only to have the most emotionless and awkward reunion with Ezra.
It was like a damn middle school dance.
Even Padme and I had more chemistry.
Ezra was a great casting, but they didn't leave a lot of time for him. Just 2 episodes, the fucking hermit crab people got more screen time.
Meanwhile, Hera is off doing all this bullshit with the New Republic to keep them out of our main character's way.
Did you guys like Hera?
Nope. The casting was fine and everything. But she does the most boring shit that could easily be done in the background without us caring.
It was cool to see her kid and stuff, but she didn't have a huge role in the story despite being in most of it. The whole trial thing seemed like a song and dance just to get C-3PO on the screen.
Well, at least she had giant green ass cheeks we could stare at while all the boring shit happened.
That's my fucking wife, you cantina scum.
Your wife has the gyat.
Now you know how it feels.
With you, they were talking about Natalie Portman, but I'm married to Hera's actress in real life.
She knew what she was doing with all that junk in the trunk.
Oh my God, I want to chop your limbs off so bad right now.
Watch out, he's not kidding.
Filoni does an awful lot of creep shots in this show. There isn't one scene with Hera or Sabine where we don't get an up-close look at their asses.
Weird way to keep the audience engaged. I prefer plot line and character development, but to each his own.
Are we seriously complaining about big asses on the screen? What are we, a bunch of pussies?
This is Star Wars, not Star Horse. Dave really needs to get his priorities straight.
So have we turned on Dave Filoni yet?
I have, but I also have a history of turning on people.
No, I still have faith in him. He just needs the right budget and more creative power.
I sure would have rather had him working on my show.
My faith in him is shaken after this extremely mid-season. Dave thinks he can just rip off Lord of the Rings by making Ahsoka into Gandalf the White, but it didn't work. She was the exact same character, but smiled more.
She basically just wears white. Nothing changed about her at all after her Anakin Force vision.
At least she didn't want to die anymore.
Well, that's good. Now it's just the rest of us that want to die after watching this show.
At least it was nice to see her again, just like it was great to see Anakin in her vision.
She needed a confidence boost after she got bodied.
That episode was by far the best of the season. The vision sequence was cool, and Anakin mixing light and dark as Vader was awesome. But the fact that the pandering was the best part of this show speaks to its quality.
Don't worry, I know I'm carrying every show I'm in.
And he's humble too.
It was also such a treat to see Rex and Hot Ahsoka in live action.
Joe, no!
She's a child, Joe.
Oopsie poopsie.
This dude reminds me of Palpatine.
Oh dear, Palpatine was diddling too?
Big time. How do you think he got a son?
Yikes. He did kidnap a bunch of Jedi babies that one time in the Clone Wars.
Enough of Space Epstein. Where are we ranking Ahsoka?
Easy S tier.
The series, Joe, this isn't the waifu tier list.
Oh yeah, maybe a B?
Nah. The character development for the heroes isn't good in this one. None of the main characters outside the droid have any substance.
There were some pretty cool villains like Admiral Thrawn and Morgan Elspeth with the Night Sisters, but none of them have screen time or do anything besides make swords and zombies and other useless activities. It's a mid-show.
I didn't think it was better than our show, but I'll say C tier.
C tier is fine. The action could have been a bit better if Ahsoka kept up with her training, but she got slow and her use of force powers was lacking.
C tier it is. It has some great cinematography and music beyond the writing issues.
Definitely not all bad, but the show is a disappointment since a lot was riding on it for the future of Star Wars. Now I think it's officially dead.
Well, don't give up too easily. There's always Kenobi Season 2.
As long as Kathleen Kennedy is still the Emperor, all projects will be either mid-short series or ultra-feminist Rey movies made to make 90% of the fan base hate Star Wars. It's fucking dead.
There's always hope. I heard Dave Filoni was just upgraded to Chief Creative Officer.
Typical Backlash bullshit. Dave isn't getting any real power. He's on the council, but he's not getting the rank of master.
Are you really still butthurt about that?
Yep.
As long as they keep doing big booty aliens, I'm riding this train until the wheels fall off.
Stop talking about my wife.
Are we done here?
Well, we did forget to rank Solo in the previous tier list.
That's because it was so fucking mid that we all forgot it even existed.
I think it was because we didn't go to see it in theaters because The Last Jedi came out right before this and ruined the entire IP.
That was a rough one. Solo was pretty okay.
Chewbacca is the OG.
Just toss it into C tier and call it a day. It was nothing special, just more pandering and SJW robots.
Yeah, I agree. So what are you Jedi up to next?
I don't know, might play some retro Star Wars games like OG Battlefront 2.
What do you think? Star Wars, Clone Wars on GameCube? I live for that arena mode.
You already know I take every duel, no high ground in the arena.
That sounds awesome. Maybe we can play some Star Wars games and rank them in the next video.
Sure, but just know you're getting bodied.
He's not kidding. He's the best star pilot in the galaxy. I, for one, think flying is for droids.
Well, you've never seen me fly. Everybody knows I'm the best pilot.
You underestimate my power.
Next time. I'm getting pretty sleepy.
Bro could vanish into the Force at any second.
Let us know if you want to see a Star Wars video game tier list in the comments, and be sure to subscribe if you enjoyed the video.
We would be honored if you would join us.
I hate it when he does that.
Till next time, folks.
Bye, guys.